Battling Records of the Chosen One Chapter 3204 to Chapter 3252. The territory of the Tao development world was so huge that it could be compared to a heaven in the eternal true world. Since ancient times, there had been 4 great orthodoxies in this world. They were the Celestial Pavilion, the Celestial Court, the Demon Sect, and the Demon Sect. Within the 4 orthodoxies, there were many undying beings. Under the 4 orthodoxies, there were 12 first-rate cultivation forces. Among these forces, there were also undying beings in charge, but their foundations were far from the 4 orthodoxies. Further down were countless second-rate and third-rate powers, and they were distributed in different territories of the Tao development world. These powers basically didn't have any undying overseeing them. For example, the Celestial Sect was a second-rate power that was situated in the eastern territory of the Tao evolution world, and there were over 100 similar second-rate powers in this territory. There was only one first-rate force, the Crimson Cut Immortal Sect. The Scarlet Serpent Celestial Sect was a subordinate of one of the 4 great orthodoxies, the Celestial Pavilion. Knowing these news, Linsun felt more relieved. After all, the Celestial Sect was considered a second-rate sect. If he were to hide within the sect, it would be impossible for his enemies to find him in a short period of time. If they were to appear in a first-rate faction or one of the 4 great orthodoxies upon entering this world, the risk would be too great. For Lin, the top priority was to cultivate as soon as possible. If I want to use Qingfeng's foundation, soul, and body to develop a great Tao that leads straight to eternity, I must first comprehend the power of the heavenly Tao that belongs to this world. But if I'm only at the reincarnation development stage, I can at most sense the Tao runes and Tao will in the heavenly cycle Tao laws. I can forget about prying into the essence of the laws of this world. Lin Sun was lost in thought. The lower 5 realms were limited by their cultivation. They could only sense the Tao runes and Tao intents that belonged to the heavenly cycle Tao laws. The Tao path of longevity, the Tao path of sage, the Tao path of emperors, and the Tao path of immortality could only sense the mysteries of the great Taos that corresponded to one's cultivation level. As such, one could imagine, it was almost impossible to peek into the mysteries of the rules of this world in the reincarnation development state. Then I'll first resolve the cracks in the foundation of the great Tao and increase my cultivation, Lin Sun made a decision. Although he had become Qing Feng, his wisdom and cultivation experience were still there. To others, the foundation of Azure Peak's Grand Tao was already impossible to repair. But to him, there were thousands of ways to solve this problem. Time passed day by day. To everyone in the Celestial Sect, life was the same as before. Very few people would pay attention to Grand Elder Qingfeng's movements. Who would care about such a disgrace of the sect? To most people in Celestial Sect, it was a blessing that he didn't have to go out and embarrass himself. Headmaster Fu Yunzi was still a little worried at first, but as time passed, he found that Qing Feng had been staying in the scripture pavilion, so he finally relaxed. As the sect master, it was impossible for him to place all his attention on Qing Feng. Especially after Qing Feng became well-behaved, he had practically lost his sense of existence. Even the disciples who frequently entered the scripture pavilion to read books turned a blind eye to Qing Feng. It wasn't because they disdained him, but because they were ashamed to be associated with him. How could Lin Sun care about this? He wished that everyone would stop paying attention to him. A month passed quickly. Lin Sun sat in the Sutras pavilion drinking tea and reading books every day. When dusk fell, he would return to his residence to meditate. Day after day. No one knew that in the past 6 months, he had already solved the big injury on his foundation. Using a secret technique, he completely overturned the cultivation of the lower 5 realms of the Green Peak and recultivated them, allowing each realm to reach an unprecedented level. However, for fear of being seen through by others, Lin Sun had been concealing all his changes with a secret method. In the eyes of outsiders, he was still the disgrace of the sect, and they were ashamed to be associated with him. During this period, Qing Heng also came to the scripture pavilion, ostensibly to consult an ancient book, but in fact, he came to see Qing Feng. Seeing that Qing Feng had been staying here obediently, Qing Heng was relieved. He left some elixirs he had refined, saying that they were good for repairing the foundation of Tao. Lin Sun couldn't help sighing that Qing Feng had a good senior brother. Taking this opportunity, Lin Sun asked Qing Heng for instructions, hoping to go to Tianluo Cave, the forbidden area of the sect to cultivate for a period of time. This made Xianxia surprised and happy, and he agreed without hesitation. It's naturally a good thing that junior brother is able to put his mind on cultivation, after half a year of cultivation in Tianluo Cave. Lin Sun reached the 9th level of longevity tribulation in one fell swoop. At this point, Tianluo Cave could no longer satisfy Lin Sun's cultivation. He immediately left and decided to go to Qingheng. After all, he was Qingfeng now. He had been infatuated with Tianruojing for 900 years. It was obviously unreasonable for him not to go to Tianruojing all of a sudden. If someone investigated it, it would definitely arouse a lot of suspicion. Junior brother, what can I do for you? In a cave residence, Qingheng looked at Lin Sun, who came to his door, and asked. Senior brother, the elixirs you gave me before are really effective. My foundation of Tao has been repaired a lot. It won't take long for me to recover. Lin Sun showed a look of joy. He had to pretend for a while. Really? Qingheng couldn't help getting excited. Lin Sun nodded with a smile, and then hesitated. Senior brother, I want to go to Celestial Spirit Sect. Suddenly, Qingheng's heart sank with excitement. He frowned and said, It's only been 2 months. Junior brother, you can't help but want to see that woman again? His tone was full of exasperation. Lin Sun could feel the change of Qingheng's mood, but he had to continue pretending. He said in a low voice, Senior brother, I think if my foundation can be repaired, I can improve my cultivation step by step in the future. Sooner or later, I can catch up with Ruojing's pace. So, Qingheng's face was gloomy. He scolded, You can see her if you want. When you become an emperor, I will take you to Celestial Spirit Sect to see her. Before that, don't even think about leaving Celestial Spirit Sect. His attitude was firm. Lin Sun looked helpless, but he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing this scene, he had probably judged that Qingheng had not suspected his identity so far. Junior brother, in my opinion, Tianruojing is the devil in your heart on the road of cultivation. If you don't get rid of the devil in your heart, it will be difficult for you to make great achievements on the road of cultivation in this life. Qingheng said in a light voice, Yet now, since there's hope for your foundation and the Grand Tao to recover, the more I can't allow you to persist in going about things the wrong way. From today onwards, I'll personally pass down my experiences in cultivation to you every 3 months. Seeing this, Lin Sun hurriedly interrupted, No, senior brother, your time is so precious. How can you waste it on me? I will listen to you and stay in Celestial Spirit Sect. After saying this, he left quickly. Qingheng saw this. He couldn't help but sigh with a headache and helplessness. His junior brother was so talented in those days, but now he became like this. It was completely ruined by Tianruojing. I will find a chance to teach that woman a lesson in the future. Qingheng secretly gritted his teeth. After leaving Qingheng's residence, Lin Sun went straight back to the Sutras Pavilion. Although Qingheng doesn't doubt me now, there are so many eyes in Celestial Spirit Sect. I have to make them not suspect me. Thinking of this, Lin Sun suddenly shook his head and sighed. Granduncle, why do you sigh? Chen Ning, a disciple who had been stationed in the Sutras Pavilion, couldn't help asking. You don't understand. Lin Sun sighed. Diane, a disciple on the side, couldn't help saying, Granduncle, don't tell me you want to go to Celestial Spirit Sect again? Lin Sun was silent for a while and said helplessly, I can't go. Just now, senior brother Qingheng has ordered that I am not allowed to go out. Chen Ning and Diane looked at each other and were speechless. It had only been 2 months of peace, and Granduncle's old habits were obviously acting up again. On the same day, the two spread the news, which made Fu Yunzi's cheeks twitch. He thought that Granduncle had been enlightened, but he didn't expect that old habits were still hard to change. When other people in Celestial Spirit Sect learned about this, they didn't find it strange at all. On the contrary, they thought that this was the Qingfeng they knew. No one knew that Lin Sun also took great pains to put on this show in order not to arouse any suspicion. A few days later, Lin Sun, who was drinking tea and reading in the Sutras Pavilion, inadvertently learned a piece of news from the discussion of some disciples. A month ago, the 4 major orthodoxies, Immortal Pavilion, Divine Court, Demon Sect, and Demon Sect, issued an order to arrest all favored who had recently entered the Tao world, whoever could provide information would receive generous rewards from the four orthodoxies. At the same time, the 12 top forces under the four orthodoxies all dispatched their forces to cooperate with the four orthodoxies to patrol the world and search for traces of favored. As soon as news like this spread, the entire world was shocked, and the world was in an uproar. The entire Tao development world fell into turmoil. And according to the news Lin Sun received, in the Eastern Territory where Celestial Spirit Sect was located, the only Scarlet Serpent Immortal Sect had also taken action. They had sent 10 Xianxia Emperor ancestors to patrol the major forces in the Eastern Territory, and it wouldn't be long before these 10 Xianxia Emperor ancestors arrived at Celestial Spirit Sect to investigate. This made Lin Sun's heart tremble. He didn't even need to think to know that this storm was coming for him. When it came to favored, all the major powers of the evolution Tao world knew about them. They knew that favored didn't belong to their world. For example, in the four orthodoxies, there were already more than 10 favored that were known to the world. Every one of them was a giant figure on the immortal path. Many of them had the cultivation of transcendent realm. And people like Qing Feng also knew that among the favored of the four Tao courts, there were 7 of the strongest. They were the mandate envoys from the Zhen division of the Taichu sect. The leader was called Zhu Qing, the first person on the immortal path. This made Lin Sun, who had inherited Qing Feng's memories, naturally know that this storm targeting him was the work of Zhu Qing and the other 6 mandate envoys. Fortunately, I made some remedial measures a few days ago and didn't arouse any suspicion. In this case, even if the 10 Xianxia Emperor ancestors from the Scarlet Serpent Immortal Sect come, they shouldn't be able to find anything, Lin Sun thought. On the 3rd day after Lin Sun got the news, the 10 Xianxian Emperors of Crimson Serpent Immortal Sect came together, and the Supreme Elder Qing Heng and Qing Geng went to greet them in person. An hour later, all the disciples in the lower 5 realms of Celestial Sect were summoned to the hall of the sect to be questioned by the Xianxian Emperors of Crimson Serpent Immortal Sect. Even Chunning and Dai Yan, who were stationed outside the Sutras Pavilion, were summoned. Lin Sun couldn't help but be vigilant. But to his surprise, he was not summoned. Chunning and Dai Yan returned at noon and told Lin that the 10 Xianxian Emperors of Crimson Serpent Immortal Sect had left. Lin Sun couldn't help asking, I'm also in the reincarnation developing realm. Why didn't they summon me? Chun Ning had a strange expression as she said embarrassedly, Martial Granduncle, what kind of status do you have? How can you possibly be someone they can meet just because they want to? Lin Sun glanced at him and said, who are you trying to fool? Just tell them the truth. Chun Ning hesitated for a while before saying in a low voice, before they came, they had already heard many things about you, Martial Granduncle. After arriving at the sect, they verified it with Martial Granduncle Qing Heng, and then decided not to see you. It must be more than that. Go on. Lin Sun frowned. Chunning finally told the truth, those masters of Crimson Serpent Immortal Sect said that you were pitiful enough and they couldn't bear to embarrass you in public. Dai Yan, who was at the side, also hurriedly said, Senior Granduncle, you are the supreme elder of our celestial sect. How can you be interrogated like the others in the lower 5 levels? If they do that, Senior Granduncle Qing Heng will definitely be the first to object. Lin Sun laughed and said, in the final analysis, they are looking down on me. He breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Looking down on me? Of course, it was great, Chunning and Dai Yan cursed in their hearts, now you know they are looking down on you. Alright, you can leave. Lin Sun waved his hand. This invisible crisis was resolved, but Lin Sun became more vigilant. He knew very well that the enemy would not give up until they caught him. I must improve my cultivation as soon as possible. Lin Sun felt a sense of urgency. A few days later, Lin Sun went to find Qing Heng and said, Senior brother, I want to travel outside for a while. Travel? Qing Heng was suspicious. Yes, I'm extremely bored, so I want to go out and relax. Lin Sun said. Qing Heng said, are you planning to take a roundabout route to find Tian Ruojing? Lin smiled bitterly and said, Senior brother, how about letting Dai Yan and Chunning follow me? If I go to the Heavenly Spirit Sect, ask them to inform you immediately, okay? Qing Heng pondered for a moment and said, fine, as long as you don't go to Celestial Spirit Sect to look for that girl, I will allow you to go out. As he spoke, he took out a jade talisman from his arms and handed it to Lin Sun. He said gently, take this jade talisman with you. There is an image of my will in it. If you are in danger, just crush it. Lin Sun took it and said with a smile, thank you for your help. He felt more and more in his heart how fortunate it was for the Azure Peak to have such a senior brother. On that day, he left the sect with Chen Ning and Dai Yan. However, in the 10 days since he left Celestial Spirit sect, Lin Sun had always felt that someone was following him in secret. It was not until he was sure that there was no sign of him going to Celestial Spirit sect did the person secretly follow him. He left quietly. Lin Sun didn't need to guess to know that it was Qingheng. In an inn. It was late at night. Chunning and Dai Yan were meditating in their rooms. However, all of them completely didn't notice that in the neighboring room, 5 Grand Dao clones had suddenly surged out from the body of their martial ancestral uncle, Qing Feng, that they'd always been watching over. Then, the 5 clones turned into shadows of light and silently left the tavern. From today onwards, the 5 great Taoist bodies would cultivate in the wilderness and deep within the mountains. They would study the great Taos of the universe and deduce their future path towards the Tao with their strength. With Lin Sun's wisdom and cultivation experience at the level of Boundless Realm, it would be as easy as turning over his hand to recultivate his past cultivation path with the 5 Tao forms. His speed of breaking through the realm would be several times faster than comprehending by himself. In the final analysis, due to the limitation of cultivation, Lin Sun could only cultivate with the help of the 5 Tao forms in order to improve his cultivation as quickly as possible. Moreover, the 5 Tao forms didn't have to worry about being stared at by many people when they cultivated outside. Even if they broke through the realm repeatedly, they didn't have to worry about causing any disturbance. But it was different in Celestial Spirit sect, where there were too many eyes. A little carelessness was very likely to leave traces. Even if my original body doesn't do anything, when the 5 Tao forms return one day, my cultivation will also break through to the same realm. In the room of the inn, Lin Sun stretched his body and felt relaxed all over. The next morning, he decided to return to Celestial Spirit sect. This made Chen Ning and Dai Yan very surprised. He was going back after just half a month of traveling outside. Lin Sun didn't care what they thought. He had achieved his purpose of going out this time. How could he still have the mood to wander around? On the way to Celestial Spirit sect, they met a group of descendants of Celestial Spirit sect, all of whom were in the reincarnation developing realm. When they saw Lin Sun, these descendants of Celestial Spirit sect burst into laughter. Senior Brother Wei, isn't this the shameless old man who was beaten up by you? Shameless old man? He is the Supreme Elder of Celestial Spirit sect and the junior brother of Emperor Qingheng. But his cultivation is a bit too poor. Such a guy still wants our Supreme Third Elder. It's like a toad lusting after swan meat. Suddenly, all kinds of sarcasm and ridicule were directed at Lin Sun unceremoniously. In Qingfeng's memory, he had experienced such scenes too many times. If it were Qingfeng himself, he would certainly not care. If it were Lin Sun, although he frowned slightly, he could only imitate Qingfeng's method and make himself ignore it. Lin Sun was also very helpless. If he couldn't keep his cool, he wouldn't be the Qingfeng everyone was familiar with. However, this time he saw the descendant of Celestial Spirit sect who had beaten Qingfeng into a coma. This person, dressed in snow-white clothes, had an imposing appearance and a youthful arrogance. His name was Wei Xian. Aren't you going too far? Lin Sun could still bear the ridicule, but Chunning and Dai Yan couldn't. They looked ashamed and angry. In their hearts, no matter how unbearable Qingfeng was, he was still the Supreme Elder of Celestial Spirit sect. How could they feel good being ridiculed by some reincarnation developing realm cultivators of Celestial Spirit sect? Going too far? We're just telling the truth. If you're not convinced, why don't we play? Wei Xian's eyes were full of disdain as he glanced at Chunning and Dai Yan. Why not? Chunning was also angry. She was about to step forward to fight but was stopped by Lin Sun. Forget it. Don't bother with them. Let's go back to the sect first. Senior Granduncle, you, Chun Ning was very angry, and also very disappointed in her heart. Martial Granduncle, oh Martial Granduncle, I am standing up for you, can't you appear a little more unyielding? Even if you're beaten, I'll bear it. Dai Yan also sighed and said, Chunning, listen to Senior Granduncle. Let's go. Chunning was silent for a moment and nodded with a gloomy face. Lin Sun didn't say anything more and left with them. Wei Xian and the others didn't stop them, but their words were unforgiving. They not only ridiculed and humiliated Lin Sun, but also Chunning. When Chunning left, his fists were clenched so tightly that blue veins were bulging. It was clear how angry he was. After returning to Celestial Spirit Sect, Chunning didn't say a word. When facing Lin Sun, his attitude also changed. Although he was still respectful, there was a sense of alienation. It was the same for Dai Yan. Both of them were very unhappy and disappointed. Seeing all this, Lin Sun began to appreciate the two young people. Under such circumstances, they still dared to stand up for him, the shame of the sect. This kind of temperament was very rare. After thinking about it, he went straight to find Headmaster Fu Yunzi and told him what happened on the way. Fu Yunzi's face was also gloomy. He immediately said in surprise, "Senior Granduncle, you didn't care about these things in the past. How come this time?" Lin Sun said, "It doesn't matter if I'm looked down on, but I can't let the future generations of the sect suffer grievances with me." Fu Yunzi immediately understood and said solemnly, "Senior Granduncle, I will appease them well." He also knew that this senior granduncle of his was not a bad person. In fact, he was extremely benevolent. It was just that his temperament was too simple and simple-minded. Sure enough, the next day, Chunning and Dai Yan's attitude towards Lin Sun had changed a lot. Yesterday, the headmaster had talked to them and knew that Lin Sun had taken the initiative to talk about their affairs. For this, the headmaster also rewarded them with a lot of cultivation resources. "Senior Granduncle, we're not angry with you. We're just angry that they don't put our Celestial Spirit Sect in their eyes. It's really hateful," Chunning said in a low voice. "Yes, if there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely go and wrestle with them," Dai Yan also said. Lin Sun smiled and didn't say much. Time flew by like an arrow. 1 year after Lin Sun appeared in the Tao development world. The 5 Tao bodies have been cultivating for half a year. I wonder to what extent their cultivation has improved. In the Sutras Pavilion, Lin Sun flipped through the scrolls while his mind wandered. "Senior Granduncle, bad news. Senior Granduncle Qingheng returned injured." Suddenly, Chunning's anxious voice sounded outside the Sutras Pavilion. Lin Sun's eyes narrowed. He put away the scroll in his hand and stood up, saying, "Didn't senior brother go to participate in the 100 Sect Dharma conference? Why did he come back injured?" A month ago, the Red Serpent Immortal Sect held the 100 Sect Dharma conference and invited hundreds of second-rate and third-rate sects in the Eastern Territory to participate. As the representative of Celestial Spirit Sect, Qingheng also went to participate. But the ancestor sent a message saying that Qingheng was injured, which surprised Lin Sun. In the whole Celestial Spirit Sect, Qingheng took care of Qingfeng the most and regarded him as a brother. If something happened to Qingheng, Lin Sun would feel sorry. Chunning shook her head and said, "I don't know. Why don't you go and see Senior Granduncle?" Lin Sun nodded and went straight to Qingfeng. The Sect Hall. The Supreme Elder Qinggang, the Sect Master Fu Yunzi, and all the elders were gathered here, and all of them had extremely gloomy expressions. Not far away, Qingheng sat cross-legged with a pale face and a dispirited aura. "Everyone, it's just a minor injury. There's no need to be so worried." Qingheng smiled and shook his head. However, he coughed violently as soon as he finished speaking, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. "You call this a minor injury? You even injured your foundation." Qinggang gritted his teeth and said, "Tianruojing was too ruthless. We can't let this enmity go." Qingheng waved his hand and said, "Don't say such angry words. During the 100 Sect conference, I fought her fairly. I can't blame anyone for my loss." He paused for a moment and said sadly, "Not to mention that an eternal figure of the Celestial Pavilion has taken a fancy to Tianruojing, and she'll be selected to be an elder of the Celestial Pavilion 10 years from now. With her current identity, even the Crimson Cut Immortal Sect has to be courteous to her. We can't be enemies with her." As he finished speaking, his voice revealed dense bitterness. Everyone's expressions changed indeterminately when they heard this, and they fell silent. One of the 4 great sects, the Celestial Pavilion, had sent an eternal figure to participate in the 100 Sect conference. In the end, that eternal figure took a fancy to 10 imperial ancestors, and he promised to select these 10 imperial ancestors to be elders of the celestial pavilion 10 years from now. They would be stationed in the secret realm of the celestial pavilion to cultivate. One of these 10 people was the supreme elder of the celestial spirit sect, Tian Ruojing. Everyone knew that Tian Ruojing's identity was completely different from now onward, and she could be said to have ascended to the heavens in a single step. After all, the celestial pavilion was one of the 4 great sects of the Tao development world, and even the 12 first-rate powers in the world had no choice but to bow their heads to it. It was absolutely an extraordinary power that ruled over this world. Before a colossus like the celestial pavilion, second-rate powers like the celestial sect and the celestial spirit sect were nothing. 10 years from now, Tian Ruojing would become an elder of the celestial pavilion, and her identity was so high that it could even make a first-rate power like the Crimson Cut Immortal sect lower its head. Under such circumstances, if the celestial sect viewed Tian Ruojing as their enemy, the celestial pavilion wouldn't even need to do anything. The Scarlet Serpent celestial sect would be the first to move and destroy the celestial sect. Everyone in the hall was clearly aware of this as well, but they couldn't help but feel gloomy and oppressed in their hearts, and they felt resentment that had nowhere to vent. At this moment, a figure walked into the hall. It was Lin Sun. When the crowd saw him appear, their expressions became even more unsightly, and they were filled with anger. "Qing Feng, you've caused senior brother Qing Heng to suffer." Qing Geng couldn't help but shout angrily, venting his pent-up anger on Lin Sun. It was the first time for Lin Sun to meet Qing Geng, but he knew that Qing Feng was extremely in awe of him. The reason was that Qing Geng's temperament was unyielding and overbearing. He had always looked down on him, the shame of the sect, and he had reprimanded and scolded Qing Feng many times. "I was the one who harmed senior brother Qing Heng?" Lin Sun frowned and glanced around. His heart sank when he saw everyone's gloomy expression. He realized that Qing Heng's injury might be extremely serious this time. If you hadn't pestered Tian Ruojing all these years, how could senior brother Qing Heng have a duel with Tian Ruojing in the Assembly of 100 Sects? Qing Geng said angrily. Headmaster Fu Yunzi and the other elders also had ugly expressions on their faces. "Qing Geng, how can you blame junior brother for this? He didn't know anything about it." Qing Heng, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, sighed, "You all leave. I want to talk to junior brother Qing Feng alone." "At this time, you still want to protect him? You know, Tian Ruojing has been recognized by the Immortal Pavilion. If you don't teach Qing Feng a lesson and he goes to the Immortal Pavilion to pester Tian Ruojing in the future, how much trouble will he cause? At that time, can you still protect him, senior brother?" Qing Geng's face was livid. "Leave." Qing Heng looked up at Qing Geng. Qing Geng's face was gloomy for a while. Finally, he swung his sleeves and left angrily. Before leaving, he gave Lin Sun a fierce look, full of contempt and coldness. Fu Yunzi and other elders also left when they saw this. Soon, only Qing Heng and Lin Sun were left in the sect hall. "Senior brother, did Tian Ruojing hurt you?" Lin Sun stepped forward and saw at a glance that Qing Heng was in a bad state. There were faint signs of disorder in his qi. If he guessed right, Qing Heng was not only seriously injured, but also hurt the foundation of Tao. This caused him to feel rather upset in his heart. With Qing Feng's memory, he knew that Qing Heng was the only one who treated him sincerely in Celestial Sect. Even if Qing Feng had done a lot of ridiculous things over the years, Qing Heng had always used his own strength to protect his junior brother. At this time, seeing that Qing Heng was so seriously injured, and it was very likely to be related to Tian Ruojing, Lin Sun couldn't help but be angry. Was it not enough for this woman to hurt Qing Feng? Was she going to destroy Qing Heng? It's indeed related to her. Qing Heng motioned Lin Sun to sit down and then smiled bitterly. "I was going to take the opportunity of 100 Sect Dharma Conference to teach Tian Ruojing a lesson, but I didn't expect that I would be taught a lesson by her instead." Lin Sun's mood was complicated. Sure enough, Qing Heng wanted to avenge his junior brother, Qing Feng, and was injured because of this. When people in the world regarded Qing Feng as a joke, Qing Heng, the supreme elder of Celestial Sect, wanted to avenge his junior brother, which made Lin Sun sigh with emotion in his heart. What a good senior brother. Hey, let's not talk about this. We haven't had a good chat for a long time. Let's have a good chat today. With that, Qingheng took out a pot of wine and drank it heartily. Then he said, "Junior brother, I still remember the scene when we entered Celestial Sect when we were young. At that time, 9 of us were selected as disciples, but because of my poor background, I was often excluded and isolated. Only you treated me as a friend and never cared how humble my background was." His eyes were full of reminiscence, and he looked absent-minded. "You don't know that I looked proud and conceited at that time, but in fact, I was extremely self-abased. I always felt that I was inferior to others in every aspect and often felt sorry for myself. I remember once I was bullied by senior brother Chong. He stepped on my face with his foot and laughed at me, who was born in a poor family. Even if I had the opportunity to cultivate, I was doomed to be trampled by him for the rest of my life." Speaking of this, Qingheng looked up at Lin Sun. "Do you know, I was so ashamed and resentful at that time that I even had the idea of committing suicide. Then, you appeared and fought with senior brother Chong like a fool. You didn't even take a step back when you were beaten to the point of vomiting blood. You kept standing in front of me, and the blood that flowed out of your mouth was all over my face. I can still remember that bloody smell." Qingheng took a deep breath and drank another mouthful of wine, saying, "It was also that day that I swore to protect you for the rest of my life, even at the cost of my life." Speaking of this, he smiled bitterly, "But I didn't expect that you would be delayed by Tianruojing. Even if I wanted to help you, I couldn't do anything." Lin Sun listened silently, and the memory of Qing Feng's youth emerged in his mind. His mood also fluctuated. After a while, he said, "Senior brother, you have helped me too much. I will remember it all in my heart. As for Tianruojing, I will deal with her myself in the future." Qingheng suddenly said coldly, "Junior brother, tell me the truth. Was your Grand Dao Foundation that suffered a heavy injury all those years ago because of Tianruojing?" Lin Sun was stunned and said, "Senior brother, it's all in the past." Qingheng's expression was complicated. "Sure enough, I knew it. You were in the reincarnation developing realm and Tianruojing was only in the Tao Insight realm. When you explored the secret realm together, it was your foundation of Tao that was hurt. How could there be nothing strange about it?" As he spoke, he drank another mouthful of wine and said in a self-deprecating manner, "This is great. Both of us have injured our great Tao foundations. It's all related to Tianruojing. We can be considered to be going through thick and thin together." That laughter was filled with indescribable melancholy and bitterness. "Senior brother, don't be so discouraged. In my opinion, you will definitely be able to recover your Dao injuries in the future and go further on the path of Dao." Lin Sun comforted him softly. Qingheng couldn't help but laugh. How could sovereign ancestor Juexian's Dao injury be so easily healed? "Don't worry about me." Lin Sun thought for a while and asked, "Senior brother, what's the purpose of this 100 Sects Dharma conference?" In Qingheng's memories, there was no information related to this 100 Sect assembly. Qingheng said casually, "The first reason is because the Immortal Pavilion wants to select some powerful figures who have hopes of becoming immortal. The second reason is related to the hunt for favored." Lin Sun narrowed his eyes imperceptibly. "Favored," Qingheng sighed lightly. "Since ancient times until now, there have been numerous favored that have appeared in our Dao development world. At the beginning, all of them were extremely weak, but along with the passage of time, their cultivations were able to transform by leaps and bounds, and most of them were able to attain the eternal Tao and transcendence realm. Every single one of them was like a supreme legend." After pausing for a while, he continued, "Just like this time, the first immortal of the Immortal Pavilion, Zhu Qing, along with 6 other Heaven's Mandate envoys, gave an order to kill a favored called Lin Sun. During this 100 Sect assembly, the Immortal of the Immortal Pavilion gave a tough order. He said that if any sect dared to not report it, they would be exterminated if they were found out." Knowing this, Lin Sun sneered in his heart. The more they threatened, the more it proved that the Heaven's Mandate envoys had yet to find any clues related to him. After chatting for a while, Lin Sun saw that Qingheng's face was filled with exhaustion, so he immediately bid farewell and left. Returning to his residence, Lin Sun lay on the rocking chair alone. Recalling the scenes of his conversation with Qingheng, a cold expression gradually appeared in his eyes. Tianruojing, Heaven's Mandate envoys, Heaven's Mandate envoys, in my eyes, what is she? Since a good karma has been formed, I will naturally repay it. If it leads to bad karma, I will eliminate it, the news of Qing Heng's injuries shook the entire celestial sect. Anger was fermenting in everyone's heart. On that day, Headmaster Fu Yunzi ordered that no one was allowed to go to the celestial sect to provoke them. Once discovered, they would be expelled from the sect. This made all the disciples of the celestial sect feel very sullen. Who didn't know that the sect was planning to keep the peace and endure silently? The entire celestial sect, who had nowhere to vent their anger, started to dislike Qing Feng even more. Many people even thought that he was the culprit who caused Great Elder Qing Heng to be injured. In secret, voices of criticism resounded out, and most of them were directed at Supreme Elder Qing Feng. Lin Sun ignored it and didn't care about it. At present, he must keep a low profile and accumulate his cultivation. What Celestial Sect didn't expect was that on the third day after Qing Heng came back injured, Tian Ruojing, the highest elder of Celestial Sect, came to visit alone. At the 100 Sect Assembly, it was Tian Ruojing who seriously injured Qing Heng, which aroused the anger of Celestial Sect. But now, she came to Celestial Sect. What was she going to do, swagger, or was he going to take further revenge? In any case, Tian Ruojing's current status was completely different from before. Even if he resisted and rejected her in his heart, Fu Yunzi still came in person. But when he learned the purpose of Tian Ruojing's visit, he was surprised. She came to find Qing Feng, the highest elder, Sutrist Pavilion. When he learned that Tian Ruojing was waiting for him in the reception hall of Celestial Sect, Lin Sun couldn't help raising his eyebrows. What was this woman doing here? After thinking about it, Lin Sun got up and went straight to her. He wanted to see what this woman, who almost destroyed Qing Feng, came for. Reception hall. Tian Ruojing sat there alone in a snow-white dress. Her black hair was like a waterfall. Her facial features were delicate, her skin was smooth, and under her black eyebrows was a pair of eyes as bright as stars. At this moment, sitting there casually, she was like a fairy descending to the mortal world, with a transcendent aura. When Lin Sun came to the hall and saw this woman for the first time, he inexplicably felt a sour and excited emotion in his heart, which made his eyes become strange. This was the instinctive emotion of Qing Feng, but only for a moment. Lin Sun suppressed it and walked into the hall. Tian Ruojing's eyes fell on him at the first time, full of indifference, without a trace of emotion on her face. It was as if a superior was indifferently looking at an ant on the ground. "What are you looking for me for?" Sitting in the chair, Lin Sun looked at Tian Ruojing opposite him. Looking at the looming arrogance between her eyebrows, he couldn't help but feel amused. A long time ago, when he was still in the eternal true world, forget those Zhu Shui Emperor's ancestors, even the immortals had to lower their heads when they saw him. After experiencing the battles in the Sea of Destiny and entering the ruins of myriad Dao, the boundless Dao lords on the eternal Dao path could only bow before him. Now, a mere peerless martial monarch ancestor was putting on airs in front of him. How ridiculous was that? Tian Ruojing was slightly stunned and seemed to be slightly surprised that the Green Summit would speak to her like this. She said, "Is it because I injured the foundation of your senior brother's Grand Dao that you've started to become hostile towards me?" Lin Sun said, "You're not planning to be my Taoist companion, are you?" A wisp of coldness suffused the depths of Tian Ruojing's eyes as she said, "Become Dao companions? Huh. Only you, Qing Feng, would be so ignorant and laughable in this world. All those years ago, since the moment your foundation in the Grand Dao was heavily injured, you and I weren't people of the same world since long ago. But what about you? You didn't recognize reality clearly, and you've always bitterly pestered me during these past few years, causing countless jokes. I'm very curious about it. Don't you feel ashamed?" Lin Sun frowned. But before he could speak, Tian Ruojing's eyes were filled with sarcasm. She said, "The bright moon in the sky will not associate with the dust on the ground. This is a well-known fact, but only you refuse to accept this reality. Look at what you've done over the years, and then look at your reputation in the cultivation world. How sad it is." For some unknown reason, the calmer Qing Feng appeared, the more indescribable rage surged in Tian Ruojing's heart. But to her surprise, even if he was so sarcastic, there was no sign of Qing Feng being irritated. He was as calm as ever. Sure enough, just like those people said, you don't care about your reputation at all. You have no sense of shame in your heart. I really don't know what's the point of a waste like you living in this world. Tian Ruojing said coldly. Are you done? Lin Sun asked. His indifferent attitude made Tian Ruojing feel suffocated. At the same time, she faintly felt strange. After so many years, wasn't this guy infatuated with her? Why was he so calm now? I also have a lot of things to ask you. Lin Sun said. Hearing this, Tian Ruojing's expression became cold. She seemed to have guessed what he was going to ask and said, if you want to say that I promised to marry you, I advise you not to ask about it. You'll only humiliate yourself if you ask. Lin Sun said, I just want to know that even if you don't want to marry me, why don't you give me a clear answer? Why do you always let me have a glimmer of hope and wait for you until now? Tian Ruojing seemed to feel very funny and said, Qing Feng, if you are an ordinary person, who will be so stupid as you? Don't you understand that the reason why I don't see you is that I refuse you? Lin Sun shook his head, no, you are worried. What am I worried about? Tian Ruojing was stunned. Lin Sun looked into her eyes and said, you are worried that I will tell others that I saved your life in the secret realm and that you promised to marry me. If this is known, it will be a great blow to your reputation. After all, I suffered a Taoist injury because I saved you. Tian Ruojing's pupils shrank. Lin Sun continued, so, you don't dare to cut off the relationship with me immediately. You should drag it on as long as you can. As time goes on, when I tell others what happened in those years, people will only think that I was angry and slandered you. After all, I am a laughingstock in people's eyes, and you, Tian Ruojing, have long been the supreme elder of Celestial Spirit sect. Who will believe what I said? Tian Ruojing stared at Lin Sun for a moment. She seemed to be very surprised and said, it seems that you are not stupid. Why did you do such stupid things in these years? Lin Sun said, what you think is stupid is my infatuation and waiting from the bottom of my heart. But now, I have seen through it. A touch of sarcasm appeared on Tian Ruojing's beautiful face, so what? Can you still take revenge on me in your current situation? As I said before, even if you come to your senses, you are still a good-for-nothing and can hardly make any progress in the reincarnation developing realm in this life. But I am different. In 10 years, I will enter a mortal pavilion to prepare for the immortality. If that time comes, you and I are doomed to have no more intersection. Her voice was cold and indifferent, and she did not hide her contempt for Qing Feng. Lin Sun glanced at her and said, let's get down to business. Tian Ruojing said, well, since you have clearly realized that you are unbearable, I might as well speak frankly. From now on, if I know any rumors that are unfavorable to my reputation, Celestial Spirit sect will no longer exist. I believe you should know how serious the consequences are. Lin Sun asked, since you are so worried, why don't you kill me? Tian Ruojing glanced at him coldly and said, you saved my life. How can I kill you? I won't let you die. I want you to see how I set foot on the path to immortality step by step and stand at the top of the Tao development realm. Lin Sun laughed and pointed to his chest. It turns out that the matter of me saving your life has become a knot in your heart. In this way, you have been like a devil in my heart all these years, and I have been like a hindrance in your heart. Looking at Qing Feng's calm smile, Tian Ruojing's heart was inexplicably filled with killing intent. But in the end, she still held it back. Qing Feng, I have finished what I have to say. You should know that it is not difficult for me to destroy Celestial Spirit sect after seeing what happened to your senior brother Qing Heng. After saying that, Tian Ruojing turned and left. Watching her leave, Lin Sun also got up and planned to return to his residence. But before he walked out of the hall, he was stopped by Fu Yunzi. Martial uncle, why did she come here? Fu Yunzi looked nervous. Lin Sun said, she advised me to give up completely and not to have any designs on her. Fu Yunzi was stunned, that's all? Lin Sun said with a smile, she is such a noble person. How can she marry me, the shame of the sect? Fu Yunzi was speechless for a while. After hesitating for a while, he said in a low voice, Uncle Master, Tian Ruojing is indeed completely different from before. In 10 years, she will become an elder of the Celestial Pavilion. You must not be so stubborn. Lin Sun said, don't worry, I won't. After saying that, he also turned around and left. Fu Yunzi couldn't help feeling puzzled. He always felt that today's martial uncle seemed to be a little different. Could it be that martial uncle really let go of the obsession in his heart? If so, it is also a happy thing. Fu Yunzi murmured in his heart. Today's Tian Ruojing was no longer someone their celestial spirit sect could offend. Even if Qing Heng was hurt by her, they could only endure it. This was the reality. Celestial Spirit Sect. After returning to her cave residence, Tian Ruojing's state of mind had been unable to calm down. How could Qing Feng see through the karma in my heart? Tian Ruojing frowned. You are like the devil in my heart, and I am also like the barrier in your heart. At the thought of what Qing Feng said, Tian Ruojing couldn't help but have a killing intent in her heart. Yes, Qing Feng was the barrier in her heart. The reason was very simple. Qing Feng once saved her life, which also touched her. She even made a vow to stay with Qing Feng for the rest of her life. But later, she regretted it. She didn't feel that she had done anything wrong. At that time, it was not her who asked Qing Feng to save her. What's more, people would grow. What she longed for was a Taoist companion who was strong enough for her to look up to, not a waste with a problem in the foundation of Tao. In these years, Tian Ruojing had never taken this matter to heart. But as she cultivated to the level of Juxian Great Ancestor, she began to seek the immortal way. However, she suddenly realized that the life-saving grace from back then had actually become a negative karma in her heart. Therefore, she would take the initiative to see Qing Feng and try to completely cut off this barrier. But now, Tian Ruojing suddenly found that after meeting with Qing Feng, not only did she not solve this problem, but her state of mind was sinking deeper and deeper into this barrier. Qing Feng, you really do harm to people. Tian Ruojing's heart surged with unspeakable anger. P.S. Looking down, there is still the 4th chapter, to make up for the explosive chapter that Awatara Alliance mastered last month. Tian Ruojing didn't expect that a good-for-nothing at the reincarnation developing realm would aggravate her negative karma. After a long moment of silence, her beautiful eyes were suffused with a wisp of resolution. She would be harmed if she didn't make a decision. Sect Master, I have something I need you to do. One day later, Tian Ruojing found the leader of the Celestial Spirit Sect, Wen Tuyang. Please give me your orders, Uncle Master. Wen Tuyang quickly agreed. 10 years later, Tian Ruojing would become an elder of the Celestial Pavilion, which made Wen Tuyang even more respectful. Bring people to the Celestial Sect and bring that good-for-nothing Qing Feng here. Tian Ruojing looked indifferent. If they don't agree, just do it. Wen Tuyang was shocked. Even though he had many doubts and puzzles, he still accepted the order and left in a hurry. I'll keep you by my side. I don't believe I can't cut you off. Tian Ruojing's eyes were full of ruthlessness. Leader, bad news. The leader of the Celestial Spirit Sect has brought people here and threatened to hand over Uncle Qing Feng. Otherwise, we'll bear the consequences. A panicked voice sounded in the Celestial Spirit Sect. Leader Fu Yunzi was alarmed, followed by Supreme Elder Qing Heng, Qing Gung, and a group of big shots of the Celestial Spirit Sect. They were all very surprised. Tian Ruojing came to see Qing Feng alone yesterday. Why did the Celestial Spirit Sect come to ask for him after only one day? In the past, Uncle Qing Feng would be stopped every time he went to the Celestial Spirit Sect. This time, they took the initiative to take him away. It's really strange. Someone murmured. Could it be that Uncle Qing Feng offended Tian Ruojing yesterday? Someone frowned. Those with good intentions don't come. Wen Tuyang has made such a big show. I'm afraid today's matter won't be easy. Someone looked gloomy. Send someone to find your Uncle Qing Feng and ask him to come quickly. Let's go to the mountain gate first. Qing Heng ordered. In front of the Celestial Spirit Sect. The leader of the Celestial Spirit Sect, Wen Tuyang, and a group of big shots gathered together to form a powerful camp. There were 2 ancestral elders in this camp, and a group of great emperors who were Jushua's elders. It could be said that apart from Tian Ruojing, the Celestial Spirit Sect had almost sent out their most powerful force. When Qing Heng, Qing Gung, Fu Yunzi, and the others saw this scene, their expressions became slightly solemn. Wen Tuyang, what is the meaning of this? Patriarch Fu Yunzi said in a deep voice. Wen Tuyang said indifferently, under the order of Grand Elder Tian Ruojing, I'd like to invite your sect's Grand Elder Qing Feng to come with us. He was dressed in an official robe and he was a rank 8 martial emperor. Is there a reason? Fu Yunzi asked again. Why is there a need for a reason? Wen Tuyang laughed. Fu Yunzi, is my sect's Grand Elder Tian Ruojing's order not effective? His voice was filled with arrogance. Which sect in the Eastern Territory didn't know that Tian Ruojing was about to soar into the sky and become an elder of the Celestial Pavilion? Those who knew what was good for them should know what to do. Fu Yunzi and the others all had gloomy expressions on their faces. Wen Tuyang said leisurely, everyone, for you, Qing Feng is a disgrace. In my opinion, you won't become enemies with the Celestial Spirit sect because of this, right? Ridiculous, if we hand him over like this, it will show that the Celestial Spirit sect is incompetent. Qing Heng couldn't help but say coldly. Wen Tuyang snorted coldly, Qing Heng, you have hurt the foundation of the Great Tao, and the injuries on your body have not healed yet. If you don't care about the life and death of the Celestial Spirit sect, you can choose to go to war with the Celestial Spirit sect. His words made the faces of Fu Yunzi and the others change uncertainly. Just because of Qing Feng, was it worth fighting with the Celestial Spirit sect? What's more, this was equivalent to completely offending Tian Ruojing. Martial uncle, this matter, a Celestial Spirit sect elder said hesitantly. After saying that, Qing Heng said angrily, you want me to abandon Qing Feng? That awe-inspiring gaze made the Celestial Spirit sect elder tremble. He quickly shook his head and said, I don't dare, I don't dare. Seeing this, Wen Tuyang couldn't help but say coldly, Qing Heng, you are determined to protect Qing Feng, but the Celestial Spirit sect doesn't think so. Are you sure you want to let the whole Celestial Spirit sect suffer because of a trash like Qing Feng? The atmosphere was oppressive. The expressions of the big shots of the Celestial Spirit sect were uncertain. Handing over Qing Feng in exchange for the whole sect to avoid a disaster, to most of them, this was something acceptable. The reason was very simple, all these years, Qing Feng was the shame of the sect, and had humiliated the Celestial Spirit sect countless times. If it wasn't for Qing Heng's protection, who knows how many people would have already expelled him from the sect. Sect leader, what do you think? Qing Heng looked at Fu Yunzi, his heart was already somewhat desolate. How could he not know how the people of the sect looked at Qing Feng? At this moment of life and death for the sect, of course they would rather sacrifice Qing Feng in exchange for a moment of peace. The others also looked at Fu Yunzi. Fu Yunzi was silent for a moment, and said, Martial uncle, in my opinion, we can't hand him over. Doing this is like holding firewood to put out a fire. As long as the firewood is not extinguished, the fire will not be extinguished. If we give in today, in the future, if the Celestial Spirit sect takes an inch and wants a foot, won't we have to hand over more people? This opening must not be opened. As he finished speaking, his expression became extremely resolute. Many people's hearts sank. Qing Heng revealed a touch of relief. Fu Yunzi still had the strength of character, but at this time, Qing Geng was angry, and said sternly, nonsense. As a sect leader, you want to sacrifice the rest of the sect for a trash like Qing Feng? Do you know how heavy the price we will pay for doing this? Qing Heng frowned. Fu Yunzi's expression also changed. Looking at the others, they seemed to have found their backbone, and began to follow Qing Geng's lead. Qing Geng looked at Qing Heng, senior brother, you can protect that trash Qing Feng, but don't think of dragging the whole Celestial Spirit sect down. For this matter, I agree to hand over Qing Feng. I also agree with senior uncle Qing Geng's decision. Some of the elders hesitated for a moment, but also gritted their teeth and expressed their support for Qing Geng. And some of the other elders were silent. The situation suddenly became complicated. This scene was seen by Wen Tuyang and the others in the distance, and they all secretly sneered. Who could not see that the Celestial Spirit sect was in chaos? You all think that I am protecting Qing Feng, but how do you know that once we do this today, the Celestial Spirit sect will be nibbled away step by step, and it will decline? Qing Heng let out a long sigh. Fine, I will leave with Qing Feng, so that you can avoid the disaster in front of you. Senior uncle, I will go with you. Fu Yunzi said angrily. Everything that happened in front of him was difficult for him to accept. In the past, he never thought that such a big Celestial Spirit sect would actually expose so many problems when they encountered a crisis, and it seemed so unbearable, especially the choice of Qing Geng and the other elders, it made his heart even more cold. As long as they didn't encounter danger, everyone could coexist peacefully for a while. Once they encountered danger, many of their true faces were exposed. As the saying goes, those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. Fu Yunzi was very clear that after this incident, the celestial spirit sect was destined to decline and decline. And he would rather die in battle today than live in this world. Good. 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 Such a big celestial spirit sect, you, Fu Yunzi, did not let me down. Qing Heng laughed happily. Then, he looked not far away. Junior brother Qing Feng, come here. Lin Sun had already arrived in front of the mountain gate and saw all of this, but his heart was not affected. He had seen too many similar things in the past. In the face of a disaster, a person's character could often be seen, and the atmosphere of a sect could also be seen. And these big figures of the celestial spirit sect indeed lacked some foundation. They only cared about the gains and losses in front of them, and did not know that after this incident, they were destined to become food on the plate of the celestial spirit sect. Senior brother, we don't have to leave today. Lin Sun said softly, celestial sect being able to achieve its current status is all thanks to you, senior brother. Fu Yunzi has also put in a lot of effort for the sect. This is your place, how can you let others ruin it? As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. It seemed that they did not expect that such a shame of the sect would dare to boast shamelessly at this time. Qing Feng, if it weren't for you, how could the sect encounter today's crisis? Qing Geng's face darkened, and he shouted sternly. The other elders also glared at Lin Sun. Junior brother, don't argue with them. Qing Heng let out a long sigh. I really don't want to waste my breath on them. Lin Sun said and looked at Wen Tuyang and the others in the distance. Today's matter, indeed, started because of me, then let me solve it. His eyes were calm, and he had made a decision in his heart. He had been low-key and enduring for more than a year. Now that he encountered such a crisis, if he continued to endure, he would feel ashamed of Qing Heng's protection. You? In the distance, Wen Tuyang could not help but be stunned, and then laughed. You, the shame of the celestial spirit sect, dare to say such big words, you are simply insane. Beside him, the big shots of the celestial spirit sect also laughed and were amused. For 900 years, in their cognition, Qing Feng was a joke, a good-for-nothing who had shamed the celestial spirit sect countless times. It was too funny that such a guy should boast shamelessly at this moment. Qing Geng and the other elders only felt that they had lost face, and an indescribable sense of shame surged in their hearts. This Qing Feng simply lost their face. At this time, in the camp of the celestial spirit sect, a young man with white hair and beard laughed and said, Qing Feng, don't you want to solve today's matter alone? Come on, obediently surrender, so that we don't have to do it again. Okay. Lin Sun also laughed, and there was a cold luster flashing in the depths of his eyes. He walked towards the distance. Qing Heng stretched out his hand to stop him, but was stopped by an invisible force. At the same time, a voice sounded in his ear, Senior brother, there is one thing I haven't told you, but later, you may understand. The voice was still drifting, and Lin Sun's figure had disappeared. Seeing Lin Sun leave the mountain gate alone, Qing Geng and the others were stunned. This guy's so-called solution was to walk into a trap. Their expressions became strange. Uncle, why didn't you stop Uncle? Fu Yunzi was a little anxious. He didn't expect that Qing Heng, who had always protected Qing Feng, would let Qing Feng die at this moment. Let's wait and see. Qing Heng's expression was complicated as he vaguely understood. In the distance, Wen Tuyang and the others couldn't help but burst into laughter when they saw Lin Sun walking over alone. Qing Heng, I didn't expect you to give up the shame of your junior brother, Wen Tuyang sneered. The white-haired man beside him flashed and rushed towards Lin Sun. I'll capture this guy first, in case of undue trouble. Before he finished his words, Lin Sun grabbed his neck and lifted him up like a chicken. It's a good thing that undue trouble, at least you don't have to die. What do you think? Lin Sun smiled slightly, his eyes deep and indifferent. The white-haired man's pupils dilated and his face turned purple. He kept struggling, but to no avail. He couldn't even exert a trace of strength. The whole place was silent. The big shots of celestial spirit sect who were laughing all froze and widened their eyes. They almost thought they were seeing things. A trash of the reincarnation development realm had captured a powerful existence at the 7th level of the Emperor realm with just a wave of his hand. In the distance, Qin Geng's face stiffened and he cried out involuntarily, this, looking at the others, they were also dumbfounded. Uncle, Fu Yunzi couldn't help but be stunned. Bang, the white-haired man's body turned into ashes and scattered, as easily as crushing an ant. Then, Lin Sun looked at Wen Tuyang and the others and said, why don't you laugh? Keep laughing. Wen Tuyang and the others' expressions changed. Who the hell are you? A man in a black robe stood out, his voice gloomy. Shi Yunling. The Supreme Elder of Celestial Spirit Sect, a Jewing Emperor at the Perfection Realm. As he walked out, a terrifying aura swept out, causing the heavens and earth to shake. In the Tao development world, Jewing Emperor was the strongest existence under the immortal realm, strong enough to look down on most cultivators in the world. But how could Lin Sun put such a small character in his eyes? As he strode forward, he suddenly appeared in front of Shi Yunling in the next moment and casually stretched out his hand to grab. That speed was too fast. Startled, Shi Yunling subconsciously waved his arms to block in front of him. Crack! Crack! Both of his arms were fractured and shattered, blood splattering everywhere. And his neck was grabbed by Lin Sun and lifted up at will. A great ancestor of the Jewing great ancestor was so weak, this scene caused everyone's scalps to go numb. They were all dumbfounded. Even if they racked their brains, they wouldn't be able to imagine how the Green Peak, which was seen as a joke by many sects and the shame of the Celestial Sect, could become so terrifying in such a short amount of time. Stop. The eyes of Wen Tuyang and the others nearby almost popped out of their sockets. Shi Yunling being held hostage made them not dare to act blindly without thinking. But they were wrong. Lin Sun didn't intend to take Shi Yunling hostage at all. Bang! As his fingers exerted force, Shi Yunling's body turned into ashes. A supreme elder of the Celestial Spirit Sect was killed just like that. That scene frightened Qin Heng and Fu Yunzi and made them tremble in their hearts. Looking at Wen Tuyang and the others, they were all scared out of their wits and were at a loss. They chose to escape at the first time. Even Shi Yunling was no match for Lin Sun, let alone them. Unfortunately, they didn't know how terrible their opponents were this time. Then, Lin Sun flicked his fingers in the void as casually and naturally as playing chess. But in the void, there were streams of sword chi whistling out. The sharpness was so strong that it illuminated the mountains and rivers in an instant. It was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. Puff. Puff, with a muffled sound, strings of blood splashed out in different places. 19 people, including Wen Tuyang, the headmaster of the Celestial Spirit Sect, were all pierced through by the sword chi and died between heaven and earth. When the sword chi disappeared, the scene was filled with blood. The figures of those opponents seemed to be erased from the world and disappeared completely. In the distance, everyone in the mountain gate was dumbfounded. This time, Wen Tuyang and the others came under the order of Tian Ruajing, which made these big shots of the Celestial Spirit Sect regarded as a great crisis. Who would have thought that Qing Feng would slaughter all of his opponents in an instant? Martial uncle, Fu Yunzi was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Looking at the others, they were also the same. No one could calm down. Qin Heng's expression became more and more complicated, and his voice was like a whisper, "Don't you understand, he is a favored. It was like a bolt from the blue hit their minds, making Qin Geng and the others suddenly understand, and their hearts sank to the bottom. Before, they all expressed that they were determined to hand over Qin Feng. If Qin Feng retaliated now, who among them could be his opponent? In the distance, Lin Sun came and cupped his hands to Qin Heng. "I'm sorry to let you know this news now. Although I'm not your junior brother Qin Feng, I borrowed Qin Feng's body and memories after all. Before I leave this world, I will naturally repay you." Qin Heng took a deep breath and cupped his hands. "Thank you." His heart was in a mess of complicated feelings. Could it be that you are the favored Lin Sun who is wanted by the four orthodoxies? Qin Geng suddenly realized something and cried out involuntarily. "That's right." Lin Sun nodded. Lin Sun, the hearts of the others were also shocked. In the past year, the four orthodoxies had sent out countless forces to search for Lin Sun. Who would have thought that he had been hiding in their Celestial Spirit Sect? "Do you have anything else to say?" Lin Sun looked at Qin Geng. Qin Geng's body stiffened, and he said with a trembling voice, what do you want to do? In the face of a crisis, you can even abandon your own sect brothers, what's the use of keeping you? As Lin Sun said, he raised his hand and slashed down with sword qi. Qin Geng was instantly killed on the spot. That bloody scene caused the others' bodies to tremble, their faces turning pale from shock. Especially those elders who were on the same side as Qin Geng, they were all scared out of their wits, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. At this time, Lin Sun looked at them. Seeing this, Qin Heng couldn't help but say, "Friend, please don't kill them anymore. They are people of my celestial sect after all. Why don't you let me handle them?" He was also shocked by Lin Sun's bloody and decisive means. Okay, Lin Sun agreed. Qin Heng heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Thank you, fellow Daoist." "No need to thank me." Lin Sun replied casually, "Everyone, you don't have to worry that because of me, the celestial sect will become the target of the 4 great orthodoxies. It won't be long before I personally make a trip to the 4 great orthodoxies to put an end to my relationship with them." The enmity between the heavenly mandate envoys. Qin Heng couldn't help but be stunned. He actually planned on going to the 4 great orthodoxies to take revenge. The others also felt as if they were in a dream. To them, the 4 great sects were the most supreme and overlord powers in the Tao evolution world. Not to mention those envoys of heavenly mandate that had already stepped foot onto the eternal path towards the Tao. They were absolutely existences that they could only look up to in their entire lifetimes, but now, Lin Sun said that he wanted to go there. How could they not be shocked? Lin Sun didn't explain further. He changed the topic and said, "There's no time to lose. I have to make a trip to the Celestial Spirit sect to see Tianruojing. Everyone can return to the sect first and wait." After saying that, he turned around and left. Qin Heng, Fu Yunzi, and the others only gradually calmed down after watching his figure disappear. Fu Yunzi said worriedly, "Martial uncle, once today's matter is spread, our celestial sect will definitely be at the heart of the struggle. What should we do?" Qin Heng suddenly said, "Do you know how the 4 great orthodoxies stand at the peak of the Tao evolution world?" Fu Yunzi was stunned and shook his head to indicate that he didn't know. "It's because every orthodoxy has the existence of a favored." Qin Heng took a deep breath and said, "Favored possess remarkable abilities, and they possess supreme techniques that we are unable to imagine. Since ancient times until now, every time a favored leaves, they will leave behind a heavenly path in the Tao development world. And the 4 great orthodoxies have these complete great Tao. That's why the 4 great orthodoxies are able to stand at the peak of the world." Fu Yunzi said, "Martial uncle, what do you mean by saying this?" Qin Heng said in a deep voice, "At present, if our celestial sect wants to survive, there is only one way to choose. That is to completely believe in Lin Sun." Believe in him? Fu Yunzi couldn't help but think of Lin Sun's words just now. His heart trembled. "Martial uncle, do you think that Lin Sun really has a chance to wipe out the enemies of the 4 great orthodoxies?" Qin Heng said, "It's not that I think so, but they will fight sooner or later, and I'd rather believe that Lin Sun will win." "What if he loses?" Someone couldn't help but ask. "Then our celestial sect will be destroyed without a doubt," Qin Heng said expressionlessly. Everyone was silent for a while, and their hearts were in turmoil. "Why are you so nervous?" "If Lin Sun wins, our celestial sect may usher in an unprecedented change." Qin Heng's eyes were shining, and he said, "In the world, fortune and misfortune always go hand in hand. At present, it seems that Lin Sun still cares about the kindness of my junior brother Qing Feng. This is enough." As he said this, his heart was faintly excited. According to what he knew, when the favored left one day, the cultivator he borrowed would retain the immortal realm and great Tao attainments. This also meant that when Lin Sun left, his junior brother Qing Feng would realize an unimaginable change. In the void, Lin Sun walked slowly. It's only been half a year, and the 5 great Tao bodies deduced a supreme great Tao that is suitable for Qing Feng's cultivation. This is not bad. Lin Sun felt the surging cultivation of Xianxia Emperor in his body, and he couldn't help but secretly sigh in relief. Compared to his cultivation that was close to the boundless realm, the power he possessed now was still very weak, but at least he had a certain amount of power to protect himself. And this was also the reason why he dared to reveal his identity today. After dealing with Tian Ruojing, I'll leave this area and find a secluded place to cultivate. Only by stepping on the immortal path can I compete with those mandate envoys. Lin Sun made a decision. Moon Cage Mountain. The place where Celestial Spirit Sect was located. Lin Sun's figure floated over in just a quarter of an hour. Lin Sun didn't embarrass those small fries guarding the mountain gate. He quietly passed through layers of restriction formations and entered Celestial Spirit Sect. Before long, he came to a cave residence located in the depths of Moon Cage Mountain. This is a good place for cultivation. Lin Sun put his hands behind his back and looked at the cave residence. Then he stretched out his hand and gently knocked in the air. Buzz, the restrictive power that enveloped the cave abode immediately fluctuated violently. But there was no response for a long time. Lin Sun raised his eyebrows and stepped forward. The restriction power around the cave house suddenly exploded like fragile glass, and his figure had already entered the cave house. This woman is really alert. She escaped in advance. Lin Sun glanced around the cave residence and took a cup of tea in his hand. The tea was warm, and the person drinking tea had obviously left for nearly a quarter of an hour. Half an hour ago, I killed Wen Tuyang and others in front of the gate of Celestial Spirit Sect. This woman must have noticed the death of Wen Tuyang and others at that time, so she escaped as soon as possible. Realizing this, Lin Sun frowned slightly. He didn't expect that Tian Ruojing would be so vigilant. It doesn't matter if she escaped. I'd like to see how big a storm you can set off. Lin Sun turned around and left. However, when his figure was about to leave Celestial Spirit Sect, his spiritual awareness suddenly captured a familiar figure, Wei Xian. He was the future leader of Celestial Spirit Sect who had beaten Qing Feng and made him fall into a coma. At this time, Wei Xian, who was dressed in snow-white clothes and had a handsome face, was talking and laughing with a pretty woman. Suddenly, Wei Xian was stunned. He opened his eyes wide and looked into the distance. Qing Feng. Why are you in my Celestial Spirit Sect? Lin Sun smiled and looked at the pretty woman beside Wei Xian. If Wei Xian's cultivation was abolished, would you still agree to stay with him? The pretty woman was stunned and obviously didn't respond. You're courting death. Wei Xian's face darkened. He jumped forward and slapped at Lin Sun. However, his figure was still halfway when he suddenly trembled. Then, the aura on his body flowed out like a punctured ball. In the blink of an eye, Wei Xian's cultivation had completely disappeared, and his entire person seemed to have aged many years, showing an indescribable state of fatigue. Seeing this scene, the pretty woman screamed in shock, "Ah!" Looking at the field again, Lin Sun had already disappeared. No. No. What about my cultivation? Where's my cultivation? Wei Xian collapsed to the ground, his body trembling. His face was filled with terror and confusion, as if he had gone mad. How could Wei Xian accept that he had suddenly fallen from a lofty and aloof cultivator back to the state of a commoner? Senior brother, I'll go look for master. The delicate girl said in a trembling voice. She was just about to turn around and leave when Wei Xian shouted, Junior sister, you must not leave me. Please, please. Senior brother, I won't. Wait here, I'll go find master. The charming woman squeezed out a smile, turned around, and left. In next to no time, a group of people flashed over hastily. It was Wei Xian's master and some great figures. Wei Xian looked around, but he did not see the figure of the delicate girl. The last trace of hope in his heart was shattered. He thought of Qing Feng, and the humiliation and mockery that Qing Feng had suffered all these years. Qing Feng still has the protection of his senior brother Qing Heng, and he has the cultivation of the reincarnation developing realm. As for me, I have no cultivation. I have nothing. At this moment, Wei Xian completely broke down and went crazy. Celestial Sect. In the main hall of the sect. When Lin Sun arrived, Qing Heng, Fu Yunzi, and the others were already waiting there. Daoist friend, did your trip go smoothly? Qing Heng stood up and asked. Tian Ruojing escaped in advance. If I'm not mistaken, she must have gone to the Scarlet Serpent Immortal Sect or the Celestial Pavilion, Lin Sun said casually. He glanced at everyone and found that whether it was Qing Heng, Fu Yunzi, or the others, they were all very calm when facing him. Obviously, they had accepted the fact that Qing Feng was a favored. This is not good. Qing Heng frowned. With Tian Ruojing's intelligence, she must have some clues. And with her identity, whether it is the Scarlet Serpent Immortal Sect or the Celestial Pavilion, I'm afraid that they will send forces to investigate this matter. Once they find out that there is something wrong with your identity. He didn't finish his words, but his meaning was clear. Fu Yunzi and the others' expressions changed. No matter how the situation developed, their celestial sect was destined to be unable to stay out of it, but Lin Sun said, "If you trust me, then bring everyone in the celestial sect and leave this place with me." Fu Yunzi and the others looked at each other. Qing Heng said directly, "Okay." He had already thought about it before. Following Lin Sun was the only way to survive. Otherwise, their celestial sect would no longer have any possibility of survival. Seeing that Qing Heng had agreed, Fu Yunzi and the others also agreed. Seeing this, Lin Sun didn't hesitate anymore and immediately took action. After a while, boom, the Xianxia spirit mountain where the celestial sect was entrenched produced a violent roar, and then suddenly rose from the ground. Not far away, as Lin Sun made a gesture with both hands, the huge Xianxia spirit mountain continued to shrink until it became the size of a fist. Lin Sun grabbed it from the air and handed it to Qing Heng beside him. Qing Heng carefully put the Xianxia spirit mountain into his sleeve and said, "Taoism pure, where are we going next? Even if the enemy wants to come here, it will take some time. Let's take this opportunity to leave this territory first. When I set foot on the path of immortality, I will find them one by one to settle accounts." Lin Sun said without hesitation. In the past, his cultivation was weak, and he could only keep a low profile in the celestial sect. But now it was different. His cultivation had reached the level of Juzi Emperor Ancestor, and he had the power to protect himself. If he wanted to find a place to hide, it was extremely difficult for immortals to find him. "Okay." Qing Heng nodded. "Don't worry, Taoism pure. I have experienced many dangerous things in my life. The current situation is nothing at all," Lin Sun said with a smile. He could see that Qing Heng seemed calm, but in fact, he was extremely nervous and perturbed. After a pause, Lin Sun continued, "Also, you don't have to worry about the injury to your Dao Foundation. I will help you deal with it." Qing Heng's body trembled, and he forcefully suppressed the excitement in his heart. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Taoism pure." Lin Sun smiled and did not say anything else. He floated away with Qing Heng. 2 days later. Under the sky. A group of figures with terrifying auras teleported across the sky, and finally stopped at the place where the innate martial ancestor originally resided. The person in the lead was the Celestial Pavilion's Supreme Elder, Yuan Zhong. He was an immortal and transcendent realm great perfection. He was also one of the 7 Gen Heavens mandate envoys distributed in the Dao development world. Beside him were the Immortal Pavilion's immortals, as well as several old antiques from the Crimson Cut Immortal sect. All of them had immortal cultivation. Tian Ruojing was also among them. However, her cultivation of Juzi Emperor Ancestor was very inconspicuous in front of the group of immortals. The Xianxia Spirit Mountain has disappeared, Tian Ruojing's eyes narrowed. So, they have already sensed that something is wrong and fled in advance? Yuan Zhong, who was in the lead, frowned. He wore a long robe with wide sleeves, and his long hair was coiled into a bun. His figure was tall, and his figure was surrounded by a round and translucent immortal divine halo. It should be so. Tian Ruojing took a deep breath and said, "However, in my opinion, the more it is like this, the more it is enough to prove that there is something wrong with Qing Feng's identity. It is very likely that he has favored Lin Sun, whom all the seniors have been searching for this year. This is merely your guess. Do you have any evidence to prove it?" Someone looked at Tian Ruojing coldly. Tian Ruojing's heart trembled. After a moment of silence, she suddenly took a deep breath and said, "Although I have no evidence, I dare to guarantee with my head that Qing Feng is definitely a favored." A few days ago, she had personally gone to the celestial sect to meet Qing Feng. At that time, she had sensed that there was something wrong with his actions and words. When she returned to her cave residence, the more she thought about it, the more she felt uneasy. How could a trash at the reincarnation development stage determine that she had karma in her heart with just a few words? And when she ordered Wen Tuyang of the Celestial Spirit sect to lead a group of experts to the Celestial sect, the series of events that happened allowed Tian Ruojing to conclude that there was something strange about Qing Feng. Otherwise, how could Wen Tuyang and the others be annihilated in an instant? The Celestial sect was merely a second-rate force, and even their strongest, Qing Heng, had Dao injuries. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for them to have the ability to annihilate Wen Tuyang and the others. Then there was only one possibility. There was something wrong with Qing Feng. This was Tian Ruojing's deduction. You are right. If there is no problem with Qing Feng's identity, the entire Celestial sect would not have to flee this place in advance. Yuan Zhong's eyes flickered. And if the favored who borrowed Qing Feng's body and identity is really Lin Sun, then we can deduce that they must have chosen to flee as soon as they sensed that the news might have been leaked. Someone frowned and said, "This isn't good. The Dao evolution world is so huge. Where should we go to search?" Yuan Zhong couldn't help but sigh, and a wisp of gloominess appeared between his brows. It really isn't easy to find. Tian Ruojing suddenly said, "Seniors, as far as I'm concerned, since Lin Sun chose to flee, then it undoubtedly proves that he doesn't possess the strength to go against all of you, and it's even to the extent that it's impossible for him to step foot on the eternal path." Yuan Zhong couldn't help but glance at Tian Ruojing and said, "Your analysis isn't bad. But how did you determine that he hasn't stepped foot on the eternal path?" Tian Ruojing was excited in her heart. She knew she'd drawn the attention of Yuan Zhong, so she forcefully restrained the joy in her heart and said calmly, "It's very simple. It's very simple. Only a little over a year has passed since Lin Sun entered the Dao evolution world, and according to my knowledge, practically none of the favored that entered the Dao evolution world since the ancient times were able to step foot onto the eternal Dao path in such a short period of time." Tian Ruojing paused for a moment, and when she saw everyone's gazes descend onto her, a wisp of a confident smile appeared on her peerlessly beautiful face. She said, "Earlier, I've already said that Lin Sun chose to flee and not resist. All of this is sufficient to prove that his strength is far from being able to go against an immortal." Yuan Zhong could not help but glance at Tian Ruojing and said, "Then how do you think we should find Lin Sun?" Tian Ruojing was silent for a moment and said, "He left with the Celestial sect 2 days ago. I'm afraid there's almost no hope of finding him now." She thought for a moment and then said, "However, I heard that all favored can only leave behind a complete Grand Dao on the Dao Evolution Divine Tablet of the 4 great sects in order to leave. If we really can't find Lin Sun, we can only wait near the Dao Evolution Divine Tablet." Yuan Zhong nodded. He did not expect to get a satisfactory answer from Tian Ruojing, so he was not disappointed. He looked at a person beside him and said, "Elder Lu, pass today's news to Supreme Elder Zhu Qing. With his wisdom, he will definitely know what to do." "Yes." The man called Elder Lu received the order. Celestial Pavilion. As one of the 4 orthodoxies of the Dao evolution world, Celestial Pavilion occupied a secret realm under the sky of the Dao evolution world. Lin Sun actually appeared in a second-rate force called the Celestial Sect in the Eastern Territory, Zhu Qing murmured. He was the first person on the immortal path of the Celestial Pavilion and the leader of the 7 mandate envoys of the Zhen tribe. In the Dao evolution world, he could be said to be a dominating existence. After hearing the news, Zhu Qing was quite excited at first. After all, they had been searching bitterly for more than a year and had not found any trace of Lin Sun. But when he finished reading the news, Zhu Qing frowned. Lin Sun had already escaped. Searching for him again was no different than looking for a needle in a haystack. We must find him before he attains the immortal path. Otherwise, it will not be easy to kill him after he attains the immortal path. After a long time, Zhu Qing made a decision. Send all the forces of the 4 orthodoxies and all the forces in the world to search for Lin Sun. On that day, the 4 orthodoxies, Celestial Pavilion, Divine Court, Demon Sect, and almost all the immortal figures of their sects went out. On that very day, the 12 first-rate powers and numerous second-rate and third-rate powers that were scattered throughout the Dao development world received orders as well. All of them didn't dare dally and dispatched their respective forces to cooperate with the forces of the 4 great sects to launch a heaven-encompassing search and capture operation with the Eastern Territory where the Celestial Sect resided as the center. Such a large-scale operation caused the entire world to be in an uproar, and it caused a great uproar. For a time, the matter related to Lin Sun spread and discussed like a storm throughout the world, and it became the topic that all the cultivators in the world paid the most attention to. In the Eastern Territory, groups of practitioners could be seen everywhere in the deserted wilderness, and all of them were searching for Lin Sun. The scale of it could be said to be extremely magnificent. Half a month passed quickly. Ning'an City. In a tea house, Lin Sun and Qingheng were enjoying tea. Fellow Daoist, the situation is getting worse. Qingheng lowered his voice, his expression solemn. These days, he and Lin Sun had been staying in Ning'an City and learned about the changes in the world. Just like at this moment, the name Lin Sun was being discussed everywhere in Ning'an City. The small ones hide in the forest, while the big ones hide in the city. Most of the people in Ning'an City are ordinary people, and those cultivators mostly have low cultivations. It's absolutely impossible for us to be noticed while we're hiding here. Lin Sun drank tea as he spoke with a smile. Not to mention I like the name of the city. Qingheng was still filled with worry. It would be bad if an eternal figure enters the city to search. Lin Sun passed over a jade slip. A profound technique is recorded within this jade slip. It's sufficient to conceal one's aura and to see the heavens. Even an eternal figure would find it difficult to see through it. Qingheng received the jade slip and heaved a sigh of relief, and then he couldn't help but say, "Fellow Daoist, wouldn't it delay your cultivation if we continue hiding here?" Ning'an City was only an ordinary small city. It had no abodes or spirit veins, and it was utterly unable to satisfy the cultivation of Imperial Ancestor Jusun. Most importantly, when Imperial Ancestor Jusun cultivated, it would definitely cause a drastic change in the aura of heaven and earth. That kind of movement would definitely attract a lot of attention. For example, in this half a month, Qingheng hadn't seen Lin cultivate at all. Obviously, he knew that once he started cultivating, he would definitely attract attention. Even if he set up restrictions to conceal it, it wouldn't work. This was because there were no spirit veins in Ning'an City. When a cultivator absorbed and refined the power of heaven and earth, it would definitely cause a disturbance in the Zhou phenomena. Especially when Imperial Ancestor Jusun cultivated, the disturbance would only be greater. In the eyes of an eternal figure, they could deduce a lot of information just from the disturbance caused by cultivation. But if he didn't cultivate and just hid in Ning'an City, perhaps he wouldn't be discovered in a short period of time. But as time went on, there was no guarantee that there wouldn't be some unpredictable accidents. This was the problem that worried Qingheng. Seeing Qingheng's frown, Lin Sun couldn't help but laugh. "You may not know, but I've been cultivating." "You just don't know. You've been cultivating?" Qingheng was startled. "That's right." Lin Sun nodded, but didn't explain. "Alas, I'd better not worry about it." Qingheng shook his head and focused on drinking tea. Lin Sun didn't say anything more. He listened to the discussions in the tea house leisurely and calmly. For a favored like him, breaking through to the immortal realm wasn't difficult at all. The difficulty was that he needed to deduce a complete great way to heaven. This great way was different from his own great way. It was evolved from comprehending the heavenly way of the Tao development world. Moreover, although Lin Sun was a favored, he borrowed Qing Feng's body, soul, and memory. Therefore, when deducing this great way, he would be restricted by Qing Feng's talent and bone structure. In short, Qing Feng didn't have the talent of devouring abyss, and his bone structure wasn't very good. In addition, the heavenly way of the Tao development world was different from the world Lin Sun came from. Under these conditions, Lin Sun had to find another way to deduce a brand new great way to heaven. This was the Tao development. Moreover, developing a brand new great way to heaven was absolutely not an easy thing even for a boundless realm figure. For example, Zhu Qing and the other emissaries of destiny that were distributed in this world had been trapped here for countless years. Until now, they were only at the perfection realm of the immortal path of the Tao, and they were unable to deduce a Tao path that led to eternity. Only by deducing a Tao path that led to the eternal realm would a favored have the opportunity to lead the Tao development world. However, it was a piece of cake for Lin Sun to overcome these difficulties. The reason was that early on in the mortal transformation world, along with him defeating all the Tao images in the universe Tao laws, he'd simultaneously deduced numerous great ways that led to eternity from these Tao images, Now, merely deducing a great way to heaven that was suitable for Qing Feng from the universe Dao laws of the Dao development world wasn't a difficult thing for Lin Sun. For example, half a year before the return of the 5 great Dao bodies, they'd already deduced a Dao path that was truly suitable for Qing Feng. Moreover, during this half a month in Tranquility City, Lin Sun seemed to have done nothing, but the 5 great Dao bodies within his body had always been cultivating. At the bottom of it all, Qingheng didn't know that the core of the cultivation of a favored was to comprehend the universe Dao laws and use this to develop the Dao, and it wasn't to painstakingly temper one's own cultivation. Time flowed by day after day. Another half a year passed in a flash. Lin Sun had always been staying in Tranquility City. During this period of time, there were even Eternal Realm figures that entered the city to search, but none of them were able to see through Lin Sun and Qingheng's true identities. Qingheng was completely at ease when he saw this. Moreover, during this half a year, Lin Sun had already helped him completely deal with the injuries on his foundation of the Grand Dao, and it allowed Qingheng to rekindle hope towards his future path towards the Dao. On this day, Lin Sun, who was drinking wine in a restaurant, was suddenly stunned, and he put down the wine cup in his hand and muttered to himself. "It's almost time to leave." Qingheng's entire body shook, and he said, "Leave? Where to?" Lin Sun said with a smile, "First gather some power to consolidate the Dao, and then go to the 4 great orthodoxies. When I get rid of those enemies, I'll leave." Qingheng was a little confused. "Taoism pure, but you still have the cultivation of Xianxia Emperor ancestor. Won't you expose your identity if you do this now?" Lin Sun couldn't help laughing. "Wrong. My Dao has been deduced to the immortal path. What I lack now is the power that matches my Dao." Qingheng became more and more confused. His Dao had been deduced to the immortal path, so why was his cultivation still at Xianxia Emperor ancestor realm? Why was he still lacking power? Lin Sun was about to say something, but he suddenly stood up and walked out of the restaurant. "From now on, we'll take Tranquility City as the starting point and go to Immortal Pavilion. The power collected on the way should be enough to meet the needs of my Dao." Although Qingheng didn't understand, he hurriedly followed Lin Sun. Clatter, he suddenly noticed that Lin Sun's secret method to hide his aura had disappeared, and his cultivation of Xianxia Emperor ancestor realm was revealed at this moment. He didn't even hide his aura anymore, and it soared up to the sky. "Taoism pure, you are." Qingheng's expression changed. "Naturally, to collect power. Taoism pure, just follow behind me." Lin Sun clasped his hands behind his back and walked out of the city. Qingheng's expression changed, but he still gritted his teeth and followed. Just as they walked out of the city, a whistling sound came from afar. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a group of cultivators with Emperor Realm cultivation moved through the void, and in a few blinks of an eye, they rushed out of the city. Obviously, they were attracted by the aura of Xianxia Emperor ancestor that Lin Sun revealed. "It's him. Celestial Sect Supreme Elder Qing Feng." One of the emperors trembled, and revealed a look of ecstasy. Finding Qing Feng was equivalent to finding favored Lin Sun. The cultivators all revealed a look of joy, and found it hard to believe. They had been searching for so long, but Lin Sun had actually appeared in front of them without any disguise. How could they not be surprised? Lin Sun smiled, and said leisurely, "I'll give you a chance. Spread the news to inform the others, or it will be too late to call for help." The great emperor's expressions changed, and they turned to flee. Of course, they would pass on the message, but it was more important to save their lives. Everything would be over if they lost their lives. Swoosh, they teleported through the void. They came quickly, but they fled even faster. Moreover, they didn't come close and stood far away, so it was easier for them to flee now. "Do you think you can escape?" Lin Sun reached out with his right hand and snapped his fingers. Buzz, invisible shackles of the great Dao emerged and suppressed the group of martial emperors, causing them to be like insects stuck in a spider's web. They were trapped there and powerless to struggle. Damn it. Their expressions changed, and fear rose in their hearts. Qingheng, who witnessed this scene, was startled. He had merely snapped his fingers and suppressed a group of emperors. What kind of supreme technique was this? Don't panic, everyone. I'm not a bloodthirsty person, and I disdain to make things difficult for small fries like you who are ordered around. In the indifferent voice, Lin Sun had already stepped forward and flicked his fingers. Whoosh, rays of treasure light flashed from the great emperors, and in the blink of an eye, all their treasures were plundered. Even the treasures hidden in their bodies were not spared. The great emperors' faces turned green, but compared to being slaughtered, this scene made them heave a sigh of relief. Compared to their lives, some treasures were nothing. Lin Sun said, "Next, I'm going to understand some things from your souls. You'd better not struggle, or don't blame me for not warning you if your souls are injured." As he spoke, the great emperors felt a pain in their sea of consciousness, and an extremely powerful consciousness drilled into them. In the next moment, they became dazed. After a while, Lin Sun retracted his consciousness and turned to Qingheng. "Let's go to the Crimson Serpent Immortal sect first." The souls of these Emperor Realm experts allowed Lin Sun to find out that under the orders of the 4 great sects, the 12 first-rate powers of the Tao development world had dispatched 36 eternal figures to hold down the fort in the Crimson Serpent Immortal sect. These undying beings were led by the Supreme Elder of the Immortal Pavilion, Yuan Zhong. They were in charge of gathering a group of emperors from various factions to patrol the mountains and rivers, searching for traces of him. Yuan Zhong was one of the 7 heavenly mandate messengers of the Zhen tribe. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lin and Qingheng swaggered away. On the other hand, the restraining force on those imperial emperors had vanished without a trace. At this moment, all of them couldn't help but feel fortunate, as if they'd survived a calamity. "This guy actually let us go," someone muttered and seemed to still not dare believe it. "Previously, I thought this favored Lin Sun was an unforgivable villain. But now it seems he's completely different from what I imagined," someone sighed. "Should we still release the news?" someone could not help but ask. Everyone fell silent. After a while, someone said, "Didn't you hear what Lin Sun said just now? He's going to the Scarlet Serpent Immortal sect to take revenge. Even if we don't spread the news, his tracks will soon be exposed to the world." Many people were shocked. Right, he revealed his tracks in front of a Ning city and didn't conceal his aura at all. He clearly doesn't intend to conceal himself anymore. So he's really going to fight with his life on the line? He only has imperial ancestor Juing. How can he be a match for those immortals with his cultivation? Just you wait. It won't be long before the world knows whether Lin Sun is dead or alive. Lin Sun strode forward at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. He didn't conceal the aura of imperial ancestor Juing at all. When looked at from afar, he seemed like a god that illuminated the sky. "Fellow Taoist, you really intend to kill your way to the Scarlet Serpent Immortal sect?" Qingheng could not help but ask. Lin Sun's current actions were simply too bold. He didn't conceal anything at all, and he seemed to be eager to alarm his enemies and make them come looking for him. Most importantly, Lin Sun was heading towards the Scarlet Serpent Immortal sect. "I need strength, and the fastest way to obtain strength is naturally to seize the spoils of war from my enemies," Lin Sun said casually. "In other words, I really hope that my enemies will come looking for me as soon as possible." His voice carried a trace of anticipation. Qingheng gasped, and he was completely shocked by Lin Sun's thoughts. He'd cultivated for many years, but it was the first time he'd experienced such an inconceivable thing. In next to no time, a wave of the sound of the air being torn apart resounded from afar. A group of imperial emperors flashed over from extremely far away like gods that were patrolling the landscape, and it was actually the 2 imperial ancestors in the lead. This group was obviously much stronger. In the Tao development world, it was sufficient for most cultivators in the world to look up to them. "Over there. It really is the Celestial Sect's Qing Feng and his senior brother, Qing Heng. Ha 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 ha. We've searched high and low for them, only to find them by chance. Everyone, come with me to capture the 2 of them. Once we succeed, we'll definitely be heavily rewarded." The cultivators of this group were extremely excited, and their faces were covered in delight. They seemed as if they were about to capture a prey that they'd desired for a long time. Rumble, they charged over anxiously from afar in a threatening manner. Qingheng couldn't help but reveal an expression of being unable to bear the sight of this. A familiar scene appeared. Lin Sun snapped his fingers, and then the figures of those cultivators that were charging over stopped in midair in unison. All of them seemed like geese that had their necks grabbed. Under their dazed, terrified, and dazed gazes, Lin Sun walked forward and took away all the treasures in their possession with a flick of his sleeve. This caused their expressions to become even more astounded, and it was extremely brilliant. Even Qingheng couldn't help but reveal an expression of pity when he saw this. No matter who it was that suffered such a blow, that person would probably be stunned to the point of doubting life, right? In next to no time, Lin Sun and Qingheng turned around and left. Amidst the mountains and rivers, those cultivators had recovered their freedom. All of their countenances were ghastly pale, and they seemed as if they'd lost their souls. Up until now, they still hadn't figured out why they'd been instantly restrained. This meant that if Lin Sun wanted to kill them, then it would simply be no different than crushing a group of ants. After that, group after group of cultivators flashed over successively, and all of them had been drawn over by the aura emanated by Lin Sun. All of these cultivators were from various powers, and the largest group consisted of over 10 people while the smallest group consisted of 5 or 6 people. Moreover, there was no lack of figures at the ultimate imperial ancestor realm. It wasn't exaggerated to say that if it was Qingheng himself, then he would have probably fallen into despair and collapsed a long time ago. After all of them were dazzling figures that stood on the Emperor Dao of the Dao development world, and every single one of them were renowned and terrifying existences. But at this moment, in Qingheng's eyes, these groups of cultivators were like prey that had walked right into a trap. They were like prey that had walked right into a trap. They'd arrived hastily, and then they'd been stripped of all their treasures. Especially when he noticed the changes in their expressions, Qingheng couldn't help but sigh on many occasions. Why bother? All of this allowed Qingheng to fully realize that while Lin Sun's current cultivation seemed to be at the ultimate imperial ancestor realm, his combat strength was already capable of sweeping through all cultivators at the same cultivation realm in the world. The news of Lin Sun's appearance had spread, and it entered into the ears of all the eternal figures of the Crimson Refinement Immortal sect in the shortest amount of time possible. In an instant, all of them were excited. This fiend has finally appeared, and the time to exterminate him has finally come. Some people were extremely smug. Haha, I knew long ago that in our inescapable search and capture operation, he's destined to have nowhere to hide. Someone laughed and said. These eternal figures from the various first-rate factions were all eager to make a move. Seeing this, the Grand Elder of the Immortal Pavilion, Yuan Zhong, frowned and said coldly, "Do you really think that Lin Sun is so easy to deal with?" This one sentence caused the undying beings to be startled. Don't blame me for speaking harshly. In the eyes of us favored, you're just a group of frogs at the bottom of a well. You don't even know what a favored is. Yuan Zhong said coldly. The eternal figure's expressions flickered, but no one dared to refute him. Yuan Zhong said, Lin Sun's appearance is naturally a good thing, but we can't be careless because of this. On the contrary, we need to be even more cautious and careful. Someone couldn't help but whisper, Lord Yuan Zhong, according to the information we received, Lin Sun still has the cultivation of sovereign ancestor Ju Sun and hasn't set foot on the immortal path. If that's the case, why are we so afraid of him? The others didn't understand either. Yuan Zhong said coldly, then did you notice that not only has Lin Sun shown himself, but he's also rushing over to the Scarlet Cut Immortal sect? That, everyone's eyes flashed. I believe that all of this means that Lin Sun most likely has enough power to fight against immortals. That's why he dares to come to us so boldly. Tian Ruojing, who was standing next to Yuan Zhong, suddenly said, in this kind of situation, it's not a bad thing to be a bit more careful. In the past, these eternal figures wouldn't even place a sovereign ancestor like Tian Ruojing in their eyes. But it was different now. They all knew that Yuan Zhong valued Tian Ruojing and had kept her by his side during this period of time. Then what do you think we should do? Asked Yuan Zhong. Tian Ruojing muttered, wait for him to come to us. That's the only way we can gather all our forces to eliminate him. Of course, I'm very doubtful if he really dares to come. After all, there are so many seniors here. Any ordinary person wouldn't do something so stupid. Yuan Zhong said, waiting for him to come is exactly what I think. But in the end, you still don't understand what a favored is, and you don't understand how dangerous Lin Sun is. He seemed to sigh and murmured, if he was an ordinary favored, how could we 7 heavenly envoys attach so much importance to him? Why would we mobilize all the forces in the world to hunt him down? He swept his gaze over everyone and said, to put it bluntly, you will only have a chance to kill him before he sets foot on the immortal path. But once he sets foot on the immortal path, you people, won't be enough for him to kill. Everyone's expressions changed. Yuan Zhong was a grand elder of the immortal pavilion, and he was also a favored. His words also made those undying beings' views towards Lin Sun subtly change, their expressions becoming slightly more serious. Tian Ruojing couldn't help but say, what you mean is that it's very likely that Lin Sun will kill his way to the Crimson Cut Immortal sect. Yuan Zhong muttered, it's hard to say, but it's never a bad thing to be prepared. Everyone nodded subconsciously. Lai Yong. Yuan Zhong looked at a white-robed man and said, from now on, you will be in charge of commanding all the forces here. If Lin Sun comes, try your best to take him down. The white-robed man was called Lai Yong, and he was a supreme elder of the Crimson Serpent sect. He was an existence that had stepped foot onto the eternal path towards the rebirth god realm. Yes. Lai Yong accepted the order solemnly. On that day, Yuan Zhong brought Tian Ruojing back to the Celestial Pavilion. My lord, what are we going to do by returning to the Celestial Pavilion now? On the way, Tian Ruojing couldn't help but ask. The Crimson Serpent Immortal sect has already become a place of trouble, and fortune and calamity are difficult to predict. For safety's sake, I should naturally leave. Yuan Zhong's eyes flashed as he said casually, if Lin Sun comes, we can use Lai Yong and the other immortals to test Lin Sun's current capabilities. Tian Ruojing's expression changed slightly and she felt a chill in her heart. She did not expect that Yuan Zhong would use the lives of Lai Yong and the others to test Lin Sun. If Lai Yong and the others won, then so be it. But if he lost, he would have no chance of surviving. Yuan Zhong glanced at Tian Ruojing and said, do you think I'm too cold and heartless? Tian Ruojing shuddered and whispered, my lord has his own considerations. How would I dare to speculate? Yuan Zhong grinned and said, there's no harm in telling you that if it wasn't for the Dao development world, those eternal figures aren't qualified to be pawns for us. His voice was filled with disdain and arrogance. Thinking about it, which favored wasn't a terrifying existence that had stepped into the boundless eternal Tao, in their eyes, undying beings, were indeed very weak. Of course, Tian Ruojing didn't understand. She was just a great ancestor. However, she was very smart. She never speculated about things she didn't understand. It was precisely because of this that Yuan Zhong treated her differently and brought her along. I only hope that Lai Yong and the others will be able to succeed. Otherwise, this matter will really be troublesome. Yuan Zhong seemed as if he was talking to himself, and the light in his eyes changed indeterminately. He didn't tell Tian Ruojing that he left the Scarlet Serpent Immortal sect because he thought of a possibility. Presently, Lin Sun had developed a complete path towards the eternal Tao. If that was the case, although Lin Sun looked like Zhu Xian's great ancestor, as long as he had enough power, his cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds and he would reach the immortal realm. This was the reason why Yuan Zhong had left the Crimson Refinement Immortal sect. He needed to return to the Celestial Pavilion to discuss countermeasures with Zhu Qing and the other heavenly mandate envoys. At the end of the day, it's all because I couldn't kill you when he was still weak, which led to today's events. Yuan Zhong sighed in his heart. In the next few days, the atmosphere in the Crimson Cut Immortal sect was extremely somber. 36 undying beings, led by Scarlet Serpent Immortal sect's Supreme Elder Lai Yong, recuperated and made ample preparations. However, as time passed, as more and more news flew in like snowflakes, that austere aura, the atmosphere was also shrouded in a heavy and oppressive shadow. 57 of them have been defeated by Lin Sun. 54 of them have been defeated by him. Scarlet Serpent Immortal sect, within a palace, an undying said solemnly, the scariest thing is that none of Lin Sun's opponents were able to last a single move. The other undying beings' expressions were also uncertain. Over the past few days, although there were many pieces of news, the contents were shockingly similar. Lin Sun was rushing towards the Crimson Refinement Immortal sect, and all the cultivators that tried to obstruct him on the way had been crushed. Who wouldn't be vigilant? Someone muttered, he is strong, but according to the reports, he is only a progenitor of great Emperor Zhu. Don't forget, Lord Yuan Zhong once said that favored can't be judged by common sense. This Lin Sun has already defeated so many people. How could he not know that we are guarding this place? But he is still rushing towards the Crimson Refinement Immortal sect. I'm afraid he really has the power to fight against undying beings. Someone was deeply worried. What are we afraid of? We are 36 undying beings, how can we not fight against him alone? Someone else was indifferent. There is no need to argue. Lai Yong said solemnly, a few days ago, when Lord Yuanzhong left, he told us to face him seriously. If he really dares to attack, we will just kill him. His voice was filled with undisguised killing intent. This was the Crimson Refinement Immortal Sect, and he was the supreme elder of the Crimson Refinement Immortal Sect. Facing such a situation, the only thing he could do was to guard this place. These days, Qingheng was in a completely numb state. Along the way, he saw too many cultivators charging over aggressively, and then being turned into fish on a chopping board, robbed by Lin Sun one by one. Among those cultivators, there were too many famous and powerful existences. In the past, they were all characters that could summon the wind and summon the rain in the Dao development world. It was even to the extent that some ferocious figures were sufficient to make Qingheng feel extremely fearful. But before Lin Sun, they suffered the same fate. They were like moths that flew into a flame, beasts that walked into a trap. Not a single one of them was able to escape Lin Sun's plunder. Moreover, not a single one of them had been able to escape. When he saw such scenes on numerous occasions, Qingheng's terror at the beginning had become numb. Every single time he saw cultivators charge over, his heart wouldn't fluctuate at all. The Crimson Refinement Immortal Sect is up ahead, right? Suddenly, Lin Sun's voice resounded by Qingheng's ears. The latter was first stunned, and then he suddenly recovered from his numb state. An expanse of mountains had appeared in the distance. They were covered in towering peaks, rosy clouds, and a myriad of strands of boundlessly brilliant divine radiance descended from the sky. Windcliff Mountain. Yes, that's where the Crimson Refinement Immortal Sect resides, Windcliff Mountain. Qingheng's expression became serious while anxiousness and anxiety that he hadn't felt for a long time started to spread throughout his body. He already knew that there were 36 immortal figures residing in the Crimson Refinement Immortal Sect now, and every single one of them could be said to be a terrifying overlord that he could look up to. Yet now, Lin Sun had slaughtered his way over and was about to start a battle with these terrifying overlords. How could Qingheng not be nervous? Fellow Taoist, have you gathered enough strength? Qingheng couldn't help but ask. Lin Sun shook his head. I'm still lacking a lot. However, it should be barely enough if I capture these immortal figures here. I'm still lacking a lot, Qingheng was stunned. He was both worried and speechless. If that was the case, then what could he use to fight those immortal figures? Just stand here and don't move. I'll go. Come. Lin Sun glanced at Qingheng and flashed straight towards the distance. Qingheng was just about to chase after Lin Sun when he found his figure was confined there by an invisible force, and he was utterly unable to take another step forward. Fellow Taoist, you must be careful. Qingheng reminded anxiously. It's those enemies that should be careful. Lin Sun said without turning back. The corners of Qingheng's mouth twitched. He was really puzzled as to why Lin Sun was still so confident at a time like this. Shouldn't he be more cautious in the face of a formidable enemy? Seeing Lin Sun's lonely figure gradually approaching the Crimson Cut Immortal Sect, Qingheng felt for the first time that his previous understanding of cultivation was greatly impacted. Woo-woo-woo, a desolate horn sound came from the Windcliff Mountain, and the world was instantly filled with a murderous and oppressive aura. Obviously, those bigwigs in the Crimson Cut Immortal Sect had already noticed Lin Sun's arrival, and they reacted immediately. Whoosh! 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 Terrifying immortal auras rushed out from the Windcliff Mountain one after another, like divine rainbows flashing across the sky, startling the 9 heavens and 10 earths. They were impressively the 36 immortal existences, including Lai Yong. Along with their appearance, the world lost its color, the mountains and rivers dimmed, and an invisible and terrifying pressure spread like a tide, causing Qingheng, who was extremely far away, to hold his breath and change his expression in shock. Such a lineup even made him, the Juxian Emperor's state of mind, feel like collapsing. Lin Sun, you actually dare to come here? A surprised voice rang out. The one who spoke was a purple-robed, white-haired youth, carrying a huge golden saber on his back, and the immortal halo on his body was as bright as the sun, shining brightly. If I didn't come, wouldn't all of you have waited for so many days in vain? Lin Sun smiled, and the wind was calm. He was alone, standing in the void, and didn't have much shocking aura on him, but his calm and confident attitude made the immortal existences involuntarily raise their eyebrows. We are also following orders. As long as you choose to surrender, we naturally won't make things difficult for you. Lai Yong said in a low voice. Lin Sun was too calm. Even though his body was only surging with the Juxian Emperor's aura, it made him feel unfathomable. I naturally know that you are all following orders, and I don't want to make things difficult for you. How about this? As long as you hand over your treasures, I will leave immediately. How about it? Lin Sun said with a smile. The immortal existences were stunned. This was the first time they were threatened like this, so much so that their expressions became somewhat ugly. This guy. Did he really think that the immortal existences, were just decorations? If you want us to hand over our treasures, that's fine, but you have to defeat us first. The purple-robed white-haired youth said coldly. Why not? Lin Sun sneered and stepped into the air, heading forward. Rumble. At the same time, the aura on his body erupted like a volcano that had been dormant for a long time. With every step he took, his aura skyrocketed, the heaven and earth shook, and the formless terrifying aura grew stronger. When he took 9 steps, with him as the center, the space around him suddenly collapsed, creating a sharp whistling sound. In the distance, the 36 undying existences felt the pressure on their faces, causing their expressions to change. In the blink of an eye, Lin Sun, who was originally only at the Juxian Emperor's cultivation, now had the aura of a nirvana realm undying. This shook their hearts. They couldn't believe it. A strong sense of uneasiness rose up in the hearts of Lai Yong and the other undying beings. Attack. Without hesitation, they moved out together. Rumble, all sorts of blinding undying lights surged up, intertwining into a powerful current that shook the universe. All sorts of undying Tao soldiers filled the sky. There were seals, whisks, celestial swords, cauldrons, rui. The lights were blinding and released unparalleled power. This current of power was all heading towards Lin Sun alone. The heaven and earth wailed, all things dimmed. That scene made Qing Heng's hair stand on end. But Lin Sun shook his head, seemingly disappointed. The reason was that he had experienced far too many of these scenes. Back when he was at the Heaven Longevity Realm, he could destroy them with a flip of his hand, let alone now. Rise. His sleeves fluttered, instantly waves of sword cries resounded, an endless amount of sword intent appeared in the heaven and earth. Whoosh, a ray of sword energy appeared and swept across the sky. The combined attack of the 36 undying beings was like a piece of cloth, easily tearing a huge hole in it. It scattered like the tide. Rumble. Then, a terrifying explosion resounded, the heaven and earth flipped, the sun and moon flipped, an endless amount of sword intent fell down like the Milky Way, covering the entire world. The sword intent was too strong, turning the heaven and earth white. No. Screams of fear rang out. Fellow Taoist, please show mercy. We admit defeat. Someone shouted and admitted defeat. Very quickly, the dust dispersed, the sword intent that covered the world disappeared, the mountains and rivers returned to their usual calmness, their vision also became clear. Then, Qing Heng saw that the 36 undying beings' faces were ashen, each of them had fear and confusion written all over their faces. And on their throats, there was a crystal-clear ray of sword energy. Qing Heng was completely dumbfounded. One strike, wiped out 36 undying beings? This completely overturned their understanding, making them fall into a state of shock like never before. Looking at Lin Sun again, his robe was fluttering, standing alone, as calm and collected as before. But now, in everyone's eyes, Lin Sun was like an unparalleled god, making them feel indescribably small and powerless. No one could have imagined that a mere ancestor of Zhu Shue's level of cultivation would suddenly have such terrifying power. All of this was like a nightmare, and it was so unreal. The atmosphere was oppressive, and the air seemed to be frozen. Now, are you all satisfied? Lin Sun spoke indifferently. His voice drifted through the heavens and the earth, causing the bodies of Lai Yong and the other undying figures to tremble, and they seemed as if they'd awoken from a dream as they recovered from their terror. We admit defeat. Lai Yong said bitterly. The others were also dejected. With a single strike, he had suppressed them. This made them deeply understand what it meant to be a disparity in strength. Previously, they had thought that even if Lin Sun was a favored, he wouldn't be impossible to fight against. But now they knew just how terrifying a favored like Lin Sun was. "Hand over all your treasures and I won't make things difficult for you," Lin Sun said. The sword chi was still at their throats. This made Lai Yong and the others dare not hesitate, and they all handed over all their treasures one by one. Lin Sun stretched out his hand, and all these treasures were put into his bag. Then he asked, "Why don't I see the Supreme Elder of Immortal Pavilion, Yuan Zhong?" "Lord Yuan Zhong left a few days ago," someone said bitterly. Lin Sun was startled. He thought for a moment and then understood. He said in a mocking voice, "This guy is smart. He withdrew in advance, and only left you people to test my strength." Lai Yong and the others heard this and looked at each other. Their hearts suddenly shook, as if they finally reacted. So it turned out that Yuan Zhong had already sensed something was wrong a few days ago. Their faces all turned ugly. If this was the case, they were undoubtedly a group of abandoned pawns being used. "Fellow practitioner, although you defeated many opponents these days, why didn't you kill anyone?" Seeing Lin Sun about to leave, Lai Yong couldn't help but ask. The others also turned their gazes over. "You are not my opponents." After saying this, Lin Sun floated away with Qing Heng, who was still deeply in shock. Lai Yong and the others had complicated expressions as they watched Lin Sun and the others leave, and their hearts roiled. The 4 great orthodoxies they served had taken them to be pawns that could be abandoned at any time. On the other hand, Lin Sun's opponent hadn't injured a single one of them even when he occupied the upper hand. Such a comparison caused them to have indescribably complicated feelings in their hearts, and it could be said that they had mixed feelings. On this day, the news of Lin Sun suppressing 36 immortals before Wind Cliff Mountain spread out, and it caused a mighty uproar in the Tao evolution world. The powers and cultivators of the various territories were extremely shocked and stirred by it. Immortal Pavilion. Within an abode. Zhu Cheng's brows were knit tightly together when he put down the jade slip he'd just obtained. Yuan Zhong was right. Lin Sun has developed a complete path towards the eternal Tao. His voice was low. As the #1 expert of the Immortal Pavilion, Zhu Cheng was the leader of the 7 emissaries of destiny that tribe Zhen had left behind in this world, and his cultivation was unfathomable. Not far away from Zhu Cheng sat the other 6 emissaries of destiny, and they were the supreme elders of the Divine Court, Demon Sect, and Demon Sect. A few days ago, when Yuan Zhong brought Tian Ruojing back to Immortal Pavilion and told them about Lin Sun, Zhu Cheng had immediately ordered all the emissaries of destiny that were scattered in the other 3 great orthodoxies to gather. It has only been 2 years, yet this kid has comprehended the laws of this world and developed a supreme path towards the Tao that's suitable for Qing Feng. Isn't this too terrifying? Yuan Zhong's expression was solemn. If it wasn't for this, the Lord wouldn't have ordered us to find Lin Sun in the shortest amount of time no matter what and kill him while he's weak. Zhu Cheng sighed. But it's slightly too late to say all this now. With our cultivation, we've long since surpassed all the immortals in this world. Even if Lin Sun attacks us, we have nothing to fear. A skinny man in a black robe spoke in a deep voice, his eyes cold. That's right. If Lin Sun wants to leave this world, he must leave his path on the Tao Evolution Divine Tablet of Immortal Pavilion. We only need to set up a trap here and wait for him. A young woman in a green dress said softly. Zhu Cheng's gaze swept across the others, and he said in a deep voice, "In these years, we've cultivated many immortals in the 4 great orthodoxies. It's time to put them to use. Next, we'll gather all of them and guard Immortal Pavilion together, waiting for Lin Sun to walk into the trap." Also an Immortal Pavilion. In a pavilion, Tian Ruojing was restless and lost in thought. Her intuition told her that Lin Sun would definitely not let her go, even if there was no enmity between her and Lin. Soon, because of the relationship with Qing Feng, things had become different. Qing Feng, your life is really good. Tian Ruojing secretly gritted her teeth, her eyes full of hatred. Who would have thought that Lin Sun would have such a terrifying favored? How could such a terrible favored appear in the body of a trash like Qing Feng? Most importantly, Qing Feng was the obstacle in her heart to prove immortality, but obviously, if Lin Sun didn't die, it meant that Qing Feng wouldn't be in trouble, and all of this would make it almost impossible for her to prove immortality. If I had known this, I would have used all means to get rid of you that year. Tianruojing's beautiful face was gloomy. She didn't regret it. Even if Qing Feng saved her life that year, even if she violated her oath and refused to be Qing Feng's cultivation companion, she never regretted it all these years. Even now, she only hated herself for not killing Qing Feng at that time, half a month later. In a mountain and river, Lin Sun opened his eyes for meditation. And the aura on his body had already shown the charm of the transcendent realm of immortality. I don't know where summer solstice is now, and how far her cultivation has reached, Lin Sun thought of summer solstice. After a while, he shook his head and stood up. Qing Heng, who had been cultivating nearby, suddenly woke up and stood up. When he felt the aura of transcendent realm from Lin Sun, his heart trembled again. Taking a deep breath, Qing Heng said, "Senior, are you planning to go to Celestial Pavilion?" Even the way he addressed Lin Sun changed. In fact, in the eyes of the peerless emperor ancestors, those who had stepped into the immortality realm were all seniors that they could only look up to and respect. Lin Sun glanced at him and said, "You should call me fellow Taoist." Qing Heng was a little embarrassed. "If I'm not wrong, the Celestial Pavilion is now a dangerous place. But for me, it's not that dangerous." Lin Sun muttered, "And after I get rid of those opponents, I'm afraid it won't be long before I leave this world." As he spoke up to this point, he looked at Qing Heng. "How about this? Taoist friend, you should come with me. When the time comes, you can arrange for the celestial sect to cultivate in the Celestial Pavilion. This can be considered as my compensation and repayment to Qing Feng and you." Qing Heng was stunned. When he was still worried about what kind of danger Lin Sun would encounter on the way to Celestial Pavilion, Lin Sun had already thought about arranging the whole celestial sect in Celestial Pavilion. This made him feel unreal. How horrible the 7 destiny messengers were, but Lin Sun didn't pay attention to them. "Let's go." Lin Sun didn't know what Qing Heng was thinking. He was just doing what he should do. 3 days later. Under a piece of sky, Lin Sun's figure floated over. Qing Heng had hidden in Xianxia Spiritual Mountain, and Xianxia Spiritual Mountain had been put away by Lin Sun. At this time, Lin Sun stood in the void with his hands behind his back, looking up at the snow-white auspicious cloud below. After a while, he suddenly stretched out his finger and drew a line in the distance. Buzz, the snow-white auspicious cloud rolled violently, and then an illusory door appeared. This was the entrance to Celestial Pavilion. Come to think of it, those enemies should have already been prepared. While thinking, Lin Sun took a step forward and rushed into the illusory door, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Lin Sun killed his way in like this. These days, with the spread of all kinds of news, countless practitioners had already gathered in this mountain and river. When they saw this scene, they were all in an uproar and trembled. 3 consecutive updates first, and there will be more in the evening. Within the Celestial Pavilion's secret realm. The sky was vast, and the celestial mountains stood in great numbers. It was a scene of paradise. However, as soon as Lin Sun entered it, he was ambushed. Boom, a total of 10 transcendent realm immortals formed a formation and activated a forbidden supreme divine formation, trapping Lin Sun within it. The formation was vast and contained 100,000 stars. It connected with the power of heaven and earth, surging with wind, thunder, earth, and fire. Being trapped within it was like being trapped in hell. Even if it was a transcendent realm cultivator, he would be severely injured if not killed by such an attack. However, Lin Sun seemed to have expected this. The moment he was surrounded, he took a step in the air. Boom, endless divine flames surged out and turned into a storm that swept across the sky. The 100,000 stars within the supreme forbidden formation were instantly drowned by the flames and turned into ashes. Following that, the power of heaven and earth, wind, thunder, earth, fire, and other miraculous images were all burned. In the end, the entire formation collapsed. As the endless flames spread, the 10 transcendent realm immortals were forced to retreat. Their expressions changed drastically. How can he be so powerful? Exclamations sounded. In the sky full of flames, Lin Sun's silhouette was like a god born from fire. The unparalleled divine aura made the transcendent realm immortals' hearts turn cold. "You're not my opponent. I advise you to move aside." As Lin Sun spoke, he strode towards the distance. Kill. Stop him. However, the 10 Transcendent Realm Immortals did not retreat. Instead, they all charged towards Lin Sun in an attempt to stop him. Lin Sun frowned slightly and no longer hesitated. Go. He extended his hand and pointed in the air. Clang. Clang. Clang, the boundless rain of swords surged into the heavens and the earth amidst clear and melodious sword howls, and they filled the sky. As the terrifying sword intent swept through the surroundings, dazzling amounts of blood instantly sprayed into the air. The 10 Transcendent Realm Immortal silhouettes were torn apart like paper. They were all crushed by the boundless sword intent, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. If other cultivators were to witness such a scene, they would be scared silly. Zhucheng, as the mandate envoys of the Gen tribe, you actually sent the cultivators of this world to their deaths. Don't you feel ashamed? Your sect master Tai Chu's face has been completely lost by you. Lin Sun said loudly. His voice was like a thunderclap, and it rumbled and resounded throughout the entire secret realm. For a moment, the mountains and rivers were shaking, and the void around was in turmoil. Lin Sun's voice was everywhere in the secret realm of the Celestial Pavilion. This kid is truly arrogant. In the deepest part of the Celestial Pavilion's secret realm, there was a snow-white, crystal-clear divine mountain. Zhucheng, Yuanzhong, and the other 6 heavenly mandate envoys stood at the peak of the divine mountain. A light screen floated in front of them, showing the figure of Lin Sun, who had just charged into the Celestial Pavilion's secret realm. They had witnessed everything that had happened earlier, and all of them had grim expressions on their faces. He naturally has the right to be arrogant. Can't you see that his cultivation has already reached the transcendent realm? Zhu Cheng's expression was solemn. He took a deep breath, and a resolute look appeared on his face. According to the previous plan, let the others act as well. Lin Sun strode forward, and his divine sense spread out. Along the way, he didn't conceal himself at all, and just dashed forward openly. Boom, soon, a group of immortal and transcendent realm existences rushed over, and all of them manipulated their secret treasures to attract the Celestial Pavilion's order power. The Celestial Pavilion's secret realm's order power began to attack Lin Sun. At this moment, Lin Sun couldn't help but be surprised. The Celestial Pavilion's heaven and earth order was filled with a faintly discernible aura of chaos origin. Moreover, there were also various supreme mysteries of the path of cultivation that appeared within it. As a result, the power released was terrifying beyond imagination. A part of the Celestial Pavilion's order power should come from the Divine Tao Evolution Tablet. Lin Sun vaguely understood. Rumor had it that the Divine Tao Evolution Tablet was formed from the chaos origin of the Tao world. If the favored wanted to lead this world, they needed to develop a path of cultivation that led to the heavens and imprinted on the Divine Tao Evolution Tablet. When they obtained the tablet's recognition and resonance, they would be able to attract the Chaos Tao fruit and break through the Heaven Gate. But now, the Divine Tao Evolution Tablet's power had clearly fused with the heaven and earth order of this world, and it was being borrowed by those immortal beings. When those immortal beings charged over, Lin Sun immediately attacked with all his strength. Boom, he punched out, and a vast and heavy fist energy seemed to break through the ages. It carried an indomitable momentum as it swept out mightily. The nearby void exploded, splitting apart and collapsing. And the heaven and earth order power that was borrowed by the enemy also suffered a great impact from this punch. They were ruthlessly destroyed and dispersed with a loud bang. That level of fist energy even sent the group of undyings flying back in disarray. Instantly, cries of alarm rang out. Those immortal beings' expressions changed, and they were terrified. In the end, this power doesn't belong to you, and its power isn't something you can unleash. Lin Sun shook his head slightly. As he spoke, his figure flickered. In just an instant, figures were killed one after another, and blood splattered high into the air. And in just a few breaths, those enemies were all slaughtered. Damn it! Even the Divine Tao Evolution Tablet's power can't do anything to him. How is this possible? At the peak of the snow-white divine mountain in the depths of the immortal pavilion, Yuanzhong couldn't help but be furious when he saw this scene, and he revealed an expression of disbelief. When he looked at the other envoys of destiny, all of their expressions were extremely gloomy, and their eyes were filled with seriousness. There's only one possibility. Zhu Cheng's voice seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. Lin Sun didn't just deduce an immortal path, he even derived the profundities of the eternal path on this path. Only in this way can he resist the attack of the divine Tao evolution tablet's power. These words were like a bolt out of the blue, and it caused everyone to be stunned. If that's the case, doesn't it mean that we're already inferior to him on the path of the Tao evolution? Someone's voice was low, and his expression was extremely unsightly. In the Tao evolution world, being able to deduce a great Tao that led directly to the eternal path was equivalent to possessing the opportunity to leave this world. For example, the 7 envoys of destiny like them had cultivated bitterly in this world for countless years, yet they were still stuck at this last step and were unable to develop a path that led to the eternal path. But Lin Sun had only arrived in this world for 2 years, yet he'd already accomplished this. So how could they not suffer a blow from such a comparison? My lord is right. Not being able to annihilate him when he was weak means that our chances of dealing with him have become slim. Zhu Cheng's voice revealed a wisp of bitterness. They originally thought that Lin Sun had only deduced a complete immortal path, and in this way, they were confident in being able to annihilate him. But only now did they realize that Lin Sun had touched upon the profundities of the eternal path a long time ago, and he was far ahead of them. We must evacuate as soon as possible. Yuan Zhong gritted his teeth as he spoke. There's no chance. Zhu Qing looked towards the distance. There was a tall figure walking over from there, and he had an extraordinary bearing and was carefree like an immortal. It was exactly Lin Sun. The hearts of Yuan Zhong and the others sank when they saw the scene. I'm sorry for making all of you wait. Far away, Lin Sun stood in the void and said calmly. We really didn't expect that in less than 2 years, fellow Taoist Lin has already developed a supreme path that leads directly to the eternal path. Now it would seem like our arrangements today are a bit laughable. Zhu Qing let out a long sigh. Lin Sun, can we both make a compromise? We won't stop you from leaving this world, so don't force us into a dead end. Yuan Zhong spoke abruptly. The others looked at Lin Sun as well. As far as they knew, Lin Sun hadn't harmed a single opponent on his way to the Crimson Cut Immortal sect a few days ago. This made them subconsciously think that as long as they took the initiative to admit defeat, then Lin Sun might not make things difficult for them. A trace of ridicule appeared on the corners of Lin Sun's mouth as he said, the reason those cultivators in this world attacked me was none other than because they received your orders. Now, don't you think it's ridiculous that you want me to let the culprits go? His words made everyone's hearts sink to the bottom. Lin Sun, even if you can kill your way out of this world, you'll still have to face the murderous intent of the bounded universe and the challenges of the path of slashing. Even if you have the chance to enter the mysterious God realm in the end, the 9 divisions of primordial God path, the ape ancestor, and the young lady will definitely not let you off. Someone said in a cold voice. What happens in the future has nothing to do with you. Don't worry about it. Lin Sun smiled. Boom, right at this moment, Zhu Qing, Yuan Zhong, and the other destiny envoys all moved and charged at Lin Sun at the first possible moment. Each of them revealed a terrifying combat strength that far surpassed those in the same realm in this world. This was the strength of favored. This was also the reason why Zhu Qing and the others could dominate this world. Unfortunately, Lin Sun was also a favored, and a favored who was even more powerful than them. He had long developed the power of the eternal path. It seems that all of you can't wait to leave. Then I'll send you on your way. Lin Sun's carefree voice was still floating in the air when he leaped forward and slashed out with his fingers like a sword. Puff, Yuan Zhong's figure was cut into 2. Before his blood could flow, his body and soul were wiped out by the terrible sword intent. Then, as Lin Sun slashed out with his sword intent, the destiny envoys fell one after another. It was as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. That terrifying slaughtering method didn't give the Heavens Mandate envoys any chance to escape. In the end, only Zhu Qing was left. Lin Sun grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. Zhu Qing was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe that the 7 of them were so fragile that they couldn't even withstand a single blow. When he realized this, it was already too late. Looking at the confusion and fear on Zhu Qing's face, Lin Sun smiled and said, Don't be nervous. After I search your soul, I'll send you on your way. Boom, a huge divine consciousness swept into Zhu Qing's sea of consciousness. He blacked out and groaned in pain. A moment later. Lin Sun retracted his spiritual awareness. In his hand, Zhu Qing, who was captured, suddenly turned into ashes and scattered between his fingers, disappearing completely. Last month, I owed the Iwatara brothers 2 explosive updates. Recently, I'll try to update more every day to make up for it. From the moment Lin Sun entered the Immortal Pavilion to the moment he killed Zhu Qing and the other 6 messengers of destiny, it was far less than a quarter of an hour. Lin Sun's speed was so fast that he killed almost all the way without encountering any worthy enemy. At this moment, he looked around and suddenly asked, "Where is Celestial Pavilion's sect master Xueitsung Lu?" His voice reverberated throughout the world. "Senior, please forgive us. The Celestial Pavilion has no intention of becoming enemies with you." A fearful voice rang out, and an old man with gray hair and beard appeared even faster than the voice. He stood in the air and bowed, his face filled with apprehension. This person was Celestial Pavilion's sect master Xueitsung Lu, a Nirvana God realm undying existence. Your Immortal Pavilion possesses the Tao Evolution Divine Tablet, so it's naturally the easiest for favor to target you. I won't bother with that. Lin Sun glanced at him and said, "But I need you to do one thing." Xueitsung Lu hurriedly replied, "Please instruct me, Senior." Lin Sun immediately told them about how to settle down the people of Celestial Sect. Xueitsung Lu heaved a sigh of relief. He had thought that it would be some overboard request, but who would have thought that it was just to arrange for a few cultivators? "Senior, just leave it to me." Xueitsung Lu agreed without hesitation. "After I leave this world, Qing Feng will also stay in the Celestial Pavilion. With him around, the Celestial Pavilion's power should not be weaker than before," Lin Sun said casually. Xueitsung Lu's heart trembled. He knew that Lin Sun's words were actually a warning to him not to have any other thoughts. Otherwise, the existence of Green Peak would be enough to threaten the Immortal Pavilion. When Lin Sun was about to say something, he suddenly raised his eyebrows. The next moment, his figure disappeared out of thin air. Whoosh, a beautiful figure flew towards the entrance of the Celestial Pavilion. She wore a snow-white dress, had fair skin, and a peerlessly beautiful appearance. Shockingly, it was Tian Ruojing. However, right now, her expression was terrified. Her face was pale and she appeared to be panicking. Seeing the entrance of the Celestial Pavilion appear in the distance, Tian Ruojing secretly heaved a sigh of relief. That fellow only cares about killing the enemy. I'm afraid he has long forgotten about a small character like me, right? That was even better. Just as Tian Ruojing thought of this, her face suddenly changed and her figure stopped in midair. Right at the entrance of the Celestial Pavilion, a figure stood in the void. It was Qing Feng, or rather, Lin Sun. Tian Ruojing's heart sank to rock bottom. She was stunned for a moment before she suddenly cried out, "A grand favored, a supreme existence, is actually making things difficult for a minor character like me. Should I feel honored, or should I feel sorrowful?" Lin Sun looked at the woman who Qing Feng had been obsessed with for 900 years and said, "The one who tied the bell should untie it. I will solve the karma of Qing Feng." Tian Ruojing said agitatedly, "What does his matter have to do with you, Senior? Or does Senior also think that I need to apologize and repent for what happened back then? Impossible." She seemed to have gone mad, and her beautiful face twisted. "I never regretted what I did in the past. Why should I marry him just because he saved my life? Why should I be responsible for his Tao root being injured?" Lin Sun's eyes became cold. "You said that you would marry him, but you regretted it. Of course, you can regret it, and you don't care about Qingfeng's Tao injury. But don't forget who saved your life back then. Can you even turn a blind eye to the life-saving grace?" Tian Ruojing's beautiful face changed. She gritted her teeth and said, "I didn't ask him to save me back then. He took the initiative to save me. What does it have to do with me?" Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. Even he didn't expect that a person could say such shameless words. It was such a woman who made Qing Feng infatuated with her for 900 years, which made Lin Sun feel that it was unfair for Qing Feng. "Senior." Tian Ruojing took a deep breath and said, "If you want to see me kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy, then you are wrong. I would rather die than bow my head to a trash like Qing Feng." Lin Sun said, "You're wrong. After I leave, Qing Feng will possess the cultivation of transcendent realm perfection and possess a complete supreme cultivation path. Although he'll be limited by the power of heaven and earth rules in this world and can't leave the Tao development world in this lifetime, he can always stand at the peak of the world in the Tao development world. And you are just the Jewish Yan emperor ancestor after all. These words were like a ruthless sharp knife stabbing into Tian Ruojing's heart, making her breathless. Her skin trembled, and her expression changed again and again. A trash who had been hated and rejected by her for 900 years would become the supreme existence that she could only look up to in the future. Such a blow made her feel like she was about to collapse. Even so, I won't bow my head. I will only hate him more. Tian Ruojing said in a hoarse voice, and her eyes were bloodshot. At this moment, Lin Sun suddenly smiled. He felt that the obsession that belonged to the deepest part of Qingfeng's heart had completely disappeared at this moment. In other words, Qingfeng's obsession of 900 years was broken at this moment, and his state of mind was freed. I forgot to tell you one thing. In your heart, Qingfeng is a karma obstacle, and in his heart, you are also like a heart demon. Lin Sun said softly, now, Qingfeng's heart demon has been eliminated. Tian Ruojing was stunned, and then she sat down on the ground with a thump as if she was struck by lightning. Her eyes were blank. It turns out that you told me so much just to help Qingfeng get rid of his heart demon. But I still don't understand why you help him like this. She was very angry and puzzled. Lin Sun said, helping him is helping myself. If his obsession is not eliminated, I can't really leave this Tao development world. This is karma. Do you understand? Tian Ruojing was disappointed and said bitterly, forgive me. I am the karma that can threaten you in this Tao development world, Lin Sun said with surprise, you are smart. Your guess is right. If you had realized this earlier, it might have been enough to cause me great trouble. Unfortunately, your road was narrow from the beginning. After that, Lin Sun turned around and left. He didn't help Qingfeng get rid of Tian Ruojing. If his speculation was right, Tian Ruojing was destined to live in endless remorse in the future until her state of mind could no longer bear the pressure of the karma obstacle and collapsed. This kind of punishment was far more cruel than killing her. Just because he saved my life, how could I become like this? Tian Ruojing, who sat paralyzed on the ground, had a blank look in her eyes. On that day, she was mercilessly expelled by the cultivators of Immortal Pavilion and left to wander in the outside world. With Shui Canlu, the sect master of Immortal Pavilion, personally coming forward, Qing Heng and the cultivators of Celestial Sect were arranged to cultivate in Immortal Pavilion. From this day on, they all became members of Immortal Pavilion, and there was no more Celestial Sect in this world. Qing Heng, Fu Yunzi, and the others couldn't help but feel like they were dreaming. Before this, they were just an inconspicuous second-rate force in the Eastern Territory. In the blink of an eye, they all entered Immortal Pavilion, one of the four most powerful orthodoxies in the world. Everyone in the sect had ascended to heaven in a single step. Grand Marshal Uncle is actually a favored, to Chunning and Dai Yan. All of this was even more bizarre. Especially when they thought about how they served Lin Sun a while ago, and didn't have much respect for him. They couldn't help but feel ashamed in their hearts. The two of you, come here. These are the cultivation manuals that Senior Lin Sun gave to the two of you. Remember, don't leak them to others. Sect Master Fu Yunzi came and handed 2 jade strips to Chunning and Dai Yan. For us? The two of them were stunned for a moment, and then started laughing foolishly. Fu Yunzi couldn't help but feel envious. He already knew that Lin Sun had defeated the 7 Heavens Mandate envoys. How could he not know that the cultivation manuals left behind by Lin Sun were bound to be extraordinary? You two foolish brats really got lucky. Fu Yunzi couldn't help but mutter. Immediately after, he also smiled. To him, the entire Celestial Sect's cultivators being able to cultivate in Immortal Pavilion was already an unimaginably fortunate thing. In the future, who would dare to say that Master Uncle Qingfeng is the shame of the sect? Fu Yunzi couldn't help but think that when favored Lin Sun left, Master Uncle Qingfeng would possess a transcendent realm immortal cultivation. At this moment, Lin Sun was looking at a strange and mysterious divine stele. This divine stele stood in the Immortal Pavilion's forbidden area. It was only 3 feet tall, and its entire body was filled with the aura of Chaos Source. There were no words on the surface of the stone stele. However, when Lin Sun looked at it, he could feel that this divine stele was imprinted with many paths leading to the heavens. Each path was complete and powerful, leading directly to the eternal realm. When he carefully sensed it, he couldn't see through the mysteries of these paths. Lin Sun wasn't surprised by this. This was because this was the divine steel of Tao evolution world. It was formed by the chaos source of the Tao evolution world. Favored could only imprint a complete path on it in order to attract the chaos Tao fruit and leave this world. After thinking for a while, Lin Sun suddenly transmitted his voice. Shui Kanlu was in the secret realm of Immortal Pavilion arranging various matters for the celestial sex cultivators. Suddenly, Lin Sun's voice resounded in his ears. If a woman comes looking for me in the future, no matter what her name is, no matter what her identity or appearance is, please inform me at the first possible moment. Shui Kanliu's body trembled, and he solemnly accepted the order. Yes. From this day onwards, Lin Sun sat cross-legged in front of the divine steel and meditated. He was trying to comprehend the chaos source of the Tao evolution world. The news of Lin Sun killing his way into the Immortal Pavilion, defeating the 4 great paths, unifying the transcendent realm immortals, and killing the 7 mandate envoys had already spread throughout the Tao evolution world, causing an unprecedented sensation. Half a month passed in a hurry. On this day, under the sky, the white auspicious cloud at the entrance of the Immortal Pavilion floated there as before. A man and a woman came from afar. The man was thin and was a young youth. He was cautious and nervous, looking around from time to time with vigilance. He followed closely behind the woman, as if he was afraid that she would leave him behind. The woman was only in the sea of spirit realm, and her appearance was ordinary. She looked up at the white auspicious cloud and thought for a while. Then, she said to the youth beside her, "Wait here." The youth asked nervously, "Sister, where are you going?" The woman pointed at the white auspicious cloud in the sky. Immortal Pavilion. As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of laughter resounded in the surroundings, and numerous murmurs of discussion resounded along with it. Many cultivators pointed at the pair of siblings while their faces were filled with ridicule. A true martial realm youth and a sea of spirit realm woman actually dared to dream of entering the Immortal Pavilion. The 5th update was delivered. There were old and young people in the mountains and rivers nearby, and they were all cultivators who desired to enter the Celestial Pavilion to cultivate. There was no lack of geniuses or people of noble birth. However, not everyone could enter the Celestial Pavilion. If one wanted to enter, one had to try their luck. Out of thousands of people, there might not even be one who could succeed. However, this still couldn't stop the cultivators of the world from coming over to try their luck. The man and the woman were obviously from poor families based on their attire and temperament. Moreover, their cultivation levels were extremely low. When they tried to enter the Celestial Pavilion, it naturally caused a lot of mockery and ridicule. There was even someone who laughed without malice. If people like them can enter the Celestial Pavilion, I'd be willing to work for them. The person who spoke was a young man of noble birth. He was dressed in a golden robe and looked very handsome. Hearing his words, the people in the surrounding area couldn't help but laugh. This made the young man next to the woman even more nervous. His face turned red, but he didn't dare to say anything. His embarrassed look made the young man in the golden robe laugh loudly again. However, the woman didn't seem to notice it at all. Or rather, she turned a deaf ear to it and ignored it. "Wait here." As the woman spoke, she flew into the air and approached the white auspicious cloud in the sky. This scene silenced the crowd. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Where did this ordinary-looking woman get the courage to go directly to the entrance of the Celestial Pavilion? Wasn't she afraid of being chased away just like that? In the past, there had been many people of noble birth or extremely talented people who went to the entrance of the Celestial Pavilion in an attempt to gain the favor of the masters of the Celestial Pavilion. However, without exception, they were all chased out and chased away. The ignorant are indeed fearless, someone chuckled. One look and you can tell that she came from a small place and doesn't know any rules. Does she really think that she can enter the Celestial Pavilion just because the entrance is there? Why don't she take a look at her own cultivation level and identity? The others laughed as well. It was as if they could already see the woman being chased out. In front of the white auspicious cloud, the woman stood in the air and directly knocked on the door. Whoosh, the auspicious cloud rolled, and an illusory door appeared. Just as the woman was about to approach, a loud shout rang out, "Who are you? How dare you barge into my celestial pavilion?" It was just a single voice, yet it was filled with a dignified expression. It caused the hearts of all the cultivators in this expanse of the world to tremble, and all of them went silent like cicadas in the winter. On the other hand, the gazes they shot at the woman were filled with ridicule and pity. She was about to suffer a calamity. To everyone's surprise, the woman was calm and fearless. "I'm here for Lin Sun." Lin Sun, the name seemed to have a strange magic, which shocked everyone nearby and made them gasp. This woman was too bold to call Lin Sun's name directly at the entrance of the immortal pavilion. On the ground, the cautious boy was also nervous, and his hands and feet were sweating. He didn't know why his sister insisted on coming here and called Lin Sun by his name. It was too bold. The atmosphere became deathly silent. However, the scene they were waiting for did not happen. The woman stood there and was not expelled. The imposing voice that came from the entrance of the celestial pavilion did not ring out again. This unusual scene caused everyone to be surprised and bewildered. Very soon, boom, the divine light at the entrance of the celestial pavilion flowed, and a mighty and dignified figure appeared. Out of thin air. He had gray hair and an immortal aura. "My God, it's the leader of the celestial pavilion!" An old man cried out involuntarily, and then he realized he had lost his composure. He hurriedly prostrated on the ground and kowtowed. "I'm a descendant of the Hengliang Mountain Yu clan. Greetings, senior." Seeing this, how could the others in this expanse of the mountains and rivers not understand the identity of the mighty figure? Plop. Plop, many people immediately knelt on the ground and saluted respectfully. "Greetings, senior." In the end, even the golden-robed young man and the others knelt down with devout, excited, and submissive expressions. No one had expected that the supreme leader of the celestial pavilion would show himself at this moment. Seeing this, the cautious and nervous young man panicked, and he subconsciously wanted to follow the others to kneel down. But just at this moment, the voice of the woman resounded. "If you kneel down, you're not my younger brother anymore." The voice was clear and sweet. The young man was stunned and at a loss. The people who knelt on the ground were also stunned, and they almost couldn't believe their ears. Then, they realized that the ordinary-looking woman standing at the entrance of the celestial pavilion had been standing there the whole time. Even when facing the leader of the celestial pavilion, she didn't show any signs of bowing to him. Everyone was stunned. Wasn't she courting death? At this moment, Xuezong Lu, who was worshipped like a god, retracted his aura and revealed a kind and gentle smile. He said to the woman, "Miss, please wait for a moment. Senior Lin will be here soon." The woman nodded and didn't say another word. That indifferent attitude made it seem as if she wasn't facing the leader of the celestial pavilion, whom all the cultivators in the world looked up to, but an ordinary passerby passing on news. This caused everyone to be dumbfounded. Their bodies stiffened, and their eyes were filled with confusion. What was going on? That was the leader of the celestial pavilion. How could he be so humble and kind to a woman in the spiritual ocean tier? What made everyone's scalp numb was that both the woman and the leader of the celestial pavilion appeared very natural, without a trace of discomfort. "Oh, by the way, is that young man your younger brother?" Xuezong Lu asked softly. The woman nodded. "Little friend, please come and see me." Instantly, Xuezong Lu's expression became more and more kind, and he waved at the reserved young man standing on the ground. After that, he seemed to realize something and chuckled. "I forgot that true martial realm martial artists are still unable to fly here." As he spoke, he landed on the ground, grabbed the young man's hand, and said with a smile, "Come with me." Then, he took the young man and flew away. Witnessing this scene, the atmosphere around the mountains and rivers became more and more silent. Everyone's eyes stared blankly, and their bodies and minds suffered an unprecedented shock. Even if they racked their brains, they still couldn't imagine how such a bizarre thing could happen in this world. After the young man was brought to the entrance of the celestial pavilion, he stood beside the woman cautiously with his head lowered, not daring to look at Xuezong Lu. His heart was beating violently, and his mind was blank. He was just a young man from the countryside. How could he have imagined that he would experience such an incredible thing today? Only the woman was very calm. Voila! Not long after, there was a fluctuation at the entrance of the celestial pavilion, and a figure appeared. It was Lin Sun. Xuezong Lu, who had been waiting, was shocked, and he bowed respectfully. "Greetings, senior." Lin Sun nodded, then looked at the woman and smiled. "Xia, you're finally here." The woman was naturally the body and soul that Xia had borrowed in this world. Xia pointed at the reserved and nervous young man beside her and said, "Lin Sun, this is Mu Xian, the younger brother of my identity. He and I depend on each other, so when I came here, I brought him along." Lin Sun nodded, and patted the shoulder of the young man named Mu Xian with a smile. "Little guy, don't be nervous. Come with me with your sister." He was about to enter the celestial pavilion with Xia and Mu Xian, when Xia pointed at the young man in a golden robe who was kneeling on the ground and said, "That guy just said that if Mu Xian and I could enter the celestial pavilion, he would work like a horse for us. But in my opinion, it's just wishful thinking. I don't need this kind of person to work like a horse for me." Her words scared the young man in the golden robe so much that he almost paralyzed on the ground, and his soul left his body. How could he have imagined that this pair of brother and sister, who were obviously born in a poor family, had such a great background? Not only did the headmaster of the celestial pavilion personally welcome them, even the favored Lin Sun came out. Looking at the others, they were all scared out of their wits, and their bodies were trembling. At this moment, how could they not understand that this pair of brother and sister had an extremely terrifying background? When they thought of how they had ridiculed them before, they were all nervous and frightened. Lin Sun was startled, and when he looked over, he couldn't help but be speechless. He is indeed not worthy. Let's go, there's no need to pay attention to him. Xia nodded, and together with Mu Xian, they followed Lin Sun into the celestial pavilion. The headmaster of the celestial pavilion, Xuezong Lu, stayed behind. The warm and kind smile on his face had already disappeared, and he became dignified and indifferent. His gaze swept across the people kneeling on the ground, and he said coldly, "Come in." Immediately, 2 descendants of the celestial pavilion rushed out from the entrance, and bowed respectfully. "Tell me everything that happened here," Xuezong Lu said. Immediately, the 2 descendants of the celestial pavilion told him everything that had happened after Xia and Mu Xian had appeared here. After hearing all this, Xuezong couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and laugh coldly. "What a bunch of blind bastards. You even dared to mock Senior Lin's friend. I have to say that people like you are indeed not qualified to work for him." His words made the young man in the golden robe and those who had mocked Xia and Mu Xian feel as if they had been struck by lightning, and they lost their souls. Remember their origins and names, and then chase them away. From today onwards, all the clans and forces related to these people are not allowed to take even half a step near the celestial pavilion. After coldly saying these words, Xuezong turned and left. With his status as the headmaster of the celestial pavilion, he couldn't be bothered to deal with those small fries. He could just let the descendants of the celestial pavilion handle it. The 2 descendants of the celestial pavilion looked at each other, and then at the cultivators on the ground, with an extremely indifferent expression. And the cultivators present were not just shocked, but desperate and on the verge of collapse. Xuezong's words were like a death sentence to them and the forces behind them. Who would have thought that just because they ridiculed the pair of brother and sister, they would suffer such a big disaster in the end? This was called disaster comes from the mouth. At the same time, in the secret realm of the celestial pavilion, looking at the ordinary-looking Xia, Lin Sun couldn't help but wonder, "It's been 2 years. Why is your cultivation still at the sea spirit realm?" Xia raised her eyes and said, "When you came to the Taoism world, you said that you would keep a low profile and try not to attract attention." Lin Sun was stunned and said with a smile, "So, you have been staying in the sea spirit realm?" "Yes." Xia nodded and then glanced at Mu Xian beside her. "He didn't know I was a favored before coming here. However, I've developed a complete path that leads directly to eternity." Lin Sun raised his thumb and praised, "Great." Xia smiled lightly and was very happy. Mu Xian was particularly nervous, and his body and mind were in a state of dizziness. He was just a poor boy in the countryside who had never been out of the countryside before. But now, he came to the immortal pavilion and saw many supreme figures who were like immortals. Under such impact, his mind was in a trance. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes and suddenly said to Mu Xian in a gentle voice, "Little guy, don't let your imagination run wild. Whether it's a step to the sky or a big dream, just remember that you are Muxian. This voice carried a strand of the energy of the Grand Tao, and it struck directly at Muxian's mental state, causing him to instantly feel as if he'd been struck on the head and jolted awake. His messy thoughts dissipated, and he relaxed and calmed down. He looked at Xianxia beside him and said with courage, "Sister, although I don't know why such a strange thing happened, I will try my best to understand it in the future." Xianxia nodded. Lin Sun was lost in thought. It could be said that a country boy accidentally reached the sky in a single bound and got involved in such an opportunity. There were advantages and disadvantages. But as long as his mind was not lost, it was enough. At this moment, Lin Sun thought of Qing Feng. His talent was not good, but Lin Sun had the means to develop a Tao for him. On the one hand, it was because of Lin Sun's cultivation experience and wisdom. In the final analysis, even if Qing Feng's aptitude was not good, he also had the hope to aspire to the Tao. Otherwise, even if Lin Sun had the supernatural power, he couldn't do all this. Mind, life, talent, Tao. Lin Sun's mind was like a flash of lightning, and he was enlightened. Every life in the world had its own talent, and everyone had the opportunity to walk on a Tao of their own. In order to prove one's Tao, it wasn't about the strength of one's talent, it was about one's temperament. If one's mind was like a spirit platform, undying and indestructible, then the great Tao could be expected. Why was it that out of all the living beings in the world, there were so few cultivators who could reach the peak on the great path? First, he was restrained by the fetters of wealth, companionship, law, and land. But the most essential core was the state of mind, setbacks, hardships, complacency, arrogance, and willfulness. Any matter of the 7 emotions and 6 desires, as long as one had experienced the ups and downs of the world, it was the easiest to breed negative karma in one's heart. This was the core reason why most cultivators in the world were unable to step foot onto the peak of the Grand Tao. What unparalleled genius! What heaven-defying talent! As long as one's nature is not lost, even an insignificant ant will have a chance to reach the heavens. Perhaps this is the true meaning of life, Lin Sun murmured. After witnessing the birth of various talents in the spiritual in Tao world and experiencing all the things in the Tao development world, Lin Sun had a further understanding of the way of life. 10 days later. Summer Solstice woke up from meditation. Her cultivation had broken through from the sea spirit realm to the immortal transcendent realm great perfection. This was normal. She had already developed a complete great path leading to the eternal realm, but she had deliberately stayed in the sea spirit realm before. Summer Solstice's experience was different from others. Originally, she had experienced reincarnation and recultivation. Now in this Tao development world, she had experienced it again. Therefore, she could rely on her nature and wisdom to develop such a great path when she sensed the great path of the Tao development world. For example, every time her cultivation broke through a realm, even if there was a deviation from the developed great path, she could adjust and correct it in this realm. This was completely different from Lin Sun's great path. At least, when he recultivated, he still needed to improve his realm step by step and use the power of this realm to comprehend the heavenly Tao of the Tao development world, so as to develop a higher level of great path. But there was no doubt that these two ways led to the same goal. Are you ready? Seeing that Summer Solstice had woken up, Lin Sun asked with a smile. Summer Solstice nodded. Then let's leave this world today, said Lin Sun as he looked at the Tao Development Divine Tablet at the side. You first. Summer Solstice went straight forward and pressed her hand on the Tao Development Divine Tablet. Boom, the Tao Development Divine Tablet roared, resonating with Summer Solstice's great path, and a surging and obscure chaotic aura emerged. That was the power that belonged to the chaotic Tao fruit. After 10 minutes, a gate of heaven appeared in the void. Immediately after, a ray of light flashed out of Summer Solstice's cleansing Rui and disappeared into the gate of heaven. Cleansing Rui's body went limp and she fainted on the ground. Lin Sun knew that Summer Solstice had obtained the chaotic Tao fruit and left this world. Without delay, he went straight forward and pressed his hand on the Tao Development Divine Tablet. Boom, in an instant, Lin Sun felt as if he'd entered into an expanse of the quintessence of chaos. Countless supreme paths towards the Tao were like a rain of divine rainbows that whistled and flickered within the quintessence of chaos, and they were suffused with a completely different aura. It wasn't a great path, but a great path that belonged to every kind of life, and it could lead directly to the eternal realm. Lin Sun couldn't help but be shocked by the scene. Sure enough, it's just as I'd guessed. No matter if all living beings are lowly, strong, or weak, all of them have a path to attaining eternity. In the end, only those whose spirits and mental states remain intact would have the chance to step foot onto this path. At the same time, a strand of chaotic origin energy was absorbed by Lin Sun, giving him a sense of perfection as if he had arrived at the peak of the eternal realm. Looking around, nothing could surpass him. Finally, I've reached the great perfection of the boundless realm. An indescribable satisfaction surged in Lin Sun's heart. It was a kind of great freedom and unfettered aura. Plop, Qingfeng fell to the ground and fell into a coma. After a long time, Cleansing Rui was the first to wake up. She was stunned at first, and then she recalled everything she had experienced in the past 2 years, and her expression changed constantly. In the end, she suddenly let out a long breath, stood up, and bowed to the Tao Development Divine Tablet. Senior, you've enlightened me like a teacher. In the future, I'll live up to my teacher's expectations. Cleansing Rui's state of mind was clear and calm. In the past, she was just a country girl with a humble identity and shallow knowledge. But now she was in existence in the great perfection of the transcendent realm on the immortal way. Her heart and mind were no longer comparable to before. Before long, Qingfeng also woke up from his coma. Like Cleansing Rui, he was in a daze for a long time and understood everything he had experienced in the past 2 years. Thank you for your grace of rebirth. Qingfeng got up and bowed to the Tao Development Divine Tablet like Cleansing Rui. In the mysterious God realm, the 7 destined messengers of the Zhen tribe have all met with misfortune. The delicate and charming Qing duck of the Zhen tribe, dressed in a long black dress, said in a low voice with a haze between his eyebrows. Pei Tu of the Gan tribe, Xianxia of the Kuan tribe, Kuhi of the Sun tribe, Tian Shu of the Zhen tribe, and Wei Yun of the Qin tribe were all worried. Failed again. Why is Lin Sun so difficult to deal with? Pei Tu let out a long sigh. Over the years, as Lin Sun broke through the gates of heaven, he brought them bad news and blows again and again. Now, the state of mind of the 9 destined path lords had changed greatly. None of them dared to underestimate Lin Sun anymore. It was completely different from the disdain they had for Lin Sun in the past. The core forces of the 9 tribes of absolute beginning are now gathered in the bound of universe. In other words, if we want to deal with Lin Sun in the spirit's realm, the bound of universe is the last chance. Xianxia said in a low voice. Each of the 9 divisions of the absolute beginning sect had an extremely powerful envoy of heaven who presided over the Shenhuang world. Every single one of them had a cultivation that was almost on par with the boundless Tao Lord. He said in a low voice, the bound of universe. That place is about the control of the origin of universe. If we seize the opportunity, we might have a chance to kill Lin Sun. Opportunity? Tianshu said with a wry smile, to tell you the truth, I don't dare to hope to kill Lin Sun anymore. The others were also silent. Indeed, after going through so many setbacks, they did not have much confidence in their hearts. They did not dare to ascertain if the powers within the Shenhuang world could take down Lin Sun. No matter what, Lin Sun has entered the bound of universe. Even if we can't take him down in the end, we can't let him pass so easily. Pei Tu said through gritted teeth. His eyes were full of madness, like a desperate gambler. The bound of universe. Under a strong tree. Duso was drinking wildly, looking a little anxious. Opposite him, the old priest shook his head helplessly. We have waited for so many years. Why are you still so impatient? The forces of the 9 tribes of Taichu are scattered everywhere in the 9 realms of the realm of gods. If that kid Lin Sun wants to kill his way here, he'll probably have to go through countless dangers. How can I not be anxious? Duso said grumpily. The old priest was silent for a while and said, those old guys in the profound god realm are also waiting. This is enough to prove that Lin Sun is safe. Being safe doesn't mean he can reach the bound of universe smoothly. Duso snorted coldly. Haha. The old priest laughed. Speaking of which, I think of the divination I made for Lin Sun a long time ago in Xiao Empire. The path ahead was filled with fog, and the path back was a scene of destruction that seemed like the heavens were collapsing and the earth was collapsing. Now it seems that it has come true one by one. Look at his cultivation path, it is almost full of turbulence, chaos, and blood, which has caused many changes. Duso was stunned. Do you think that boy is a jinx? No, there can be no construction without destruction. This is an unprecedented change. The old priest shook his head and said, Golden Cicada saw it, so did Pewdie. I believe supreme existences like Xianxia and absolute beginning have also seen it. I'm just curious what kind of changes he will cause when he reaches the profound God realm. Duso was stunned. After a while, he rolled his eyes and said, What's the point of talking about the future? The old priest said, Because I firmly believe that Lin Sun can not only enter the bound of universe, but also cross the path of slashing and reach the realm of gods. Duso was silent for a while and said, If Lin Sun has a chance to enter the bound of universe, I will fight for a chance to leave this world even at the cost of my life. The old priest said, In the end, you are afraid of the 9 opponents of the 9 tribes of Taichu. There were only 11 of them in the bound of universe. He and Duso were 2 of them, while the other 9 were the 9 messengers of the 9 tribes of Taichu. There was a huge gap in numbers. In terms of strength, the 2 of them were at the same level as the 9 opponents. There might be a slight gap, but it was completely negligible. Over the years, the 2 of them had had many conflicts and fights with each other. Although they could not resist each other's siege, it was not difficult for them to escape with their lives. It's not that I am afraid, but I know that as long as Lin Sun comes, the 9 old bastards will definitely attack Lin Sun at all costs. Duso said, In the bound of universe, the competition is about the control of the origin of universe. Whoever condenses more origin of universe will have the upper hand in the competition. This also means that even if Lin Sun has the combat power of the infinite Tao Lord when he arrives in this world, it is impossible for him to fight against those enemies. The old priest said, Therefore, we must find Lin Sun as soon as he arrives. Only when the 2 of us protect him with all our strength can we give him enough time to comprehend and control the power of black-yellow origin. Alas, the problem now is that no one knows when he will appear. Duso curled his lips helplessly. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the distant sky. He was tall and thin, wearing a blue robe with a white jade belt around his waist. His eyes were as frightening as the sun and the moon. Xidigarba. The old priest narrowed his eyes. This was the messenger of destiny of the Kuan tribe, an extremely powerful existence. Soon after, in other directions, more figures appeared one after another. Some stepped on auspicious clouds, their bodies reflecting the sky. Some used wind and thunder, their bodies surging with infinite light. Some carried Taoist swords on their backs, countless sword diagrams emerging as they walked. Some, a total of 6 people, were walking toward them from different directions. The sky was dark, and the void was in disorder. A boundless and terrifying aura spread out from the 6 figures, as if 6 supreme rulers had appeared. After being silent for nearly 100 years, these old bastards actually suddenly attacked today. Why do I feel that something is wrong? Duso frowned. He and the old priest were very familiar with these 6 people. They were Du Tianyuan of the Qian tribe, Xidigarba of the Kuan tribe, Zhongsu of the Sun tribe, Ba Ju of the Zhen tribe, Yunzhou of the Zhen tribe, and Feiya of the Dui tribe. Every one of them was only a step away from the boundless Tao Master. It was because they had fought against each other many times in the past that the Duso and the old priest did not panic when they saw them. They just felt it was strange. Lin Sun is very likely to come. The old priest's eyes lit up, and they are here to besiege us and prevent us from supporting Lin Sun. Duso was shocked. You go first. I'll hold them back. The old priest took a deep breath. Remember, you must find Lin Sun as soon as possible. We can't let him be caught by those enemies. Boom, he rose into the air, and his skinny figure shone brightly. A vast starry sky and hundreds of millions of stars appeared around him. Surround them. In the distance, Xidigarba in a dark green robe shouted, and his voice resounded through the sky like thunder. He and the other 5 messengers of destiny moved together. They each activated their cultivation and besieged the Duso and the old priest. Rumble for a moment, wind and thunder surged, and the sky collapsed. All kinds of horrible divine light rushed up, as if covering the sky and the sun. A great battle broke out. The old priest seemed extremely resolute at this moment. He was just one person, but he fought against 6 messengers of destiny head-on. He was completely reckless. But it was not difficult to find that if one looked carefully at the battle. Whether it was the old priest or the 6 messengers of destiny, their figures seemed to have turned into a world of their own. Every single one of their worlds carried civilization, the grand Tao, all living beings, and all things. When looked at from afar, every single one of them was like a civilization of an era, and these civilizations were ceaselessly attacking and resisting each other. Those inconceivable scenes seemed to be especially shocking. This was the struggle of the bounded universe. The cultivators who entered this world could transform into a shapeless world after comprehending and condensing heaven and earth energy, and it was sufficient to carry the energy of a cultivation civilization. This sort of power was also called the Tao of heaven and earth. The more abundant the heaven and earth energy condensed, the stronger the heaven and earth Tao grasped. Leave quickly. The old priest's voice resounded. Duso took a deep breath and shouted loudly. His figure transformed into a shapeless world, and he released the profundities of the heaven and earth Tao as he charged towards the distance. A few messengers of destiny tried to stop him, but Duso charged through them desperately, and he teleported towards the distance with all his might. However, even though he charged out of the encirclement, he couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood. The blow just now made him suffer a lot of injuries. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to escape so easily. Xianxia, Biju, Feiya, you 3 go after Duso. Xianxia's shout rang out on the battlefield. Immediately, Xianxia and the other 2 moved through the void and chased after Duso. Xianxia, Do Tianyuan, and Cloud Traveling Boat besieged the old priest with all their strength. Boom! The battle became more and more intense. Although the old priest was in a dangerous situation, his state of mind had calmed down. He knew that Duso wouldn't let anything happen to Lin Sun even if he had to pay with his life. However, the only thing he wasn't sure about was whether Lin Sun had really arrived in the bounded universe. If this was a conspiracy of the enemy, then it would be too dangerous for him and Duso to risk their lives today. Duso was fleeing. He couldn't help but wonder where he was now if Lin Sun had come here. The bounded universe was so vast that it seemed to have no boundary. Duso had been traveling here for many years, but he still couldn't figure out where the boundary of the bounded universe was. Only Xianxia and the other 5 showed up this time, but Xiao Yunzi, Mo Qing, and Zhong Rui didn't show up. It seems that these 3 have already noticed the movement of Lin Sun's entry into this world and started to take action in advance. Duso frowned. After a long time, he murmured in his heart, Lin Sun, you must be safe. Duso's pupils contracted as he noticed that Xianxia, Biju, and Feiya had caught up with him from behind. He didn't dare to hesitate and rushed forward while gritting his teeth. In this vast world, Duso's figure was like a black flowing light. He flashed across thousands of mountains and rivers at an extremely fast speed. Behind him, Xianxia, Biju, and Feiya were chasing closely. However, compared to Duso's anxiety and uneasiness, the 3 of them seemed very calm and composed. These 2 old guys are not slow to react. It seems that they have already guessed that Lin Sun is about to enter the bounded universe. Xianxia chuckled. He carried an ancient sword on his back, and sword diagrams emerged under his feet. He looked elegant and unrestrained. It's a pity that when Lin Sun enters this world, the 2 of them are destined to be unable to help him. Baju's expression was indifferent. His body that was tall and sturdy like a mountain was surging with wind and lightning, emitting boundless fine light. Being targeted by us, they can only save their lives at most. How can they have the chance to help? Feiya chuckled. He looked old, but his voice was as clear as a young man's. His body was flowing with the phenomena of the heavens like tides, and his momentum was vast. We just got the news today. According to the analysis of the 9 Destiny Path Lords, Lin Sun should enter the bounded universe in the near future. Xianxia muttered, but the news also said that even the 9 Destiny Path Lords don't know when Lin Sun will leave the Tao development world. Do you think that Lin Sun has already arrived in the bounded universe in advance, but we just don't know about it? Arrived in advance? Baju shook his head and said, that's impossible. If he arrived in advance, how could he not contact Duso and the old priest? Not contacting him in advance means that it's impossible for him to arrive in advance? That doesn't make sense. Xianxia said, with Lin Sun's ability, he must have a deep understanding of the bounded universe before he came to this world. I'm afraid he also knows that if he wants to fight against us, he must comprehend and control the origin of universe as soon as possible. If he chooses to stay dormant after entering this world, it'll be extremely difficult for us to catch him. After a pause, he continued, that's why if we can capture Du So and the old priest, we can use them as hostages to threaten Lin Sun. No matter when he appears, he'll be threatened by us. If he has already appeared in the bounded universe, how can he remain indifferent when he finds out that we're chasing after Du So and the old priest? Xianxia and Fei nodded their heads. After all, the bounded universe was too big, and no one knew when he would appear. If they wanted to strike Lin Sun at the first possible moment, they naturally had to think of another way. Therefore, after receiving the news from the 9 Masters of Destiny, they directly took action. The key was not to kill Du So and the old priest, but to take this opportunity to deal with Lin Sun, just like now, when the 6 of them were dealing with Du So and the old priest respectively, the other 3 Masters of Destiny were patrolling the bounded universe separately. They wanted to find Lin Sun as soon as possible and kill him. While talking, Xianxia, Biju, and Fei were not slow. They had been closely following Du So's trace without any slack. At the same time, in the depths of a quiet and uninhabited mountain in the bounded universe, there was an inconspicuous canyon. Tens of thousands of meters below the ground of the canyon, there was a cave residence. Outside the cave residence, there was a marvelous prohibition to conceal the breath. In the cave residence, a man and a woman were meditating. 3 consecutive updates first, and there's more in the evening. The man and the woman in the cave residence were Lin Sun. Half a month ago, they had already entered the Xianhuang world one after another. Just as his enemies had speculated, Lin Sun had long understood the matters of the bounded universe. He was also clear that before he could comprehend and control the source energy of the bounded universe, no matter how strong his combat power was, he would not have the ability to fight against those enemies. Therefore, the moment they arrived in this world, he and Xianxia chose to cultivate. At this time, on Lin Sun's body, a mysterious scene of the Great Way emerged, as if it had turned into an invisible and boundless world. It carried the vast and brilliant civilization and countless great ways of the heavens. All kinds of phenomena and creatures were evolved in it, and endless vitality was surging and diffusing. The primal chaos was split open, and the heaven and earth were revealed. Profound practitioners were viewed as the color of the sky, and yellow practitioners were viewed as the color of the earth. Heaven and earth were also referred to as heaven and earth. But in the eyes of cultivators, sky earth was the shapeless world from when the chaos had just been split open, and it possessed the energy to bear civilization, the grand Tao, vitality, and all living beings. Or perhaps, it could be said that sky earth could be called the heavens and the earth, yet it represented all worlds, all universes, and all worlds that were tangible and intangible. It was as small as the world of a grain of sand or a rock, and it was as large as the world of the universe. Everything could be taken as sky earth. On the other hand, after one comprehended the sky earth quintessence, the grand Tao grasped by a cultivator would be able to evolve to the state at the beginning of the chaos, and from there, it would allow one's grand Tao to realize a miraculous transformation. This was not a breakthrough in cultivation, but a transformation of one's own great Tao. Simply speaking, comprehending the heaven and earth source in this bounded universe would allow one to condense heaven and earth chi within one's own grand Tao, and one's own body would be able to transform into the heavens and the earth, carrying civilization and the grand Tao. When he accomplished this, it was simply no different than transforming into an era. In this half a month's time, Lin Sun had already easily comprehended and controlled the mysterious yellow origin, and the power of the Great Way in his body was undergoing a slow but amazing transformation. For example, if one were to fight within the Xianhuang world, they would be competing to see who could cultivate the Xianhuang qi more intensely, and who would be able to gain the upper hand in the battle. In other words, this was actually a competition for the Grand Tao in another sense. However, what they were competing in was their own great Tao's control over the mysterious yellow origin power. Since ancient times until now, there had always been a saying that any cultivator who was able to leave the Xianhuang realm would practically all be able to attain the level of the Great Circle of the Boundless Realm. The reason was that condensed sky earth chi was a critical factor that prompted a cultivator's path towards the Tao to transform. In order to leave the bound of universe aura that one condensed must be able to resonate with the origin of chaos of the bound of universe, only then could it attract the chaos Tao fruit and enter the heavenly gates. From this, it could be inferred that when cultivators condensed sky-earth chi that was sufficient to draw the resonance of the heavens and the earth, they would already possess the critical factor to allow their cultivation to attain the perfection stage of the boundless realm. But it was totally different for Lin Sun. The reason was very simple. When he was in the Tao evolution world, Lin Sun had already attained the level of grand completion boundless realm. It was precisely because of this that when he entered the Xianhuang world, it was effortless for him to comprehend and control the Xianhuang origin. He could feel the essence of the Xianhuang origin with ease and control it. Even when he was condensing the sky-earth energy, it showed signs of advancing by leaps and bounds, and it allowed him to temper his grand Tao to 50% in a short period of half a month. The Xianhuang origin can bear the civilization and great way, so that the cultivator can transform himself into the world, and then he can also bear the civilization and great way. This is equivalent to transforming himself into an era. While cultivating and meditating, Lin Sun couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The Xianhuang origin was indeed wonderful. On one side, the power of the Xianhuang origin was also surging in Xiaxhi's body. Different from Lin Sun's, the world she transformed into was as dark as the eternal night, and the civilization and great way it carried were like stars adorning the dark world of the eternal night, mysterious and deep. Time flew, and a few days passed in a hurry. Lin Sun, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes. The restrictive power outside the cave residence produced a layer of ripple-like fluctuations, which was noticed by him at the first time. There is a cultivator passing through these mountains. Thinking of this, Lin Sun got up and poured his divine awareness into the restrictive power. Suddenly, a scene appeared. In the vast mountains, a figure flashed across the sky like a ray of light. Following that, 3 more figures appeared, and they chased after the figure in front of them relentlessly. Do so. Although the scene disappeared in an instant, Lin Sun still recognized that the figure being chased was Do So. All of a sudden, his eyes were filled with a frightening cold light. As early as when he was in the mortal realm, Xingjian Gorge had told Lin Sun that his master, Yuan Chu, had sent a message to Lin Sun, telling him to find Do So when he entered the bound of universe. In this way, he could get Do So's protection. However, because Lin Sun had already known about the bound of universe, he planned to find Do So after comprehending and controlling the power of the Xianhuang origin after entering this world. But who would have thought that Do So was being chased? Xiaxhi, concentrate on your cultivation here. I'll go out for a while. Lin Sun took a deep breath and made a decision. Okay. Xiaxhi, who was cultivating, responded. Without any delay, Lin Sun went straight out of the underground cave residence, and then moved to the sky. Swoosh, he used all his strength and his speed had reached an astonishing level. His whole body was like a wisp of shadow. Every time he took a step, it was as if the stars were moving, leaving endless mountains and rivers behind him. Huff Huff Do So panted heavily as he fled, and his face darkened. He had been chased for 4 days. He had passed countless mountains and rivers, but he had not been able to get rid of the 3 heavenly destined messengers. Now, Do So had figured out the reason why the enemies were chasing him. Obviously, they wanted to capture him and use him as a hostage to threaten Lin Sun. This made Do So feel angry, but at the same time, he could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Although he was a little embarrassed from being chased, at least it proved that Lin Sun had not come to the bound of universe yet. Or he had already arrived at the bound of universe and had not been discovered by the enemies. For Do So, this was enough. I have to find a way to get rid of these enemies. Do So frowned. He was in a bad situation. He had been running for 4 days, and it had consumed a lot of his cultivation. If this went on, he would not be able to hold on for long. However, Do So knew that if he was in a bad situation, the 3 enemies who had been chasing him would be in a bad situation as well. After all, he had been running for 4 days, and they had been chasing him for 4 days. Old man, you can't escape. Zhong Su's voice came from behind, and it was filled with cold hatred. Stop talking nonsense. Catch up first. Do So rolled his eyes. In these 4 days, he had been ridiculed, mocked, and threatened countless times. Now that he heard such a threat again, he felt it was ridiculous. But at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air in the distance. The figure held a silver spear in his hand, and his figure was tall like a peerless war god. Along with his appearance, a shapeless power of heaven and earth surged out and transformed into a world. Within it, the aura of the Grand Tao surged out, and it was extremely magnificent. This person seemed to have been waiting for a long time, and he appeared out of thin air in front of South Duso, who was running with all his might, had just stopped and intended to dodge when the world formed by the power of heaven and earth enveloped him. Boom, heaven and earth rumbled, and everything trembled. Even though Duso's reaction was extremely fast, and he unleashed his power of heaven and earth, he still staggered from the impact, and he couldn't help but cough out a mouthful of blood. Xianxia. His expression changed as he recognized the man with the silver spear. He was one of the 9 heavenly mandate envoys, Xianxia. This made Duso's heart sink. He had been running with all his might for 4 days, and now he suffered such a sudden attack. His condition seemed to have worsened. What was worse was that Xianxia, Baju, and Feiya had arrived in time. "Old man, I told you earlier that you can't escape." Xianxia sneered. Before the 3 of them arrived, a vast world surged out from their bodies. It was formed by the heaven and earth energy, and it could carry the Grand Tao and civilization. In front of them, Xianxia attacked again. A pincer attack. Duso took a deep breath, and the aura on his body rumbled. A world covered the sky, and it revealed a boundless might. He decided to fight for a way out. In the past, he had fought with these heavenly mandate envoys many times, and he could escape unscathed every time. But it was different this time. He was in a terrible situation, and now he was besieged by 4 heavenly mandate envoys who were no weaker than him. His situation could be described as extremely dangerous. "Everyone, this is related to the action of dealing with Lin Sun. We can't let this old man escape this time," Xianxia said in a deep voice. As he spoke, the battle had completely broken out. In this mountain and river, there seemed to be many era worlds fighting, and endless dazzling light rain was set off. Duso tried many times to break out of the siege, but he was blocked every time. Moreover, he was injured and covered with blood. The world of Great Way he manifested was also violently tumbling. It was completely suppressed by Xianxia and was about to collapse. "Do I really have to die here this time?" Duso wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and he couldn't help but feel a little desperate. Immediately, there was madness in his eyes. "Even if I die, I will drag someone down with me," he roared and threw caution to the wind. Seeing this, Xianxia, Xianxia, Baju, and Feiya couldn't help but sneer. It was too late to go all out now. In the final analysis, Duso had consumed a lot of his cultivation during the 4 days of escape. Moreover, he was unexpectedly injured by Xianxia. In the eyes of his enemies, even if he went all out, it would be no different from a moth flying into a flame. But at this moment, Xianxia and the others were stiff all over. They felt a fatal danger approaching, which made them change their expressions and dodge subconsciously. Swish, at the moment when they were far away, a tall figure appeared out of thin air in front of Duso, who was about to go all out. There was one more chapter before 11 p.m. Lin Sun's tall figure stood in the void calmly. At that moment, Duso almost threw a desperate blow at Lin Sun. Even if he managed to restrain himself, his old face had already turned red and he felt extremely uncomfortable. "Why didn't you say anything when you came?" Duso couldn't help coughing up blood, but his face was full of excitement. Lin Sun was here, how could he not be happy? But in a moment, his smile froze and his heart sank to the bottom. He quickly transmitted his voice to Lin Sun. "Why are you so stupid? You know the situation, but you still want to get involved. Run. I'll hold them back even if I have to risk my life. Hurry up." In the end, Duso's voice was filled with anxiety. Lin Sun couldn't help laughing and patted Duso's shoulder. "Don't worry about me. Just watch from the side." Duso was stunned. In the distance, Xianxia's surprised voice sounded. "I was wondering who it was." "It's you." Baju, Feiya, and Xianxia were also surprised and delighted. Previously, they had sensed danger and avoided it. But when they saw Lin Sun's figure clearly, they were all excited. "It seems that you've been waiting for me for a long time." Lin Sun looked over, and his eyes also became indifferent and cold. Of course. Xianxia pointed at Du So and said with a smile, "Do you know why we want to deal with this old guy? It's to force you to show your trace. Even if you hide and don't come out, as long as we capture this old guy, he will be a hostage enough to threaten you." Du So's face changed constantly, and he shouted, "Shameless." But no one paid attention to him. All eyes were fixed on Lin Sun. Fei suddenly asked, "Lin Sun, when did you come to the bound of universe?" Lin Sun glanced at him and said, "Including today, it's exactly half a month." Fei seemed to be much more relaxed and said, "So, you've already begun to comprehend the power of the origin of universe?" Everyone fixed their eyes on Lin Sun. Du So was about to say something, but was stopped by Lin Sun. Lin Sun glanced at the crowd and said, "Why don't you give it a try?" He appeared to be very calm and collected. This made Xianxia and the others frown slightly. They didn't know whether Lin Sun was bluffing or he was confident. What a joke. Even if you came half a year earlier, the amount of power of heaven and earth that you could comprehend and control would not be that strong. Xianxia's voice was cold. As he spoke, an invisible world emerged from his body with a bang. It was filled with surging qi of heaven and earth, which evolved into a vast and beautiful civilization and the power of the Great Way and pressed down on Lin Sun fiercely. He and the other heavenly mandate envoys had cultivated here for many years, and the power of heaven and earth that they had refined was extremely rich and powerful. In contrast, he did not believe that Lin Sun, who had just arrived in the bound of universe, could comprehend and master much of the origin of black-yellow. Boom, a world soared through the sky and crushed down. How terrifying was such a scene! It caused the mountains and rivers to collapse while space exploded into pieces. "Let me." Du So was the first to step forward. But his figure was caught by Lin Sun. At the same time, Lin Sun waved his left hand casually. The world of heaven and earth formed by Xianxia vanished completely in front of Lin Sun like a piece of paper. Du So was dumbfounded. He had planned to struggle when he was caught by Lin Sun, but at this moment, he was stunned and forgot to struggle. Even Xianxia and the other heavenly mandate envoys changed their expressions slightly. "You've cultivated in this world for so long, and this is all you've got?" Lin Sun sneered, and his eyebrows were full of disdain. "Humph." Xianxia's face darkened, and he took a deep breath. Boom, billions of rays of light rose from his tall figure and condensed into a world of heaven and earth. Its power was much stronger than before. Accompanied by a clear and melodious sword cry, the Taoist sword on Xianxia's back swept out. In a flash, the world of heaven and earth merged into his Taoist sword, causing the Taoist sword to burst out with a terrifying aura. Slash! With a loud shout, the Taoist sword soared into the sky and slashed down. Looking from a distance, the Taoist sword seemed to be infinitely tall, and it carried a vast world with the aura of civilization and the Great Way. This sword seemed to be formed by an era, but Lin Sun didn't even look at it. He suddenly slapped out his palm. Bang! The Taoist sword seemed to be hit by an ancient divine mountain. It shook violently, and the world, civilization, and Great Way contained in the Taoist sword burst like bubbles and collapsed. In the end, the Taoist sword let out a whine and was slapped away by the power of Lin Sun's palm. Puff, the figure of Xianxia staggered and coughed up blood. His face was full of horror. A palm, a sword that broke Xianxia's power. The scene caused everyone's bodies to stiffen and their expressions to change drastically. How is this possible? How can he master such a strong power of heaven and earth when he just arrived in this world? Fei was shocked and angry. He could see that the power of Lin Sun's palm seemed to be understated, but it was full of the power of heaven and earth. It contained an invisible realm that carried the power of Lin Sun's Great Way. But he didn't expect that such a palm could defeat Xianxia's sword with irresistible force. It should be known that Xianxia had been immersed in the bound of heaven and earth for more than 10,000 years. No one knew how much power of heaven and earth he had refined. In contrast, Lin Sun had obviously just arrived in the bound of heaven and earth not long ago, but he could do this. How could people not be surprised? At this moment, even Du So was stunned. He looked Lin Sun up and down as if he was getting to know Lin Sun again. "Who else wants to try?" Lin Sun asked. He was calm and unruffled in the midst of chaos. The reason why he wasn't in a hurry to make a move was that he wanted to have a try to see how far he had comprehended and mastered the way of heaven and earth. Arrogant. Xianxia snorted coldly and waved the silver spear in his hand. Boom, the spear flew across the sky, and the image of an era appeared. It was dazzling, as if an era was coming. Vaguely, the sound of various great waves resounded, adding a shocking momentum. Unlike Xianxia, Xianxia's combat power was at its peak. At this moment, when he made a move, the momentum was beyond imagination. At this moment, Lin Sun finally looked serious. This blow made him feel some pressure. But, it was just a little bit of pressure. Clang, Lin Sun stretched out his hand and grabbed, and the abyssal sword swept out. Then, Lin Sun gathered all the power of the way of heaven and earth in his sword and slashed across the sky. Boom, the heavens and the earth were instantly filled by a strand of sword wool that shot into the sky. The majestic sword wool was boundless, and it contained countless grand daos and countless civilizations. If Xianxia's blow contained the power of an era, then Lin Sun's blow seemed to contain the power of many eras. Boom, in the earth-shattering collision, endless light rained down. The silver spear was cut into two and flew out. Xianxia's figure was split into two. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and his spirit escaped first, so he could avoid the possibility of being obliterated. But even so, that shocking scene still caused the hairs of everyone present to stand on end, and their souls almost left their bodies. Xianxia, who was at the peak of his cultivation, couldn't make a move. He was seriously injured by the sword and only his spirit was left. Lin Sun frowned slightly. I didn't manage to kill him with one strike. It seems that I haven't refined enough power of heaven and earth. This shocked Du So, and he felt like he was in a mess. This was still not enough. Go. At this moment, Xianxia and the rest realized that something was wrong. They turned around and fled. Initially, when they saw Lin Sun, they were surprised and excited. They thought that they could easily take down Lin Sun if they seized the perfect opportunity. After all, they had cultivated in this world for many years and had refined enough power of heaven and earth. But at this moment, they were panic-stricken. There was only one thought in their mind: run. Run as far away as possible. If you want to leave, you have to let me send you off. As Lin Sun spoke, his figure suddenly glowed. Boom, a world formed by the power of heaven and earth appeared and instantly covered the endless mountains and rivers. The power of civilization and great ways surged in it and completely enveloped the void in all directions. As for Xianxia and the rest, they only felt their vision darken. Their figures were suppressed uncontrollably into the world of heaven and earth that Lin Sun had formed. Compared to this vast world, their figures were as small as ants. They couldn't struggle at all. It was also at this moment that they deeply realized how terrifying the power of heaven and earth that Lin Sun had mastered was. It had long surpassed theirs. It was a pity that they now understood that it was all over. In the next moment, they felt a sharp pain in their consciousness and lost all their senses. Boom, at the same time, Lin Sun kept his cultivation and said disappointedly, I thought that these old fellows would be very powerful. It turns out that, they are only SOSO. Beside him, Du So's expression stiffened. He was shocked and speechless. If they had known that this lad had become so powerful, they wouldn't have been so worried. Why did they have to risk their lives? Senior, how are your injuries? Lin Sun asked with concern. Du So woke up from his chaotic thoughts. He shook his head and said, my injuries are not serious. I just don't understand. Did you really come here half a month ago? Lin Sun said, of course. But how did you master such a powerful way of heaven and earth? Du So couldn't help but ask. Lin Sun asked in reply, is this considered powerful? He clearly knew that he had only refined about 50% of the power of heaven and earth in his great ways. He was far from truly refining it to perfection. Looking at Lin Sun's puzzled expression, Du So's lips twitched violently. This lad probably didn't know how powerful his current combat power was. By the way, I remember that the old priest is also in this world, right? Lin Sun asked, where is he now? Du So's expression changed at the mention of the old priest. He said, quick, let's go find that old fellow. I'm worried that he might be in trouble. the 5th chapter was delivered. Let's talk about something important. If there were no accidents, the book would be finished by the end of the month. After the book was finished, Goldfish would consider writing some extra articles about the talents on the public account to fill in the small holes left unfilled in the previous period. For those who didn't follow the public account, just open it. You could see the new articles as soon as possible. Whoosh! Whoosh! Carrying Lin Sun, Du So teleported with all his might in the void. He was already severely injured and had consumed a great deal of his strength, but he couldn't care about that right now. Fortunately, Lin Sun was there to take him with him, otherwise he would not have much strength to run around at all. Along the way, Lin Sun learned that Du So and the old priest had been staying in the bound of universe all these years. It wasn't that they didn't want to leave, but the chi they refined couldn't resonate with the heaven and earth of this world. The 9 heavens mandate envoys of the 9 tribes of absolute beginning were the same. At the end of the day, there were only a handful of people who had managed to pass through the 9 heavens of the myriad spirits God realm. On the other hand, Du So also found out what Lin Sun had experienced after entering the ruins of Tao. Especially when he found out that Lin Sun had already attained the perfection stage of the boundless realm in the Tao evolution world, Du So vaguely understood why Lin Sun had grasped the way of heaven and earth so powerful in just half a month after arriving in the bound of heaven and earth. In the final analysis, it was because Lin Sun's cultivation had long surpassed the level of infinite Tao Lord and he had become the real infinite dominator, what was the boundless ruler, attaining the ultimate perfection of the boundless realm, stepping on to the end of the eternal Tao path, on. The other hand, only Golden Cicada, the core master, Chen Lin Kong, Heya, and the ape ancestor were known to have stepped foot into this realm in the ruins of profound Tao. As for the boundless Tao Lord, he was the existence that was closest to perfection. The 9 destiny path lords of the 9 divisions of absolute beginning and the founding ancestors of the 4 ancestral halls were also at this level. They were also extremely rare. However, compared to the boundless hegemon, he was still on a lower level. Now that Lin Sun was the boundless dominator, he had undoubtedly surpassed the patriarchs of the 4 great ancestral halls and the master of destiny path of the 9 divisions of the Taichu clan. Du So could not help but be shocked when he realized this. As far as he knew, Lin Sun had only cultivated for more than 1,000 years. It was also at this time that Du So felt that it was reasonable for Lin Sun to suppress Xianxia and the other 3. After all, the current Lin Sun was a boundless sovereign, with Lin Sun's help, who in the bound of universe could be his enemy? I can only hope that nothing will happen to the old priest, Du So murmured to himself. 4 hours later. Du So's figure appeared in the midst of a collapsed and withered mountain and river. His expression was extremely ugly. This was originally the place where he and the old priest resided. A few days ago, the old priest had also fought intensely with Xianxia, Do Tian Yuan, and the cloud-traversing boat here. But now, the old priest was nowhere to be seen. Looking at the traces of battle here, they went in this direction. Lin Sun looked at the nearby mountains and rivers for a moment and then looked into the distance. Du So took a deep breath and suppressed the bad premonition in his heart, intending to continue the search with Lin. Suddenly, a series of ripples appeared in the distant void. Following that, Xianxia, Do Tian Yuan, and cloud-traversing boat appeared out of thin air, and there were 2 more people beside them. One was a black-haired, black-clothed man with a saber on his back, and the other was a beautiful woman with gray hair that fell to her waist. The former was called Shan Tu, and the latter was called Lu Yao. They were both envoys of Heaven's mandate. I didn't expect you to bring Lin Sun here, due south. When they saw Lin Sun standing side by side with Du So, Xianxia, and others were surprised, and then their eyes lit up as if they were staring at the long-awaited prey. Why are Xianxia and others missing? Some people frowned and noticed that something was wrong. As soon as these words came out, all the destined messengers present frowned. Where's the old priest? What did you do to him? Du So asked with a livid face. He's not dead, but he's imprisoned by us. Xianxia, dressed in a pale cyan robe, said indifferently. Hand over the old priest, and I'll give Xianxia back to you. Lin Sun suddenly said and reached out his hand to pick up a figure. It was Xianxia who had been suppressed. Seeing this, Xianxia and others' faces darkened. Originally, they caught the old priest to threaten Lin Sun, but now Lin Sun also caught Xianxia, which meant that they were in the same situation. Where are the others except Xianxia? Xidagarba took a deep breath and asked. You don't need to know this. Just ask me, will you let them go or not? Lin Sun said indifferently. Xidagarba and others looked at each other. It was obvious that they were talking about something by voice transmission. After a while, Xidagarba sighed with a touch of pity on his face. Brother Xianxia, I'm sorry. In order to capture Lin Sun, we have to do this. This was tantamount to deciding to abandon Xianxia. Fortunately, Xianxia was in a coma at the moment. If he saw this scene, no one knew what he would think. Lin Sun, the old priest's life is in our hands. Next, it's up to you to make a choice. If you want him to live, you'd better surrender. If you don't want him to live, we'll kill him immediately. Xidagarba said coldly. He no longer took Xianxia seriously. Whether the old priest is dead or alive, you should at least let me have a look at him, right? Lin Sun said. Okay. As Xidagarba said, he raised his hand and picked up the old priest. His figure was broken, stained with blood, and he was unconscious. Seeing this, Duso's eyes were bloodshot. He had the best relationship with the old priest. Seeing the miserable situation of the old priest, he felt a pain in his heart. Now, it's time for you to make a choice. Xidagarba looked cold. I'll exchange the 4 of them for the old priest. If you don't agree, you can kill the old priest. But I can guarantee that you will all beg for death. Lin Sun waved his sleeve, and the suppressed figures of Feiya, Xiaoyunzi, and Baju also emerged. Seeing this, Xidagarba and the others all changed their faces. They thought that only Xianxia was captured by Lin Sun, so after discussion, they decided to give up Xianxia in exchange for a chance to threaten Lin Sun. But who would have thought that Lin Sun suppressed all 4 of their companions? It was a little hard for them to believe. How could a young man who had just arrived in the bound of universe do this, and Duso was doomed to be unable to do this? Lin Sun said again, my patience is limited. I need a reply after 3 breaths. The atmosphere also became extremely depressing at this moment. Xidagarba and the other 4 looked uncertain, and they all looked like they wanted to eat Lin Sun. Until the time of 3 breaths was almost up, Xidagarba gritted his teeth and said, we can agree to exchange, but there is a condition. Lin Sun interrupted him directly, either exchange or fight directly. Don't even think about making any more conditions. He seemed extremely powerful. Duso gritted his teeth. He also knew that Lin Sun's approach was the wisest in the current situation. In any case, he couldn't be controlled by others, even if he had to sacrifice the old priest. Xidagarba and the others' faces became more and more gloomy. Lin Sun's strength was far beyond their expectations. Okay, exchange. Xidagarba's voice was squeezed out from his teeth. After you and I leave the hostages here, retreat to the distance and let them return on their own. Lin Sun said without thinking. As he said, he threw Xianxia and the other 3 to the ground and lifted the imprisonment force on them, letting them wake up one by one. Seeing this, Xidagarba also threw the old priest to the ground. Seeing the old priest wake up, Lin Sun said, now, let's all retreat and let them return to their camps on their own. Retreat. With a livid face, Xidagarba waved his hand and ordered everyone to retreat. Immediately, Lin Sun and Duso also retreated. At this time, Xianxia and the old priest had already understood the situation in front of them. Although they were excited, they also knew that there must be no trouble at this time. Otherwise, their lives would be in danger. Immediately, the old priest and Xianxia all took action. Lin Sun, Xidagarba, and the others confronted each other in the distance, waiting. When the old priest approached, Xianxia and the others also came to Xidagarba's side. No accident happened. Almost at the same time, Lin Sun brought the old priest to his side, and Xidagarba and the others also saved Xianxia and the others. There were no hostages in their hands, and the originally oppressive atmosphere was also broken at this moment. Lin Sun, you all deserve to die. Xidagarba shouted, and his chi rose to the sky crazily. His anger was burning. The others around him also stopped holding back. One by one, their chi soared to the sky, and they did not hide their killing intent. However, when they were about to take action, Xianxia shouted anxiously, run. Run. Lin Sun is not our opponent at all. Xidagarba and the others were stunned and caught off Guard. They did not expect that it was Xianxia who stopped them. Run. Then, Feiya, Xiaoyunzi and Ba Ju also shouted, their faces full of anxiety. This made Xidagarba and the others tremble inexplicably, and they realized that something was wrong. If it was only Xianxia who said that, they would not feel anything. However, when the four of them stopped him together, there was a problem. Could it be that Lin Sun suppressed all of you previously? Xidagarba's expression changed suddenly. They had suspected it before, but they did not dare to believe it. But now, all of this seemed to be proving their suspicions true. Xianxia and the others nodded repeatedly. It was also at this moment that Lin Sun, who was in the distance, said coldly, in this bound of universe, even if you want to escape, where can you escape to? His voice was still echoing, and he had already stepped into the air. Boom, at this moment, Lin Sun completely exploded. His cultivation was controlled by the power of universe, and it turned into an invisible world, covering the endless mountains and rivers in an instant. In the bound of universe, various civilizations appeared, and countless great ways emerged. It was vast and boundless, as if many epochs had gathered together and descended into this world. That scene also made Xidagarba and the others' scalps numb, and their faces changed in horror. What a terrifying power of universe! They finally understood why Xianxia and the others were so anxious to stop them from taking action. At this extremely dangerous moment, Xidagarba and the others were greatly stimulated. They all ran their cultivation with all their might, and a terrifying bound of universe emerged from their bodies. They did not want to fight Lin Sun head-on, but to escape. A shocking scene unfolded before their eyes. In the void, the world of heaven and earth appeared one after another, extremely bright and vast. Each of them carried a civilization and various great ways, and all kinds of phenomena and spirits emerged. It was like the condensation of many epochs. This was the way of heaven and earth. Condensing the chi of heaven and earth, thus promoting the transformation of one's own great way, deducing the supreme power of carrying civilization and great ways. Mastering such power was no different from being the master of an epoch. At this time, with the desperate efforts of the five messengers, the five world of heaven and earth released by them could be said to be extremely terrifying. As far as they were concerned, this strike was sufficient to open up a path for them to escape from this expanse of the heavens and the earth. Yes, it was only for the sake of escaping. But the next moment, boom, a world of heaven and earth shattered with a bang. It was like a vast world was withering away at this moment, and the civilization and the grand Tao it carried were falling apart and disintegrating. Puff, Cloud Traveler coughed up blood as if he had been struck by lightning. This was his world of heaven and earth, the embodiment of his cultivation. But at this moment, it was completely shattered and destroyed, causing his cultivation to be seriously damaged. How is this possible? Cloud Traveler looked up and saw the world of heaven and earth of heaven and earth of heaven. Do Tianyuan, Shan Tu, and Lu Yao also suffered a heavy blow at this moment. Boom! 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 Rumbling that shook the heavens and the earth resounded as one world of heaven and earth after another exploded like bubbles. A magnificent and resplendent rain of light rose up and swept out like a torrent. No one was a match for Lin Sun's world of heaven and earth. They were all shattered in one blow. That scene was like an epic being smashed by a heavy hammer. All of a sudden, Cloud Traveler was completely stunned. Looking at Xidagarba, Do Tianyuan, and others, they all staggered and coughed up blood. They all suffered great injuries, and their aura was disordered and dispirited. Their faces were full of horror, and they screamed again and again. Their state of mind had been greatly impacted. With the power of one person, Lin Sun destroyed their world of heaven and earth in one blow. This was so horrible that it completely subverted their imagination. The old priest could not help but be stunned and gasp. He could not believe his eyes at all. Isn't it exciting? Looking at the dull look of the old priest, he thought of his stupid fuss when Lin Sun suppressed Xianxia and others. I've already said that we were going to retreat. Why did you delay? Zhongsu, Ba Ju, and the others had just escaped from death, but when they saw this scene, they couldn't help but feel despair. All of them looked as if they had lost their parents, and their hearts were like ashes. Boom, the smoke and clouds in the sky dissipated. Under the sky, Lin Sun stood alone, overlooking those heavily injured messengers of destiny and asked, "Do you want to try again?" Xianxia and others raised their heads with difficulty and looked at Lin Sun. Their pale faces were full of confusion and fear. No one could imagine how Lin Sun, who had just arrived in the bound of universe, could master such a terrifying way of universe. Even though he had been defeated, his heart was filled with indescribable confusion. How could this be? Seeing that no one answered, Lin Sun felt dispirited. Well, let me send you off. Boom, the sky was full of light and turned into the bound of universe. At this moment, Xianxia and others had no strength to struggle at all. They could only watch themselves being swallowed up like tiny ants. So far, the 9 messengers of destiny in this world had all died. In the distance, Du So and the old priest were in a trance. They had fought with those messengers of destiny for many years. Every time, they almost had to flee in embarrassment, and they also encountered great danger many times. Naturally, they were all very clear about the strength of those messengers of destiny. But such a group of powerful beings was killed by Lin Sun in the blink of an eye, which made Du So and the old priest feel like they were in a dream. Suddenly, Lin Sun's voice sounded, "Seniors, you'd better recover quickly. Don't leave any hidden dangers." Du So and the old priest looked up and saw Lin Sun walking over in the air. Dressed in a white robe, Lin Sun was as handsome as when he was young. But in the eyes of Du So and the old priest, this young man was enough for them to look up to. In the mysterious God realm, Pei Tu, Xianxia, Shu He, and the other lords of destiny remained silent. The atmosphere in the hall was extremely oppressive. It hasn't even been 5 years since Lin Sun entered the ruins of Dao, right? After a long time, Pei Tu muttered with a low voice. He has already passed through the 8th level of the door of heaven and seized the chaotic Dao fruit 8 times. If nothing unexpected happens, then it won't be long before he'll leave the bound of universe to traverse the path of severing. His voice revealed an indescribably complicated feeling. In the beginning, they didn't care about Lin Sun at all, and they took him to be prey that was at their mercy. Later on, as Lin Sun traversed those heaven realms over and over again, it caused them to be furious, shocked, vigilant, and they suffered blows over and over again. Up until now, every single one of their hearts felt cold. They were completely deterred by the might Lin Sun revealed. No matter how unwilling they were to accept it, they had no choice but to admit that Lin Sun wasn't inferior to them, the boundless Dao Lords, and he might even surpass them. The path of severing is to sever the Daos of the past, present, and future. I wonder if this path of severing that has a slim chance of survival can trap Lin Sun. Xianxia let out a long sigh. They didn't have any confidence in their hearts, and they didn't have the arrogance and confidence they had in the past any longer. So, their brows knit together tightly while their hearts were heavy when they talked about Lin Sun. This was something that had never happened in the past. It's useless for us to speak about all of this now, and we're unable to interfere or obstruct Lin Sun's footsteps any longer. We can only wait here passively. Shu He's voice revealed a wisp of an indescribable sense of loss. The cruelest part is that if he has the chance to traverse the path of severing and arrive at the profound God domain, then we'll probably be unable to be a match for him even if we join forces. A strand of pessimism spread and fermented within these destiny Dao Lords, and the expressions of every single one of them were extremely gloomy. This is the variable that the sect master was waiting for? I seem to understand why the young miss and sect master didn't make a clear stand since the beginning. They probably expected that a mere spirit's domain would be unable to obstruct Lin Sun's footsteps. Tianshu muttered. We can only blame ourselves for not understanding the situation. We thought that mobilizing all our forces to obstruct and attack Lin Sun meant that we were working for the sect master and the young Mississippi. But in the end, we suffered heavy casualties. How ridiculous. Everyone's expressions were slightly unsightly, and different thoughts surged in their hearts. Yes, why hadn't the sect master and the young miss made a stand since Lin Sun appeared? Could it be that they had expected that Lin Sun's momentum was unstoppable, or perhaps they wanted to watch coldly from the sidelines and see if this variable, Lin Sun, could reach the profound God domain? After a while, Pei Tu said in a low voice, the sect master's heart is as deep as the sea, and it's far from what we can speculate. It's enough for us to do what we should do. Right at this moment, Ape Ancestor's figure that was as tall as a mountain appeared out of thin air outside the hall, and his aged voice resounded. All of you, follow me. Pei Tu and the others stood up in unison and looked at each other in confusion. May I ask where we're going, Lord Ape Ancestor? Pei Tu cupped his hands and said. To the profound Tao platform to see if Lin Sun can traverse the path of severing and arrive at the profound God domain. As Ape Ancestor spoke, he had already turned around and rushed forward. Pei Tu and the others were shocked at first, and then they all showed excitement. Even Ape Ancestor couldn't sit still. Was he finally going to make a move? While thinking, they had already started to move and followed Ape Ancestor. Ape Ancestor is moving. In the hidden world, Golden Cicada sensed something and couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. It's a little hasty to make a move at this time. Ape Ancestor has been with Tai Chu for a long time, like a servant and a friend. His path towards the Tao fused the energies of clear and turbid, yin and yang, and the two polarities into one, and it developed the divine aura of Tai Chi that had attained perfection. The rarest part of it all was that his attainments in the Tao were completely cultivated bitterly by himself, and even absolute beginning didn't give him much help. Mountain Master Fongsuan said in a light voice, fellow Taoist ought to be clearly aware that in the various epochs since the ancient times until now, there have been countless formidable figures that have cultivated the Tai Chi Tao. However, only the Ape Ancestor has attained the ultimate perfection realm in this Tao. Golden Cicada smiled and said, the Tao of Tai Chi is a combination of hardness and softness, carrying yin and yang, one movement and one stillness, all seeking perfection. Taoist friend, do you think that Ape Ancestor's action this time is prepared, and not a hasty move? It must be so. Master Fongsuan said, in other words, when Ape Ancestor makes a move, there will be changes, and these changes may be what Tai Chu wants to see. So, Taoist friend, you don't intend to make a move? Golden Cicada was startled. Master Fongsuan thought for a moment and answered, let nature take its course. Grandfather, Ape Ancestor is moving. Is that old guy finally unable to hold back? In the primordial spirit world, Chen Lingkong's eyes lit up. Even you know what he's doing, how can he not know the changes that will be caused by his actions? A clear voice came from the thatched hut, don't be anxious. Everyone can see Ape Ancestor's actions. It doesn't matter whether he's doing it intentionally, planning to preemptively attack, or setting up a diversion. As long as Tai Chu doesn't make a move, this game is far from starting. Chen Linkong raised an eyebrow, grandfather, you only have eyes for Tai Chu, but I'm worried about young friend Lin's situation. Why don't I go to the profound Tao platform as well? After a moment of silence, the voice from the thatched hut sounded again, you can go and have a look. Chen Linkong was overjoyed and turned to leave. He had long been thinking about making a move. Such a temperament is not comparable to Golden Cicada and Pewdie, but it doesn't matter. Each has his own Tao, and each has his own temperament. Whether they are determined to make progress or calm as a mountain, they are different after all. In the thatched hut, the handsome figure was lost in thought. As for Lin Sun, although he hasn't tried to cut the Tao, his cultivation should be better than his master now. In this regard, Pewdie is worthy of being a man of great courage. Although he has paid a great price, it is enough to make him feel gratified and proud to have such a successor. In the chaotic world, Black Crow hesitated for a long time, but he couldn't help but ask, Sect Master, did you ask Ape Ancestor to act now? Deep underground, the absolute beginning ruler's voice sounded, Little Crow, how many variables do you think Ape Ancestor's action will cause? Black Crow pondered, the current situation in the profound God region will affect everything. Once Ape Ancestor moves, it will definitely attract the attention of Qin Shi, Golden Cicada, Sub Hoodie, Chen Linkong and the others. I just don't know if they will act now. If that's the case, Ape Ancestor will be in danger. Wrong. The Primordium Sovereign said, only when the Ape Ancestor makes a move will he be able to activate the entire chessboard. As for the Ape Ancestor, he'll be fine. This was all part of my plan. If those opponents don't make a move, then when Lin Sun reaches the profound God domain, he'll definitely be surrounded by the Ape Ancestor and his people. If they move, it will naturally be even better. Black Crow seemed to realize something and said excitedly, Sect Master, do you already have the power to escape? It depends on whether it's worth it for me to get out of trouble when Lin Sun arrives. The absolute ruler's voice carried a hint of secrecy, if it's not worth it, then my efforts will have been wasted. Black Crow's heart trembled, could it be that Sect Master already had a plan? Let me ask you, in your opinion, between us and our opponents in the profound God domain, who is stronger and who is weaker? The absolute beginning ruler asked. From the looks of it, we are evenly matched. Black Crow said softly. The only one in the profound God region who could threaten the absolute beginning ruler was Xianxia. Subhoodie, Golden Cicada, and Shenlinkong were slightly weaker. After all, the four of them only had the cultivation of the boundless ruler. However, on their side, only she and Ape Ancestor had the cultivation of the boundless ruler. In this level, they were slightly inferior. But in Black Crow's opinion, just the sect master alone was enough to threaten all of them. Even if the sect master was trapped, it was enough to intimidate them. Otherwise, why hadn't Xianxia and Subhoodie made a move during these countless years? The reason was that they were extremely afraid of the sect master's existence. As for the boundless ruler's level, they had the 9 divisions of absolute beginning, the 2 founders of the shaman cult and Zen cult. On the other hand, there were only the origin sect patriarch and the spirit sect patriarch. Of course, in Heiya's eyes, figures at the level of the immeasurable Tao Lord didn't have the qualifications to participate in the competition between the experts of the profound God region. Evenly matched? The Primordium Sovereign couldn't help but laugh. There was an indescribable feeling in his voice, as if he was mocking himself, but also as if he felt that this was a joke. Black Crow, on the other hand, heard another meaning from this laughter and couldn't help but say, Sect Master, could it be that you already have the confidence to win? The Primordium Hegemon said calmly, sure to win? It was hard to say. You think it's a situation where we're evenly matched, but as far as Xianxia and Subhoodie are concerned, so long as a variable like Lin Sun arrives, then it would be sufficient to cause me to suffer a crushing defeat in this game. Then what does Sect Master think? Black Crow asked. The Primordium Hegemon said, know yourself and know your enemy. Only then can you win 100 battles. Right now, I know all the details about my opponent like the back of my hand. The only one that can threaten me is Xianxia. His voice was casual, as if he was stating a fact. The Primordium Hegemon paused for a moment and continued. The only thing I can't be sure of is the variable that is Lin Sun. However, the Ape Ancestor has already set out, and the show will begin once Lin Sun truly arrives. Black Crow really wanted to ask exactly what sort of show it was, but he restrained himself in the end. He was very clearly aware that the sect master was bound to be unable to reveal the secrets of the show before it began. Xianxia. Xianxia. Suddenly, the Primordium Hegemon muttered, if you want to stop him, then you probably won't have the chance. Black Crow's heart shook as he guessed a possibility. The sect master's plans were something that even a supreme existence like Xianxia would find very difficult to deal with. Little Crow, just you wait. Once this variable, Lin Sun, arrives, and once this game comes to an end, I'll send both you and the Ape Ancestor to the forbidden area of profundity. The Primordium Hegemon's voice gradually lowered and vanished, and then there was no further sound. On the other hand, Black Crow's heart rose and fell, and he found it difficult to calm down. Half a month later. The universe. A clear stream gurgled within a verdant forest. The path of severance severed the Tao of the past, present, and future, and it's extremely dangerous. Since ancient times until now, only a small group of people have traversed it. Du So drank as he spoke. However, I haven't traversed it as well, so I don't know what sort of dangers I'll encounter when I step onto the path of severance. The old priest said, I heard that once one traverses the path of severance, one's cultivation will transform into the true Tao of chaos. Lin Sun was stunned, and then he said, so that's how it is. When the chaos was split apart, the world was revealed. The world could bear the weight of civilization and the grand Tao, and in this way, it could develop the phenomena and spirits of the world. On the other hand, cultivation was a process of tracing back to the source. For example, from the most superficial Tao aura and Tao insight to the laws of longevity, Saint Tao laws, Emperor realm laws, eternal laws, all the way until one comprehended the eternal laws. This step-by-step understanding and control of the Grand Tao was a process of tracing back to the essence and source from the surface to the inside. After reaching the boundless realm, the chaos laws grasped in the ruins of wonderful Tao were ultimately a step further in understanding the essence of the Grand Tao. For example, the origin power of heaven and earth comprehended and mastered in the universe was essentially a transformation of the Grand Tao that one mastered. What was a step further than the path of heaven and earth was the true chaos. At that time, one's grand Tao would transform into the chaos, which was undoubtedly equivalent to touching the most primitive essence of the Tao. My young friend, those old guys in the mystic god realm are waiting for you to go there. What do you think? Du So couldn't help but ask. Lin Sun thought for a while and smiled. I seek my own Tao. Du So and the old priest looked at each other and couldn't help but feel emotional. This wasn't fearlessness, nor was it indifference, but it was a determination in his heart. Then when do you plan to leave this universe? Du So asked. He didn't doubt that Lin Sun couldn't leave this world at all. Lin Sun thought for a while and said, wait a little longer. In this half a month, he had already completely refined his cultivation into the way of heaven and earth and reached the state of perfection. He could leave at any time. The reason why he didn't leave was that he was waiting for Xianxia. Young brother, I still think that it's most appropriate for Miss Xianxia to stay here. Not to mention the dangers of severing one's path, merely entering the profound God domain would bring about numerous unpredictable dangers and killing tribulations. Under such circumstances, it would be too dangerous to allow Miss Xianxia to follow us. The old priest couldn't help saying. Lin Sun shook his head with a smile. I might have done this in the past, but not now. What's more, even if I wanted to let her stay, she would never agree. Xianxia, who had been silent all this time, also opened her mouth at this moment and said naturally, Lin Sun has promised me that we will advance and retreat together, live and die together. Seeing this, the old priest stopped persuading him. Time passed day after day. Xianxia had been cultivating in seclusion, condensing the qi of heaven and earth. Lin Sun was sitting in silence, and his qi was still. In his sea of consciousness, there were all kinds of incredible grand Tao being deduced. Creation, fate, the 5 sequences of the ruins of end. These grand Tao were all fused into the nirvana profundity, and the nirvana profundity was changing along with it and developing infinite mysteries. As early as the spiritual endowed world and the gate of eternity, Lin Sun had completely understood that the reason why he was regarded as a variable was related to the nirvana profundity. Nirvana was a mysterious power that could reshape life and transform it. Possessing such power was like mastering the means of rebirth of a phoenix or breaking out of a cocoon to become a butterfly. What it achieved was the change of life. The way of life was regarded as a higher path than the eternal way, and it was also a grand Tao that existences like Qianxi and Taichu had been pursuing. The power of nirvana was related to the transformation of life, so it was naturally extremely shocking. With Lin Sun's current cultivation, he already understood that the essence of the nirvana profundity lay in the word change. It could reshape the grand Tao and transform life. Such a variable naturally had the possibility to break everything in the past and subvert the cognition of the world. These days, Lin Sun had been meditating and deducing the mystery of nirvana, and had tried to integrate the mystery of spirit endowing source into nirvana. The quintessence of spirit bestowal was capable of giving birth to countless innate abilities in the world, whereas innate abilities were related to life, and it was equivalent to being related to the profundities of the Tao of life. A long time ago, the primordium ruler had entered the gate of eternity's spirit bestowment realm and comprehended and controlled the spirit bestowment power. It was also from this that Lin Sun determined that the absolute beginning sovereign had long come into contact with the threshold of the Tao of life. His cultivation had also long since been destined to be incomparable to those at the great circle of the boundless realm. On the other hand, Lin Sun, who had mastered the mystery of the source of endowed spirit, had already touched the threshold of the way of life. Moreover, the profundities of rebirth he'd grasped were capable of urging living beings to undergo transformation and rebirth, and this was no different from grasping a grand Tao energy related to the grand Tao of life. In the past, he was limited by his cultivation, so it was very difficult for him to figure out the secrets of rebirth. But now, as he stepped into the great circle of the boundless realm and came into contact with some profundities of the way of life, his understanding of the profundities of nirvana had a great breakthrough. Just like in these days, when he tried to integrate the profundities of spirit bestowal into the profundities of nirvana, the profundities of nirvana that he'd mastered easily and thoroughly integrated with the profundities of spirit bestowal. And in the process of integration, the power of nirvana also underwent a great change, which made Lin Sun's cultivation also undergo a subtle change. That kind of change was very hard to describe. It was as if he'd broken the shackles of his own nature and soul, and was no longer fettered by the realm and the grand Tao. As long as the profundities of nirvana kept getting stronger, his cultivation and life would constantly transform. Of course, this was just Lin Sun's feeling. He didn't know what such a subtle change meant. Because in the years since ancient times, the boundless realm was the ultimate realm. The subtle changes produced in this realm hadn't been defined and named by people at all. There weren't even records or legends about it. In other words, all this was like unknown. But Lin Sun was sure that such subtle changes must be related to the way of life. 3 consecutive updates first. There's more in the evening in addition. Thanks to Brother Giadaleo for the monthly ticket reward. The grand completion boundless realm was the pinnacle of the eternal Tao path, and also the pinnacle of the path that the world already knew. Is there really a higher path above the eternal path of the Tao? This was still an unsolvable problem in the eyes of the vast majority of boundless realm figures. But in Lin Sun's opinion, he was sure that if there was a path that was superior to the eternal path, then it was definitely the life Tao. Because he had also touched this threshold. Moreover, unlike the others, it seemed to be extremely easy for him to encounter this threshold, and he didn't encounter any difficulty or obstruction at all. He didn't have to be like the absolute beginning sovereign who bitterly probed the profound God domain for 100,000 years and experienced 100,000 years of failure before finally discovering the existence of the spirit endowment world from the eternal vessel that flashed out of the forbidden area of profundity. From there, he came into contact with the profundities of the Tao of life from the spirit endowment quintessence. In the final analysis, Lin Sun had touched the mystery of life a long time ago because he had mastered the nirvana ultimacy. For example, when he saved his disciple, Tang Jiang, it was actually a kind of nirvana for life. It was the same when he saved eldest senior brother. It was merely because he was limited by his cultivation that he didn't know the relationship between the nirvana profundity and the life Tao. Yet now, in the ultimate realm of the boundless realm, when he fused the profundity of spirit creation into the profundity of nirvana and sensed the subtle changes in his body, Lin Sun knew that he'd already come into contact with the great Tao that surpassed the eternal Tao in a true sense. That swordsman had once reincarnated in the ruins of Tao. This can be considered a Tao of life, since Senior Chen Shi was able to stand shoulder to shoulder with swordsman and absolute beginning. There's no doubt that he's definitely come into contact with the life Tao. Even the reincarnation of the Eternal Night Divine Emperor can be regarded as the embodiment of the way of life. After all, the Eternal Night Divine Emperor is a talent born from the spiritual origin, and he himself contains the mysteries of the way of life. While meditating, Lin Sun thought of a lot of things and unraveled many mysteries in his mind. His understanding of nirvana, Tao, and life was undergoing subtle changes. 1 month later. Summer Solstice woke up from meditation. His aura had also undergone a shocking change. Grand completion boundless realm? Noticing this scene, Lin Sun couldn't help asking. Xianxia nodded and said, "That's right." Lin Sun suddenly laughed. "Even the Eternal Night Emperor in those days is far inferior to you now. Isn't that why she wanted to reincarnate?" Summer Solstice said, "It's just that she cut off her own memories and experiences to make me who I am now." Lin Sun agreed and asked, "Can I leave now?" "It should be fine." Xianxia stood up while the way of heaven and earth gushed out from her body, and it transformed into a boundless world of eternal darkness. The civilization and grand Tao that it carried were like an array of stars that flowed within it, mysterious and profound. No matter how dark the eternal night was, it was unable to conceal the brilliance of those stars. Boom, at this moment, heaven and earth resonated, and all phenomena trembled. Do So and the old priest, who were cultivating not far away, were alerted by the commotion and rushed over. "Are you leaving?" Do So asked. "It's time to leave." Lin Sun said with a smile, "I'll come back later to have a drink with you two seniors." Do So rolled his eyes. "Do you think we have no chance to break through this realm?" "Just wait, we'll come to you later." The old priest couldn't help laughing. Good, good. Lin Sun was speechless and said happily, "No matter when you come to see me, I'll be waiting for you. Who wants to sleep in the same bed with you?" Do So said grumpily, "You just need to prepare the wine." Lin Sun was speechless. Immediately, he laughed. Do So's nature and temper were still the same as before. Boom, heaven and earth roared, and the whole bound of universe produced a strange rhythm. Visible to the naked eye, a piece of fruit of chaos emerged and bathed Xiaxi's graceful and slender figure. The fruit of chaos is attracted so soon, the eyes of Du So and the old priest became subtle. It had only been 2 months since Lin Sun and Xianxia arrived in the bound of universe. I'll walk on my own. After arriving at the realm of gods, I'll always wait for you on the platform of gods. Soon, Xianxia turned her head and looked at Lin Sun. She didn't need Lin Sun to remind her to answer herself. Lin Sun nodded with a smile. Before, he had told Xianxia to wait on the platform of gods after passing through the path of slashing. The platform of gods was very magical. The practitioners who entered for the first time would be protected by the power of the platform. Even if there was an ambush nearby, they couldn't get close to the platform. On the contrary, once they left, they would never be able to return to the platform of gods. Of course, this news was told to Lin Sun by Du So had mastered a secret method that could appear in the hidden world of gods in a short time to meet the master of the heart core and golden cicada. Unfortunately, this secret method required a great deal of effort and could only be used once every 1,000 years. It was taught by the master of the heart core and was called World's End near at hand. When Lin Sun first arrived at the ruins of Tao, Du So had already used it once. Therefore, Du So knew some things about the platform of gods. But soon, the gate of heaven appeared, and Xiaxi's figure swept into it and disappeared. Seniors, I'll be taking my leave as well. Lin Sun turned around and cupped his hands at Du So and the old priest. Hurry up. Don't let Xianxia wait for too long, Du So urged. The old priest smiled and said, I'm looking forward to the resonance of heaven and earth when you leave. Lin Sun smiled and said no more. Taking a deep breath, he lifted his foot and stepped forward. An invisible door emerged, and when Lin Sun's foot fell, he stepped into the door. Then, his figure and the door disappeared together. This casual and simple scene made the Du So and the old priest look at each other. They couldn't help but feel caught off guard. Did he just leave like this? Where was the resonance of heaven and earth? Where was the fruit of chaos? Why did they all disappear? After a long time, the old priest calmed down and said, Extraordinary people do extraordinary things. Such a unique way of leaving is appropriate for Lin Sun. Du So let out a long sigh and said, It's better to meet him less in the future. Otherwise, my Taoist heart will be full of holes. The old priest couldn't help but feel sad. At this moment, both of them had guessed that Lin Sun had probably obtained the fruit of chaos a long time ago and possessed the qualification to leave the bound of universe. That was why he could leave so casually at this moment. On this day, Lin Sun, who had entered the ruins of wonders for less than 5 years, passed through the 9 heavenly gates of the soul's god realm and left, in a boundless void. A path condensed from the origin of chaos ran through it, and it stretched towards the depths. Severing the path. In the past eras, there was no lack of people who had passed through the 9 heavenly gates of the soul's god realm, but in the end, they lost their lives on this severing path and were unable to reach the mystery god realm. This was the most taboo and terrifying path. Taking a step on it and severing the Tao of the past, present, and future, even the Tao lords and hegemons in the boundless realm had a slim chance of survival. Swoosh, Lin Sun's figure appeared out of thin air. Is this the severing path? Lin Sun sensed with his divine sense, but he only felt an illusory chaos, and he couldn't feel anything else. Looks like I have to take a step on it in order to sense its profundities. As he thought, Lin Sun had already taken a step forward, and his figure floated down onto the severing path. In an instant, the scene before Lin Sun's eyes changed abruptly. He seemed as if he was going back in the river of life, and the strange and dazzling scenes of the past flashed before his eyes. After an unknown period of time. When Lin Sun's field of vision became clear, he saw that all the scenes of his past had converged into a river that was reflected in the distant void. The river of my past, Lin Sun's pupils constricted. This scene was extremely similar to the river he saw when he looked back in the origin world, and it reflected everything he'd experienced in the past. Wait, but in next to no time, Lin Sun noticed that it was different. At this moment, all the scenes and experiences of his past that were reflected in the river of the past were covered in an obscure and mysterious aura of calamity. In the end, everything in the past was completely drowned by the torrent of calamity. I understand now. This is the river of calamity that represents the past. In other words, the so-called calamity of severing the Tao. Lin Sun came to a sudden understanding. Right when he thought of this, boom, a bolt of chaotic thunder swept out of the river and rushed towards Lin Sun. There was no way to avoid it because this kind of chaotic thunder had already transcended the shackles of time and space. No matter where Lin Sun was, he would be hit by it. Lin Sun didn't intend to avoid it. When this bolt of chaotic thunder hit Lin Sun's body, it didn't produce much destructive power. But in Lin Sun's mind, he felt as if he was stabbed by a sharp knife. Everything went black in front of Lin's eyes, and he immediately felt that he had turned into a baby lying in swaddling clothes. What appeared in front of him was the handsome face of Xianxia, who was holding a sharp bone saber stained with blood in his hand. And Lin Sun's chest had been cut open, dripping with blood. Did I go back to the time when I was just born? When he realized this, Lin Sun didn't panic. Because he was too familiar with such a scene. It was the murder that happened in Lin family a long time ago. At that time, Yun Qingbai sneaked into Lin family with Ba Qi in order to dig away the spiritual vein in Lin Sun's body. All this is real, not a false illusion. It just happened in my past life, just like what I saw in the long river of the tracing world. And what I feel now is the power of the chaotic thunder. No. Is this calamity going to erase me in my past life? Lin Sun's heart trembled when he thought of this. He had entered the tracing world and knew that in the long river of life, practitioners could change their past fate. On the contrary, what he was experiencing now was a calamity of severing the Tao appearing in his past life to erase him in the past. P.S. There's more before 11 p.m. The most terrible thing was that all of this was real. Once Lin Sun was in trouble, he would definitely die. Now, he would also meet a calamity and die. Just when he thought of this, Yun Qingbai, who was holding the bone saber, suddenly stabbed at his throat. At this time, Lin Sun was a fragile baby lying in swaddling clothes. How could he block it? At this critical moment, Lin Sun suddenly realized one thing: the baby in swaddling clothes was his past self after all. The reason why he could sense all this was that he was affected and impacted by the tribulation of Tao cutting. In the final analysis, he had to rely on his present self to resolve this tribulation. In the twinkling of an eye, Yun Qingbai's machete was about to stab the baby to death. However, a big hand appeared at this moment and firmly grasped Yun Qingbai's wrist, so that his machete was about to stab into Lin Sun's throat. The owner of the big hand was Ba Qi, the quasi-emperor, but at this moment, Ba Qi was under the control of Lin Sun. Bang! Ba Qi waved his hand and slapped Yun Qingbai away. At this moment, everything in front of Lin Sun suddenly disappeared like a bubble. But before he could react, his figure appeared in the mind prison and turned into his younger self. It was a simple room with a desk, a bed, and some spiritual materials needed to practice spiritual tattoos. A dim yellow oil lamp shone mottled light in the room. Lin Sun was very familiar with this scene. However, his expression changed. If the power of the tribulation of Tao cutting appeared on Master Lu, he would not be able to save himself from death with his current strength. Thinking of this, Lin Sun suddenly kicked the door open and ran away in the distance with his thin figure. Soon, the entrance of a mine tunnel appeared in Lin Sun's sight. It was Master Lu who threw him into the mine tunnel and let him out of the mine prison. The reason was that there was a transmission formation under the tunnel, which was arranged by Master Lu himself. Without hesitation, Lin Sun jumped into it. Boom! Almost as soon as Lin Sun's figure disappeared, a horrible breath rushed from a distance. It was Lu Boya. He rushed into the mine tunnel as soon as possible. However, he was a step too late. With a roar, the transmission formation in the depths of the mine tunnel operated and disappeared. With Lin Sun, he had escaped this calamity. The picture in front of Lin Sun suddenly collapsed. When his vision became clear, he was already in a room in the courtyard of Feiyun village. With the previous two experiences, Lin Sun immediately concluded that Xianxia was likely to face the Tao-cutting tribulation this time. The battle prowess that Xianxia possessed back then was not something that he could withstand at all. Lin Sun took a deep breath and made a decision almost immediately. He went straight forward and locked the door. Then, he skillfully found an old wooden box in the room, took out the inscribing pen and notes, bit his fingertip, and dipped a drop of blood into the notes. Bang! The locked door was broken, and Xianxia rushed in directly. The white bone spear in her hand was already stabbing at Lin Sun with terrible sharpness. His speed was so fast that it was terrifying. But this blow missed the target. The inscribing pen and notes merged and turned into the heaven accessing place, bringing the figure of Lin Sun in his youth into it. The tribulation also dissipated. Until now, Lin Sun understood. The tribulation of Tao-cutting tribulation at this moment was aimed at his past self. This tribulation could appear on anyone in the past, including friends, relatives, and enemies, and now, he was standing on the road of Tao-cutting tribulation. There were only two ways to stop it. One was to deal with it with the power of his past self. The other was to use the power of his present self to stop it with the power of his past self. For example, when dealing with Yun Qingbai, his present self used Ba Qi to stop Yun Qingbai. It was worth mentioning that Ba Qi could be used because he was also in that scene at that time. But no matter which way he chose, he must be decisive to find a way out of the desperate situation caused by the tribulation of Tao-cutting tribulation. For example, in the mine prison, in order to avoid being killed by Lu Boya, choosing to leave through the mine prison's teleportation formation was the only way out. Otherwise, it would be easy for Lu Boya to kill him at that time. In the residence of Feiyun village, Xia Ji was in the courtyard. The only way out was the heaven accessing place. It could be said that in these three fatal tribulations, if Lin Sun acted a little slower, his past self would be killed by the tribulation of Tao-cutting tribulation. After understanding this, Lin Sun became calmer. Standing on the road, he began to deduce all his past experiences, analyze the possible fatal tribulations in these experiences, and find a way out, and his past self encountered the fatal tribulations again. In Ziyao Empire, he met Granddad Zhong on the night when he set foot on heart-cleansing peak of Lin family for the first time. As soon as he saw his situation, Lin Sun turned around and fled. Granddad Zhong chased after him. On the way, Lin Sun was seriously injured and almost killed several times, but he finally got close to the destination, Star Observatory. Boom, the old priest appeared and killed Granddad Zhong in the air. Of course, the old priest was controlled by the present Lin Sun and killed the tribulation of Tao-cutting tribulation which was incarnated as Granddad Zhong. In the following time, the tribulations of Tao-cutting tribulation appeared in Lin Sun's past life one after another. Every time, Lin Sun almost fell into a desperate situation. For example, on the way to the ultimate land for the first time when he was young, the tribulation of Tao-cutting tribulation directly turned into Elder Gao Yang, an elder of Zhao Jingshuan's sect at that time. Lin Sun escaped from Gao Yang by taking advantage of the army of resentful souls in the Soul Oblivion Sea. For example, in the Star Chess Sea of the Ancient Desolation, the tribulation of Tao-cutting tribulation turned into Shi, and at that time, she had a terrifying combat power far beyond that of the Ancient Desolation at present. Fortunately, Lin Sun hid in the heaven accessing place and avoided this terrible killing tribulation. Similar scenes like this were innumerable, and every single one of them was filled with danger and boundlessly terrifying. But gradually, Lin Sun adapted to all this, and the present Lin Sun had deduced all the places where there might be fatal tribulations in his past experience and found a way out. This allowed him, who had passed, to be able to easily deal with dangerous situations when he encountered them again. In the following time, the tribulations of Tao-cutting tribulation appeared in the Starry Sky Ancient Path, the Dark World, the Kiliacosm Battle Domain, the Eternal World, the Ruins of Creation, the Kunlun Ruins. On the other hand, Lin Sun became more and more proficient in dealing with them. When Lin Sun headed to the ruins of Tao, this killing tribulation came to an end. Lin Sun's consciousness and mind had completely recovered. He was still on the path of Tao-cutting tribulation, but Lin Sun had a strange feeling. After experiencing countless killing tribulations, it seemed as if he'd severed all the karma of the past. It was like a fetter. The Tao of severing the past is actually severing the karma of the past. In this way, even if an enemy tries to trace back to the past to deal with my past self, they won't be able to find a chance to do so. At this moment, Lin Sun understood. This was called severing the past. It wasn't severing past experiences, but the karma of the past, so no matter who it was, they would be unable to shake or destroy his past life. At the same time, Lin Sun felt that the power of the Great Way in his body had undergone an astonishing change at this moment, and all of them were suffused with obscure and vague chaotic charm. However, it was only a part of it, and it hadn't completely transformed into the Great Way of chaos. But such a transformation still refreshed Lin Sun's spirit. As the old priest said, on the path of Tao-cutting tribulation, there was a chance for his cultivation to transform into the great way of chaos. Boom, and muffled thunder suddenly sounded in the void in the distance. Lin Sun's eyes suddenly widened. In the void, a tall figure came. He was dressed in moon-white clothes, and his long black hair fell to his waist. Whether it was his appearance, his temperament, or even his cultivation, they were exactly the same as Lin Sun, just like Lin Sun in the mirror. When he saw this scene, Lin Sun couldn't help but be awestruck. This wasn't an illusion. It was the real him. He could even feel the fluctuation of life in this person. Is this the tribulation of Tao-cutting tribulation for this world? Lin Sun frowned. Not far away, Lin Sun stood in the void and said with a smile, "I'll be you if I kill you. You'll be me if you kill me." This sentence seemed very baffling, and there was a sense of contradiction in it. Lin Sun suddenly calmed down at this moment and said, "There can't be two people who are exactly the same in this world. I'm destined not to be you, and you're destined not to be me." Looking at the Lin Sun opposite him, Lin Sun himself felt extremely strange and extremely repulsed, as if his own existence had been unprecedentedly offended. This made him extremely uncomfortable. "No, you and I have the same cultivation, the same appearance, the same temperament. I'm you in this world, and you're me in this world." In the distance, Lin Sun said indifferently, "Your rejection of me in your heart means that you're rejecting yourself." "I'm not rejecting myself, but I'm rejecting something like you that's transformed from the tribulation of Tao-cutting tribulation." As he spoke, Lin Sun stepped forward and suddenly punched out. In the distance, Lin Sun stood in the void without dodging, and his figure was directly smashed by the fist energy. But at the same time, Lin Sun coughed up a mouthful of blood as if the strength of this punch had hit him. Compared to this, shock that couldn't be concealed surged up in Lin Sun's heart. Could that fellow really be me? Otherwise, why is it that I'm the one who's injured when my punch clearly hits him? But if that's the case, then who am I, at this moment, in the distant void? Lin Sun's figure had condensed once more, and he said indifferently, "Don't you understand? You're me, and I'm you. You'll only kill yourself by doing this." It wasn't an exaggeration to say that even if Xianxia, who had been by Lin Sun's side all these years, was here, she probably wouldn't be able to distinguish the real Lin Sun. At this moment, Lin Sun took a deep breath and suddenly smiled. He pointed at the position of his heart and said, "Unfortunately, you're transformed from the tribulation of Tao-cutting after all. Even if you possess the aura of life, you can't possess a true state of mind." The 5th chapter was delivered. State of mind. Lin Sun couldn't help laughing and said, "You're wrong. You and I are the same, so our state of mind is naturally the same. Of course, it's meaningless to talk about this. In the final analysis, only one of us can survive." As he said, he suddenly raised his hand and pressed his finger in the air. Boom, endless sword intent emerged and condensed into a sword chi. In the sword chi, there was all the profound meaning of nirvana. Lin Sun was shocked. He was extremely familiar with the power, aura, and presence of the sword. It was something that came from his cultivation in the first place. In other words, besides him, it was utterly impossible for anyone else to execute this strand of sword chi, but now, it was displayed by Lin Sun opposite him. How could Lin Sun not be shocked? "Go!" he shouted softly. The voice, eyes, and even the indifferent expression of Lin Sun made Lin Sun feel like looking into a mirror. But before Lin Sun could think more, the sword chi had come. However, when he was about to deal with it, he suddenly found that he seemed to have lost control of his own cultivation and could only watch the sword coming. Puff, under the sword, Lin Sun was seriously injured. Blood splashed, and his body was cut with a sword mark, which almost cut open his stomach. The injury was very serious, but compared with this, what was more unacceptable was that he was seriously injured by the sword that should have belonged to him. "There's no need to struggle. I'll kill you, and I'll be you." In other words, our state of mind, temperament, cultivation, wisdom, and the great Tao are the same. Your death will help me, and it will also help you. Not far away, Lin Sun said indifferently. As he said, he raised his hand and chopped again. Bang, Lin Sun still failed to resist and was destroyed by the sword. His Taoist body was completely broken like a porcelain full of cracks and was about to fall apart. If it were someone else, he would have been defeated by this strange scene and would have fallen into an unbearable sense of collapse. But Lin Sun didn't. He tried hard to recall all the details he had experienced before. One more sword strike and your Taoist body will be destroyed. Are you still not going to give up? In the distance, Lin Sun frowned slightly. But at this moment, Lin Sun suddenly straightened up his broken and bloody body and said calmly, I see. Now you don't exist at all. What I'm facing is just a tribulation in my mind. He paused for a moment before a sneer appeared on his face. Or perhaps, you're just a heart tribulation caused by my heart tribulation. On the opposite side, Lin Sun was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly laughed. It's hard to say who will be the one suffering. Saying. He pressed his fingers together and slashed with his sword. But at this moment, Lin Sun closed his eyes. All the distracting thoughts disappeared, and all his consciousness returned to his state of mind. The heart is the space of an inch, the place where the spirit lies. Mental states were often the most mysterious and difficult to comprehend. But for Lin Sun, he wasn't unfamiliar with this kind of strength. Moreover, when he was in the mortal transformation realm, he relied on the battle with the karmic Tao idol left behind by his master, the master of the heart core, to temper his state of mind to the state of wandering the heart, connecting the ages. It could be said that in terms of the tempering of the state of mind, no one in this world could be compared with Lin Sun. However, Lin Sun didn't expect that on the path of Tao cutting, the tribulation of Tao cutting would turn into a heart tribulation, and launched a surprise attack on him without him noticing it at all. But now that he had completely come to his senses, he naturally had a solution. The state of mind could also be regarded as the secret realm of the heart. Even the practitioners themselves couldn't peep into the scene of their own state of mind. Ordinary knowledge, feelings, joy, anger, sorrow, joy, and all kinds of obsessions actually originated from the state of mind. And at this moment, when Lin Sun's consciousness returned to the place of the state of mind, he saw the heart tribulation. This tribulation was invisible, but when it appeared in the state of mind, it had already turned into Lin Sun's appearance. It was like the heart thief and heart demon, but different from the heart thief and heart demon. Heart thief and heart demon were both formed by obsessions. And this heart tribulation was formed by the tribulation of Tao cutting. I finally found you, a strong killing intent appeared in Lin Sun's mind. Suddenly, the scene in his state of mind changed, condensed into a sword, and cut at the heart tribulation. Heart like a sword, cut the heart tribulation. Silently, the Lin Sun formed by the heart tribulation disappeared and was destroyed by the heart sword. But soon, the heart tribulation condensed again and sneered, I come from your state of mind. Destroying me is equivalent to destroying your state of mind. Swish, in the state of mind, another sword condensed, and cut down without hesitation. The heart tribulation was destroyed, and it couldn't be resisted at all, so it was crushed. This state of mind was originally Lin Sun's domain. Since he had already noticed the existence of the heart tribulation, he naturally didn't want to talk nonsense when he attacked. Soon, the heart tribulation condensed again. But the moment it condensed, it was destroyed by a sword. Just like that, the heart tribulations continued to appear and be destroyed repeatedly. It gave off the feeling that the heart tribulations were indestructible and could not be erased. But Lin Sun could feel that the breath of the heart tribulation was weakening little by little, but it was difficult to notice it if one didn't sense it carefully. Therefore, he didn't stop at all from beginning to end, and kept cutting with the heart sword. At this time, Lin Sun completely understood. The Lin Sun he saw before didn't exist at all. It was because of the tribulation in his state of mind that his perception was affected, and a real illusion appeared. The reason why he had been injured by that punch was because there had been a problem with his perception, causing the punch to land on his body. Similarly, the two sword strikes of Lin Sun were actually performed by himself. Of course, it was impossible for him to avoid it. In the final analysis, everything was caused by the heart tribulation. The only thing Lin Sun didn't expect was that even with his state of mind, he was unconsciously affected. It could be seen how terrible the Tao-cutting tribulation was. No wonder even the infinite Tao Lord and the infinite Dominator had a narrow escape on this road. In fact, Lin Sun didn't know that the dangers he experienced on the road of Tao-cutting tribulation were far greater than those who had set foot on this road in the past. The reason was that the more powerful a practitioner was, the more terrible the Tao-cutting tribulation would be on the road of Tao-cutting tribulation. Just like the tribulation of the heart he was experiencing at this moment. It was precisely because his mental state had attained the state where the heart roamed the world, that it caused the tribulation of the heart to become extremely strange and terrifying. Time went by. Lin Sun didn't know how many times he had cut the heart tribulation before it gradually became blurred and weak. In the end, after being cut again, the heart tribulation completely disappeared and never appeared again. At this point, Lin Sun breathed a sigh of relief. It was also at this moment that he clearly felt that his state of mind seemed to be cut off an invisible fetter at the moment of cutting off the heart tribulation, and his whole body had a kind of indescribable relaxation and freedom. Then, Lin Sun had many incredible insights. The previous Tao-cutting tribulation aimed at the past cut off the karma of the past. At this time, the Tao-cutting tribulation aimed at the present cut off the karma of the present. At this point, his every move and every word would no longer be calculated by others, nor would it be noticed and perceived by all the Tao in the world. At the same time, bursts of chaotic power emerged from the Tao-cutting tribulation under his feet, submerging Lin Sun's seriously damaged Tao body. It was visible to the naked eye that his injury almost recovered in a few breaths, and Lin Sun felt that the Tao he had mastered had further transformed and was getting closer to the state of chaos. Cutting off the karma of the past and the fetter of the present made me suffer from all kinds of fatal tribulations, but I also got 2 eras in succession, which made my Tao approach the realm of chaos step by step. Lin Sun felt the changes in his body and thought of the saying, at the beginning of chaos, the beginning of heaven and earth. When he was in the heaven and earth world, his Tao had transformed into the Tao of heaven and earth. Now, his Tao was transforming into the Tao of chaos. From the outside to the inside, it touched the essence of Tao. After a long time, the changes in Lin Sun's body came to an end. On the other hand, his aura had become ethereal and ethereal. He stood there casually, yet he seemed to be standing outside of time and space and transcending above karma. I wonder how much killing intent is hidden in the next tribulation of the future. As he pondered, Lin Sun strode forward. The Tao-cutting tribulation was condensed from the aura of the source of chaos, and it ran through the boundless void and stretched towards the depths as if there was no end to it. All along the way, Lin Sun was vigilant at all times. Unexpectedly, there wasn't any danger along the way. Apart from some illusory mist, there wasn't any danger in the mist. After moving forward for an unknown period of time, Lin Sun frowned. The Tao-cutting tribulation severed the Tao of the past, present, and future. He'd already resolved the past and present tribulations, but the tribulation of the future hadn't appeared for a long time. This was slightly unusual. Could it be that the mist is the tribulation of the Tao-cutting tribulation that targets the future? Lin Sun stopped and looked once more at the mist that floated in the void in the distance. Before experiencing the past and present tribulations of the Tao-cutting tribulation, there was nothing around the Tao-cutting tribulation, and there was no mist at all. In other words, the mist appeared later. But along the way, although the mist could be seen everywhere, there was no danger, and Lin Sun didn't feel any threat, so he ignored it. But now, the tribulation of the future hadn't appeared for a long time, which made Lin Sun realize that there might be something strange about the mist. Thinking of this, Lin Sun released the power of his divine awareness and swept towards the mist in the distance. Clatter, the motionless mist seemed to be frightened at this moment, and it retreated further away, as if it was afraid of being touched by Lin Sun's divine awareness. Sure enough, there's something wrong. Lin Sun felt a chill in his heart. But immediately, he couldn't help but have some doubts. If the mist was the tribulation of the future, why did it seem to be extremely afraid of him approaching it? Lin Sun decided to try again. In the endless void on both sides of the path, there was a lot of gray mist floating around, like pieces of gray cotton. Clatter, Lin Sun spread his spiritual awareness and swept towards the nearest mist nearby. The mist also seemed to be startled and fled into the distance. Seeing this, Lin Sun couldn't help raising his eyebrows. If this mist is aimed at the future catastrophe of Tao cutting, why is it afraid to approach me? The catastrophe of Tao cutting. Could it be that this catastrophe has already noticed that there is no chance for it to attack me on my future path? Lin Sun couldn't help thinking. With his current cultivation and mastery of the Tao of Fate, he could also deduce some mysteries related to the future. But every time he got the mystery, there was a word change. Just like water, there were infinite changes hidden in the future, and there was almost no fixed fate. Of course, this was the mystery Lin Sun got by deducing his own future. When deducing other things and cause and effect, there would be no such change. In Lin Sun's view, the reason why his future path would show a trend of change had a great relationship with his Tao based on the nirvana ultimacy. After all, the essence of nirvana ultimacy was change. It could transform life, and it could also make the Tao and all things have different changes. In other words, in Lin Sun's speculation, his future had been influenced by the nirvana ultimacy a long time ago, showing an unpredictable variable. Now, when he saw the mist constantly dodging him on the path of Tao cutting, Lin Sun vaguely understood. The catastrophe of the future was to cut his own future path. But because his future path was full of changes, the catastrophe of the future couldn't start. Thinking of this, Lin Sun's eyes became strange. But if so, how can I go through the path of Tao cutting? Forget it. Lin Sun made a decision. Since you don't come, I will find you. He suddenly took a deep breath. His figure suddenly glowed and turned into a great abyss that swallowed the heavens. In an instant, it rotated thousands of times, simply like a storm vortex that swept through the heavens, and rumbling sounds began to surge in this world of nothingness. Near the path, the grey mist was frightened, but when they tried to hide far away, they were pulled and devoured by the power of the abyss, causing them to uncontrollably approach Lin Sun. Crash crash, the mist turned into grey airflow and was carried into Lin's body by the rotating abyss. At this moment, Lin Sun felt the power of Tao-cutting tribulation, but this kind of power had already been crushed by his own cultivation. After pouring into his body, it turned into a wisp of obscure and magical power of the origin of chaos. As expected, it's precisely because this Tao-severing tribulation that's targeting the future can't do anything to me that it hasn't dared to approach me. While Lin Sun was thinking, a steady stream of mist had been swept into the vortex of the abyss and turned into wisps of the origin of chaos. And Lin Sun could feel that his Tao was changing, constantly approaching the state of chaos and becoming stronger and stronger. No one knew how long. Boom, when all the mist around the path of Tao-cutting tribulation was refined, the power of Tao in Lin Sun's body completely transformed into the Tao of chaos. It was chaotic and indescribable. Even the power of nirvana ultimacy had undergone a transformation, showing the most primitive aura of chaos. In the past, Lin Sun had also seen a lot of chaotic power, such as the origin of chaos that gave birth to a world, the aura of the chaos tree, and so on. But those were just the side branches of chaos, completely different from the chaos on the path of Tao. The simplest example was that a cultivator's control of the Tao had to go through the levels of Tao aura, Tao will, longevity law, divine law, emperor law, immortal law, eternal law, and so on. This was a kind of seeking process from the outside to the inside, from the outside to the inside. After the eternal law, it was the Tao of heaven and earth, and after the Tao of heaven and earth, it was chaos. Why was there a rumor in the world that the more Tao fruits of chaos one refined, the more hope one had in attaining transcendence in the ultimate realm of the boundless realm? The reason was because when all the Tao fruits one grasped transformed into the level of chaos, it was equivalent to one's understanding and seeking towards the Tao, and it would truly arrive at its source, essence, and most primitive state. Usually, those that were able to attain this realm possessed the cultivation of the boundless Tao Lord at the weakest, and the formidable even possessed the might of the boundless dominator. On the other hand, a figure like Lin Sun who'd attained the perfection stage of the boundless realm a long time ago in the Tao development world was different. At this moment, he'd already attained the level of chaos on the Grand Tao. On the path of the Tao, he'd come into contact with the profundities of the Tao of life a long time ago. All of this caused his cultivation to undergo a subtle change in the perfection stage of the boundless realm a long time ago, and it was like he'd taken a step forward from the end of the eternal path of the Tao. I understand now. This is the source of the ruins of Tao. What it nurtures is the essence of eternity, and what it creates is the most essential profundities that lead to the Grand Tao. Sever the karma of the past, present, and future, and escape from it. The path of the Tao is no longer shackled, and it's chaos. Only in this way would one be able to seek a higher path towards the Tao from the chaos. After a long time, Lin Sun muttered in his heart. Only in this way would one possess the ability to create a Tao that has never existed in the world. He'd sensed the profundities of the essence of eternity that he'd attained, and he'd experienced the profundities that belonged to the chaos. His entire understanding of the Grand Tao had become completely different from before. On the other hand, his current cultivation was like the chaos, and it was the mother of all Taos. He's Lin Sun? He's finally here. Suddenly, a wave of voices jolted Lin Sun back to his senses. He opened his eyes, and only now did he notice that the place he stood wasn't on the path of severing the Tao since a long time ago. He was instead on a mysterious platform that covered an area of 3 kilometers. This platform was ancient and primitive, and it was branded with the markings of chaotic clouds. It was suffused with strands of gray and hazy chaotic mist, and an aura that belonged to the quintessence of this world enveloped the entire platform. Far away from the platform was a world that seemed like it was in chaos. The sky was boundless while the ground was heavy, and one could faintly see numerous secret realms that were like stars that decorated the heavens and the earth. They were densely packed and seemed to be boundless, and they covered the boundless depths of the world. This was the mysterious God realm, and the place where he stood at this moment was the mysterious Tao platform. Lin Sun's gaze fell on the area near the mysterious Tao platform, and he saw a group of figures standing there. The leader was a figure that was as tall as a mountain, and he carried a pair of black and white swords on his back, but he looked like an old ape. Ape ancestor, Lin Sun's pupils narrowed. Back in the mortal transformation realm, he'd fought with the other party's Tao karma, so how could he not recognize him? As for the 9 people beside Ape Ancestor, Lin Sun was also very familiar with them. They were the Destiny Path Lord of the 9 divisions of Taichu, and he'd already seen their Tao karma in the mortal transformation realm. In addition, there were 2 other people standing beside Ape Ancestor. One was a skinny old man in a beast robe, and the other was a quiet and peaceful monk in a monk's robe. They were the founder of the witchcraft sect, Tian Wu, and the founder of the Zen sect. Sure, Lin Sun was also surprised to see such a group of enemies waiting there. Lin Sun. Xiaxi's voice, which was like the sound of nature, sounded from the side. When he turned his head and saw Xiaxi standing next to him, Lin Sun immediately smiled. Clearly, she had passed the path of cutting Tao earlier than him. This made Lin Sun feel completely at ease. Xiaxi, don't be in a hurry to leave. Lin Sun warned her via voice transmission. He knew that the moment he arrived at the mysterious God realm, a game that had been waiting for a long time had already begun. As for Ape Ancestor and the Destiny Path Lord, Heaven Wizard, and sure of the 9 divisions of Taichu, they were just the prelude to the show. Yes. Xiaxi nodded. At this moment, she also realized that what she was about to face was an unpredictable and unprecedented killing tribulation, but she was not afraid. As long as Lin Sun was there, she was not afraid of anything. My name is Ape 9, and people call me Ape Ancestor. Greetings, Taoism Lin. Ape Ancestor spoke from a distance. His voice was old and deep, and his expression was neither sad nor happy. No emotion could be seen on his face. You're not waiting here to welcome me, are you? Lin Sun said casually, very relaxed. This was the Wondrous Way platform. As long as he stood here without moving, the enemy would not find any chance to attack him. What really puzzled Lin Sun was that why his master and senior golden cicada didn't show up at this time. That's right. It's just some subordinates of the Taichu sovereign. It's not worth it for master and senior golden cicada to take action personally. Lin Sun thought. At the same time, Ape Ancestor said, Taoism Lin, on your journey to the mysterious God realm, you must have learned a lot of things. You should also know that in the mysterious God realm, whether enemies or friends, they are all waiting for your arrival. After a pause, he continued, and we are waiting here for nothing more than one thing. What is it? Lin Sun asked. Ape Ancestor said, Taoism Lin, please come with us, or you can take the initiative to come with us. I understand that you're inviting me to leave. It's just a matter of fighting to see whose cultivation is higher. But I don't understand why you would ask me to take the initiative to go with you. Lin Sun raised his eyebrows and said. Ape Ancestor said, in fact, even your master Puti, Qin Shi, and Chen Lin Kong want to know why I took the lead and waited for you here. And now, there is no need to hide it. With that, he looked at Lin Sun and said calmly, this game, from the beginning, is doomed. You will lose. This was not only for Lin Sun to hear, but also for the many supreme figures in the dark. From the beginning, I will lose. Lin Sun was silent for a while and suddenly laughed. What a big tone. This kind of words is destined not to be said by you. But even if it is Tai Chu who said it, where does he get the confidence? The ape ancestor said, the sect master is never one to exaggerate. Even his opponents in the profound God domain would absolutely not doubt that. Since Hierarch said so, since there is a reason, Taoism Lin, don't take it as an alarmist. After all, once you lose, sometimes you will lose many lives. The price paid is too high and too heavy. And this may not be what Taoism Lin wants to see. His words were very calm, as if he was patiently stating a fact to Lin Sun. But the meaning of his words made Lin Sun frown gradually. Profound God domain. Hidden world. Subhuti frowned. He's definitely going to lose from the very beginning? He'd noticed Lin Sun's arrival at the Profound Dao platform, and he'd told Golden Cicada with a smile that the game was about to begin. But Subhuti was slightly surprised when he heard Ape Ancestor's words. Of course, it wasn't Ape Ancestor's intention. It represented Absolute Beginning's attitude. How could the beginning, who was trapped under the sword chains, have the guts to say that he would lose for sure? Golden Cicada said warmly, it's easy to understand. In Absolute Beginning's opinion, both you and I, along with Xianxia and Chen Lin Kong, were already in a situation where we were definitely going to lose before Lin Sun arrived. Subhuti fell silent for a moment before he said, in terms of cultivation, people like us are indeed slightly inferior to Absolute Beginning. But in the Profound God domain, there's Xianxia, the Supreme Overlord who controls Samsara, and he's on par with Absolute Beginning in terms of the Grand Tao. But Absolute Beginning clearly thinks that even Xianxia will lose. He couldn't figure it out. Since Absolute Beginning said this, it was definitely not an exaggeration. After all, there was no need for an existence like him to intimidate or put on airs. Then there was only one possibility left. Absolute Beginning had a plan. Moreover, it was enough to fight Xianxia and make them lose everything. Subhuti couldn't help but reveal a wisp of seriousness when he thought up to here. Golden Cicada looked at Subhuti and said, fellow Daoist, wait a little longer. The game has just begun, and Absolute Beginning and Xianxia haven't made a move yet. Subhuti nodded. We'll definitely lose, Primordial World. A figure pushed open the door and walked out of the hut. He carried an ancient sword on his back with ease. It was Xianxia. He placed his hands behind his back and looked at the distant sky. Absolute Beginning, since Lin Sun is here, there's no need for you to continue hiding there. That swordsman's sword lock can trap you for a while, but it can't trap you forever. His voice was clear and casual. At the same time, Absolute Beginning's laughter resounded from deep underground in that chaotic world. Fellow Daoist Chen can't restrain himself as well? Heh. Xianxia laughed, since you think so, then let me see how long you'll wait. With that, he returned to the thatched cottage. In the primal chaos world, deep underground, Absolute Beginning couldn't help but sigh with satisfaction. There are enemies in this world, but my Dao isn't lonely. Not far away, the black crow on the branch was trembling. Earlier, when Xianxia's voice resounded through this dimension, she'd felt a feeling of suffocation and despair. It was a form of true suppression of the Grand Tao, and it far exceeded her imagination. Little crow, did you see that? This is Xianxia's power. Just a single sentence from him can scare you to death. Absolute Beginning laughed, and he was actually very cheerful and happy. Sect leader, are they really going to lose? After a long time, Black Crow calmed himself down and asked. There are no absolutes in this world. The Beginning casually said, just watch the show. Black Crow fell silent. In front of the Profound Dao platform. Although these words aren't threats, they are no different from threats. Lin Sun, who was frowning, suddenly laughed, then I really want to see how the hierarch behind you will make me lose. You'll definitely be able to see it. The ape ancestor nodded, looking as calm as before. He was not surprised by Lin's reaction. I want to see it too. Right at this moment, a voice sounded out from afar. Chen Lingkong's figure appeared out of nowhere. Behind him were the Origin Sect's ancestral founder, Yuan Shu, and the Spirit Sect's ancestral founder, Xuyin. Little friend Lin, long time no see. As soon as he arrived, Chen Linkong waved his hand in greeting in an extremely carefree manner. Lin Sun also cupped his hands and greeted Chen Lin Kong, Yuan Shu, and Shuing one by one. Then, he pointed at Ape Ancestor and said, "Seniors, be careful of these guys." Chen Lin Kong nodded. "Don't worry. Chen Lin Kong, you shouldn't have come." The Ape Ancestor looked at Chen Lin Kong with a calm expression. "You and the two people behind you will die for nothing." Chen Lin Kong couldn't help but be amused, and he said, "Then I really want to experience it." As he spoke, he asked Yuan Shu and Su Yin to retreat, and then a strand of terrifying chaotic sword intent surged out from his tall figure. In that instant, he seemed to have transformed into a ruler of the sword Dao, and his brilliance was boundless. "Ape Ancestor, I've wanted to test my strength with you for a long time. Why don't we do it now?" Chen Lin Kong spoke, and his voice seemed like an endless sword howl that resounded clearly. Such a graceful bearing was rarely seen in the world. The aura of the great perfection of the boundless realm, and his great Dao has already attained the chaotic realm. Lin Sun noticed Chen Lin Kong's charm with a single glance, and he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Without a doubt, Chen Lin Kong already possessed the qualifications to go against the Ape Ancestor. "You can't." The Ape Ancestor shook his head. He didn't show any disdain, but his calm and casual expression was undoubtedly the greatest rejection to Chen Lin Kong. Chen Lin Kong smiled and didn't say anything else. He stretched out his hand and grabbed. An expanse of chaotic flames condensed and transformed into a burning Taoist sword. As he flicked his finger, a clang resounded, and a sword howl resounded through the heavens and the earth. The invisible sword intent transformed into ripples that completely disregarded the restraints of time and space, and it spread towards the Ape Ancestor and the others. The Ape Ancestor's expression was still as calm as before. He didn't seem to move, but the figures of the 9 Destiny Path Lords, Heaven Shaman, and Sure were all moved behind him. At the same time, he stretched out his palm, formed a fist, and smashed it in the void. Boom! The invisible sword intent ripples shattered and exploded layer by layer. This scene made Lin Sun couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. The Ape Ancestor was naturally in existence at the great perfection of the boundless realm. His every move seemed casual, but in reality, it displayed a perfect and flawless posture, embracing yin and yang, and was impeccable. Clang! Chen Lin Kong stepped forward with his sword and stabbed in the void. Chaos emerged in the void, turning into a torrential rain of flaming swords that were like the Milky Way, illuminating the mountains and rivers in a dazzling manner. Such an attack affected the origin of the great Dao chaos. Not to mention other boundless realm figures, even the boundless Path Lord would find it hard to resist. The Ape Ancestor's sleeves fluttered, and his figure that was as tall as a mountain suddenly surged with chaotic chi, like a round and boundless Tai Chi, incomparably mysterious. Then, the Ape Ancestor punched out. Immediately, the sword intent and the fist force, 2 kinds of supreme power of the Dao path collided. It caused the heavens and the earth to tremble, and rays of light flowed. Lin Sun noticed that the heavens and the earth of the mystic god domain were incomparably solid, and it was sufficient to withstand the impact of the great Dao energy. Rumble rumble Chen Lin Kong and the Ape Ancestor fought intensely, and it was like 2 eternal rulers were fighting. Every time they attacked, they would draw upon the chaotic energy, and the phenomena they revealed could be said to be boundlessly terrifying. With Lin Sun's current gaze, he instantly made a judgment. In a battle like this, those figures at the level of the boundless Path Lord couldn't participate at all, and once they did, they would die without a doubt. Because that level of strength already involved the utilization of the ultimate energy of the eternal path of the Tao, and it broke through the restraints of time and space. Every single move of theirs was a manifestation of the peak of their Tao path. Why don't we seize this opportunity to kill those fellows first? Xianxia suddenly transmitted her voice, and her gaze looked towards the 9 envoys, Heaven Shaman, and Sure in the distance. These figures were absolutely existences that Lin Sun could only look up to before entering the ruins of profundity of Tao. But now, no matter if it was Lin Sun or Xianxia, they had already far surpassed them on the Tao path, so they naturally wouldn't take them seriously. If I move, I'm afraid it will cause a lot of variables. Lin Sun raised his head and looked at the vast world in the distance. Due to the barrier of the power of the profound Tao platform, his divine sense was restricted. But he dared to conclude that whether it was Tai Chu, Black Crow, his master, Golden Cicada, or Qin Shi, they were probably paying attention to everything that happened here, and every move of Lin Sun, a variable, was bound to be the one they paid the most attention to. Once he left the profound Tao platform, it might lead to unpredictable variables. But if you don't move, how can you break the situation? Don't you have the confidence to fight against Tai Chu? Xiaxia couldn't help asking. Lin Sun was stunned at first, and then he couldn't help laughing. You're right. I can't see anything if I just stand here and watch. On the contrary, it will make those enemies think that I, Lin Sun, am not confident enough. Previously, he had guessed that since everyone in the mysterious god realm was waiting for him, they must have made a plan long ago. Therefore, after he arrived, he didn't act rashly. He intended to see how many variables would be caused by his arrival and how many means Tai Chu had prepared to deal with him. But now, Xiaxi's words made him suddenly realize that if he kept waiting, he was doomed to be in a passive position all the time. If he wanted to break the situation, he naturally had to get into the situation first, otherwise, how could he know how many means and cards the enemy had, when he was strong enough? Why should he be afraid of the many variables and killing tribulations when he broke the situation? I didn't expect that Xiaxia could see more clearly than me. Lin Sun sighed with emotion. Xiaxia said softly, you just worry about your master and others, so you have a lot of worries in your heart. But I'm different. I only care about you. Sometimes, the simplest and most direct idea was the most to the point. My only concern now is not the Tao or the opponent. Lin Sun looked at Xiaxia. You're worried that in the next battle, the variables that will appear will implicate me, so you plan to let me hide? Summer Solstice instantly understood. Telepathy was nothing more than this. Lin Sun nodded. Xiaxia didn't refuse and said, okay. She knew that Lin Sun did this because he cared about her and regarded her as the most important person in his heart. How could she refuse? Lin Sun smiled, turned his sleeve, and took out the eternal boat. Xiaxia turned into a shadow and flew into it. After putting away the eternal boat, Lin Sun's heart completely calmed down. The mysterious god realm might be full of horrible killing tribulations and unexpected variables. But now, he had nothing to worry about. The next moment, Lin Sun stepped out of the mysterious Tao platform. When he moved, Pei Tu, Xianxia and other Tao masters of the 9 divisions of Tai Chu, Heaven Wizard and Sure all noticed it. At the same time, Yuan Chu and Suyin, Chen Lin Kong and Ape Ancestor who were fighting fiercely, and Bodhi, Golden Cicada, Chen Shi and Tai Chu who were waiting in different secret realms also noticed it. All eyes, tangible and intangible, converged on Lin Sun's movement. There's more tonight, Daoist brother, he's moving. Golden Cicada stood up while his robe fluttered, and a profound light flickered in his eyes. Could it be that he'll be able to stay on the platform forever? Subhoodie smiled as he stood up as well. Action leads to change, and change leads to success. In the end, we'll have to see if he succeeds or fails. I never expected that Chen Shi would ask Chen Lin Kong to make a move, said Golden Cicada softly. Subhoodie remained silent. His mind was focused on the profound Tao platform. The primordial spirit world. The thatched cottage was deathly silent. Chen Shi didn't move, but he was paying attention from afar as well. Sect Master, he's coming out. At this moment, Black Crow actually felt indescribably excited. It was like he'd been waiting for countless years for such a scene to finally arrive. Deep underground, Absolute Beginning said, wait a little longer. Wait a little longer, Black Crow was slightly puzzled. Outside the platform, Pei Tu and the other Heaven's Mandate Tao Lords, Heaven Shaman, and Sure revealed solemn expressions as they prepared for battle. According to their previous inference, Lin Sun already possessed the strength of the boundless Tao Lord while he was in the universe of universe. However, they weren't sure if Lin Sun's cultivation had improved after overcoming the path of severing the path. At practically the exact same moment, Yuan Chu and Suyin were accumulating strength and prepared to support Lin Sun. However, right at the moment he stepped out of the platform, Lin Sun suddenly turned around to look at Yuan Chu and Suyin, and he said, "Seniors, just watch the show." Before he finished speaking, his figure had already completely left the profound Tao platform. At that moment, without the cover of the power of the profound Tao platform, Lin Sun's breath was also revealed. However, Pei Tu and the others frowned because Lin Sun's aura was simply like nothingness, and they couldn't sense it at all. It was like he didn't exist in this world at all, or like he'd fused with the world a long time ago. The world was him, and he was the world. The hearts of Pei-Tu and the others shook when they noticed this. Even they, the boundless Tao Lords, were unable to see through it. Didn't this mean that Lin Sun's current cultivation far exceeded their understanding? At this moment, without the isolation of the platform, Lin Sun's divine sense and mind could truly sense the aura of the profound God domain. This God domain was obscure like the chaos, vast and boundless. In this endless world, there were countless secret realms. In 3 of these secret realms, he sensed a different aura. His master, the master of the square inch, and the golden cicada were in the same arcana realm. The former's aura was vast and profound, while the latter's aura was as calm as water. The second secret realm had a profound and unfathomable aura, and there were miraculous traces of samsara and divine talismans suffused the air. This was definitely the secret realm Senior Chen she resided in. Within the 3 secret realms, it was a sea of chaos. There was a bone-chilling aura, but there was also an extremely obscure aura that was almost undetectable. When he captured this obscure aura, Lin Sun immediately felt a sense of familiarity. Without a doubt, this was the aura of the primordial dominator. Lin Sun had seen it as early as in the spiritual realm. That bone-chilling aura definitely came from Absolute Beginning's first servant, Black Crow. But in next to no time, Lin Sun withdrew this feeling. He stood in the air as he glanced at Pei-Tu and the others who were waiting in formation, and then he looked at the secret realm in the distance. He said, "Absolute Beginning, I've already established myself in this world. You wouldn't be intending to send these fellows to their deaths, right?" His voice was flat, but it resounded through the heavens and the earth. Even though Pei-Tu, Tian Wu, and Shi's expressions were calm, they felt that it was absurd in their hearts. This Lin Sun actually doesn't take us seriously at all now. Primordial and Suyin glanced at each other, and their expressions became strange as well. They were able to discern that Lin Sun really didn't take Pei-Tu and the others seriously at all. Or, it could be said that he directly disregarded them. Subhoodie revealed a wisp of a gratified expression. So, he already possesses this level of cultivation. "Daoist brother, you didn't expect this as well?" asked Golden Cicada. "I thought that he would remain in the ultimate realm of the boundless realm like me, and if he wanted to come into contact with the Tao of life, then he would have to seek it from the profound God domain. But now it would seem like, he's already ahead of me." Subhoodie's brows, gaze, and the corners of his mouth were filled with a heartfelt smile. "In the past, I told those disciples that the disciple didn't have to be inferior to the master. But now, Lin Sun has already surpassed the master." Golden Cicada fell silent for a moment, and then he smiled as well. "It's unexpected indeed." Of course, he didn't let down Daoist brother's efforts. "Lin Sun." A surprised exclamation of praise resounded from the thatched cottage in the primordial world. Being unexpected was a variable in itself. "This is interesting. But there's no rush, the game has only just begun. Young brother Lin, I'll give you a chance to take a good look at the profound God domain." Right at this moment, Absolute Beginning's voice resounded in the heavens and the earth on the profound Tao platform, and his voice was neither fast nor slow as he spoke casually. "Ape Ancestor, bring them back." "All right." The ape ancestor who was fighting intensely with Chen Linkong nodded in agreement. "Want to leave?" "Did I agree to that?" Chen Linkong sneered. "Why would I need your permission if I wanted to leave?" The ape ancestor's expression was calm and indifferent. Bang! In the next moment, the imposing aura on his body that was tall like a mountain suddenly changed, and he actually forcefully blasted Chen Linkong over 100 back with a single punch. Pooh! When he steadied himself, Chen Linkong's chest rose and fell rapidly, and he actually couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood. This scene caused everyone present to be surprised. What was supposed to have been an evenly matched battle had been broken by the ape ancestor's terrifying technique in an instant. Even Lin Sun hadn't expected this to happen. Swoosh, the ape ancestor teleported over, and he flicked his sleeve with the intention of leaving with Pei-Tu and the others. Lin Sun immediately pressed his fingers together and stabbed forward. A strand of sword chi appeared out of thin air and slashed down towards the ape ancestor. When they sensed the aura contained within this sword strike, Pei-Tu and the others noticed to their horror that they actually couldn't arouse any thoughts of resisting it. and only deep powerlessness and despair remained. Moreover, this sword strike was slashing towards the ape ancestor. They didn't dare to imagine how terrifying this sword strike would be if it was aimed at them. It was also at this time that they finally understood why Lin Sun had ignored them before. On the path of Tao, Lin Sun had long left them, the boundless Tao masters, far behind. In the face of Lin Sun's sword strike, the ape ancestor, who was as tall as a mountain, suddenly shrank to a height of about 10 m, but his aura was much stronger than before. As he smashed out with his fist, Lin Sun's sword chi was actually blocked, and then it exploded together with the fist force. Bang! An earth-shattering explosion resounded, and the divine light swept across the world. The ape ancestor had already taken this opportunity to disappear into thin air with Pei Tu and the others. When Lin Sun wanted to chase after him, it was already a step too late. In fact, he didn't expect that the ape ancestor could actually block his sword strike, so he missed the opportunity to chase after him. This series of actions happened extremely quickly. When the curtain fell, Yuan Shu, Su Yin and the others near the Xian God realm were already in a cold sweat. The strength that Lin Sun showed surprised everyone. But at this moment, the strength that the ape ancestor revealed was even more shocking. This old thing, he actually concealed so much strength. In the distance, Chen Linkong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his expression became serious. When he thought of the previous battle, he felt a chill in his heart. If the ape ancestor had directly used his full strength from the beginning, would he still be able to persist until now? When he thought of this, Chen Linkong felt a chill down his spine. He has already taken a step from this ultimate realm, and touched the mystery of the way of life. At this moment, Lin Sun finally dared to conclude that the ape ancestor's true cultivation was not at the great perfection of the boundless realm, but had taken that step in this realm, just like himself. This made him unable to help but shiver. He thought of what the ape ancestor had said before, that from the beginning of this game, they were destined to lose without a doubt. In this way, it seemed that the ape ancestor's true strength was one of the trump cards of Tai Chu. This time, it was you who saved me. Chen Linkong walked over and looked Lin Sun up and down. If you hadn't taken that step, I'm afraid that old man Tai Chu would not have let the ape ancestor retreat. He really didn't expect that Lin Sun, who had broken through the way of severing, had already reached such a level. Senior, this is not a good place to talk. Lin Sun smiled. Although the previous situation had been resolved, Lin Sun didn't dare to be careless when he thought of the power exposed by the ape ancestor. No one knew whether Tai Chu had other means. Would you like to meet my grandfather? Chen Linkong invited. Lin Sun thought for a while and said, I'd better wait until I meet my master, and then I'll go to meet Senior Chen Shi. Chen Linkong nodded, and then said doubtfully, why do I feel that the ape ancestor retreated too suddenly? Although there were some changes, it still felt like a tiger's head but a snake's tail. Lin Sun said, if I was at the great perfection of the boundless realm, and the ape ancestor didn't expose his strength, this situation would not be easy to resolve. Chen Linkong thought for a moment and suddenly gasped, yes, even if my grandfather took action at that time, the ape ancestor would definitely try his best to stop him. Even if he was not my grandfather's opponent, he could at least stop him for a while. And taking advantage of this opportunity, old Tai Chu could deal with you. At that time, even if your Master Pewdie and Golden Cicada took action together, I'm afraid they couldn't stop Tai Chu. This wasn't to slander Subhoodie and Golden Cicada's cultivation, and it was instead because everyone in the profound God domain was clearly aware that the only person capable of threatening a figure like Absolute Beginning was Chen Shi. Once Chen Shi was stopped, Tai Chu would be unmatched and unstoppable, and it was precisely because Lin Sun's Taoism was not only at the great perfection of the boundless realm as everyone speculated, that there was a change in such a killing situation. After noticing all this, Tai Chu made a prompt decision and let the ape ancestor choose to retreat with his people. It could be said that the previous situation seemed to end in a very short time, but a little carelessness would be a great disaster. On one side, Yuan Shu and Xuyin were also shocked and their faces changed when they heard Chen Linkong's analysis. Indeed, if it weren't for the change in Lin Sun's Taoism, the killing intent contained in this situation would be fatal enough. The fourth watch was delivered. There was no more tonight. Beneath the sky, Lin Sun, Chen Linkong, Yuan Shu, and Suyin flashed towards the distance. On the way, Lin Sun found out that Yuan Shu, Suyin, and Chen Linkong had been hiding in the primordial world all these years. His masters, the Core Master and Golden Cicada, resided in the hidden world instead. As for their enemies, the absolute beginning ruler and Heya resided in the Grand Chaos world. The Ape Ancestor and the other 9 Heaven Fate Dao Lords resided in the Dark Spirit world. But no matter which secret realm it was, all of them had a similarity, and it was the quintessence energy of chaos that belonged to the profound God domain could be absorbed and refined there. On the other hand, the other secret realms in the profound God domain were mostly in a desolate and exhausted state. According to what Chen Linkong said, the profound God domain was extremely vast, and the secret realms that were distributed throughout it were innumerable. However, secret realms like the primordial spirit world, hidden realm, grand chaos world, and dark spirit world could already be said to be the best places of cultivation amongst all the secret realms. Most importantly, cultivating in these 4 secret realms gave one a chance to sense the aura of the forbidden area of profundity. The forbidden area of profundity was where the profound God domain resided, and it was taken to be a forbidden zone for life. According to rumor, there was a path towards the Tao that surpassed the eternal path towards the Tao within it. The Tao of life, in the countless years of the past, supreme existences like Xianxia and absolute beginning had been constantly sensing and deducing the aura within the forbidden area of profundity. As they spoke, Lin Sun's group had arrived at the entrance to the hidden world. The entrance to this world was like a vortex passageway condensed from chaos, and it was extremely mysterious. Controlling the quintessence of chaos within this world allows one to take precautions against any unexpected events while cultivating within it, and one doesn't have to worry about being ambushed by enemies. That's what we've been doing all these years. Chen Linkong smiled as he explained, in other words, under normal circumstances, no one would choose to leave a secret realm because it's extremely easy for them to suffer an attack from their enemies. The situation today is exactly like that. Lin Sun came to a sudden understanding. As they spoke, the vortex passageway surged, and then a voice resounded, Lin Sun, quickly come in. The warm voice came from the Core Master. Yes. Lin Sun restrained the excitement in his heart, and he cupped his hands towards Chen Linkong and the others. I'll pay all of you a visit another day. Chen Linkong smiled and nodded. Go ahead. Lin Sun turned around, walked into the whirlpool tunnel and disappeared. Chen Linkong and the others continued to fly forward. The Great Chaos Realm. The aura of primal chaos filled the air. When Ancestor Ape brought them into this world, Pei Tu and the others, Tian Wu, and Sure could not help but feel a trace of caution in their hearts, and their expressions became solemn. Countless years had passed, but this was the first time they had entered the residence of Sect Master Tai Chu. In the boundless heavens and the earth, the mountains and rivers rose and fell, and all of them were covered in a layer of chaotic aura. It caused everything in the world to seem dim and blurry. Very quickly, a bald black ancient tree appeared on the ground, and it took root there all by itself. On the branch of the ancient tree stood a crow with pitch-black feathers and a pair of blood-red eyes. It was Absolute Beginning's first servant, Black Crow. Greetings, young mistress. Pei Tu and the others bowed. Don't you feel ashamed to return empty-handed? Black Crow said coldly. Pei Tu and the others' expression stiffened, and he couldn't help but feel even more oppressed and nervous in his heart. This has nothing to do with them, so why get angry at them? Little Crow, these old friends have fought with me for many years, and they can be said to be companions of mine. You have to speak politely. Tai Chu's calm and casual voice sounded out from deep underground. His voice seemed to possess magic, and it swept away the nervousness in the hearts of Pei Tu and the others. They became calm and steady, and their entire bodies seemed to have relaxed. They couldn't help but sigh with emotion in their hearts. A long time ago, when they had followed Tai Chu to conquer the heavens and walk on the Grand Tao, they were so high-spirited and carefree. But since they entered the ruins of Tao, they rarely saw Tai Chu again, but as their cultivation grew, their reverence towards Tai Chu grew deeper. It was even to the extent that they often felt a sense of distance. But now, when Tai Chu said this, they couldn't help but recall the past. Everyone, all of you can be at ease in this world. At least with me here, those opponents can't threaten all of you. Tai Chu's voice sounded out from deep underground once more. Sect leader, we were useless, we couldn't exterminate Lin Sun when he entered the Soul's God realm. Pei Tu revealed a look of shame. The others also lowered their heads. Taichu said, "This has nothing to do with you, so there's no need to mention what happened in the past. After this game ends, I will give all of you a chance to corroborate your Tao to the great circle of the boundless realm. As for whether you can grasp it, it will depend on your own abilities." Pei Tu and the others trembled, and they almost didn't dare to believe their ears. No one expected that Taichu would actually promise to obtain such a great fortune for them. Sect leader, old people like Pei Tu who had followed Taichu since a long time ago couldn't help but feel emotional at this moment, and even felt like crying. It had been a long time since they experienced Taichu's care. Taichu sighed, "In the future, don't call me sect leader anymore. Don't you understand? The biggest obstacle to corroborating your Tao to the Great Circle is your reverence and reliance towards me. If you don't sever these fetters, how can you corroborate your Tao to the Great Circle of the Tao?" Pei Tu and the others trembled. "Ape Ancestor, take them to find a place to cultivate," Taichu said. Ape Ancestor nodded and left the place with Pei Tu and the other boundless Tao Lord who were in turmoil. Until their figures disappeared from sight, Black Crow couldn't help but wonder, "Sect leader, why do I feel that you have suddenly changed?" Taichu was silent for a moment, and muttered to himself, "Maybe, it's because I'm too lonely. The further I go on this road, the fewer people there will be around me. There are only a few people I can talk to. Now I'm good to them, just to keep them as a memory. If I don't see them again in the future, they won't think that I abandoned them." His voice gradually became low, with a sense of loss that couldn't be dispelled. "Sect leader, I'm always here." Black Crow couldn't help saying, "And Ape Ancestor, he will always be by your side." But Taichu laughed, "Let's not talk about this. Now that Lin Sun has come and the game has begun, I'm much happier than before. Especially since he has already taken that step. This is a huge surprise for me." Surprise, or a big surprise? Black Crow was a little confused. Black Crow was a little stunned. After a while, she couldn't help but say, "Is it that the more powerful he is, the more valuable he is to you? How can such a variable be measured?" Taichu said leisurely, "Do you know why I never complained when I was suppressed here by the swordsman? Because he let me know that although the Tao I pursue is different, although we can't coexist, I'm destined not to be too lonely in this life." After a pause, he laughed, "What's more rare is that the emergence of a worthy opponent proves that my Tao is not invincible in the world. Isn't this a good thing? That's the way to seek the Tao." Black Crow was speechless for a moment. She never knew how it was a good thing to have an enemy, and she never thought that the sect leader would be so happy because of the existence of an enemy. "Sect leader, do you think that Lin Sun is already a worthy opponent?" Black Crow asked. Taichu was silent for a moment and said, "It's rare to be happy, so it's okay to tell you. Compared with Xianxia and the swordsman, Lin Sun is still a little short of maturity. What I can't figure out most about him is the word change, which is also the reason why I regard him as an enemy." He paused for a moment and continued. "All those years ago, the eternal arc that flew out from the forbidden area of profundity ought to have been in my possession, yet it brushed past me in the end. Although at that time, with the help of the eternal boat, I entered the eternal gate, comprehended the origin of spirit, and touched the mystery of life at one stroke. But in the end, the eternal boat was lost in my hands." Speaking of this, there was a trace of surprise in his voice. "It's interesting that after countless years, the eternal boat finally appeared in the hands of Lin Sun. This can't be described as a coincidence. The eternal Knight Divine Emperor was born in the spiritual world, and he fled with the eternal boat. After he reincarnated, the eternal boat fell into the hands of Luo Tongtian. However, even though Luo Tongtian comprehended the talent of the devouring abyss, he didn't truly control the eternal boat. On the other hand, the eternal Knight Divine Emperor reincarnated into Xianxia, and when Xianxia appeared by Lin Sun's side, it just happened to be when Lin Sun activated the heaven-accessing realm with the devouring abyss bloodline. At that time, Xianxia found Lin Sun because of the devouring abyss, but merely because of the devouring abyss talent. She would definitely not allow Lin Sun to keep the eternal boat. Later on, when I found out about Nirvana, I finally understood that Lin Sun being able to keep this treasure was related to Nirvana. Simply speaking, the eternal boat came from the forbidden land of wonders, and its fate was related to Nirvana. Similarly, Xianxia possessed the reincarnation of a divine emperor, and her origins were from the forbidden land of life as well. So, her transformation was related to Lin Sun's nirvana profundity. If Lin Sun was here, he would definitely be shocked. Because a long time ago, he had indeed placed Xianxia in the abyssal sword cauldron to bathe in the power of nirvana profundity. This also meant that Xianxia's current cultivation was also influenced by the Tao of nirvana, and all of this had long been seen through by the absolute beginning ruler. At this moment, after he finished explaining the sequence of events, absolute beginning pondered deeply for a moment before he said, if it's in terms of the Tao of karma, then I experienced 100,000 years of searching to draw over this eternal vessel from the forbidden area of profundity. And because of this treasure, there was the eternal night divine emperor, the devouring abyss, and the wonderful karma between Lin Sun and Xianxia. This is what I'm interested in. When Black Crow heard this, he could not help but feel an indescribable feeling of horror. Sect Master, do you think that this eternal boat also caused a trace of karma between you and Lin Sun? Taichu thought for a moment and said, this is not cause and effect. In the final analysis, all this is related to Lin Sun's nirvana. Nirvana, Black Crow couldn't help but nod secretly. They regarded Lin Sun as a variable because of this mysterious power. Taichu sighed with emotion, I have to say that Lin Sun has a good master. I don't know how he deduced the mystery of nirvana. In this respect, I have to admire Putti. But he is still no match for Hierarch. Black Crow said. Taichu said, wrong. If his disciple has a chance to defeat me, doesn't it show that he is more powerful as a master? He sighed, what's more, he didn't take the power of nirvana himself, but left it to his disciple Lin Sun. Such courage is really amazing. Lin Sun has no chance to defeat Hierarch. This kind of thing will never happen. Black Crow was not convinced. Taichu laughed, when Ape Ancestor took action, I said that there is no absolute thing in this world. Only by understanding this can one not be blinded by ignorance and conceit. Hierarch, you are right. In the distance, Ape Ancestor had returned. Fellow practitioner, your cultivation has been exposed. Now, there is no need to hide it. Deep underground, Taichu's voice suddenly became subtle. Fellow practitioner, Black Crow was shocked and looked at Ape Ancestor in surprise. However, Ancestor Ape's expression was calm. He was still the same as before and said, Cult Master, I'm not who I used to be. It doesn't matter to me whether I hide it or not. Black Crow couldn't help asking, Ape Ancestor, who were you before? She really couldn't calm down. Speaking of which, the Ape Ancestor had been with Taichu for a long time, but he had always been an old servant. Countless years had passed, and he had always listened to Taichu's orders, never revealing anything special. So until now, whether it was her or other people in the 9 tribes of Taichu, although they respected Ape Ancestor, they had always treated him as an old servant of Taichu. But now, Black Crow suddenly found that the identity of Ape Ancestor was not simple, he had hidden himself too deeply. Black Crow could not help but feel terrified. The Ape Ancestor was the person she trusted the most apart from the leader. Who would have thought that the Ape Ancestor would hide another face for so many years? If not for Ape Ancestor exposing his cultivation that far surpassed the level of grand completion boundless realm in front of the myriad profound Tao platform today, he would probably still continue hiding. Miss, the past me is already dead. Ancestor Ape said. An indescribable rage surged in Black Crow's heart. It was as if he had been deceived for countless years, yet he still could not find a reason that he could accept. Little Crow, it won't be long before you find out. Don't blame Ancestor Ape. I was the one who asked him to do this. Absolute Beginning's voice rang out. All of a sudden, the anger in Black Crow's heart turned into bitterness and helplessness as he remained silent. Sect Master, do you think that Xianxia has seen through my identity? Ancestor Ape suddenly asked. Absolute Beginning said, in his eyes, you have already fallen into the cycle of reincarnation, and it is impossible for you to appear again. However, he might not be able to guess that it's you, but you've exposed some of your strength after all, and this will definitely arouse his vigilance. That's fine. Ancestor Ape's expression was calm. Just wait. The game has already begun. I want to see how many surprises Lin Sun, who has also taken that step on the boundless path, can bring me from the forbidden area of profundity. Absolute Beginning's voice vanished from the depths of the ground. Ancestor Ape went silent for a moment before turning around and leaving. Black Crow watched Ancestor Ape's figure vanish with a complicated expression in his eyes. Primordial Spirit World. Chen Lin Kong arrived before his grandfather Xianxia's thatched cottage by himself, and then he sat on a rock at the side and said, "Grandfather, I owe little friend Lin a life this time." His voice carried self-ridicule. Thinking back to all those years ago in the ruins of fortune, his cultivation was far above Lin Sun's, and if it wasn't for Lin Sun today, he would have almost been captured and killed by Ancestor Ape. This was equivalent to Lin Sun saving his life. "Didn't you help him slaughter a path of blood in the ruins of fortune all those years ago? Such kindness can't be calculated like this. If you take him as a friend, then you can't calculate who owes whom a favor." Xianxia's clear voice came from the thatched cottage. "What's more, Ancestor Ape doesn't want to deal with you this time, but he wants to cooperate with Absolute Beginning to stop me from helping Lin Sun. After all, only by hiding his strength can he take me by surprise." Chen Lin Kong nodded, and then he asked doubtfully, "Grandfather, when did Ancestor Ape take that step? We've been in the mysterious god domain for countless years, but why haven't we noticed any movement?" In the thatched cottage, Xianxia was silent for a moment, and then he said, "Perhaps he had already taken that step long before he came to the mysterious god domain. This is indeed a variable that even I didn't notice. I have to say that both Absolute Beginning and Ancestor Ape have concealed their strength deeply." Chen Lin Kong thought for a moment, and then he suddenly smiled. "Fortunately, no matter how deeply Absolute Beginning and Ancestor Ape hide, I didn't expect little friend Lin to have taken that step now. The first round is a draw at best. It's not like what the beginning said that we'll definitely lose." "You're thinking too simply," Xianxia said. "Absolute Beginning's trump cards are bound to be more than just Ancestor Ape. Or perhaps, he definitely has other cards up his sleeves. But it's fine. At the end of the game, we'll have to determine our true strength." Chen Lin Kong frowned and said, "Grandfather, there's something I've always been puzzled about. Why doesn't Absolute Beginning make a move right now? Or perhaps, why do we have to continue waiting like this? Absolute Beginning wants to see what sort of changes a variable like little friend Lin would cause when he senses the forbidden area of profundity. This will decide if he'll attack with his full strength." Within the thatched cottage, Xianxia said, "On the other hand, I want to see if the variable that Lin Sun possesses can break through this predicament." Xianxia paused for a moment and said, "From today onward, stay in this dimension and cultivate. Don't leave this dimension again. Concentrate on the Tao." "That's the right path." Chen Lin Kong nodded. Hidden region. The mountains and rivers were picturesque, and the heavens and the earth were enshrouded by chaotic energy. It was like one had arrived at the beginning of the chaos. As soon as Lin Sun entered, he saw the master of the core and golden cicada standing side by side. The former wore a cloth robe, had a thin appearance, and his aura was indifferent and indistinct. The latter was still the same as he was all those years ago. He wore linen clothes, was barefoot, and had a handsome appearance like a young man. His gaze was clear, and a warm smile hung on the corners of his mouth. This was the first time Lin Sun had seen his master, the master of the core, since he'd started cultivating, so he couldn't help but feel excited. He bowed and said, "Disciple Lin Sun greets Master and Senior Golden Cicada." Subhuti smiled and said, "Come with me." After a short moment, they sat down at the side of a cliff. This place was covered in mist and surged with a dense and miraculous aura of the quintessence of chaos. Subhuti sat down cross-legged, extracted a strand of chaotic energy, and then placed it into the tea furnace along with the divine spring on the mountain and some chaotic bamboo leaves. It wasn't long before the tea boiled, and a strand of the fragrance of tea suffused the air. Subhuti poured a cup for both Golden Cicada and Lin Sun, and then he said in a light voice, "How are your senior brothers and senior sisters?" Lin Sun told him everything he'd experienced in the Sea of Destiny. When he learned that Lin Sun had used the profound of Nirvana to bring his senior brother back from the dead, Subhuti smiled and said with relief, "At that time, I noticed some clues, and guessed that your senior brother had changed his fate. Now that I've heard it from you again, I still feel that the profound of Nirvana is really wonderful." Golden Cicada asked, "Little friend, to what extent has your control over the profound of Nirvana reached?" "I've also refined it to the realm of chaos." Lin Sun thought for a moment and said, "However, if you really want to study it carefully, the profound of Nirvana has long surpassed the scope of the eternal Tao. After all, even the profound of spiritual endowment had been merged with the profound of nirvana, which made Lin Sun's Tao had already undergone a subtle and miraculous transformation from the level of boundless realm to a higher Tao. Can I have a look? Golden Cicada seemed to be extremely curious. Lin Sun smiled and said, why not? As he spoke, he gently flicked his fingertip, and a strand of obscure aura belonging to nirvana emerged, mysterious and indescribably wonderful. Golden Cicada observed and sensed for a moment, and couldn't help but fall silent. Fellow Taoist, have you sensed anything? Subhuti asked with a smile. Golden Cicada pondered and said, this kind of power has indeed surpassed the scope of the eternal Tao, and it involves the word change that people can't comprehend. Life and death, withering and flourishing, destruction and rebirth, origin and end. There seem to be countless profound truths branded in it, but when you think about it carefully, it's like this chaos, indescribably empty, and it's really strange. Like chaos and emptiness, what a good like chaos. Subhuti was surprised. I never thought that fellow Taoist could deduce so many profound principles from just a strand of nirvana aura. Could it be that you've also touched the threshold of the Tao of life now? Golden Cicada was stunned, and said in a self-mocking manner, if so, then it's great. Lin Sun glanced at Golden Cicada and said, Senior, with such insight, why worry about being unable to take a step forward in the perfection stage of the boundless realm in the future? Perhaps Senior only needs a critical factor to be able to break through this layer of window paper. Golden Cicada couldn't help but let out a hearty smile and said, are the two of you trying to praise me to death? Let's not talk about this. Young brother Lin has just arrived at the profound God domain, so I presume you have many questions in your heart. Moreover, I'm rather curious about young brother Lin's cultivation as well, so we can seize this opportunity to have a good chat. Immediately, the three of them drank tea as they discussed the profound God domain, and it allowed Lin Sun to obtain a better understanding of this expanse of the heavens and the earth. It also allowed Lin Sun to finally understand that it was really as he'd inferred earlier. No matter if it was the master of the heart, Golden Cicada, Qin Shi, Qin Lin Kong, or the enemy experts like Absolute Beginning, all of them were waiting for the arrival of a variable like him. The reason was that everyone firmly believed that it was very likely that he who possessed the profundities of nirvana would have a chance to truly find a safe path that led to the forbidden area of profundity. In other words, in the eyes of everyone, the profundities of nirvana was like a key that could open the door to the forbidden area of profundity that had been tightly closed for countless years. The forbidden area of profundity was the most dangerous and forbidden place in the ruins of profundity of the Tao. Since the ancient times until now, no one had dared to enter it. This included Qin Shi, Absolute Beginning, and that swordsman. For example, even after experiencing 100,000 years of probing and searching, Absolute Beginning had merely carried it out in the profound God domain, and his main body didn't dare take a step into it. In other words, with their cultivations, all of them were able to clearly sense the existence of the forbidden area of profundity in the profound God domain, but they were similarly able to sense the murderous aura within it. Entering it meant certain death. It was precisely because of this that they'd stayed dormant within the profound God domain for countless years, and they could only sense the aura within the forbidden area of profundity from afar in order to deduce and ponder the profundities within it, yet they didn't dare head there. But now, along with the arrival of Lin Sun who possessed the profundities of rebirth, it allowed everyone in the profound God domain to realize that their opportunity had arrived. When he found out about all of this, Lin Sun couldn't help but go silent, and then he asked Subhuti for guidance about the profundities of rebirth. Since the profundities of rebirth are so miraculous, then why would they appear in the world of darkness? How could such a grand Tao be related to entering the forbidden area of profundity? This was the question in Lin Sun's heart. Subhuti thought for a moment before he said, I entered the Tao with my mental state and established a core Tao, and all the techniques I wrote are related to the secrets of the mental state. But practically no one knows how I stepped foot onto the path of the Tao all those years ago. The nearby Golden Cicada couldn't help but speak with surprise. Taoist brother, could it be that you obtained a master when you stepped foot onto the path of cultivation all those years ago? Subhuti shook his head and said, it can't be considered to be a master, and it can be considered to be a form of fate towards the Tao. When he spoke up to hear, his eyes were suffused with an expression of recollection. Before I stepped foot onto the path of the Tao, I was just a frustrated person that yearned to cultivate yet was unable to obtain it. I'd visited numerous places of cultivation, yet because my natural talent was stupid and my physique was too inferior, I was repeatedly rejected. I was naturally unwilling. At that time, I went to numerous places with the intention of finding a sect that could take me in and pass down profound techniques to me. But in the end, I wasn't able to accomplish my wish even when I was almost 100 years old. Lin Sun couldn't help but be stunned. He'd never imagined that his master had actually experienced such hardships before stepping onto the path of cultivation. Subhuti continued, afterwards. I simply couldn't move any further. Given that my body was old and weak, my years of travel had caused my ki to be greatly depleted. I ended up being plagued by all sorts of illnesses, and in the end, I fell to the ground amidst the mountains and rivers. At that time, I had a premonition that death was imminent, but I didn't care at all. The only thing I was unwilling to accept was that I was unable to step through the threshold of the Tao even though I'd spent my entire life trying to seek the Tao. At this point, Subhuti smiled slightly. It was also at that time that I encountered a stroke of Tao karmic luck. A young monkey who had just gained sentience appeared with a book in his arms. He humbly asked me for guidance, wanting to know what was written within this book. I took a look. That book was severely damaged, and only a dozen or so pages remained. The contents written on it were extremely messy. Fortunately, I recognized those words, so I read them out to the little monkey. After listening to it, it was extremely happy, which surprised me. Because the content of those words had long since been damaged, it was impossible to piece together the complete content. The little monkey, however, actually began to dance with joy. It was so happy that I asked it why it was so happy. The little monkey said that it recognized these words. These simple words, however, caused my heart to feel indescribably shaken. And then, I told it that before I died, I could teach it how to read and write. The little monkey was very happy. From that day onwards, every time it came to find me, it would bring me mountain water and mountain fruits to fill its stomach, while I taught it how to read and write. I didn't expect that after so many years, not only would I not die, but all of my injuries would be healed. One day, the little monkey pointed at a complete sentence on that damaged book and asked me what it meant. I looked at it. It was understand the heart, see one's nature, understand the mysteries. I explained the meaning of this sentence to the little monkey. After hearing it, the little monkey then pointed at the heart character and asked, how should I understand the heart? In that moment, I was stunned. I didn't know how to respond. From that day onwards, I began to ponder what the heart was. After sitting there for 3 years, on a stormy and rainy night, I finally understood. Speaking of this, Subhuti's expression couldn't help but show a trace of absent-mindedness. It was an epiphany. It was as if I was suddenly enlightened. My mind became aware of the longitude and latitude between heaven and earth, the Taoist marks in the mountains and rivers, and the vitality in every blade of grass and every tree. At that time, it was as if a door to a whole new world had been opened. I finally understood what the so-called Great Way was. From then on, I embarked on a path of cultivation, and I also brought the little monkey with me. I traveled through the boundless great rivers, saw the myriad of Taoists in the world, discussed Zen with Buddhism, discussed scriptures with Confucianism, discussed Taoism with Taoism. Afterwards, I took the little monkey with me and established the core sect in the land of ultimate. Speaking of this, Subhuti looked at Lin Sun and said with a smile, that little monkey is your eldest senior brother. A strange and subtle emotion arose in Lin Sun's heart. It turned out that this was how master and eldest senior brother had formed their destiny. This was truly an indescribably wonderful Tao fate. Golden Cicada couldn't help but sigh with emotion. You don't seek help from others, but you comprehend the Great Way in your own heart. Taoist brothers' experience in the past is beyond our reach. Subhuti laughed with ridicule. You're wrong. All those years ago, I begged countless sects in an attempt to step onto the path of the Tao, yet I was refused time and time again. I originally thought that I would die with regret, yet never had I imagined that I would unintentionally find such a fortuitous encounter in the Tao. Only in this way would the path of the Tao I seek be formed. After a pause, he said, and at that time, after I established the core sect, I once went to the land of origin to explore the ultimate. I observed the changes of the 5 sequences of the ultimate and sensed the existence of nirvana with my state of mind. Nirvana of freedom? Golden Cicada's eyes were filled with a strange light. No, it's the seed of nirvana. Master of the core sect said, the ultimate can be regarded as the end and return of all the Daos in the world. Every time the era changes, all the Daos in the world enter the ultimate and turn into the power of origin. At that time, this nirvana was only a seed in the source of the ultimate. After many years of deduction, I can only infer that in this era, this nirvana will definitely be born in the world. Therefore, I left behind the Dao of a solitary lotus. Lin Sun said, but why did Master say in the Dao that nirvana is related to the immortal supreme road? Subhuti laughed, if I say that this nirvana is too powerful, it will cause too much noise. In that case, if existences like primordium are attracted, how can you get it? Lin Sun was stunned and couldn't help laughing. Obviously, he also realized that when Master left this Dao, he deliberately held back. Golden Cicada asked, Taoist brother, what do you think? Do you know that this nirvana will be born in the dark world of the starry ancient road? A long time ago, I also walked around that place and didn't find anything special. Subhuti said, if you have entered the source of the ultimate, you will understand that the source power of the dark world is born in the ultimate. After I noticed this all those years ago, I deduced that the Tao of rebirth would surely appear in the world of darkness in the future. Thus, I asked my second disciple, Xianxia, to hold down the fort there for the sake of preventing the Tao of rebirth from being seized away when it appeared. Golden Cicada was silent for a moment and couldn't help but sigh. In the end, the root of everything must be found in the ultimate. And when Taoist brother established the orthodoxy of core in the ultimate, you inadvertently made a move and learned some of the mysteries of the nirvana first. After a pause, Golden Cicada said, but, Taoist brother, how do you know that little friend Lin can obtain this good fortune? Subhuti laughed, Taoist brother, you are too optimistic. I never thought that my disciple would definitely obtain this good fortune. Speaking of which, Lin Sun can enter my orthodoxy of core because of his own fate, and not because I arranged it in advance. Golden Cicada thought for a moment and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This is fate indeed. It can't be forced or arranged. At this moment, Lin Sun asked. Master, since no one knew the profundities of the Nirvana Tao all those years ago, then why do those enemies in the profound God domain seem to think that the Nirvana Tao is an unprecedented variable? Before Subhuti could answer, Golden Cicada smiled and said, it's very simple. Since little friend Lin stepped foot onto the eternal Tao, the changes in your body have been noticed by the sovereign of absolute beginning since a long time ago. Of course, this is related to the natural talent you possess, devourer of the abyss. After all, you ought to be clearly aware that the eternal vessel flashed out from the forbidden area of profundity a very long time ago, and this treasure was obtained by your great-grandfather, Luo Tong Tian, a very long time ago. On the other hand, you've inherited the natural talent of devourer of the abyss and possess the profundities of rebirth, so it's impossible for you to not be noticed. Only now did Lin Sun come to an understanding, and he recalled the scenes of him fighting the sovereign of absolute beginnings while within the door of eternity. Coupled with the information he obtained now, he came to a complete understanding in his heart. If he traced it back to its source, it was still the eternal vessel, it was like the core of karma, and it linked up the different threads of karma between absolute beginning, divine emperor eternal night, summer solstice, and himself. This was also the reason why the sovereign of absolute beginning had asked him to hand over the profundities of rebirth, summer solstice, and the eternal vessel while he was at the spirit bestal world. Young brother Lin, now that you've arrived at the profound God domain, you ought to understand that the person behind the scenes of the calamity of an era is absolute beginning, and the grand silence life-saving tribulation that was born during the transition of an era came from the forbidden area of profundity. Golden Cicada said in a light voice, according to our inference, no matter if it's for the sake of seeking the path towards the Tao or for the sake of ending this enmity that has lasted for a long time, absolute beginning will definitely use all his ability to deal with you. Because he needs the profundities of rebirth in your possession, and he needs to reclaim the eternal vessel. Lin Sun's expression remained calm and wasn't really surprised, and he said casually, I'd already thought about all of this before I came here, so I'm not afraid to fight him. Subhuti said in a warm voice, don't be impatient. Even though the game has already begun, it still isn't the time to decide the victor. At the very least, no matter if it's us or absolute beginning, all of us want to see exactly how many profundities you who possess the Tao of Rebirth are able to comprehend from the forbidden area of profundity and what sort of changes you'll be able to cause. There's another chapter tonight. Comprehend the aura of the forbidden area of profundity? Lin Sun was surprised. Exactly. The forbidden area of profundity is taken to be a restricted area for life, and according to rumor, a grand Tao that's even higher than the eternal Tao path exists here. Now that you've already taken this step and possess the profundities of rebirth, it's extremely likely that this is a fortune to you. I'm not the only one who thinks this way. Even Xianxia and Absolute Beginning think this way. All of them want to see what sort of insights you can gain from it. This Absolute Beginning is quite interesting. Previously, after the Ape Ancestors operation in front of the profound Tao stage suffered a setback, he did not take any further action. So it turns out that he had other preparations. Lin Sun chuckled and said, if that's the case, once I trigger some changes that are enough to arouse the interest of Absolute Beginning when I'm comprehending the Forbidden Land of Wonders, it's time to decide the winner of this game? Of course. However, I suggest that you make a trip to the primordial spirit world before you comprehend the aura of the Forbidden Grounds of Wonders. Lin Sun nodded. He understood what his master meant. Xianxia was the only existence in the profound God domain that was capable of threatening the Absolute Beginning realm. In these countless years of time, he'd surely sensed the aura within the forbidden area of profundity on many occasions, and he definitely had a great understanding of it. If he could learn from him, it would naturally be beneficial. Young brother, seeking guidance is seeking guidance. In my opinion, when you truly comprehend the aura of the forbidden area of profundity, it's better for you to return to the hidden world. Golden Cicada suddenly said. Subhuti couldn't help but feel rather surprised. Why do you say that, fellow Taoist? Jin Chan went silent for a short moment before he said, perhaps I'm thinking too much. As far as I'm concerned, Absolute Beginning has an obsession towards the profundities of rebirth, but it doesn't necessarily mean that Xianxia doesn't have any thoughts in his heart. He paused for a moment and continued. Even if he doesn't have any thoughts now, but if young brother Lin causes some changes that are sufficient to tempt Xianxia when you sense the forbidden area of profundity. He didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning behind his words was very clear. Subhuti frowned. He stared at the cicada for a moment, then said, fellow Taoist, your concerns are reasonable. Jin Chan smiled bitterly and said, I'm just worried that I'll be seen as a petty person who gauges the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a petty person and be criticized by others. Truthfully speaking, I feel extreme admiration and reverence towards fellow Taoist Xianxia in my heart. An existence like him that adheres to the Tao of samsara and walks on a boundless path towards the Tao is far from someone I can slander or suspect. But, there are too many variables in this battle. We can't afford to be careless. Subhuti nodded, then looked at Lin Sun. What do you think? Lin Sun said with a smile, although I don't know Senior Xianxia, I know Senior Chen Lin Kong. In my opinion, they won't have any other intentions. Of course, Senior Golden Cicada is right. The current situation is indeed a matter of life and death. It is necessary to be careful. I'll naturally return to Hidden Dimension after I seek guidance from Senior Xianxia. Jin Chan smiled and said, I hope I'm just overthinking it. Without further delay, Lin Sun turned around and walked out of the hidden realm. Until Lin Sun's figure disappeared, Subhuti looked at Jin Chan and said, fellow Taoist, in the past, you never suspected others for no reason. Could it be that you've discovered something? Jin Chan was startled and couldn't help but smile bitterly. He said, as the saying goes, concern leads to confusion. Perhaps it was because I was too concerned about fellow Taoist Lin that I said such rude words. Subhuti nodded, indeed, concern leads to confusion. Every move of my disciple is related to the change of the entire situation. To be honest, it makes my heart faintly uneasy. As he spoke, he sighed, I entered the Tao with my heart, but I never thought that my state of mind would be unable to truly calm down at such a time. Jin Chan said in a warm voice, at such a time, not only you and I, but also Taichu and Xianxia. It's impossible for them to really be indifferent. After a long moment of silence, the master of the heart core said, I've divined it before, and the unease in my heart might be because I've sensed an ominous omen. However, the omen is hidden very deeply, and it's very difficult to detect. No matter how I think about it, I think, the beginning, still has an unpredictable trump card in his hand, and, it's coming for me. Golden Cicada narrowed his eyes. After that, the core master shook his head and said, forget it, let's not talk about all of that. If my life can be exchanged for victory in this battle, then it's worth it. Golden Cicada said softly, brother, Lin's son is a variable. As long as he is there, the ominous feeling you have will not be irresolvable. Subhuti nodded, no longer discussing this topic. Walking out of the hidden realm, Lin Sun instantly felt that there was an obscure and mysterious aura sweeping out from the distant Taihun realm and looking at him from a distance. This was undoubtedly the aura of absolute beginning. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, what? Do you want to do it now? No, I just want to take this opportunity to tell you something related to the Forbidden Land of Wonders. The voice of absolute beginning resounded between heaven and earth. Lin Sun raised his eyebrows, you're eager for me to reflect more mysteries from the Forbidden Land of Wonders? My little friend Lin knows me well. Absolute beginning laughed, the greater the variable you bring, isn't it also a variable for me? You don't have to worry about me having other thoughts in this matter before the outcome of the battle is decided. As he spoke, a green divine rainbow flashed over from the distant void, and it transformed into a jade slip 300 meters in front of Lin Sun. This jade slip contains all my experiences in comprehending the Forbidden Land of Wonders in the mysterious God territory. You can take it and study it, or you can ignore it. After that, the voice dissipated between heaven and earth, and even the aura that emerged from the Taihun realm disappeared along with it. Lin Sun couldn't help but ponder. 300 meters away, the jade slip floated quietly. It seemed that absolute beginning didn't care whether Lin Sun took it or not. If I don't take it, then it would seem that I'm afraid. If I take it, then I'll owe you a small favor. If I take it and don't comprehend it, then it would seem that I'm afraid. If I take it and comprehend it, then I'll owe you even more. Lin Sun seemed to be muttering to himself. Right at this moment, hearty laughter resounded. Ha ha ha. You don't even want to owe me a favor, and that's why you're telling me all of this, right? The voice was clear and bright like the morning bell. Lin Sun smiled and cupped his hands as he said, I knew I wouldn't be able to hide it from Senior's discerning eyes. Come quickly. I've been waiting for you for a very long time. As for this jade slip, I'll help you take it. In this way, you won't have to be in a dilemma, and your thoughts will be clear. The clear laughter was still reverberating through the surroundings when the jade slip that floated 300 m away from Lin Sun had been put away by an invisible force. This voice naturally came from Xianxia. Lin Sun cupped his hands once more when he saw this, and then he flashed towards the primordial world. In next to no time, his figure stepped into the chaotic vortex passageway that led to the primordial world. Primordial world. Deep underground, Taichu smiled. He reached out to tug at the sword chains that bound his body. Listening to the clanking of the chains, he couldn't help but mutter, fellow Daoist, it's a pity that you're not here. Otherwise, today's situation is bound to be even more interesting. Primordial world. When Lin Sun entered, Chen Linkong was already waiting for him. Little friend Lin, you're finally here. My grandfather has been waiting for you for a long time. Chen Linkong said with a smile as he led the way forward. Lin Sun couldn't help but look forward to it. Back in the divine city of fortune, when he was comprehending the mysteries of the fortune star, he had seen Senior Xianxia's graceful bearing. That person wore a jade-green robe and carried an ancient sword on his back. As he walked the long river of time, he exuded an unparalleled bearing. Not long ago, when he was in the mortal transformation world, he saw 3 Dharma images in the void above the sky. One of them was left behind by Senior Xianxia. Merely the might that surged from that Dharma image was sufficient to make Lin Sun sigh with amazement. It was even to the extent that the inheritances of the Tao markings he possessed were inseparably related to Xianxia. After all, Master Lu's master was Oracle Mountain, and Senior Xianxia was the strongest disciple in the history of Oracle Mountain. Now, he finally had the chance to meet such a supreme legend, so how could Lin Sun not look forward to it? Since my grandfather defeated the sovereign sex master all those years ago, his disposition became indifferent and leisurely. Up until now, even I don't know exactly how formidable his cultivation is. Chen Linkong smiled as he spoke on the way, and his face was filled with pride and admiration. The sovereign sex master? Lin Sun was stunned. Right, he established the sovereign sect and cultivated the sovereign Tao of indifference. He entered the Tao without emotion, and he's extremely terrifying. All those years ago, my grandfather exhausted a great deal of effort in order to suppress him with the Tao of samsara, causing him to fall into the cycle of samsara forever and suffer the pain of being unable to transcend. We're here. When he spoke up to hear, Chen Lin Kong instantly shut his mouth. On a nearby mountain, a tall and handsome figure stood before the thatched cottage. The figure wore azure clothes and had his hands behind his back. He seemed like a pine tree at the edge of a cliff, and he was looking over here. It was Xianxia, a supreme legend whose name shook numerous eras. Go cultivate. Don't even take a step out of this place of cultivation without my permission. Xianxia's casual words caused Chen Lingkong's entire body to stiffen, and then he turned around and left obediently. I'm Xianxia. Greetings, little brother Lin. In the distance, Xianxia cupped his fists slightly and spoke with a smile on his face. His gaze was clear like the ocean, deep and tranquil, and his tone was calm yet carried the energy to calm the hearts of others. Lin Sun cupped his hands and said, Greetings, senior. Xianxia said with a smile, There's no need to talk about seniority between us, and we should take each other as friends of the great Tao. Please come over and have a chat. Lin Sun nodded and immediately moved forward. There was a table and 2 bamboo chairs before the thatched cottage. After Lin Sun took a seat, Xianxia asked with a smile, Would you like some wine or tea? I'm very happy to be able to meet senior, so I'll naturally drink, said Lin Sun with a smile. Xianxia didn't mind at all when he heard Lin Sun call him senior. It was just a form of address, so there was no need to make a fuss about it. He took a seat as well, and with a flip of his palm, a jug of wine and 2 wine cups appeared on the table. This is the wine brewed by my wife, Xianxia. I've been reluctant to drink it for many years in the profound God domain, and it's only because of little brother's arrival this time that I'm willing to go all out. Haha. Xianxia smiled as he spoke, and he'd already opened the jug of wine and filled both Lin Sun and himself. Instantly, a strand of refreshing and cold wine fragrance suffused the air. Come, let's have a drink first. Xianxia raised his cup. Lin Sun smiled and raised his cup as well. When their wine cups touched, it just happened to be like a meeting on the great path. It was all in silence. The 4th chapter was delivered. The main character of the Talisman Emperor, Xianxia, and the main character of the Heavenly Tao, Lin Sun, have finally met. I'm quite happy in my heart. Before the thatched cottage, Lin Sun felt very relaxed as he chatted and drank wine with Xianxia. When he finished a jug of wine, Xianxia put down his wine cup and sighed with satisfaction as he said, I remember drinking wine with that swordsman the last time I drank wine. He drank all 39 jugs of wine in my collection, yet he still wasn't satisfied and asked for more. How could I allow him to do as he wished? I said I'd treat him to another round of drinks when he returned from reincarnation, and I guaranteed he'd drink to his heart's content. In the blink of an eye, numerous eras have passed. His eyes were suffused with a disappointed expression. Senior, why don't you treat me to a round of drinks as well? Lin Sun chuckled as he spoke. Xianxia smiled as well and said, Why not? However, we have to wait until the curtains to this game are drawn. He paused for a moment and continued. There's something you're unaware of. If that swordsman didn't intend to reincarnate all those years ago, then I would definitely not treat him to so much wine. Lin Sun was stunned, and then he said, Senior, to tell you the truth, I have some understanding of the grand Tao of samsara. However, I haven't grasped its core profundities, so I still don't dare believe that samsara really exists in the world. Xianxia had a strange expression as he said, No one told you that I've grasped the complete profundities of samsara? Moreover, it was I who sent that swordsman off when he reincarnated? Lin Sun laughed bitterly and said, I really don't know about that. Xianxia said, Then you ought to know about the river diagram, right? Lin Sun nodded. I've seen the power of this treasure in Fortune Divine City. Xianxia smiled and said, The complete grand Tao of samsara comes from this treasure, the river diagram. When I was cultivating in the past, those who possessed the river diagram were taken to be saviors of an era. However, I only deduced later on that the energy of samsara came from the river diagram. When I arrived at the ruins of myriad Tao, I finally deduced that the river diagram came from within the forbidden area of profundity. Lin Sun was surprised. Isn't that just like the eternal arc? Xianxia nodded. Exactly. Samsara is related to the secrets of reincarnation and rebirth, so it ought to be considered as a Tao of life. Lin Sun came to a sudden understanding. On the other hand, Xianxia had already withdrawn a jade slip, and it was exactly the jade slip that Absolute Beginning had left behind. Young brother, I'm already clearly aware of your objective in coming here. In a while, I'll naturally tell you about some of the comprehensions and experiences I obtained while sensing the forbidden area of profundity in these past few years. Xianxia played with the jade slip and said, however, before that, why don't we take a look at the comprehensions and experiences Absolute Beginning left behind? Lin Sun said with a smile, I'm also curious. Xianxia didn't waste his breath and sent a strand of his divine sense into the jade slip. After a long time, he put the jade slip away while a trace of a strange expression suffused the space between his brows, and he said after a short while, young brother, take a look as well. As he spoke, he passed the jade slip over. Lin Sun also divided a strand of his spiritual awareness to explore it. In an instant, numerous comprehensions appeared like tidewater. All of these comprehensions came from the Absolute Beginning, and it was something he'd obtained while sensing the forbidden area of profundity for countless years. There were numerous inconceivable scenes amidst these comprehensions, but practically all of them were enveloped by the aura of chaos, causing them to seem blurry, illusory, and indistinguishable. It was like looking at flowers through mist. On the other hand, some of the comprehensions within the jade slip were deduced from these scenes. After a long time, Lin Sun withdrew his divine sense as well, and his heart trembled slightly. According to these comprehensions and deduced profundities, Absolute Beginning obtained an understanding. The forbidden area of profundity had three meanings. Firstly, it was the quintessence that gave birth to the Tao of life, and there existed a complete Tao of life. Secondly, it was the quintessence core of the ruins of profundity of Tao. Just like the quintessence core of the ruins of creation was the river of the era, the quintessence core of the ruins of End was the 5 mountains of the ruins of End, and the quintessence core of the Kunlun ruins was the Sea of Destiny. Thirdly, it was one of the quintessences of a complete chaos. The first was very easy to understand because Lin Sun had made a similar inference earlier. The second was very easy to understand by combining the relationship between the 4 ruins of Tao. The forbidden area of profundity was in existence just like the river of the era, the 5 mountains of the ruins of End, and the Sea of Destiny. It was the quintessence of the ruins of profundity of Tao. Only the third was something that Lin Sun had never expected. One of the quintessences of a complete chaos. In the eyes of Absolute Beginning, the so-called chaos could accommodate the number of eras, it could contain endless great ways, it could give birth to countless worlds, and it could reproduce endless lives. Just like the starry sky ancient path, the boundless world, and the eternal world. These worlds all belong to the Lingwu era. This could be regarded as an epoch of civilization. And before the Lingwu era, there were more epic civilizations. Various epic civilizations carried various cultivation civilizations and the great ways of heaven. But in the end, all the epic civilizations were contained in a chaos. This chaos was not the so-called chaos quintessences when a small world was born, nor was it a law of the chaos quintessences. It was like a mother, and it carried the changes of eras. Civilizations, grand Taos, and lives, such a chaos quintessences could be regarded as a chaos era. A chaos era included the epic civilizations, great ways, lives, the circulation of all things, and the endless vicissitudes of life. No matter if it was the immortal era, devil era, Buddha era, or shaman era. All these epic civilizations that had appeared in the past were only a part of the chaos era. There were 4 quintessences in a chaos era. They were respectively life, destiny, creation, and ultimate. In other words, in this chaos era, the quintessences of the ruins of profundity, Kunlun ruins, creation ruins, and ultimate ruins were the 4 quintessences that formed the entire chaos era. Amongst them, the quintessences of life were the core of the chaos era, and it was a supreme path towards the Tao that was practically impossible for cultivators in the world to come into contact with. On the other hand, the 3 quintessences of creation, destiny, and ultimate had evolved into the change of eras, the cycle of destiny, and the final destination of all things. On the other hand, the four quintessences were related to each other, and none of them could be lacking. Just like the four ruins of Tao, the energy between them formed a complete synergy that circulated in an orderly manner, thus maintaining the operation of the entire chaos era. This was the profundity that Absolute Beginning had comprehended from the forbidden area of profundity in the countless years of time. After he found out about all of this, it allowed Lin Sun to obtain an answer to all the questions in his heart. For example, the existence and relationship of the four ruins of Tao. But at the same time, he felt a great deal of shock. Because many of the profundities amongst them were things that he'd never heard of in the past. How do you feel? Xianxia asked with a smile on his face as he watched Lin Sun gradually calm down from his contemplation. I have to admit that Absolute Beginning is extremely formidable. Lin Sun weighed his words and said, even if he's an opponent, I have to say that he possesses extraordinary attainments in seeking the Grand Tao. Xianxia nodded and said, Absolute Beginning is formidable indeed, and he's an extremely terrifying opponent. A very long time ago, he once intended to leave this world and refine the ultimate ruins, Kunlun ruins, and creation ruins into his own Grand Tao. According to his thoughts, if he's able to refine these three ruins of Tao and fuse them into his own path, then it would be sufficient for him to possess the ability to refine the ruins of Tao. Lin Sun gasped. This fellow is actually so crazy? This is a method to him to seek the Tao. However, if he really does this, then all the cultivators of the various eras and countless living beings in this world will suffer a calamity. In other words, if that time really comes, then besides him, Absolute Beginning, all the other living beings in this world will suffer calamity. Xianxia spoke casually. Lin Sun said abruptly, the Absolute Beginning laws that envelop the surroundings of the ruins of creation wouldn't have been set up by Absolute Beginning for the sake of refining the quintessence of creation, right? Exactly. Xianxia smiled and said, after I noticed all of this all those years ago, I made a trip there and established the divine city of creation. I suppressed the quintessence of creation within it and protected it with the river diagram. In this way, I was able to obstruct the energy that belonged to Absolute Beginning that enveloped the surroundings of the ruins of creation. Only now did Lin Sun finally understand why the ruins of creation would be trapped under the Absolute Beginning laws. Who would have imagined that Absolute Beginning would actually be so crazy as to completely refine the three ruins of Tao? This fellow actually seems to be willing to disregard everything for the sake of seeking the Tao. Lin Sun sighed with emotion. Xianxia said, if it wasn't for that, then that swordsman wouldn't have transformed his cultivation into a sword lock and suppressed Absolute Beginning within the Grand Chaos dimension all those years ago. He was worried that Absolute Beginning would leave the ruins of Tao and bring calamity to the world. He paused for a moment and said, but I can't deny that Absolute Beginning is an opponent that deserves respect. Even I deeply admire his understanding of the Grand Tao and his eternal desire to seek the Tao. Lin Sun nodded, and then he said, Senior, in your opinion, what do you think of Absolute Beginning's comprehensions and deductions towards the forbidden area of profundity? Xianxia went silent for a short moment before he said, he didn't tamper with these comprehensions because I've already comprehended the profundities he comprehended. In other words, he actually caused me to feel a sense of sympathy towards him in terms of my understanding of the forbidden area of profundity. As soon as he finished speaking, he let out a long sigh. Unfortunately, even though our understanding of the Grand Tao is similar, our paths towards the Tao are different, and our pursuits are conflicting. As the saying goes, our Taos can't coexist, and we can't be friends in the end. Lin Sun said, it's usually the enemy that understands you the best. This saying can be applied to Absolute Beginning as well. In the end, this battle is bound to have a victor. Xianxia said, it's still early to decide the victor. I'll seize this opportunity to discuss some insights I've gained with young brother. Lin Sun said with a smile, I'm all ears. The Absolute Beginning felt that the forbidden area of profundity contained the Grand Tao of life, and he took the Grand Tao of life to be the core quintessence of a chaotic era. But in my opinion, this Grand Tao of life should be called the primordial Tao path. The primordial path of the Tao? Lin Sun seemed to be lost in thought. Exactly. The so-called primordial path is the core of a chaotic era, and it's the origin of life. For example, if a chaotic era is an egg, then the primordial energy is the egg yolk, and all Taos of life are born from it. As he spoke, Xianxia spoke about some of the profundities he'd comprehended throughout the countless years of time. Lin Sun listened quietly and occasionally asked questions. Xianxia patiently answered them one by one. Besides that, he would discuss some profundities that Xianxia had sensed yet was unable to figure out with Lin Sun. Both of them benefited from this. Unknowingly, several days had already passed. Through the discussion of the Tao, Xianxia obtained an understanding of Lin Sun's knowledge of the Grand Tao and the attainments he possessed now, and he sighed endlessly with emotion in his heart. In the end, Xianxia couldn't help but look forward to what sort of gains Lin Sun would obtain when he really went to sense the forbidden area of profundity. Senior, I intend to return to the hidden world right away and start sensing the profundities of the forbidden area of profundity. On this day, Lin Sun made a decision. Xianxia was stunned, and then he agreed with a smile on his face. He withdrew a sword-shaped jade slip and passed it to Lin Sun. This is some of the experiences left behind by that swordsman all those years ago, and the content within it isn't much different from what we've talked about in these past few days. But you can comprehend and ponder over it yourself, and perhaps you'll be able to figure out some different profundities. Lin Sun took it with both hands and cupped his hands to express his thanks. Xianxia immediately personally sent Lin Sun off, and his brows couldn't help but raise slightly as he watched Lin Sun's figure vanish through the exit of the primordial dimension while he fell into deep thought. Grandfather, why did Lin Sun leave? Chen Linkong hurried over from afar. Xianxia glanced at him and said, "Didn't I say you can't leave the place of cultivation?" Chen Linkong was embarrassed and said, "I just wanted to say hello to Lin Sun when he was about to leave. Let's go." Xianxia turned around and walked towards his residence. "Grandfather, you haven't told me why Lin Sun left." Chen Linkong caught up to him and asked, "Doesn't he know that comprehending the aura of the forbidden land of wonders in the primordial spirit world is the safest? At the very least, if something unexpected happens, grandfather will be able to help him resolve it. Maybe he has other ideas." Xianxia spoke casually. "You have other ideas?" Chen Linkong wasn't stupid. He pondered for a moment and frowned. "Is he guarding against us? On guard?" Xianxia laughed, "Not really, you don't have to think too much about it." "Right. What do you think of Subhudi's character?" Chen Linkong thought for a moment and said, "No matter if it's breadth of mind or boldness, they can be said to be rare in the world. Even his attainments in the Grand Tao are more formidable than mine. If he hadn't left his Tao karmic avatar in the heavenly cycle Tao law back in the mortal transformation realm, his accomplishments would have been far greater." Thinking of this, he felt a wave of emotion in his heart. Back then, when Subhudi entered the mortal transformation realm, he had the opportunity to place his Tao karmic aspect above the heavenly cycle Tao laws. In this way, when he challenged the 9 heavenly trials of the myriad spirits God domain, he wouldn't obtain a Tao fruit of chaos, but the quintessence of chaos. In that case, with Subhudi's wisdom and methods, he would probably have the chance to take a step out of the level of the boundless realm when he arrived at the profound God domain. Subhudi, however, hadn't done so. Only now did Chen Linkong understand that Subhudi had left his karmic Tao idol within the cycle Tao laws for the sake of helping his disciple, Lin Sun. A teacher for a day, a father for life. Subhudi once said that from the time Lin Sun entered Fengsuan Mountain when he was young until now, he had never received any guidance or teaching from Subhudi. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that he felt indebted to Lin Sun. This was also the reason why he had left his karmic Tao manifestation in the heavenly cycle Tao law back in the mortal transformation realm, giving Lin Sun an extraordinary teaching. However, he didn't know if Lin Sun had thought of this or if he had realized how great the effort and price Subhudi had paid for this was. Just as Chen Linkong's thoughts were drifting, Xianxia's voice rang in his ears again. "Then, what kind of person do you think Golden Cicada is?" "Golden Cicada?" Chen Linkong was stunned for a moment before he said, "He's extremely extraordinary. Since I've known him until now, I've never seen him truly utilize his full strength to do something, and it seems like anything can be easily dealt with before him. It's even to the extent that I'm often curious about exactly how formidable his cultivation is." As he spoke, he smiled. Subhudi once said that Golden Cicada's Tao is higher than the heavens. As far as I'm concerned, Golden Cicada's Tao is unfathomable. A golden cicada that traversed through the various eras was praised by both you and Subhudi. I presume he's in existence with great ability. Xianxia nodded and said, unfortunately, since he entered the profound God domain, he's always been lying dormant in the hidden world, and it's to the extent that I haven't been able to meet him until now. Chen Linkong shook his head and said, Golden Cicada can only be blamed. I've invited him to the primordial world on many occasions, yet he politely refused. Xianxia said, everyone on the Grand Dao has a strange temper. Never mind, let's not mention him. He turned around to glance at Chen Linkong. Why are you still following me? Go and cultivate. Chen Linkong said, Grandfather, Lin Sun is about to comprehend the profundities of the forbidden area of profundity, and this game has arrived at the most critical moment. Under such circumstances, how could I have the mood to cultivate? Xianxia shook his head and didn't say anything further before turning around and walking into his cottage. On the other hand, Chen Linkong started laughing as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. On the way back to the hidden world, Absolute Beginning's voice suddenly sounded out from within the Grand Chaos world. Fellow Daoist, in your opinion, between me and Xianxia, who's stronger in terms of comprehension towards the forbidden area of profundity? Is your desire to win so heavy? Lin Sun laughed. No, I was just curious about what sort of evaluation I would obtain from you. Absolute Beginning chuckled as he said, but now, I don't want to know. After all, you take Xianxia to be your friend, so you naturally think that Xianxia is stronger than me. Since you know that, then why ask? Lin Sun's brows raised as he spoke. I was just unable to restrain myself from being delighted by my prey. Ha ha ha. Absolute Beginning's carefree laughter resounded through the heavens and the earth, and it only gradually died down after a long time. Lin Sun shook his head, and then he turned around and walked into the hidden world. How was your harvest this time? Subhoodie and Golden Cicada came over to greet him at the first possible moment. I obtained a great deal. Lin Sun said, Master, I intend to enter into closed-door cultivation for a period of time from today onwards, and then I'll start comprehending the aura of the forbidden area of profundity. All right. Subhoodie nodded. Little friend, don't be too hasty. Just follow your heart, Golden Cicada advised in a gentle voice. Golden Cicada admonished in a warm voice. Since this day onwards, Lin Sun had started cultivating in meditation within the hidden world. He sat alone at the side of a cliff as he reviewed the bits and pieces of his cultivation since he was young, and he calmly sorted out his attainments in the Grand Dao in the past. The numerous battles, the numerous tribulations, the numerous joys and sorrows, all of them appeared in Lin Sun's heart, and he captured their profundities before deducing their karma and summarizing their attainments. He was sorting out his past, comprehending and consolidating his own path towards the Tao. 1 month later, Lin Sun sorted it out once more. But this time, he used the path towards the Tao of every single realm as a guideline, and he categorized and summarized his mental state, soul, Tao body, and will. Every single time he came to a conclusion, it allowed him to have a different feeling and comprehension towards the path he'd been pursuing in the past. Time passed by day. At the side of the cliff, Lin Sun's figure that sat there motionlessly like a rock, and his aura was completely silent as if he'd vanished from the heavens and the earth. Until one day, he suddenly opened his eyes, and then a wisp of an indescribably profound aura appeared on his deathly silent figure. The chaotic aura that enveloped the dim world seemed to be dyed with a layer of bright vitality. The entire hidden world was surging with a mysterious force that converged towards Lin Sun, cheering and jumping around him. The mountains and rivers resonated and produced a strange rhythm along with Lin Sun's breathing. But Lin Sun's body was empty. There was no aura, no power, and not even a trace of power. At this moment, he was like a chaos, indescribable and indescribable. Bodhi and Golden Cicada who resided in this world were also shocked by this mysterious phenomenon at the first time. They looked at each other, and then looked at Lin Sun who was on the edge of the cliff in the distance. The great chaos is empty. Golden Cicada murmured, and an indescribable expression appeared between his brows. He sighed with emotion, young brother Lin's attainments are completely unfathomable, how fortunate I am to have such a successor. Bodhi's heart was filled with gratification. Master, Senior Golden Cicada. On the cliff, Lin Sun stood up, and he looked towards the distance as he spoke with a smile. Next, I'll be going to comprehend the aura of the forbidden area of profundity. During this period of time, I have something to hold on to, so even if a battle of life and death occurs, there's no need to worry about me. Bodhi nodded with a smile. All right. Golden Cicada cupped his hands from afar. After that, Lin Sun raised his eyes to look towards the sky. His body was empty, yet his soul was like a divine ray of light that shot into the sky. It flashed out of the hidden world, passed through the layer upon layer of chaotic chi in the profound God domain, and flashed towards the boundless depths, the grand chaos realm. A wave of intense sounds of chains colliding suddenly resounded from the depths of the ground. Absolute Beginning laughed with anticipation. It's finally here. Let me see what sort of changes will occur in the forbidden area of profundity because of the arrival of this variable. Heya, who stood alone on a branch, couldn't help but be excited, and he muttered. The outcome is finally going to be decided. I've waited for too long. The nearby ape ancestor who sat cross-legged on the ground raised his head slightly and looked towards the distance. His expression was filled with indifference, and only a strand of flame surged in the depths of his eyes. He withdrew the swords on his back, and then he pressed his palms together. Clang, the black and white Dao swords actually combined into one, and they transformed into a chaotic Dao sword. Xianxia, do you know that I've been waiting for this day for a very long time, ape ancestor muttered in his heart. The primordial world. Chen Linkong suddenly raised his head and said, Grandfather, it has begun. Xianxia's clear voice sounded out from within the thatched cottage. The time to decide the outcome has indeed arrived. But, it's merely the beginning. Let's continue watching. His calm voice carried a trace of anticipation. At this moment, even the founding ancestors of the four ancestral halls, Primordial, Void, Heaven Shaman, and Sure, and the 9 Lord of the Destiny Dao Lords of the 9 divisions of Absolute Beginning had sensed this, and their bodies shook. They'd realized that this battle had already entered into the moment where the outcome would be decided. Lin Sun's divine sense was like a ray of light that traversed the boundless space and ceaselessly moved forward, and it passed through countless spaces that were suffused with chaos, after an unknown period of time. Suddenly, he saw a seemingly boundlessly large chaotic space, and a strand of a dangerous aura appeared along with it, and it was filled with the aura of a taboo. A strong premonition arose in Lin Sun's heart. Entering it would mean certain death, but Lin Sun wasn't alarmed, and he was delighted instead. He knew that a very long time ago, Xianxia, Absolute Beginning, and that swordsman had sensed this forbidden aura that was dangerous to the point others didn't dare take a step past it. This was sufficient to prove that the chaotic space he saw now was the forbidden area of profundity. Without any worries or hesitation, Lin Sun's divine sense was like a sharp bolt of lightning that tore through the mist, and it flashed directly towards the forbidden area of profundity. When his divine sense entered the forbidden area of profundity that was covered in chaos, Lin Sun suddenly had an indescribable feeling, and it was as if he'd followed the path of the Grand Tao and entered the nest of the Tao. The boundlessly vast chaos was filled with traces of the Tao, and there was utterly no need to experience it, comprehend it, or search for it before one could naturally sense it. But at the same time, an unknown and dangerous aura coiled around this chaotic world, and it was filled with the aura of taboo and destruction. Amidst that dangerous aura, there's a strand of the quintessence aura that belongs to the deathless tribulation. In an instant, Lin Sun captured the familiar dangerous breath. Early on in Tribulation Realm, Lin Sun had comprehended the essence and profundities of tribulation from the quintessence of chaos in this realm. The changes in the world and the passage of time in the world all contained the aura of tribulation. It was precisely because of the existence of tribulation that everything in the world revealed a form of opposition and balance between life and death, destruction and rebirth. There was no good or evil in tribulations, but all life had tribulations. Those that dealt with the tribulations could obtain fortune, and those that experienced the tribulations and perished were nothing. On the other hand, the deathless tribulation was the same. It possessed the word fate, and it was a fate tribulation that targeted boundless realm cultivators. It was born during the passage of eras, and just like the 5 signs of Tao, it was a universal law of the Grand Tao that existed in the world. However, after Absolute Beginning comprehended the quintessence of the tribulation in the past, he possessed the ability to borrow and interfere with the lifespan tribulation in the profound God domain. For example, the emissary of destiny and the bell of absolute beginning that appeared in the Great Silence Lifeless Tribulation were actually techniques from the Absolute Beginning. And the Great Silence Lifeless Tribulation was related to the Tao of Life. This also meant that any boundless realm existence that emerged in this chaos era would face this tribulation. He wasn't deliberately targeting anyone. Those who transcended tribulation would live, while those who resisted would die. This was one of the Tao of life. While thinking, Lin Sun's spiritual awareness had already swept along the breath of the great silence fateless disaster. Gradually, his divine sense sensed the aura of the grand silence nothingness tribulation within the chaos that was growing stronger and stronger, and it caused him to be unable to avoid feeling horrified. After that, his divine sense seemed to have flashed into a violent world of tribulation, and the phenomena of tribulation were everywhere. Bolts of lightning danced about violently while lightning flickered, and destructive chaotic flows of energy swept through space. It was a terrifying scene. At the same time that Lin Sun's mind was suppressed, he also felt waves of indescribable comprehension. This was indeed the source of the grand silence lifeless tribulation, and it was branded with the various secrets of this tribulation, in Lin Sun's divine sense, he saw the shadow of a bell. This shadow was completely condensed from the source energy of the grand silence lifeless tribulation, and it floated in this world. It was indescribably huge, and it seemed to fill every inch of space. But when he looked carefully, it was only 9 inches tall. The bell of absolute beginning. Lin Sun was shocked in his heart. No, this is only a shadow formed from the grand silence lifeless tribulation, and the real bell of absolute beginning is no longer here. After thinking for a while, Lin Sun understood that the absolute beginning must have sensed this world and had insight into the power of the grand silence lifeless tribulation. For the sake of utilizing the power of this tribulation, he'd once placed the bell of absolute beginning in this world, and it experienced the tempering and infiltration of the grand silence lifeless tribulation day and night. In this way, a unique connection was formed between the grand primordium bell and the quintessence energy of the grand desolation. Calamity. Thus, absolute beginning only needed to utilize the grand primordium bell to easily utilize the energy of the grand desolation calamity. When I've seen through it and seen through it, it's nothing special. Lin Sun's divine sense directly left this world and continued flashing towards the depths of the forbidden area of profundity. All along the way, he sensed numerous profound and unbelievable auras, and those auras contained energies that were rather familiar to him. There was creation, destiny, karma, time, and space. Lin Sun was shocked in his heart when he noticed the aura of the spiritanation world, and then his divine sense flashed over. Sure enough, it wasn't long before he sensed the source energy of the spiritanation world within the chaos. It really is exactly the same as what I saw within the door of eternity. Absolute beginning was right, the spiritanation world is located at a corner of the forbidden area of profundity. However, my divine sense is merely able to sense it, and it's unable to interfere. Lin Sun recalled the scenes of him fighting with absolute beginnings while in the spiritanation world, and he couldn't help but feel slightly strange in his heart. At that time, was absolute beginning's divine sense watching all of this as well? After a short moment, Lin Sun's divine sense continued sensing forward. However, along with the passage of time, he started to feel strenuous because the forbidden area of profundity was too large, and it simply seemed as if it had no boundaries. With the strength of my soul, I should be able to persist for a period of time. Lin Sun didn't intend to stop sensing, and his divine sense continued flashing forward. All along the way, he'd combined the experiences of absolute beginning, Xianxia, and the swordsman, and he naturally comprehended its profundities when he sensed some profundities. This should be the energy of samsara. Suddenly, Lin Sun's divine sense captured a trace of an unusual and mysterious aura, and he sensed along the aura. Instantly, he seemed to have seen a complete cycle of reincarnation, and there were the alternating cycles of life and death, oblivion, reincarnation, termination, rebirth, and various other unbelievable scenes surging into appearance. It really is a senior Chen, she said. Samsara is a type of life Tao, and his river diagram treasure was definitely born from the quintessence of samsara. A few days ago, Lin Sun had once discussed the profundities of the samsara Tao with Xianxia, and Xianxia didn't conceal anything and shared his understanding and comprehensions of the samsara Tao with Lin Sun. This allowed Lin Sun to intentionally recognize the secrets of samsara. So, when he sensed the energy of the quintessence of samsara at this moment, Lin Sun had a different kind of understanding in his heart. Reading a myriad of books was inferior to traveling a myriad of miles. Consulting and discussing with Chen Shi was a type of gain, and when he experienced it himself, this sort of gain transformed into a type of comprehension that was accumulated in his own attainments in the Tao. After a long time, Lin Sun's divine sense flashed forward once more. He'd forgotten the passage of time, or perhaps, the passage of time in the ordinary sense didn't exist in the forbidden area of profundity at all. On the other hand, his divine sense sensed more and more obscure and profound profundities as it flew, and it caused him to sometimes exclaim with admiration, sometimes be immersed in it, sometimes be horrified, and sometimes have the feeling of sudden enlightenment. In the end, Lin Sun finally dared confirm that just like the profundities Xianxia, absolute beginning, and that swordsman had comprehended, the forbidden area of profundity was the quintessence of the ruins of Tao, and it contained the profundities of the life Tao. Moreover, it was miraculously related to the other three ruins of Tao. Suddenly, a wave of exhaustion surged into his heart, and only now did Lin Sun suddenly notice that the energy of his soul had been greatly exhausted. On the other hand, the area before the forbidden area of profundity still seemed to be boundless and without an end. But right at this moment, the eternal vessel on his body suddenly trembled slightly, and then it transformed into a strand of light that flashed out of the hidden world. It flashed past the layer upon layer of chaos in the profound God domain, and it moved along the direction Lin Sun's divine sense extended towards, the eternal vessel. Golden Cicada was the first to notice this scene, and his pupils focused. This was a variable that no one had expected, Subhuti said. Perhaps Lin Sun has already sensed some profundities, and these profundities are related to the origins of the eternal vessel. They knew a long time ago that the eternal vessel was a mysterious treasure that had flashed out from the forbidden area of profundity a very long time ago, and it was obtained by Taichu in the beginning. But later on, because of the eternal night divine emperor, the eternal vessel had fallen into the outside world, and it had fallen into Lin Sun's hands in the end. The eternal vessel. In the depths of the grand chaos realm, Taichu couldn't help but mutter. This ought to be a variable that was expected a long time ago. But I wonder what effect this treasure will have on Lin Sun's comprehension of the forbidden area of profundity. His voice carried a trace of a strange emotion. Originally, this treasure ought to have belonged to him. Sect Master, Lin Sun has merely comprehended for 7 days, yet the profundities he's comprehended from the forbidden area of profundity seem to have far exceeded our imagination. Black Crow couldn't help but speak. With the experiences left behind by me, Xianxia, and that swordsman, it would be unusual if he's unable to comprehend even some profundities. In the depths of the ground, Taichu said, not to mention that he possesses the profundities of rebirth, and he himself is an unpredictable variable. In my opinion, the more profundities he's able to comprehend from the forbidden area of profundity, the better it is. Just wait, along with the appearance of the eternal vessel, what Lin Sun will sense next will be something that I look forward to the most. The primordial world. Chen Linkong couldn't help but say, Grandfather, have you deduced the origins of this eternal vessel? This treasure is from the forbidden area of profundity just like the river diagram, and it's a chaotic treasure that was born from the quintessence of the forbidden area of profundity. A very long time ago, I and that swordsman had analyzed it together, and we felt that there wasn't merely the river diagram and eternal vessel within the forbidden area of profundity. Moreover, this eternal vessel should be called the vessel of life. After all, it was born within the forbidden area of life. Xianxia said in a light voice, a few days ago, young brother Lin spoke to me about this treasure as well. According to what he said, this treasure is capable of opening up an eternal door that leads directly into the spirit endowment world. Both of us felt that the eternal vessel is a key that was born from the chaotic quintessence of the spirit endowment world. But now it would seem like the origins of this treasure are obviously not so simple. Chen Linkong was stunned. So in this way, the appearance of this treasure at this moment is a variable? Of course. Xianxia said, I just don't know if the variable caused by this treasure will bring fortune or calamity to young brother Lin. When the eternal boat suddenly flashed up, Lin Sun was shocked in his heart. This unexpected event was something that even he hadn't expected. When the eternal boat followed along his divine sense to search for him, Lin Sun instantly felt as if his divine sense was riding on the eternal boat, and even his soul felt relaxed. After that, the eternal boat carried his divine sense and started to flash towards the depths of the forbidden area of profundity. What does it intend to take me to look for? Lin Sun was shocked in his heart. This scene was truly too inconceivable. He originally thought that the eternal boat was a key to open the spirit bestial world, yet never had he imagined that this treasure would undergo such a change at this moment, and it seemed to be leading him to a certain place. Right, Xianxia is still in the eternal boat. Lin Sun suddenly thought of this. He immediately sent his divine sense into the eternal boat with the intention of awakening Xianxia who was placed within it. But at this moment, his divine sense was obstructed by an obscure force. It was also at this moment that Lin Sun noticed that the eternal boat emanated a mysterious fluctuation of energy, and it seemed like the rhythm of life. This was a force that he'd never seen in the past. It's definitely because my divine sense sensed something in the forbidden area of profundity that caused the eternal boat to undergo such a change. Lin Sun calmed down. At this moment, merely his divine sense was moving through the forbidden area of profundity, and even if he encountered a lethal threat, he wasn't afraid of anything. The only thing he was worried about was Xianxia who was within the eternal boat. I'll definitely not allow anything to happen to you. Lin Sun took a deep breath and concentrated his mind within his divine sense. Swish at this moment, the eternal boat was indeed like a boat that carried Lin Sun's divine sense through the layer upon layer of chaotic aura as it flashed towards the boundless depths of the forbidden area of profundity. All along the way, Lin Sun's divine sense was extremely relaxed, and the energy of his soul hadn't been consumed at all. This allowed him to calm down and sense the scenes and mysteries all along the way. However, compared to his comprehension from before, he couldn't help but feel like he was looking at flowers on horseback. It was truly because the speed of the eternal boat was too swift, and it actually seemed as if it wasn't obstructed at all along the way. After an unknown period of time, suddenly, the boat of eternity shuddered and came to a stop. On the other hand, Lin Sun saw a tree in his divine sense. This tree was rooted in the chaos. It was only 9 meters high, but in Lin Sun's spiritual awareness, it was so high and vast that he felt small. But from the looks of it, this tree was only 90 feet tall. What surprised Lin Sun was that the 4 branches of the tree showed the phantoms of the 4 great Tao ruins, the ultimate ruins, the Kunlun ruins, and the ruins of wonders. The aura they emitted was also the origin of the 4 great Tao ruins. On the other hand, these 4 branches were completely bare. There were no leaves or fruits. Instead, there were circles of veins. Lin Sun sensed it with his spiritual awareness, and suddenly his mind was about to explode. A huge and mixed picture of enlightenment rushed into his soul like a landslide and a tsunami, making his spiritual awareness blank for a short time. After some time, Lin Sun saw a void. It was empty, and there was nothing. Suddenly, a gray aura of chaos emerged in the void, constantly condensing and growing until the void was completely filled by this chaos. After that, the primal chaos continuously surged, as if it was nurturing something. This process lasted for an unknown number of years. Finally, one day, a life force was born in the primal chaos, causing the entire primal chaos to show a strange and mysterious rhythm. Gradually, in addition to the force of life, there were many kinds of completely different forces in the chaos. At this time, they were like the origin of chaos, gathering together. They gathered together, vibrating, colliding, transforming, and evolving. In the end, they turned into the 4 great Tao ruins. When the 4 great ruins of the path appeared, it was as if the heavens and earth had been split apart. The embryonic form of an epic world appeared in the chaos. It constantly twisted, expanded, and stretched. In the end, it finally stabilized completely. Soon after, endless worlds, endless life, and endless chaos appeared in this epic world. All these bizarre things outlined the civilization of an era and deduced the magnificent changes of the world. Cause and effect, time and space, fate. All kinds of wonderful forces intertwined and collided, perfecting the rise and fall of an era civilization in a cycle. When this era world went from prosperity to decline, it was like fallen leaves returning to their roots and converging into the ruins of creation. Before long, a new era world was born in this chaos. The era was constantly changing, and the endless lives and Tao were also constantly changing. The only thing that didn't change was the 4 great Tao ruins. They were stationed in this chaos, running through the change of every era civilization. Boom, Lin Sun only felt a shock in his mind, and the picture in his mind suddenly disappeared like a bubble. His divine sense was still on the eternal boat. In the chaos in the distance, the mysterious ancient tree was silent and motionless. But Lin Sun could feel that although the previous scenes had disappeared, there was a wonderful feeling in his mind. This kind of feeling was related to the birth and formation of a chaos era. This ancient tree was born in the forbidden area of profundity, and the quintessence aura of the four ruins of the Tao surged into appearance on its branches. Moreover, one can even comprehend the changes in this chaotic era from its birth until its formation. In this way, it would seem like this tree is equivalent to a witness that has witnessed everything that happened during this chaotic era. Thinking of this, Lin Sun couldn't help wondering why the eternal boat would bring his divine sense here. He tried to feel the aura on the eternal boat again. This time, he made a surprising discovery. The aura on this treasure was actually the same as the aura of the ancient tree in the distance. Could it be, was it this tree that gave birth to this treasure? Lin Sun pondered and deduced calmly, trying to understand the mystery. But in the end, he couldn't figure it out. Lin Sun frowned while his divine sense looked towards the ancient tree in the distance once more, and he sized it up carefully. After a short while, he was suddenly stunned as he realized a problem. Can I give it a try with the profundity of rebirth? After all, rebirth was related to the Tao of life, and it was even because of rebirth that he was taken to be an unprecedented variable. But before Lin Sun could give it a try, an unexpected event occurred abruptly. The eternal boat that carried his divine sense suddenly trembled at this moment. After that, Xianxia, who was hiding within it, was suddenly teleported out. Her delicate figure trembled as she sized up the surroundings, and her clear eyes were filled with bewilderment. Obviously, she didn't realize where she was. On the other hand, Lin Sun directly sent a voice transmission with his divine sense when he saw this. Don't panic. This is the forbidden land of wonders. Stay by the side of my divine sense. Xianxia's clear eyes focused, and she instantly calmed down. At the same time, within her and Lin Sun's divine senses, the eternal boat glowed brilliantly, and it seemed to have obtained a miraculous transformation. It ceaselessly shrunk and condensed. In the end, it transformed into a palm-sized leaf that was the color of chaos, but in next to no time, the aura on this leaf started to wither, and it seemed as if it had lost all its strength and drifted down to the roots of the tree. It was like a fallen leaf returning to its roots, and it completely vanished without a trace. Lin Sun was shocked in his heart. Could it be that the eternal boat carried my divine sense all the way here, causing its strength to be completely exhausted? A fallen leaf returns to its roots. Perhaps the eternal boat was originally a leaf from this ancient tree, and it just inadvertently flashed out of the forbidden land of wonders all those years ago, causing absolute beginning to obtain it. Yet this time, when it carried my divine sense to this ancient tree, it seemed as if it had returned to its parent body, and it withered and fell into silence. Lin Sun faintly felt that his inference was probably correct, and there was definitely a form of miraculous cooperation between the eternal boat and this ancient tree. It was precisely because of this that it sensed his divine sense and allowed him to have the opportunity to arrive here and witness its final home. When he thought up to here, he suddenly thought of something. The eternal boat was a leaf condensed on this ancient tree. Then would the river diagram Xianxia obtained be like this as well? If it was like this, then how many leaves had condensed on this tree during this chaotic era? The eternal boat was able to open the door to the spirit endowment world. Then would other leaves like the eternal boat be like keys that could lead to the other secret realms in the forbidden land of wonders? The more he thought about it, the more Lin Sun felt that this ancient tree was extraordinary. It was born in the forbidden land of wonders and had once witnessed the birth and formation of this chaotic era. Moreover, it was branded with the quintessence aura of the four ruins of the Tao, and even the leaves it condensed were very likely mysterious and precious treasures like the eternal boat and river diagram. How could such an ancient tree possibly be ordinary? Lin Sun, I'm unable to leave this place without the eternal boat, right? Xianxia spoke abruptly, and it jolted Lin Sun awake from his deep contemplation. Lin Sun couldn't help but be stunned. At this moment, he was only a strand of his divine sense, and if he were to withdraw it, then so long as he didn't encounter any obstructions on the way, then he would be able to return smoothly. But Xianxia was different. She'd arrived directly within the forbidden land of wonders along with the eternal boat, and she'd even arrived in the depths of the forbidden land of wonders. After all, the forbidden land of wonders was filled with extremely terrifying dangers, and it was sufficient to make figures like Xianxia, absolute beginning, and himself feel fearful and not dare take a step into it. Presently, without the eternal boat, how could Xianxia possibly have the chance to leave this place alive with her cultivation? Don't panic, there's surely a way to deal with this. Lin Sun took a deep breath, and then his gaze shot once more towards the nearby ancient tree. Even though this tree is completely bare and without leaves, I possess the energy of the Tao of rebirth. Perhaps I'm able to make it undergo a transformation and condense a leaf. Even if that doesn't work, there's surely another way. In short, I'll absolutely not allow you to be trapped here. His voice revealed resolution. Xianxia nodded and said, if I want to investigate it carefully, then the Divine Emperor of Eternal Night was born in the Forbidden Land of Wonders as well, whereas I'm the reincarnation of the Divine Emperor of Eternal Night. Now that I've arrived here, it ought to be no different than returning home, right? This thought was very strange, and the perspective was very special, yet Lin Sun was unable to refute it. Because it really seemed to be like this, no matter what, I just have to be careful. After Xiaxi's interruption, Lin Sun's state of mind had calmed down greatly. On the other hand, the energy that belonged to the profundity of rebirth surged into his divine sense, and he started to approach the ancient tree in the distance. The 4th chapter was delivered. Just one thing, Xianxia would be done next week. After the battle in the Forbidden Land of Wonders came to an end, there would be an epilogue written about Lin Sun, his family, friends, and of course, the marriage with Xiaxia. After that, the book would be finished. As for the news after the book was finished, it would be gradually released on Goldfish's WeChat. Those who didn't follow it could search for Xiaojinyu 233 and follow it, so that they would be able to see it at the first possible moment. When Lin Sun's nirvana ultimacy touched the ancient tree in the distance, an incredible scene appeared. But the ancient tree trembled slightly, and its branches moved on their own silently. At its roots, the rolling aura of the origin of chaos seemed to wake up from a deep sleep and kept gushing out. Lin Sun felt his mind tremble, and his mind was in a trance. He seemed to have turned into a seed buried deep in the chaos, being nourished by the power of chaos day and night. After a long time, boom, Lin Sun felt a strange and abundant life force, which was the most primitive rhythm of life, resounding like the roar of the creation of the world. As the rhythm of life became stronger and stronger, Lin Sun felt a force of transformation and nirvana burst out. Then, the seed that he had transformed into grew roots and sprouts, taking root in the primal chaos. His life had already become completely different. In the following years, the seedling constantly absorbed the power of chaos and was constantly nourished by the aura of the origin of the Great Way. It witnessed the formation of the 4 Tao ruins from scratch, the evolution of the epic world from embryonic form to complete form, and the rise and fall of the epic civilizations. As for this seedling, it quietly grew and transformed over the endless years. Later on, the sapling grew into an ancient tree. Its branches were luxuriant, and it was covered in leaves that emanated chaotic energy. Every single leaf was branded with a profound quintessence energy of chaotic energy, and it was completely different and ever-changing. Every time an epic civilization declined, the leaves on the ancient tree would wither and fall, returning to the chaos and turning into the most primitive nourishment of the Great Way. When a new civilization of opportunity appeared, new leaves would grow on the ancient tree, and the cycle would repeat endlessly. But one day, an unknown catastrophe appeared in the chaos. Before the ancient tree had time to react, it was severely injured. Many lush branches were broken, and the leaves withered and fell, when the catastrophe disappeared. The ancient tree only had bare branches and trunk left, and its roots were seriously damaged. What was more terrible was that after this catastrophe, it lost the power of transformation and recovery, and was declining step by step. It was also at this moment that Lin Sun suddenly woke up. His mind seemed to explode, and countless mysterious and obscure breaths emerged, surging like rivers and seas. After a long time, Lin Sun finally calmed down. When he looked at the ancient tree again, Lin Sun couldn't hide the strange emotion in his heart. He understood. This tree was formed from the Tao of life that was born in the chaos epoch, or perhaps, it could be called the miraculous tree of life. Its roots were connected to the 4 Tao ruins. Every single time an era appeared, this tree would condense luxuriant leaves, and they represented the different profundities of the Tao of life. For example, the eternal arc was a leaf that was born from this tree, and it could open up the spirit bestowal world. It possessed the secrets of innate talent in the life Tao. On the other hand, the other leaves represented the other profundities of the life Tao. For example, the energy of samsara that Xianxia had once grasped. It was conceivable how shocked Lin Sun was when he understood this. The origin of life came from this tree, and the profundities of the life Tao came from this tree. Without a doubt, this verified the inference of absolute beginning, Qin Shi, and that swordsman. The Tao of life really did exist in the forbidden area of profundity. Why is it practically impossible to comprehend the Tao of life in this world? It's just like a legend that no one has been able to step foot onto in the countless years of the past. Now, Lin Sun understood. The reason was that a calamity had appeared during the chaos epoch a very long time ago. This calamity heavily injured the miraculous tree of life, and it shattered the Tao of life. This was equivalent to destroying a complete path towards the Tao of life, causing it to become shattered, and only some traces of it could be sensed in the forbidden area of profundity. For example, even though spirit bestowal quintessence and samsara were related to the Tao of life, they were only branches of the Tao of life. However, even though the ancient tree had suffered a heavy injury, it hadn't perished completely. It was precisely because of this that there were still countless forms of life that could reproduce and emerge during the chaos epoch. The only flaw was that the Tao of life had been shattered, causing the boundless realm of the eternal path towards the Tao to be taken to be the ultimate realm. At this point, the numerous questions in Lin Sun's heart had been answered. Moreover, he'd comprehended the various profundities of the chaos epoch from its birth out of nothingness until it transformed into the world, and he'd comprehended the course of life of the miraculous tree of life from a seed to the point it emerged from its shell and grew into an enormous tree. All of these comprehensions had settled within his state of mind. All of this allowed Lin Sun to realize that so long as he repaired the miraculous tree of life, then he would be able to reconstruct the shattered path towards the Tao of life, and this was related to the nirvana energy. The reason was very simple. Rebirth energy was a portion of the quintessence energy of the miraculous tree of life, and it was capable of urging its growth and transformation. However, after the calamity that occurred a very long time ago, the miraculous tree of life had suffered a heavy injury and lost this portion of its quintessence. It was equivalent to losing its ability to transform and recover, causing it to become like this. Simply speaking, the profundities of rebirth were a portion of the quintessence energy of the miraculous tree of life, and this was exactly the origin of rebirth energy. Knowing this, Lin Sun couldn't help sighing with emotion in his heart. The lost power of rebirth energy of the miraculous tree of life had turned into a seed in the quintessence of the ultimate ruins, which was finally born in the dark world and transformed into nirvana of freedom, which was then obtained by Lin Sun. In fact, this was equivalent to further proving how marvelous the relationship between the four great Tao ruins was. However, although Lin Sun had uncovered many mysteries in his heart, he couldn't help but have new doubts in his heart. Where did the calamity that severely damaged the miraculous tree of life that year come from? Lin Sun didn't know. That calamity came so suddenly that the miraculous tree of life was caught off guard and suffered a heavy injury. It could be imagined how terrifying and taboo this calamity was. Lin Sun even suspected that this calamity wasn't born in this chaos epoch, but came from outside this chaos epoch. Of course, whether there were other chaos epochs besides this chaos epoch, Lin Sun didn't know. The only thing he was sure of was that when he repaired the miraculous tree of life with rebirth energy one day, he might be able to learn some clues about this calamity from the memory of the tree. Moreover, if he could repair the miraculous tree of life, it was equivalent to repairing the fragmented Tao of life. When he stepped foot onto the end of this path, perhaps he would have the chance to see if there were other chaos eras outside this chaos era, and if there was a path towards the Tao that was even more lofty than the Tao of life. Summer solstice, we can leave later. After a long time, Lin Sun's mind conveyed a thought. How to leave? Summer solstice was curious. Of course, we have to rely on this ancient tree. Lin Sun said, however, when we leave and return to the mysterious God realm, our enemies, such as Tai Chu, Black Crow and Ape Ancestor, will definitely attack us with all their strength. In other words, it's time to decide the victor of this game. Summer solstice asked, are you sure? Lin Sun was silent for a moment and said, there is nothing in the world that can be absolutely sure. However, now I have no fear of fighting with Tai Chu. The only thing I can't guess is whether Tai Chu has other trump cards. Summer solstice said, what about you? Do you have other trump cards? Lin Sun laughed, of course. Then what else do you have to worry about? Speaking of this, Summer solstice suddenly seemed to wake up and said, you still worry about my safety, don't you? Yes. Lin Sun said, when you came here, you hid in the eternal boat, so you were not intercepted by Tai Chu. But now the eternal boat has disappeared. When you return, it is very likely to attract the attention and attack of those enemies. After a pause, he said gently, however, you don't have to worry. I will leave the hidden realm and meet you as soon as possible. Summer Solstice nodded and said, when shall we leave? Lin Sun said, let those enemies wait a little longer. After I integrate all the mysteries I have realized along the way into my cultivation, it is not too late to fight with them. Okay. Summer Solstice agreed crisply. Hidden realm. On the edge of the cliff, Lin Sun stood motionless like a clay sculpture with his hands behind his back. However, no one noticed that in his state of mind, he was fully comprehending all kinds of wonderful and indescribable mysteries and mysteries. After his divine awareness swept into the forbidden land of wonders, what he saw and felt along the way were all comprehended and deduced by him at this moment, and turned into a stream of understanding of the Great Way and integrated into his own cultivation. Time went by day. Beauty and Golden Cicada waited calmly, but even they did not expect that Lin Sun could comprehend the mystery of the forbidden land of wonders for so long. It had been 3 months, and there was no sign of ending. However, they had patience, and they vaguely felt that the more it was like this, the more it undoubtedly proved that Lin Sun must have an unexpected harvest when he was comprehending Taihan realm. Deep underground, suddenly came the sigh of Tai Chu, in these countless years, I can only comprehend for 3 months at most, and the power of my soul will not be able to bear it. I never thought that Lin Sun could reach this step in his first comprehension. It really surprised me. It can be seen that he, who possesses the power of nirvana, must have gained a lot this time. Not far away, Ape Ancestor looked indifferent and calm. Not bad. Tai Chu said with a smile, then wait a little longer. There is no hurry. The greater the benefits Lin Sun gains, the greater the benefits for us. Of course, when he wakes up from the comprehension, it will be the time to determine the winner. I am looking forward to discussing the superiority of the Great Way with Lin Sun. His voice was full of expectation. In the primordial spirit world, Chen Shi and Chen Linkong were also discussing this matter. They expected that Lin Sun's comprehension this time must be extraordinary. All of this undoubtedly confirmed their previous speculation. Lin Sun, who possessed the power of nirvana, was indeed an unprecedented variable. Today was the winter solstice. After Goldfish finished eating, I will continue to write the second chapter. Half a year, 1 year, 3 years, 5 years, 8 years, no one had expected that Lin Sun's meditation would last for so long, and there was no sign of ending until now. Even though everyone had sufficient patience to wait, this abnormal scene still caused many different reactions. But nothing strange happened. Everyone chose to continue waiting. Until 10 years later. On the edge of the cliff in Hidden World, Lin Sun, who had been standing like a clay statue for 10 years, suddenly said, Master, Senior Golden Cicada, it's time. In the distance, the hearts of Subhoodie and Golden Cicada shook, and then extraordinary splendor surged into appearance from the space between their brows. After 10 years of meditation, Lin Sun had finally awakened at this moment. What do you mean by that? Subhoodie forcibly suppressed the emotions in his heart, then asked with a smile. I've already comprehended what I should. I can't let Absolute Beginning and the others wait any longer. Lin Sun said with a smile. Golden Cicada's eyes lit up. You want to have a showdown with him? Exactly. Lin Sun nodded. Subhoodie, however, frowned slightly. Are you certain that you are confident in being able to deal with Absolute Beginning? Lin Sun said with a smile, not really. It's just that if we delay any longer, we will have to fight to the end sooner or later. There is no need to wait any longer. He seemed relaxed and calm. Little brother Lin, could it be that you obtained a breakthrough in your cultivation while comprehending the profundities of the forbidden area of profundity? Golden Cicada couldn't help but ask. It can't be considered to be a breakthrough. I just obtained a completely new understanding of the Tao of life, and I've already discovered the quintessence of this path. In the future, I'll have a way to head to the forbidden area of profundity to seek a step further on this path. Lin Sun said softly. The Golden Cicada was obviously extremely shocked, and it was stunned for a moment before it couldn't help but clap its hands and praise. If I'm not wrong, then little friend being able to obtain such a harvest is related to the rebirth energy, right? Lin Sun nodded with a smile. Senior, you have sharp eyes. The power of nirvana is indeed closely related to the way of life. Pausing for a moment, he continued, once the grudge between me and absolute beginning is resolved, I will naturally have a good chat with Senior. Good, Jean Chan said cheerfully. Is there another reason why you insist on participating in this final game today? Subhoodie suddenly spoke out. Lin Sun was silent for a while and nodded. Subhoodie didn't ask any further questions. He immediately said, when do we head out? Now. Master, Senior Golden Cicada, please don't intervene in the battle with Tai Chu. This person has other trump cards, and he has already stepped on the threshold of life Tao. His cultivation is unfathomable, so I can deal with him alone. Lin Sun said softly, Master, Senior Golden Cicada, don't intervene in the battle with Tai Chu. Subhoodie's heart was filled with an indescribable emotion. His disciple had grown to the point where he could take care of him, his master, the student had surpassed the master. Wasn't this what he had always wanted to see? Don't worry, we won't go looking for trouble. Jean Chan laughed. The three of them immediately flew out of the hidden realm. The heavens and the earth of the profound God domain were covered in layers of chaotic mist, and countless secret realms floated into appearance. As soon as Lin Sun, Subhoodie, and Golden Cicada emerged from the hidden realm, they were detected. Young friend Lin, what is your purpose in coming here? Absolute Beginning's voice resounded from the depths of the Grand Chaos Realm. It was like a clap of thunder that passed through the Grand Chaos Realm and resounded through the profound God domain, causing the world to tremble. How about a showdown? Lin Sun spoke casually. Absolute Beginning was silent for a moment, and then he suddenly roared with laughter. I've been waiting for this opportunity for too long. Rumble rumble, the sound of chains colliding resounded from the depths of the ground, and then a thin figure stepped out into the sky. He wore a black robe, had black hair that hung down to his waist, and his figure was extremely slender and dignified. His body was covered in a layer of grand Dao chains that flickered with horrifying fluctuations of sword intent. The entire Grand Chaos Realm suddenly trembled. The chaotic mist roiled, and the boundless mountains and rivers collapsed and transformed into powder that drifted in the air. His might was too great. He was like a supreme overlord that had appeared out of thin air after countless years, and he didn't bother to conceal his aura at all. On a large tree, Black Crow flapped his wings and rose into the air, transforming into a young girl in black clothes. Her exquisite appearance was peerlessly beautiful and cold, and her eyes seemed to be scarlet and translucent. Sect Master. Black Crow was very excited, and all the words he wanted to say transformed into a single shout in the end. Clang, the ape ancestor stood up, and his figure that was tall like a mountain transformed into a figure that was over 3 m tall, while his aura rose steadily like a volcano that had been suppressed for countless years and erupted. On the other hand, the sword in his arms seemed to be unable to restrain its killing intent, and it emanated a clear sword howl that shot into the sky. The ape ancestor's expression was still indifferent and calm as before, but hatred surged in the depths of his eyes. This day has finally arrived. In the next moment, the figures of Absolute Beginning, Black Crow, and the ape ancestor vanished into thin air. Grandfather, it's time to decide the victor. Chen Linkong stretched his figure within the primordial world while his eyes were bright like swords. After waiting for so long, it's finally time to fight. Chen Shi's tall and handsome figure walked out from the cottage, and then he glanced at Chen Linkong and said, Aren't you afraid of death? Don't I still have you, grandfather? Chen Linkong chuckled. Chen Shi nodded and said, Don't worry, I'll save you from reincarnation if you die. However, you'll have to recultivate on your path towards the Tao at that time. So, consider it carefully. As he spoke, he walked out of the primordial world in a leisurely manner. The corners of Chen Linkong's mouth twitched, but he didn't hesitate to follow Chen Shi excitedly. In the heavens and the earth of the profound God domain. As the figures of Absolute Beginning, the ape ancestor, and Black Crow appeared, a strand of a murderous and oppressive aura effused out. The heavens and the earth were deathly silent. Young brother Lin. Absolute Beginning cupped his hands from afar with a smile on his face, but the chains on his body seemed extremely dazzling. The ape ancestor and Black Crow stood side by his side, and they looked over coldly. Lin Sun's brows raised slightly when he saw this scene from afar, and he cupped his hands slightly as well. Looks like you're even happier than me. How fortunate it is to have an enemy in my Dao. Absolute Beginning smiled. He only stared at Lin Sun, and he directly ignored Subhoodie and the golden cicada. If by any chance you lose, then the outcome will be death. Xianxia walked over swiftly from afar, and Chen Linkong followed closely behind him. You're right. Even if I can split myself into thousands of clones and leave a chance of survival, I definitely won't do so at this time. After all, it would seem that I have misgivings about Absolute Beginning's state of mind. Absolute Beginning glanced at Xianxia and said, if you have misgivings in your heart, then how can you win this game? Xianxia pondered for a moment and said in agreement, that's true. The more the Great Tao is like this, the more you can't leave any way out for yourself. If that's the case, then you've already lost in terms of state of mind. So, you've already cut off your way out? Absolute Beginning asked with a smile. Of course. As Xianxia spoke, he had already stopped in the void, and then he glanced at everyone present. When his gaze fell on the ape ancestor, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. In the next moment, he sighed with emotion, it really is you, old fellow. He seemed to have seen through the ape ancestor's identity and origin. If you can't even deduce this, then you don't deserve to be regarded as my lifelong enemy. At this moment, the ape ancestor's expression was cold and indifferent, and he didn't conceal his aura at all. Although he was standing beside Absolute Beginning, his aura seemed to be not inferior at all. Senior, do you know this person before? Lin Sun was surprised. At this time Absolute Beginning and the others formed a camp and stood in front of Lin Sun, while Xianxia and Chen Linkong stood far away on the other side. From a distance, they were like three camps, standing in a triangular formation. However, everyone knew that Xianxia and Lin Sun were in the same camp. Of course I know him. Xianxia said casually, this person is the Sovereign Sect Master. A long time ago, he was suppressed by me in the samsara. He could neither live nor die, and could only suffer and suffer in the endless samsara. However, before he revealed his strength, I didn't expect that he had actually escaped from the samsara and turned into the ape ancestor in front of us. He is the Sovereign Sect Master. Chen Linkong was surprised. He had heard his father, Chenin, and the other seniors talk about the Sovereign Sect Master since he was a child. How could he not know that the strongest enemy his grandfather, Xianxia, had encountered all those years ago was the Sovereign Sect Master? Lin Sun couldn't help but raise his brows. When he paid a visit to Xianxia last time, he happened to hear Chen Linkong talk about the Sovereign Sect Master, and he knew that the Sovereign Sect Master was extremely terrifying. But even he didn't expect that the ape ancestor by Absolute Beginning's side was actually Xianxia's old enemy, the Sovereign Sect Master. I see. At this moment, Black Crow's delicate body trembled, and her eyes were complicated. She finally understood who this old servant who had been by the sect master's side since long ago was. The ape ancestor's expression was indifferent and calm as before, and he said, Xianxia, this time, we have to put an end to this. Xianxia sneered, if I can suppress you once, I can suppress you countless times. Why should I be brave when I've defeated you? A wisp of piercingly cold hatred flashed in the depths of the ape ancestor's eyes, and then he recovered his composure and said, then let's give it a try. Absolute Beginning smiled and said, everyone, there's no need to be impatient. In our opinion, this game of chess will definitely come to an end. However, I want to have a chat with young brother Lin before that. As he spoke, his gaze shot towards Lin Sun who stood in the distance and said, young brother, can you seize this opportunity to chat with us about the profundities you comprehended in the forbidden area of profundity? If it was a friend, then it wouldn't seem unusual for a friend to make such a request. However, Absolute Beginning was clearly aware that they were enemies, yet he'd actually made such a request at this moment, and it seemed to be very unexpected. Moreover, Lin Sun smiled and actually agreed readily. Why not? In the end, it was because of your help that I was able to comprehend so many profundities. Now that I've obtained something, I'll naturally share it with you. At this moment, Chen Linkong and Black Crow who stood at different areas couldn't help but take another glance at Lin Sun, and they obviously felt it was slightly strange. However, no matter if it was Xianxia, Absolute Beginning, or the ape ancestor, their expressions remained unchanged, and it seemed as if none of them felt it was unusual. This extremely subtle scene was noticed by Subhuti, and he couldn't help but think in his heart. If it's in terms of disposition, then Chen Linkong and Black Crow are slightly inferior. He couldn't help but glance sideways at the golden cicada. However, the golden cicada was tranquil and gentle as before. Absolute Beginning chuckled as he glanced at Lin Sun and said, "Please enlighten me." Lin Sun pointed towards the distance and said, "Just as fellow Taoist comprehended earlier, the forbidden area of profundity is the quintessence of the ruins of profundity of Tao, and a complete Tao of life once existed within it." It once existed? Absolute Beginning frowned. Could it be that it doesn't exist now? These words attracted the attention of everyone present here. Lin Sun said, "It did exist, but it was a shattered Tao of life." Subsequently, he spoke frankly about how he'd seen the tree of life in the ruins of profundity of Tao, and he didn't conceal it at all. The hearts of everyone present here rose and fell like waves when they heard this. A calamity actually destroyed the Tao of life. Looks like this calamity doesn't belong to this chaotic era. Xianxia sighed lightly. Only now did he understand that the energy of samsara he possessed was merely a portion of the grand Tao of life, whereas, the river diagram was born from the profound tree of life. Since fellow Taoist possesses the energy of rebirth, doesn't it mean that you can repair the tree of life? In this way, the damaged Tao of life can be rebuilt? At this moment, Absolute Beginning realized something, and he looked at Lin Sun. Yes. Lin Sun didn't conceal it, and he seemed to be very frank. So that's how it is, Absolute Beginning sighed with emotion. The profundity of rebirth really is an unprecedented variable. But I never imagined that its effects would be so unbelievable. He fell into deep thought and seemed to be pondering and deducing something. Grandfather, why did Lin Sun tell you such a secret? Chen Linkong couldn't help but ask via voice transmission. He really didn't understand why Lin Sun would be so frank and not conceal it at all. When you try to conceal and hold back from an enemy during a life and death battle, it usually means that you have misgivings in your heart. Just like Absolute Beginning said before, he would definitely not leave a path of survival for himself at such a time, and only because of this would he be determined to win. It's just a competition of mental state, Xianxia explained patiently via voice transmission. Xianxia explained patiently via voice transmission. Lin Sun didn't conceal it. Firstly, it's because Absolute Beginning once gave me a jade slip. Even though I put away the jade slip in the end, Lin Sun obtained Absolute Beginning's comprehensions from it, and this was equivalent to imperceptibly obtaining a trace of friendship. In a life and death battle, if Lin Sun is sure to kill his opponent, he will be affected by the friendship. He will consider giving his opponent a dignified death and consider more things. Then, his idea of killing his opponent will no longer be purely focused. Rather than that, I should sever this thread of influence. Only then will I be able to kill him without any distractions. The second reason is that Lin Sun has no worries. Under such circumstances, even if he were to attack, there wouldn't be a single flaw. When he spoke up to here, Xianxia said, not to mention that even if I, Absolute Beginning, found out about these secrets, so what? After all, the outcome of this battle has to be decided. He painstakingly described the subtleties within it, and only then did Chen Linkong come to an understanding. Only now did he realize that his mental state was slightly inferior. Perhaps it was precisely because of this slight difference that he was unable to step out from the perfection stage of the boundless realm until now. Of course, this is only a competition of mental states. It's precisely because Absolute Beginning and Lin Sun have no worries and nothing to fear that they're able to talk like this. They seem to be discussing the Tao like old friends, yet once they really fight, they'll each be more resolute and merciless than the other. As soon as Xianxia said this, Chen Linkong couldn't help but ask. Grandfather, what about you? What do you think? Xianxia replied with a question. Chen Linkong nodded and didn't speak any further. He faintly understood that it was already the time to decide the outcome of the battle, yet his grandfather was still able to chat patiently with him. How could such a mental state be ordinary? I can't figure it out, I'm truly unable to figure it out. Absolute Beginning, who'd always been pondering, suddenly sighed lightly. In the end, I still have to personally make a trip to the forbidden area of profundity. Only in this way would I be able to comprehend the profundities within it. As he spoke, he looked at Lin Sun once more. Moreover, if I want to find a safe path to the forbidden area of profundity, then I'm afraid only the energy of rebirth can accomplish it. Exactly. When he spoke up to hear, Lin Sun looked towards the distance and said, Xianxia will return from the forbidden area of profundity in a while. At that time it'll be the best opportunity for all of you to make a move. Why don't we decide the outcome of the battle at that time? Absolute Beginning was stunned, and then he seemed to have come to an understanding and said, she utilized the eternal arc to enter the forbidden area of profundity? Lin Sun nodded. The eternal arc was formed from a leaf condensed from the tree of life. As the saying goes, fallen leaves return to their roots. When this treasure carried Xianxia to arrive before the tree of life, it vanished. Now, she's utilizing the energy of the tree of life to walk on the path back to the profound God domain. Absolute Beginning said with a smile, so that's how it is. If it's like this, then wouldn't I be able to coerce you if I capture this Miss Xianxia? Lin Sun smiled as well and said, that depends on if you have the ability to do so. When they spoke up to hear, Absolute Beginning couldn't help but roar with laughter. Excellent. Fellow Taoist Xianxia, another little friend Lin has appeared on our path towards the Tao. How fortunate. His voice contained indescribable pleasure. From the moment he appeared to the moment he talked with Lin Sun, he had actually been sensing Lin Sun's state of mind and observing Lin Sun's reaction. When Lin Sun told him about Xianxia, Absolute Beginning finally knew that Lin Sun's state of mind wasn't inferior to his own. Possessing such a state of mind had already proved that even if Lin Sun was facing him, Lin Sun still had a resolute and unchangeable mentality to win, revealing a natural charm amidst his casualness and calmness was the true state of being free from worries. Xianxia said indifferently, isn't such a battle exactly what you want to see? Besides, don't you feel that the sword lock on your body is an eyesore? Absolute Beginning pointed at the sword lock on his body and said, fellow Taoist, you're too focused. This sword lock has long since ceased to exist in my heart. Xianxia's eyes narrowed slightly. Of course, you're right. It's indeed an eyesore to wrap around my body like this. On the contrary, it will be regarded as me, Absolute Beginning, deliberately concealing my cultivation. As he spoke, Absolute Beginning casually pulled it. The sword lock instantly broke apart inch by inch and dissipated into nothingness. Many people were shocked and the look in their eyes changed. This sword lock was formed by the swordsman's lifelong cultivation. When he reincarnated, he suppressed Absolute Beginning in the Taihan realm with this sword lock. But who could have thought that Absolute Beginning could break this sword lock so easily now? Undoubtedly, this meant that Absolute Beginning's cultivation was obviously stronger than that of the swordsman at that time. Everyone could see this. However, both Xianxia and Lin Sun were not surprised. If the Beginning was still being bound by the sword lock, how could he dare to fight at this moment? Tai Chu stretched his body and muttered to himself, you don't say, it's much easier this way. It's a pity that if I want to talk to the swordsman in the future, I won't have anything to rely on. If he were here, he would only cut you mercilessly with a sword like he did in those days. Xianxia couldn't help laughing. Absolute Beginning also laughed and said, that's true. Then, he looked at Lin Sun and said, my young friend, how long do we have to wait? Now. Lin Sun looked into the distance. His voice hadn't finished resounding through the air when a wave of fine and light spatial ripples arose in the depths of the chaotic mist in the extreme distance, and then a graceful and slender figure walked out from the forbidden area of profundity and was about to arrive at the profound God domain. This scene was noticed by everyone present at the first time, and the atmosphere in the field also changed subtly at this moment. There seemed to be endless killing intent surging in the silence. Heaven and earth, mountains and rivers, all phenomena, all returned to a kind of extremely oppressive silence. Absolute Beginning didn't look back. He kept staring at Lin Sun and said with a slight smile, I'm here to fight with you. Lin Sun said without hesitation, as you wish. Xianxia pointed at Heya in the distance and said to Chen Lin Kong, go play with her later. Chen Lin Kong nodded. A trace of coldness appeared on Heya's exquisite and beautiful face. Her black robe fluttered without wind, revealing her snow-white and translucent legs. Ape Ancestor turned around with his sword in his arms and looked at Xianxia from afar. There was killing intent surging in his indifferent and emotionless eyes. Taoist brother, let's wait and see. Don't distract Lin Sun. Golden Cicada spoke in a warm voice. Subhuti glanced at the situation and said, "All right." Clang, a sword howl resounded. Ape Ancestor was the first to move. He held his sword in hand as he strode forward, and his figure seemed to have transformed into an expanse of boundless dark space. Chaotic Qi transformed into the shape of Tai Chi, and it drew along a strand of profound sword insight. He was like an epic of the Grand Tao. Chaos developed into Tai Chi, and he drew the energy of dark space into his sword insight. He was like a supreme overlord that stood above eternity. Xianxia couldn't help but shake his head when he saw this. There's no need to be in such a hurry to give your life away. Ape Ancestor remained silent and stabbed with his sword. Bang! At that instant, the energy of chaos, epics, darkness, and various other energies seemed to have been condensed into this sword strike. It had long since exceeded the Tao and arts of the mortal world, and it was far from something the energy of the eternal path towards the Tao could compare to. Undoubtedly, this sword strike had struggled free from the eternal path towards the Tao and arrived at a higher path towards the Tao. It was the energy of the life Tao, and it was extremely profound. Xianxi's handsome figure flashed, and then a profound and unfathomable river of talisman markings surged into appearance. It formed the myriad of Taos in the world, the phenomena of the world, and the epic. Samsara even floated within the river of talisman markings. Bang! As soon as Xianxia smashed his fist forward, that expanse of the heavens and the earth suddenly dimmed down. It was like the end of the world had arrived, and the 6 paths of reincarnation seemed to reflect itself into the world with the intention of annihilating all the gods in the world. When the sword and fist collided, it just happened to be like 2 supreme grand Taos were colliding, and terrifying phenomena arose. The heavens and the earth collapsed, an epic fell, and a myriad of worlds became nothing. The entire profound god domain trembled violently. On the other hand, Xianxia and Ape Ancestor were like 2 supreme overlords that had stepped foot into eternity, and they'd launched an intense and unparalleled battle of the Tao. It was just like how it was when Xianxia fought the sovereign sex master all those years ago. However, both of them couldn't be compared to all those years ago. When the Grand Tao had already transcended eternity, then the ability and might utilized in battle weren't ordinary Tao arts since a long time ago. Such a battle was a competition of the height of one's Tao. What was shown in the battle was their control of the great Tao. State of mind, will, and wisdom had long been integrated into every subtle detail of the battle. In the eyes of others, it was another scene. It was as if 2 supreme great Tao were fighting and colliding fiercely in the chaos. The violent flow of great Tao was full of destructive aura that was enough to make the cultivators in the world despair. Even in the eyes of Chen Linkong, Heya, and other boundless realm figures, such a Tao battle could be called the most terrifying in the world, and there was a great horror hidden in it. When their minds were connected, they would inevitably be impacted and affected. Of course, they would not be stupid enough to observe and verify. That would only cause a serious blow to their own Tao path. Boom! The battle between Xianxia and Ape Ancestor became more and more terrifying. Their figures went straight to the depths of the sky filled with chaos, causing lightning and thunder to appear everywhere, calamities to appear, and the collapse of thousands of Tao. I'm afraid the outcome of this battle will not be determined in a short time. Taichu narrowed his eyes slightly and said softly. Ape Ancestor will die. Lin Sun said casually. Between the 2 judgments, Taichu judged that it would be difficult to determine the outcome in a short time, while Lin Sun judged that Ape Ancestor would die, which also reflected the difference in their state of mind. Taichu couldn't help but laugh. There is nothing absolute in the world. Why do you make such a judgment? Even though Ape Ancestor's Tao path is different from before, there is only victory and death in his heart. Lin Sun said casually. After all, he was defeated by Senior Xianxia and suppressed in samsara. What he longs for is to defeat Senior Xianxia and wash away the hatred of the past. In Senior Xianxia's heart, this battle is a Tao battle. It's a competition of who is superior and who can go further. After a pause, he continued, Ape Ancestor is obsessed with victory and is limited by life and death. Senior Xianxia is obsessed with the Tao path and looks at the high and the long term. Comparing the 2, Ape Ancestor still lacks some foundation. Perhaps it is the suffering of eternal samsara that has become a fetter in his heart. Taichu's eyes flickered and he shook his head. Only those who are determined can succeed. I have a different opinion from you. Lin Sun said casually. It's normal. Everyone has his own way and his own strength. This is the reason for the struggle of the Great Tao. The only way to determine the winner is to fight with your own hands. That's right. Any dispute will always be decided by fists. The most common truth in the world was the greatest truth. Not convinced? Then I'll beat you until you're convinced, haha. Absolute Beginning laughed. Black Crow, come and fight. Suddenly, the distant Chen Lingkong's gaze was like a bolt of lightning as he looked at Heya from afar. His vital energy just happened to be like a great river that revolved and rose layer by layer, and it surged like the tide and intended to drown the world. Seeing this, the Beginning smiled and said, "Little Crow, go and fight. If possible, help me teach this little bastard a lesson. He is much more arrogant than his grandfather. Teaching him a lesson is boring. I'll kill him." A hint of killing intent surfaced between Black Crow's clean brows. She leaped into the air, her black robes fluttering in the wind. Her graceful figure was already surging with the power of the laws of chaos that resembled flames. Boom, her palm and fingers clasped together, and a black eternal sun soared through the sky. Chen Linkong stretched out his right hand, clenched his palm and fingers, and pulled out a Taoist sword condensed from his own great Tao. Amidst the clanging sound of the sword stabbed out. When the black sun pressed down, it just happened to be stabbed by the Taoist sword, and it exploded with a loud bang. But Black Crow's white hands were flying, and she had already soared into the sky to fight fiercely with Chen Linkong. Two existences in the great perfection of the boundless realm, their cultivation was already equivalent to standing at the peak of the boundless realm in the world. At this moment, they were fighting, and this battle that was staged could also be called the peak battle on the eternal path. What do you think of their attainments? The Beginning only glanced at this battle, and his gaze turned back to Lin Sun. The victory or defeat between them is already not under their control. In the end, it depends on the battle between Senior Xianxia and Ancestor Ape, and also the battle between you and me. Lin Sun said casually. The Beginning thought deeply and said, "Yes, I won't allow anything to happen to Black Crow, and Xianxia, and you naturally won't allow anything to happen to Chen Linkong." He glanced over Lin Sun, looked at Beauty and Golden Cicada, and said with a smile, "As for them, it's good to be bystanders. Once they make a move, it will instead implicate you, and it will also give me a chance to attack you." Beauty frowned slightly, but he was silent. Golden Cicada was as gentle as before, quiet and calm. And at this moment, Lin Sun raised his eyes and looked at the depths of the chaos in the distance. "Let's begin." These three words were as light as a feather, but they were like a clap of thunder. At this moment, all the people in the mysterious god realm trembled slightly, and on Lin Sun's body, there was an invisible aura and charm emerging. There was no fluctuation of the great Tao, no power that shook the universe, and not a trace of Taoist light leaked out. It was like the chaos, empty. "Can't wait?" The Beginning asked with a smile. "The Tao is the law of nature. When I want to hit you, I will hit you. Why wait?" Lin Sun sneered. Then he stepped forward. One step. He came to the front of the Beginning and raised his fist. His body was like the Tao, and his fist was like the chaos, but it was simple and natural, just like the charm of the world. It was natural, without a trace of being chiseled. But the invisible charm made the Beginning's pupils slightly constricted, and then suddenly lit up. With a thought, his dignified figure did not retreat, but instead, he also raised his fist and smashed. Bang, the fists collided. With the two as the center, a ripple of the great Tao suddenly spread, hundreds of meters, thousands of meters, tens of thousands of meters. Even the endless void of the entire mysterious god realm shook violently, and the infinite secret realm floating in the void suddenly exploded, shaking like a tottering star. And the incredible thing was that the spreading torrent of destruction did not affect other people in this world, nor did it disturb anyone's mind. As a result, in the eyes of the people, the collision between Lin Sun and the Beginning seemed to happen in another time and space. Although they could see it, they could not feel the mysterious power contained in it. This was naturally shocking. But Lin Sun and the Beginning didn't seem to be surprised. After the two fists collided, they attacked again. Boom, Lin Sun punched out decisively. It was like the ruins of creation had appeared imperceptibly, and a river of iris surged into appearance. It surged mightily and displayed the profundities of the birth and destruction of eras. The beginning let out a long laugh, put his fingers together, and drew a line in the air. A calamity blade swept out, piercing the long river of epics, and an indomitable force pierced between Lin Sun's eyebrows. But on the way, Lin Sun waved his sleeves, and the blade of disaster burst into pieces. Unexpectedly, the beginning put his hands together, and the land around him collapsed with a loud bang. He also condensed a ruins of creation, and a long river of epics surged out. Then, as the beginning stepped forward, the Kunlun ruins were condensed, and the ruins of ultimate evolved across the sky. Together with the ruins of creation, they evolved into his supreme way of Tao, rumbling and crushing towards Lin Sun. That scene was undoubtedly too terrifying. The origin of this chaotic era was composed of the origin power of the four great ruins of Tao. In this way, for origin rules of life, fate, creation, and the 5 sequences of the ruins of ultimate were derived. The beginning had undoubtedly grasped the origin rules of the 3 great ruins of Tao a long time ago. Lin Sun wasn't surprised by this. Existences that could take that step from the ultimate realm of the eternal path of the Tao had practically grasped this origin rule a long time ago. It was just that their paths of Tao were different, causing their comprehension and control of these origin rules to be different. Boom, in the next moment, the phenomena of the Kunlun ruins, ruins of ultimate, and ruins of creation appeared on Lin Sun's body. As he slaughtered, these phenomena underwent a miraculous and unbelievable change. The two of them fought intensely, and it was as if they were fighting for control of the entire chaotic era. Although the origin rules they used were the same, their paths of Tao were completely different. When the beginning attacked, everything revealed an extremely terrifying aura of destruction. Decay, exhaustion, withering, sinking, and terminus. All of them were related to destruction and death. It was to the extent that the origin rules of the 3 great ruins of Tao he deduced revealed an oppressive aura of destruction. On the other hand, Lin Sun's strength possessed a Tao of transformation that was endless and endless. It deduced the profundities of destruction and rebirth, and it revolved the secrets of life amidst withering and flourishing. It was to the extent that the 3 great ruins of Tao he'd manifested seemed to be constantly transforming and being reborn. This was the difference in their paths of the Tao. When both of them started to touch and comprehend the essence of the Tao and seek the profundities of the Tao of life, what they comprehended actually came from the most quintessence profundities of this chaotic era. On the other hand, because their mental states and paths of the Tao were different, this completely different energy of the Grand Tao had appeared. Bang, the battle grew more and more intense. Lin Sun and the beginning's figures had practically become illusory. When looked at from afar, it was like 2 supreme Grand Taos were fighting with all their might. Such strength and might could easily destroy an era civilization. Subhuti and Golden Cicada had moved far away. At this moment, Xianxia and the ape ancestor were fighting in the profound god domain. Lin Sun and the beginning were fighting, and Shen Lin Kong and Heya were fighting. These 3 battles were capable of shaking the hearts of all, and they were too intense. If it was at any other place, then it would have probably caused an immeasurable calamity since a long time ago, and it was bound to affect the entire universe and affect the fate of a myriad of living beings. Even if it was within the profound God domain, the destructive force created by such a battle was still terrifying to the point it caused one's heart to go cold. At the very least, Subhuti felt that if it was him, then perhaps he would be able to go against Heya. But if he were to go against figures like the ape ancestor and the beginning, then he was bound to perish. Young brother, if we want to determine the victor between us, then we'll have to compete in our grasp of the Tao of life in the end. What do you think about this strike? Suddenly, the beginning's voice resounded through the heavens and the earth. He grinned, and then he suddenly made a grabbing motion with his palm. Bang, the chaotic laws that covered the sky descended and transformed into an enormous hand. When it enveloped down, a strange and terrifying scene appeared. A large portion of Lin Sun's spirit, energy, and essence had actually been fiercely seized away. All of a sudden, Lin Sun's chi was weakened. That scene was so thrilling that it was hard for people to accept it. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Tai Chu stepped forward boldly and grabbed another part of Lin Sun's essence, chi, and spirit were taken away again. The weakening of chi would affect the performance of the whole cultivation. What's more, Lin Sun was hit twice like this. Lin Sun's figure flashed, and his chi was turbulent. In the distance, Bodhi Heart was in suspense. Don't panic, Taoist brother. Lin Sun must have a way to deal with it. Golden Cicada whispered to Lin Sun. He stared at the battle in the distance without blinking, and his face was calm. On the battlefield, Tai Chu came again, boom, a burst of obscure and magical light rain surged on Lin Sun's body, and the lost chi in his body was restored in an instant. Seeing this, Tai Chu couldn't help sighing, the power of nirvana is really amazing. Depriving the essence, chi, and spirit of living beings, is this the way of life you understand? Lin Sun asked. Yes, this way involves the origin of life. You should know that every life has its own essence, chi, and spirit. Only in this way can one refine his blood, strengthen his body, nourish his soul, and mobilize the chi inside and outside the body. Essence, chi, and spirit are the three essences of the origin of life. If you understand its mystery, you can control its power. Life and death can be controlled by my mind. Tai Chu said frankly. When talking, the two didn't slow down, and they had been fighting fiercely. However, from this moment on, the competition between the two was their own understanding and control of the way of life. For example, every time Tai Chu attacked, he easily cut off a part of Lin Sun's essence, chi, and spirit, which was extremely mysterious and terrifying. But Lin Sun's nirvana made his damaged essence, chi, and spirit constantly transformed and repaired. What was more mysterious was that as his essence, chi, and spirit were cut off again and again, the new essence, chi, and spirit after nirvana seemed to go through subtle and magical transformations and become stronger than before. Absolute Beginning sensed it as well. He beamed a wry smile. If it goes on like this, it looks like I'm helping you. The word calamity is annoying. He had a deep understanding of the calamity origin. He knew that every time he cut Lin Sun's spirit, chi, and soul, it was like a tribulation. Lin Sun had the nirvana power Upanishad, so after each tribulation, he got tempered and transformed. Of course, this was not unbreakable. As long as he could let Lin Sun die of tribulation, there would be no nirvana to talk about. But it was obvious that he couldn't kill Lin Sun with one blow. After that, the beginning started laughing. However, fighting you allowed me to comprehend some of the profundities of rebirth, so I didn't lose out. When the victor is decided, both of us will experience a great tribulation, and both of us will obtain a transformation. However, only the one that survives will be able to enjoy this transformation. Lin Sun said calmly. Then let's see who will survive. Tai Chu laughed. Boom, the battle between them grew more and more intense. Actually, at this moment, the battle between Xianxia and the ape ancestor had arrived at its most intense and dangerous state. Both of them were injured, but comparatively speaking, Xianxia was undoubtedly in a slightly more composed state. However, the ape ancestor couldn't be defeated in a short period of time. Xianxia couldn't help but sigh with emotion. After a long time, the sovereign sex master had improved greatly, and he was like a completely different person. The battle between Chen Linkong and Heya was the same. Both of them were existences at the perfection stage of the boundless realm, and they were on the same level. Now, they were competing in their control and utilization of the Grand Daos. I can't waste any more time. During the battle, Lin Sun glanced at the chaos in the distance, and then he suddenly looked at the beginning, and said, Fellow Daoist, your comprehension of the Tao of life is far inferior to mine. The beginning, eyes narrowed slightly. Boom, Lin Sun's aura changed abruptly, and a completely different aura surged out from his body. It could be clearly seen that an extraordinary divine territory surged out from his body, and within it were 9 realms: mortal transformation, calamity, gloom, source, evil source, calamity, Tao determination, Tao development, and dark yellow. Every single realm surged out a mysterious and unfathomable law of the source of chaos, and they blended together and rotated slowly in the divine territory. After that, the profound God territory appeared in Lin Sun's Grand Tao, and countless secret realms were like grains of sand in the Ganges River. In the end, the source of chaos surged out like layers of light screens. It was lustrous and dazzling, and it reflected the inconceivable mysteries of spirit bestowal, samsara, and so on. In the end, a mysterious ancient tree appeared in the chaos. This was the forbidden area of profundity. At this moment, the divine territory, profound God territory, and the forbidden area of profundity had formed an almost complete ruins of profundity in Lin Sun's grand Tao. His imposing aura changed abruptly at this moment, and it was as if he'd become the ruler of the profound god territory. Every single move he made caused the entire heavens and the earth to resonate, and it formed a rhythm with Lin Sun as the core. At this moment, the bodies of the boundless realm existences that were distributed in the 9 realms of the divine territory trembled as they sensed a supreme force of will that had appeared in the heavens and the earth, and it caused them to be unable to help but look at each other in shock while their minds suffered an extremely great impact. Or perhaps, it could be said that the quintessence aura of the entire ruins of profundity had been drawn and affected by Lin Sun's cultivation. Such a scene caused the hearts of Xianxia and Ape Ancestor who were in battle to shake, and they revealed various expressions. Xianxia laughed happily, and he seemed to understand. On the other hand, a wisp of gloominess appeared between Ape Ancestor's brows. As for Chen Linkong and Heya, their minds were impacted as well, and it caused their battle to be disturbed. Fortunately, both of them were affected, and it allowed them to avoid the possibility of being heavily injured by the other party. On the other hand, Subhuti and Golden Cicada's expressions changed slightly. Subhuti was gratified and excited. Golden Cicada seemed to be lost in thought. At this moment, Absolute Beginning, who was in the battlefield, was finally moved, and he said, "This is what you've comprehended in these 10 years? Not bad." As Lin Sun spoke, he'd already punched out. It was an ordinary punch, but Absolute Beginning felt an unprecedented threat, because the power in that punch directly threatened his life. Bang! In the next moment, Absolute Beginning's figure staggered back, and he was shaken to the point even his life quintessence was shaken. The essence, energy, spirit, vital blood, and soul in his entire body suffered an impact as if they'd suffered heavenly punishment. This was a slaughter that targeted life, and it was formidable to the point ordinary methods were unable to go against it. However, Absolute Beginning roared with laughter instead. "Not bad, not bad. I didn't wait for countless years in vain. This is precisely the Tao of life that I've been waiting for." As he spoke, he suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed towards the distance. The might of this palm strike seemed as if it traversed boundless space and time, and it tore through the layers of chaos that obstructed it. Right at this moment, Xiaoji's graceful figure had just walked out of the forbidden area of profundity. But before she could stand firm, Absolute Beginning's palm strike had already come towards her. Lin Sun had been prepared for this since a long time ago, or it could be said that since the beginning of this battle, he'd already frankly said that Xiaoji would return. He was naturally not surprised that Absolute Beginning would choose to make a move at this moment. Go! Lin Sun's mind moved, and an obscure and mysterious chaotic light screen appeared out of thin air in the void in front of Xiaoji, and it blocked Absolute Beginning's palm strike. Bang! An earth-shattering collision resounded, and even the void there was in disorder. On the other hand, Lin Sun's figure had already flashed towards Xiaoji. Compared to killing Absolute Beginning, he was more concerned about Xiaoji's safety. How could Absolute Beginning allow him to do as he pleased? His figure flashed across the sky to block Xiaoji. "You can't stop it." As Lin Sun spoke, he was about to launch an all-out attack. But right at this moment, a gentle voice resounded. "Little friend Lin, please stop. Otherwise, your master's life will be in danger." Lin Sun's heart shook, and his expression that had always been calm and indifferent had completely changed at this moment. In his divine sense, Golden Cicada, who was watching the battle from afar, had one hand on Subhuti's shoulder at this moment, and his expression was calm and peaceful. However, Subhuti's face was filled with shock and anger, and it was filled with disbelief. It was as if he hadn't expected that Golden Cicada would attack him at this moment, and this unforeseen event was also unexpected for Lin Sun, and he was instantly caught off guard. Even his state of mind was in a state of disorder for a moment. It was also at this moment that Absolute Beginning seized the opportunity and slashed down through the air with his palm. Bang! Lin Sun's essence, qi, and spirit were completely slashed. His body seemed to have lost its vitality, and it withered and cracked, and countless cracks appeared. Lin Sun. Subhuti was shocked and angry, and he tried to break free, but Golden Cicada's palm on his shoulder was terrifyingly stable, and it firmly restrained and suppressed his cultivation of the great perfection of the boundless realm. Not to mention struggling, he couldn't even move a finger. And at this moment, Xianxia, who was fighting fiercely with Ape Ancestor, also narrowed his eyes. He didn't panic, but he suddenly took a deep breath, and his figure rushed forward. In an instant, he forced Ape Ancestor back. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xianxia teleported and attacked Absolute Beginning. Fellow Daoist, this is a battle of the Grand Tao between the two of them, please stop. Suddenly, Golden Cicada had already blocked in front of Xianxia with a tranquil expression, and he was still controlling Subhoodie in his hand. Bang, Xianxia slashed out with his sword. Golden Cicada's sleeve fluttered, and a miraculous light surged out and silently dispersed this sword. Xianxia's pupils narrowed slightly. Nearby, Ape Ancestor had already teleported and attacked again, causing Xianxia to be in a situation where he was attacked from both front and back. Bang, Xianxia had no choice but to deal with Ape Ancestor's attack, but his expression was much gloomier. Golden Cicada, who exactly are you? Even he didn't expect that Golden Cicada would suddenly betray their camp. Moreover, the timing of Golden Cicada's attack could be said to be a stroke of genius, and it just happened to be at the instant when Lin Sun was about to receive Xia Ji. Subhoodie's life was in danger, and this caused Lin Sun to be caught off guard at that instant as well. This was the opportunity that Absolute Beginning seized to heavily injure Lin Sun. Moreover, such an unexpected event caused the situation of the entire game to change. Lin Sun wasn't just in danger, his master, Subhoodie, and Xia Ji were in a worrying situation as well. So, under the effects of this string of events, it caused Xianxia and Chen Linkong to be in a bad situation as well. This was like the saying, pull one hair and affect the whole body. On the other hand, Golden Cicada had become the greatest variable in this game. There's more tonight. Before this battle began, Golden Cicada had been very calm. He was like an outsider, coldly watching this battle that could be said to be the most terrifying battle since ancient times. But when he made his move, it could be said that he could summon clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. In an instant, he used Bodhi's life to disturb Lin Sun's state of mind, triggering a shocking change in one fell swoop. Change meant opportunity. Absolute Beginning took the opportunity to move and gave Lin Sun a fatal blow. Everything happened too fast. And when Xianxia, Chen Linkong, and Bodhi all understood, the whole situation had already changed. So, sect leader's backup is this Golden Cicada. Even Black Crow only reacted at this moment. His heart was shaken, and he was also shocked by the means that Golden Cicada revealed. Before this, everyone thought that Golden Cicada was just a perfected boundless realm existence. Who could have thought that when he made his move, he could easily reverse the situation of this game? Without a doubt, he was no longer a perfected boundless realm, but an existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with Absolute Beginning, Xianxia, Ape Ancestor, and Lin Sun. It was precisely because of this that he could imprison Bodhi so easily and inadvertently. Golden Cicada, to think that I regarded you as a friend. I never thought that you would be so shameless and despicable. Chen Linkong's anger was boundless, and he was stimulated by this scene. This is a game, a struggle for Tao. How can you talk about shameless and despicable? Chen Linkong, don't let anger affect your state of mind. Otherwise, you will only be defeated by Black Crow. Golden Cicada's expression was quiet and peaceful. He paused for a moment and continued. Besides that, I'm not a traitor. Since the beginning, I and all of you have different standpoints. In the past, we could be friends, but in a battle for the Grand Tao like this, we can only be irreconcilable. Speaking of this, he sighed softly, this is the struggle for Tao. His gaze looked at the place where Absolute Beginning and Lin Sun stood in the distance. In fact, at this moment, almost all eyes and minds were focused there. Saying it was slow, but in fact, everything happened in an extremely short period of time. When Lin Sun's state of mind showed a trace of disorder, an Absolute Beginning seized the opportunity to heavily injure him in one move. At the same time his essence, qi, and spirit were chopped off, his body also cracked, and he lost all vitality. Even his divine soul became extremely weak. Essence, qi, and spirit were the three essences of life, and the spirit belonged to the spirit. But to everyone's surprise, in Lin Sun's Taoist body and divine soul which seemed to have lost their vitality, there was a strong vitality transforming, which belonged to the power of nirvana. It was also the core origin of Lin Sun's Tao. At this critical moment, as Lin Sun suffered this fatal blow, the power of Nirvana Upanishad showed a magical transformation of coming back from death. But his injuries were too severe, and he was like a lamp in a storm that could be extinguished at any time. Taichu wouldn't give Lin Sun the chance of nirvana. Therefore, after severely wounding Lin Sun, he launched another attack. But right at this moment, a beautiful figure charged over from afar while the bone spear in her hand pierced through the sky. It was unbelievably swift, and it was completely like she was burning her own vitality. Thus, this attack seemed to be extraordinarily formidable and terrifying. This person was naturally Summer Solstice. Her expression was still as tranquil as ever, and there was not a single ripple on her beautiful face. However, her eyes were filled with flames of hatred. She was not afraid of life and death. She only cared about Lin Sun the most. A long time ago, she had said that in this life, she would advance and retreat with Lin Sun, and also live and die together with him. At this time, seeing Summer Solstice charging over fearlessly, Golden Cicada sighed softly before Taichu could make a move. "Little girl, why bother?" When the voice sounded, he had already grasped in the air. Summer Solstice's figure suddenly stagnated, and then she flew uncontrollably to Golden Cicada and was firmly imprisoned there. "Don't worry, your life comes from the wonderful tree of life. Speaking of which, I watched you grow up in your previous life, so I won't kill you," Golden Cicada said softly. Summer Solstice stared at Lin Sun in the distance, and her eyes suddenly dimmed, showing a gray color of defeat. There was nothing sadder than a dead heart. If Lin Sun died, she would not live alone. Without any interference, Taichu had already stretched out his hand to cover Lin Sun. He had waited for thousands of years for this fruit of Tao cultivated by Lin Sun. At this moment, it was like the darkest moment, and time seemed to stand still. Xianxia's heart sank. From the beginning to the end, he thought that Lin Sun was an unprecedented variable, and even if there were some changes, they must be from Taichu. But he didn't expect that Golden Cicada would become the variable that overturned the whole game. Chen Lingkong's eyes almost popped out. He hated Golden Cicada's betrayal and couldn't accept that Golden Cicada, whom he regarded as a kindred spirit, turned out to be his enemy. Pewdie's face was full of sorrow and bitterness. He had been planning for thousands of years, but he didn't expect that in the end, Lin Sun would be implicated and suffer such a disaster because of him. This made him feel unspeakable guilt in his heart. He had felt a trace of uneasiness for a long time, and realized that the trace of killing was very likely to come to him. He had been ready to pay with his life. But he didn't expect that the killing was from Golden Cicada, whom he had admired and regarded as a confidant and fellow practitioner. Boom! The power of Taichu covered Lin Sun's whole body and refined him with all its strength, trying to strip all Lin Sun's Tao. But at this moment, a sword sound rang out from Lin Sun. Swoosh! A strand of sword chi shot out explosively and forcefully slashed apart Taichu's energy. Taichu was caught off guard, and the peerless sword chi surged and even slashed Taichu flying. His body was almost slashed apart. This sudden and unexpected event caused Taichu's expression to change abruptly, and indescribable rage arose in his Tao heart at this moment. This game was about to come to an end, and Lin Sun's Tao karma was about to be obtained by him. He was about to, but when this sword strike appeared, it caused an unexpected event to occur once more. At this moment, the others present here were shocked by this scene as well. Golden Cicada frowned while his sleeve fluttered, and his warm and tranquil expression was suffused with a wisp of gloominess. Xianxia seemed to have realized something, and his mind was completely calm. On the other hand, the expressions of Chen Linkong, Pewdie, Heya, and the others had changed as well. None of them had expected that a strand of sword chi would actually soar through the sky and blast Taichu back at this extremely dangerous moment. Who did that strand of sword chi come from? They saw a black and white whetstone flash out from Lin Sun's body, and they were glistening and brilliant. A thin figure seemed to have appeared faintly, and it stood on a myriad of strands of ocean of sword insight. Taichu couldn't help but let out a long sigh when he saw this scene. Taoist brother, you've already trapped me here for countless years, yet you still intend to ruin my plans. How could he not recognize this person? It was precisely that swordsman that he'd taken to be his lifelong enemy and that he couldn't help but admire. In the distance, Golden Cicada's expression eased up instead, and he said, "It's just a quintessence brand left within the whetstone. It can't even withstand a single blow." Taichu's eyes narrowed slightly as he said with self-ridicule, "So that's how it is." Even a strand of quintessence energy shocked me. Daoist brother's ability really is extraordinary. As he spoke, he'd teleported through space and charged forward explosively. Bang, a terrifying energy of the Grand Tao descended, and then sword howls resounded without end. However, the pair of whetstones were obviously unable to withstand a single blow, and they were easily blasted apart and fell into Taichu's hands. This scene caused the hearts of Chen Linkong, Pewdie, and the others to sink. I'll take this pair of treasures. Just take it as a memento. Taichu chuckled as he put the whetstones away. Bang, however, at this moment, the figure of Ape Ancestor who was fighting fiercely with Qianxi trembled. His body was actually blasted apart by Qianxi's own path in the Tao, and blood sprayed everywhere. This scene caused the eyes of Taichu, Golden Cicada, and Black Crow to focus, and their hearts shook. At this moment, Qianxi's aura was simply terrifying to the point it caused their hearts to tremble. Obviously, he was furious and intended to kill Ape Ancestor. This battle has really disappointed me. Amidst his icy cold and indifferent voice, Qianxi paid no attention to Ape Ancestor who was heavily injured, and he teleported at the first possible moment to attack Taichu. Bang, the heavens and the earth trembled. Qianxi's might was too great. He hadn't even arrived, but his peerlessly abundant killing intent had already locked onto Taichu from afar, and it caused Taichu to be unable to help but reveal a serious expression. However, Golden Cicada's figure appeared halfway, and he pushed his palm forward. Bang, an earth-shattering rumble resounded. Golden Cicada's figure staggered back a few steps, but Qianxi's figure was obstructed. Fellow Daoist, you can't interfere in this battle. Golden Cicada spoke softly. Fuck off. Qianxi slashed out with his sword, and he didn't bother to talk nonsense with Golden Cicada at all. Then, I can only offend you. Golden Cicada sighed softly. Suddenly, a round and translucent chaotic leaf condensed in front of him, and it suddenly transformed into a divine chain that lashed out. This divine chain was branded with the obscure and magical aura of the Tao of Life. At the same time, Ape Ancestor, who was heavily injured, had arrived not far away. His expression was indifferent as before, but the depths of his eyes were burning with hatred, and it carried a strand of anger. He didn't care about his life at all. Obviously, being defeated by Qianxi just now had brought a great blow to him, and even though he was heavily injured, he didn't care at all. Rumble, the battle erupted, but Qianxi's situation was much more dangerous than before. Golden Cicada's cultivation was even stronger than Ape Ancestor's. Coupled with Ape Ancestor's desperate struggle, even if Qianxi urgently wanted to rescue Lin's son, he couldn't do it in a short time. In the distance, Subhuti and Xianxia were imprisoned there, unable to move, and could only watch helplessly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Taichu had already attacked again, and he released his power to envelop Lin's son's figure. Boom, he tried his best to refine it. In the current situation, time was undoubtedly the most precious. Although there had been many twists and turns before, as long as he could take away Lin's son's Nirvana Tao karma, this game was tantamount to the dust settled. However, in just a moment, Lin's son's body and spirit exploded completely. This scene caught Taichu off guard. He had never expected that Lin's son would choose to self-destruct at this moment without hesitation. Boom, although Lin's son's spirit, chi, and spirit were destroyed, his Tao karma was still there. When he self-destructed, the terrifying torrent of destruction shook Taichu's whole body and sent him flying. He coughed up blood, and his hair was scattered. At this moment, the others were also shocked by the scene of Lin's son's self-destruction. How could? Subhuti's hands and feet were cold, and his state of mind was unstable. There were signs that he couldn't bear such a blow. Xiaxi's clear eyes silently shed 2 lines of tears. The world in front of her seemed to have lost all its luster, and it was full of darkness. Her heart was as dead as ashes, and it was nothing more than this. Chen Lingkong's eyes were about to split, and he looked up to the sky and roared sorrowfully. But at this time, Qianxi's tightly knitted eyebrows suddenly stretched out, as if he had understood something, and his whole body relaxed. And Taichu suddenly realized something, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Almost at the same time, Golden Cicada's expression changed completely, and he rarely lost his composure. Living from death, living from nirvana. He wants to completely cut off his Tao karma, and then use the power of nirvana as a guide to integrate the Tao of life and rebuild a new life. Living towards death, living towards nirvana, golden cicada and Taichu's loss of composure caused Black Crow and Ape Ancestor to have a bad premonition. On the other hand, Subhuti, Chen Kong, and Xia Ji were originally extremely sorrowful, but at this moment, they acutely sensed that the situation didn't seem to be as they thought. Could it be, boom, a terrifying destructive force spread out from the area where Lin Sun exploded, causing the entire profound God domain to tremble violently. But at the same time, in the depths of the forbidden land of profundity, boundless origin energy of chaos surged. As if it was being pulled, countless tiny streams converged into a torrent, and then countless torrents converged into an ocean. After that, it surged out of the forbidden land of profundity, breaking through the obstruction of the chaotic aura of the profound God domain and charging mightily towards the area where Lin Sun had exploded. It was like the water of the heavenly river had burst its dike and was about to drown this world. The origin of chaos in the forbidden land of profundity has been drawn over. This scene caused everyone's hearts to tremble. The forbidden land of profundity was a mysterious and ominous place. Since ancient times, people like Qin Shi, Tai Chu, and that swordsman could only comprehend the aura of the forbidden land of profundity in the profound God domain, and they didn't dare to take another step. But now, the origin aura of the forbidden land of profundity was like the water of the heavenly river that covered the heavens and the earth, and it was charging towards the area where Lin Sun had exploded. Who wouldn't be shocked by this unbelievable scene, living towards death, living towards nirvana? Everyone couldn't help but recall Golden Cicada's words. Open! At this moment, Taichu's figure suddenly charged forward. His dignified and slender figure surged with a terrifying and boundless aura of the great Tao, and it transformed into the Kunlun ruins, the ultimate ruins, the ruins of creation. In the end, they actually condensed into the image of the ruins of profundity. He stood there alone, using his own great Tao to transform into the four ruins of Tao, and it was like a natural chasm that wanted to block the origin of the ruins of Tao that was charging over in a formidable array. Boom, an indescribable sound of collision resounded. The natural chasm formed by Taichu suffered an extremely great impact, and it set off a boundless torrent of Tao light. That scene was like a person blocking the water of the heavenly river that had burst its banks, and it was shocking. Even though Qin Shi, the golden cicada, and the ape ancestor were still fighting intensely, they'd separated a strand of their consciousness to pay attention to all of this, and they couldn't help but be visibly moved at this moment. Everyone could see the beginning's unwillingness. Originally, he was already able to seize Lin Sun's nirvana Tao karma, but Lin Sun's self-detonation not only destroyed his actions, Lin Sun was even realizing the change of being reborn from nirvana. How could the beginning accept this? In other words, he couldn't tolerate such an unprecedented change at this moment. Otherwise, it was very likely that they would lose this game. Rumble rumble, the quintessence energy that charged out from the forbidden grounds of profundity grew more and more vast, and it struck absolute beginning's figure more and more ferociously as well. The torrent was branded with all sorts of profundities related to the Tao of life like samsara, spirit bestowal, spirit, energy, spirit. All of them were the core Taos of this chaotic era. Such an impact caused absolute beginning to seem as if he was fighting the entire forbidden area of profundity by himself, and it was obvious how dangerous it was. Puff, in merely a short moment, absolute beginning coughed up blood from the corners of his mouth, yet his eyes were filled with madness and resolution. I've waited for countless years, yet I wasn't waiting for such an outcome. His voice was low, and his entire body seemed as if it was burning at this moment. Not to mention that I only want to seek an even higher path towards the Tao. If I'm unable to attain it, then I might as well die. An unrestrained, insane, and ruthless aura surged into appearance from his body, and his cultivation was released to the limit and blazed to the limit. After lying dormant for countless years and painstakingly deducing the grand Tao, this unprecedented change had finally arrived with great difficulty. Even if he died, he still intended to fight. Bang! The profound God domain shook while the heavens and the earth seemed as if the heavens and the earth were collapsing. Absolute beginning's figure was like a boundlessly high chasm that stood before Lin Sun and refused to retreat. Moreover, he didn't allow the quintessence energy of the forbidden area of profundity to approach the area Lin Sun resided in. His extremely resolute and fearless attitude caused the hearts of Qin Shi, Subhuti, and Chen Linkong to be unable to help but shake. Even if they were enemies, could anyone in the world deny Absolute Beginning's strength? But in next to no time, Absolute Beginning coughed up blood repeatedly. His countenance was pale, his hair disheveled, and numerous horrifying bloody cracks had appeared on his imposing figure. But he didn't retreat. He would rather die than retreat before he could fulfill his wish. Even if he was heavily injured, even if death stood before him, he wouldn't retreat. Sect Master. At this moment, Black Crow cried out loudly with sorrow. Her exquisite and beautiful face was covered in tears, and her scarlet-red eyes were filled with anxiety and worry. After all, she was in competition with Chen Lin Kong, yet at this moment, her heart shook and revealed a flaw, causing her to be directly struck by an expanse of sword chi, causing her delicate body to be drenched in blood. Under the pain, her eyes almost split apart from rage, and she seemed as if she'd gone mad as she said, "Isn't it just death? Why would I be afraid?" She was about to fight desperately. Chen Lin Kong suddenly withdrew his attack and said coldly, "I'm not a despicable and shameless bastard like Golden Cicada, and I disdain to take advantage of another's state." Black Crow was stunned, and her beautiful face changed indeterminately. Then, she turned around with great difficulty as if she'd lost her soul, and she shot her gaze towards that proud and resolute imposing figure in the distance once more. Her heart convulsed with intense pain, and her entire person seemed to be on the verge of collapse as tears poured down like rain. The only person who treated her well in this world was Absolute Beginning. It had always been like this. It had always been like this. Even her grand completion boundless realm cultivation was all built by Tai Chu expending tremendous painstaking effort to help her build it. At this moment, when she saw Absolute Beginning resolutely going to fight to the death, how could her heart not hurt? Chen Lin Kong couldn't help but sigh in his heart as he looked at Black Crow's devastated appearance. How despicable and shameless was Golden Cicada, but he didn't kill Subhoodie and Summer Solstice. He, Chen Lin Kong, felt that he wouldn't take advantage of someone's state to take their life. If that was the case, then what was there to talk about competing for the great Tao? He, Chen Lin Kong, had his own pride and perseverance. Bang! Suddenly, Absolute Beginning's body shattered and exploded, and a rain of blood sprayed everywhere. Only his primordial spirit remained. But he was still completely oblivious as he blocked there. What courageously going to death? What facing death with equanimity? In his opinion, all of it wasn't. He was just unwilling. He only killed for the sake of proving his Tao, and he had no regrets even if he died, but right at this moment, an indifferent voice resounded, "You've lost." These 3 words caused Absolute Beginning's primordial spirit to tremble. It also caused the hearts of everyone present to tremble in unison. Then, an illusory figure walked out from the area where Lin Sun had exploded, and with a flick of his sleeve, Absolute Beginning's primordial spirit flew out uncontrollably. No! Absolute Beginning roared loudly and wanted to charge forward madly, but his primordial spirit had already been forcefully restrained there. On the other hand, that illusory figure was like a place where all streams returned to the origin, and the source energy that surged over from the forbidden land of profundity poured into his figure in a mighty manner. After that, his illusory figure condensed bit by bit and transformed ceaselessly, and the might on his body became more and more obscure and marvelous. In the end, his entire body was like chaos that condensed the Kunlun ruins, ruins of creation, ruins of end, ruins of profundity of Tao. After that, the signs of the changing of eras appeared, and boundless grand Taos were born. These changes were witnessed by everyone present. Everyone's expressions were different, and they each had their own emotions in their hearts. At this moment, Golden Cicada, who was fighting Chen, she couldn't help but let out a long sigh. His expression was filled with desolation and waning interest as he said, "Fellow Taoist, there's no need to continue fighting." He turned around with the intention of leaving. Bang! The force of Chen Shi's palm spread out, but Golden Cicada seemed to be completely unaware. In the next moment, his figure was blasted flying by the force of the palm, and he coughed up blood while his countenance turned pale. Chen Shi frowned. In the end, he endured it and didn't seize this opportunity to kill Golden Cicada. On the other hand, Golden Cicada only smiled bitterly and shook his head after suffering such a blow, and he didn't fight back. He walked over to Subhoodie and Xia Ji with a complicated gaze as he sighed. "I've lost." These 3 words seemed to contain an endless sense of loss and bitterness. No one knew what Golden Cicada was thinking at this moment. Subhuti was silent. His eyes carried hatred, rage, and a wisp of indescribable sorrow. He was unable to forgive Golden Cicada's actions of betrayal. As for Xianxia, she paid no attention to Golden Cicada from the beginning until the end. Her eyes gazed towards the distance. The figure that seemed like chaos was emanating an unprecedented pulse of vitality, and boundless quintessence of all profundities were surging into his cultivation, causing him to experience an inconceivable transformation. However, Xianxia didn't care about all of this. All she knew was that Lin Sun was still alive. A string of tears flowed down from the corners of her eyes, and her gorgeous and peerlessly beautiful face revealed a brilliant smile. Supreme Ancestor, do you still intend to not admit defeat? Xianxia shouted loudly. The ape ancestor remained indifferent and attacked with all his might while his gaze was indifferent and emotionless. When one stepped into the Tao with emotionlessness, how could one pay attention to the great terror of life and death? Bang! Xianxia didn't hesitate any longer. His sleeve fluttered while the phenomenon of samsara surged into appearance before him, and it once again suppressed the sovereign sex master who'd once stood proudly in the world. Last time, I suppressed you in samsara forever. This time, it won't happen again. Samsara circulated while an obscure and profound energy surged into appearance. The ape ancestor's figure seemed as if it was being disassembled, and it gradually transformed into a blurry image before it vanished completely. At the moment before his death, the emotionless eyes of the ape ancestor actually carried a trace of relief, and it vanished in an instant. Bang! Xianxia withdrew samsara and swept the surroundings with his gaze. Golden Cicada remained silent and seemed to be disappointed and lonely. Subhuti and Xianxia stared fixedly at Lin Sun, who stood in the distance. The former's expression was filled with excitement and joy while the latter was smiling with tears. Heiya's delicate figure trembled slightly while she clenched her fists tightly, and her exquisite face was covered in sorrow. On the other hand, Absolute Beginning's restrained soul core was still trying to struggle, and it was resolute and unwilling to give up or lower its head. Chen Linkong was silent on the other hand, and there was a complicated expression in the space between his brows. He'd probably never imagined that so many unexpected variables would appear in this battle for the Grand Tao. After that, Xianxia gazed at Lin Sun as well. There was no doubt that Xianxi's self-detonation of facing death and rebirth was the greatest variable that had turned the situation around. He'd placed himself in a hopeless situation and attained the most inconceivable transformation. This transformation had caused Absolute Beginning to disregard everything and fight with his life on the line, yet it was equivalent to Absolute Beginning's loss in this battle. It caused Golden Cicada to lower its head, Heiya to be filled with grief, and it caused the ape ancestor to have no chance to turn the situation around. All the people in the mysterious god realm gradually quieted down. Between heaven and earth, Lin Sun opened his eyes. At that moment, it felt as if the world was trembling, and the endless world suddenly glowed with vitality. However, when they looked at Lin Sun's figure, they found that compared with before, there was no difference, not even a trace of aura. Before, they could still feel the charm of as big as chaos, empty. But now, even that charm had disappeared. All aura returned to nothingness. Seeing this, Golden Cicada lost his soul and murmured in his heart, "This fate, after all, doesn't belong to me." In the distance, the primordial spirit of Taichu gave up struggling at this moment. He looked at Lin Sun in a daze, as if looking at a road of great Tao that he had longed to reach. After a long time, he let out a long sigh and said, "I have indeed lost this game of chess, Hierarch." Black Crow couldn't help rushing over with tears streaming down her face. "What are you crying for?" Taichu looked up at her and said with a smile, "Since it's a game, there is a winner and a loser. As I said before, there is no absolute thing in the world. Even if you painstakingly plan for countless years, it can't compare to the change caused by a variable." Black Crow lowered her head, tears streaming down her face. Taichu reached out and rubbed her head, saying gently, "Don't cry, you know I can't see tears." Black Crow wiped the corners of her eyes, forced herself to restrain her inner grief, raised her small face and said, "Hierarch, in my heart, you didn't lose." Taichu smiled and looked at Lin Sun in the distance, saying, "You just look at me like this. Are you going to let me kill myself?" Lin Sun shook his head and said, "I hope you won't die." Taichu was stunned and fell into silence. After a long time, he couldn't help laughing, "Don't you hate me? Before, Golden Cicada threatened you with the life of Bodhi, which made you lose a little bit of sense of advance and retreat. It also gave me the opportunity to seriously injure you. I almost lost my life. This is fate. Lin Sun said indifferently, if there is no reason, how can I be now? What's more, even if Golden Cicada killed my master, I was sure to save him. After a pause, he sighed softly, I just didn't expect that the person I have always respected and trusted turned out to be a different kind of person. There was a trace of sadness in his voice. Yes, when Golden Cicada suddenly threatened Lin Sun with Pewdie's life, the reason why Lin Sun was shocked and angry was not whether Pewdie's life could be saved, but Golden Cicada's betrayal. This was the root of Lin Sun's sense at that moment. Golden Cicada, Lin Sun down now. Are you? Bodhi in the distance, Chen said coldly. Chen Linkong also looked over. There was a trace of complicated emotions in his cold eyes. If possible, he really didn't want Golden Cicada to be a traitor. Subhoodie and Xianxia turned their gazes towards Golden Cicada as well. The Golden Cicada thought for a moment and said calmly, I lost because I wanted to snatch a Dharma by force. I am sincerely convinced. After a cicada for a after. And he said, he and cicada, he. He said, and said, he, and said. After a long time, he asked, Senior, do you remember the first time we met in the mulberry forest? You told me about the chat and the life of the Thousand Tribulations Emperor. Do you remember all of that? Golden Cicada nodded and said with reminiscence, yes, I once said that when I met you, it was fate. There is no need for a reason. At that time, did you already know that there would be such a day? Lin Sun asked. Golden Cicada was silent for a moment and said, I once listened to your master expound the Great Way for 20 years outside Mountain of Mind and Heart. I once went to the ultimate ruins to seek the lost nirvana source of the Tree of Life. I also heard the Taoist hymn related to the eternal lotus left by your master. He took a deep breath and said, in this way, when I met you, I had a hunch that you might be the eternal lotus in the future and get the nirvana ultimacy. Lin Sun frowned slightly, if you want the nirvana ultimacy, why didn't you kill me at that time? Golden Cicada sneered, little friend, in your heart, am I that kind of unscrupulous person? Lin Sun shook his head and said without hesitation, of course you are not such a person. That's why I feel puzzled and can't believe that you would do such a thing in this game. Golden Cicada smiled bitterly and said no more. Pewdie, who had been silent all the time, couldn't help but say, Golden Cicada, I just want to ask you, in those years before today, did you regard us as friends? Golden Cicada looked at Pewdie and said with a smile, I can't have both the Great Way and friendship. This is the most painful thing in my heart today. Pewdie seemed to understand, and his expression became relaxed. He said, in this way, I feel at ease. Chen Linkong said, Golden Cicada, you have admitted defeat. Why can't you tell us the reason one by one? He was still very angry. Xianxia also frowned. It was obvious that Golden Cicada had other secrets. Lin Sun asked, when did you and Taichu form an alliance? But at this time, Taichu laughed, he and I are the same person. His words were earth-shattering, everyone was taken aback. Golden Cicada was silent and didn't speak. This reminded Lin Sun of the relationship between Divine Emperor of Eternal Night and Xianxia. They were originally the same person, but now they were no longer bound to each other. In other words, Taichu, Golden Cicada, and I are the same person. Taichu said, however, we are not reincarnated and cut off the connection with each other. We are just three doppelgangers formed by Golden Cicada's body. Have you heard of the rumor of three pure ones? The essence of it is just like the connection between me, Golden Cicada and Taichu. This was even more surprising and moved Xianxia and Lin Sun. Before this game, I have said that since it is a battle of the Great Way, I will not leave a way out. If I want to leave a way out, Golden Cicada and Taichu can both be my way out. When Taichu said this, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh and said, but, even I didn't expect that in such an advantageous situation, I couldn't resist a variable in the end. The atmosphere in the field was silent. Golden Cicada, Taichu, and Taichu originated from one. This fact seemed so abrupt and completely unexpected. But when they thought about it carefully, it was reasonable. After all, in today's game, Golden Cicada, Taichu, and Taichu were indeed in the same camp. Golden Cicada, why are you silent at this moment? Are you worried that these Taoist friends here will know the relationship between you, me, and Taichu? Taichu said loudly. Golden Cicada's eyes were complicated and he said, we have lost. Why do you still want to get to the bottom of this? If you don't say it, then I will. Taichu said coldly. Golden Cicada said bitterly, Taichu. Are you blaming me for not using my full strength in this game? Absolute Beginning went silent for a moment before he said with an expressionless face, do you think that if you killed Subhoodie, Xia and Chen Lin Kong at the first possible moment, would Xianxia and Lin Sun have a chance to turn the situation around? This assumption made everyone present shrink their eyes. With the cultivation shown by Golden Cicada before, there were indeed many opportunities to kill Pewdie, Xia and Chen Lin Kong. But he didn't do so. Haven't you seen through it yet? Lin Sun has already integrated the profound meaning of nirvana into his life. Even if he killed these people, he could save them one by one in the future with his control of the Tao of Life and his understanding of the power of the entire chaotic era. Golden Cicada said softly, even if we did this, we couldn't stop Lin Sun's path of nirvana. His Taoist karma can't be taken away by force. Taichu's expression flickered and he said, I didn't understand it before. Although I understand it now, I'm still very unwilling. Lin Sun's self-explosion led to a path of nirvana that was facing death and life, which made him understand that, as Golden Cicada said, Lin Sun's Taoist karma of nirvana couldn't be taken away by force. But although he understood it, he still couldn't accept it, therefore, he questioned Golden Cicada at this moment, Taichu is dead, and you and I have lost. Then tell me, what have we been waiting for since ancient times? Nothing? Golden Cicada's voice became lower and lower, and he said, this is called fate. It can't be forced. Fate? Bull**t fate. The Beginning was obviously excited. Only cowards will attribute all failures to fate. Golden Cicada sighed softly and said no more. On the other hand, Lin Sun, Qin Shi, and the others noticed all of these scenes, and they had complicated feelings in their hearts. Obviously, although Taichu, Golden Cicada, and Taichu came from the same body, the three of them had their own pursuit of Taoism and their own state of mind. It was undeniable that Golden Cicada had never deliberately schemed against and harmed those Taoist friends around him before, such as Pewdie, Chen Lin Kong and Lin Sun. Even in today's game, he only threatened Lin Sun with Pewdie's life and prevented Qin Shi from interfering in the battle between Lin Sun and Taichu. And he had expected that even if he killed Pewdie, Lin Sun, who had mastered the profound meaning of nirvana, could save Pewdie. His betrayal was the root cause of Lin Sun's injury. And the root cause of his betrayal was that at the beginning, he, like Taichu and Taichu, originated from the same body and stood in the same camp. In this way, it was not really a betrayal in the real sense. In the final analysis, as he said, the Tao cannot coexist. Taichu, if you lose, you lose. No one in this world is invincible. My mistake is that I never really recognized the Tao that you and Taichu seek. But now, it's a little boring to talk about this. After a long time, Golden Cicada looked at Taichu again and said softly, I never regret what I have done today. Taichu stared at him, and his expression changed for a long time. Finally, he shook his head and said nothing. The rise and fall of fate, everything has been settled today. Everyone, farewell. Golden Cicada looked at Lin Sun, Pewdie, Chen Lin Kong, Xia, Qin Shi, and others one by one. Finally, he withdrew his gaze and smiled slightly. That smile was quiet and peaceful. On the other hand, his figure seemed as if it was burning, and it rustled as it transformed into ashes that dispersed into nothingness. Vaguely, everyone seemed to hear a cicada's cry, revealing a sense of relief and liberation. Golden Cicada was gone. It completely disappeared from the world. Thinking of what happened today, they recalled the memories related to Golden Cicada. Everyone couldn't help but feel lost. Did they hate it? Not really. Didn't hate it? It didn't seem like it. Everyone's emotions were subtle and complicated. For Pewdie and Chen Lin Kong, Golden Cicada was a confidant, a good friend who used to drink and discuss Taoism with them and walk side by side. For Lin Sun, Golden Cicada was a senior worthy of trust and admiration. In Qin Shi and Xia's opinion, the existence of the Golden Cicada had never caused them to feel a trace of hostility before this. But it was an undeniable fact that Golden Cicada, Taichu, and Taisheng came from the same side. Even though they had their own way of seeking Taoism, they stood in the same camp when it came to seeking the power of nirvana. Because of this, when Golden Cicada disappeared from the world, people would be in a complicated mood and couldn't calm down. In the distance, Taichu stared at the place where Golden Cicada disappeared in a daze. He seemed to be crying and laughing at the same time. After a long time, he looked at Lin Sun and said, "Can you spare Black Crow's life?" Black Crow trembled and opened her eyes wide. In her impression, Hierarch had experienced many eras and endless years in his life. He was used to the ups and downs of the world and experienced the hardships of life and death, but he had never asked anyone for help, but now, he asked Lin Sun for her sake. "I don't want to." "Don't," Black Crow lost control and hissed, "it's just death. I'll accompany you." "I'm not afraid." Taichu smiled and ignored her. He just looked at Lin Sun. "She was by my side when she was young, and she followed by my side. I can guarantee that she never had the chance to do evil in the past. Even when you entered the ruins of Dao and she wished for nothing more than to kill you, she wasn't able to fulfill her wish and was kept by my side instead." Taichu said softly, "It would be a pity if such a good girl died because of me." "Yes." In the distance, Lin Sun nodded. The beginning, heaved a sigh of relief, smiled and cupped his hands, "Thank you. Sect leader, I've already said that I'll accompany you. Even if we die, we'll die together." Black Crow raised his small face and stared at Absolute Beginning. Tears flowed endlessly from his blood-red crystalline eyes, but his voice was intermittent. Then, his body went limp and fell into Absolute Beginning's embrace. Her life force was rapidly fading away, and her delicate body was turning cold. The smile on the Beginning's face froze. He lowered his head and looked at the girl in his arms. After a while, he raised his trembling hand and gently stroked Heiya's long hair. He said softly, "I told you a long time ago that I hate to see people cry, but why didn't you listen to me?" His voice was filled with helplessness, frustration, and a trace of unconcealable grief. This scene caused Lin Sun, Xianxia, and the others in the distance to be unable to help but be moved. Die for love, martyrdom, or could it be that he didn't want to live alone in the world, so he would rather use this kind of silent method to end his life in front of his closest relatives? "I can help get her back." In the distance, Lin Sun spoke. Heiya's actions caused him to recall Xiaoji's resolute appearance of disregarding everything to save him, and a strange feeling surged in his heart. There's no need. Perhaps letting her live is more painful than dying like this. The Beginning lowered his head and stared at Heiya in his arms, and a wisp of tears surged in his eyes. "Little Crow, only you would be so foolish in this world." After that, he raised his head and swept Lin Sun, Xianxia, and the others with a smile. "Everyone, the Beginning, am extremely happy in today's game, and the unwillingness in my heart has vanished. Perhaps my only regret is that I wasn't able to see that swordsman again. But this is good as well. Even if I die, I'll be able to leave behind a memory." He smiled as he held Heiya's delicate body in high spirits, and he seemed to have become proud, unrestrained, and composed like he was at the beginning. However, he and Heiya in his arms gradually transformed into an illusory rain of light, and they gradually dispersed in the heavens and the earth before leaving just like that. It was impossible for them to appear again. At the place where they vanished, there was a pair of sword whetstones left behind. At this moment, Xianxia cupped his hands from afar. "Farewell." On the other hand, Lin Sun walked forward and put away the pair of sword whetstones. "I'll leave behind a memory. I wonder if that senior swordsman will be happy or feel sorry for you when he finds out that you perished here," Lin Sun muttered softly. As he spoke, Xiaoji had already rushed over and hugged Lin Sun tightly. Her beautiful face was filled with joy and relief that came from the bottom of her heart. In the distance, Subhuti and Chen Linkong couldn't help but smile when they saw this. At this moment, silence was better than words. On this day, the unprecedented game that had been waiting for countless years came to an end. Golden Cicada, the Beginning, and the Beginning had perished and vanished from the world. The 9 Destiny Path Lords, Heaven Shaman, and Sure hidden in the Void World had been eternally suppressed by Xianxia. On this day, Lin Sun achieved the ultimate breakthrough of living towards death and living towards nirvana. He stepped onto the road of life in a real sense, condensed the origin of the four ruins of the Tao into one, and comprehended the core secret of the chaotic era. A few days later. The mysterious God domain. Lin Sun, who was drinking and chatting with Xianxia, was suddenly stunned and said, "Senior, do you want to hear a story?" Xianxia said with interest, "About who?" "A golden cicada." "So it's him, a long time ago." It was so long ago that when this chaotic era had just been born, a golden cicada had traversed the boundless void and flapped its wings into this chaotic era. It was begging. He sought a supreme great Tao that was related to life and also to fate. It had experienced ups and downs and traveled through the chaotic era before finally arriving in front of the tree of life. It lay on it and quietly sensed the growth and transformation of this tree. It was in a daze for countless years. This tree had witnessed the formation of the four Tao ruins from scratch, witnessed the evolution of the era from its embryonic form to its complete form, and witnessed the rise and fall of the civilizations of numerous eras, and this golden cicada had witnessed the transformation and growth of this tree. Finally, one day, the golden cicada sensed the profundities of rebirth, and this caused it to be extremely delighted. It felt that this was the miraculous fortune it had been searching bitterly for, and it was sufficient to deal with the bottleneck and hidden dangers on its path towards the Tao. But right at this moment, a calamity descended, and it destroyed the branches and leaves of the tree of life, and it shattered the grand Tao of life that was born on the tree. It even caused the quintessence of rebirth to suffer an impact. The golden cicada had dodged in advance at the instant the calamity descended, and it watched helplessly as all of this occurred, and it felt extreme pain in its heart. A strand of fate had brushed past just like that. The countless years it had waited for and the painstaking efforts it had put in had all been wasted. No one knew that the reason the golden cicada had come to this chaotic era to seek the grand Tao of life and fate was precisely to deal with the hidden dangers in its heart. But this hidden danger had erupted when it witnessed the calamity that the tree of life had suffered. One's cultivation had been split into three. One had transformed into the absolute beginning and carried out the Tao of forgetfulness. One had transformed into the supreme being and carried out the Tao of forgetfulness. The other had transformed into the golden cicada and carried out the Tao of forgetfulness. After he heard this story, Xianxia drank a cup of wine and said, "So, in this way, there are other chaotic eras outside this chaotic era?" "Exactly." Lin Sun said, "However, only by stepping onto the grand Tao of life would one have the ability to lead this chaotic era." "How did the golden cicada come to be?" asked Xianxia. Lin Sun said, "He and the true bodies of the absolute beginning and the supreme being had naturally stepped onto the grand Tao of life when they came to this chaotic era. However, a problem had arisen in his path towards the Tao, and a problem had arisen in his heart as well. That's why he bitterly searched for a solution." Xianxia nodded and said, "No wonder the absolute beginning, the supreme being, and the golden cicada had their own paths towards the Tao and obsessions, and there was even an extremely great contradiction and conflict in their understanding of each other. It's very likely that it was caused by the hidden dangers in their hearts at the very beginning. Yes, only the golden cicada retained the true heart of his true body. Unfortunately, because of his cultivation, it caused him to be in a muddle-headed and absent-minded state for most of the time." Lin Sun said, "The reason is that his true body is a cicada. The mushroom in the morning doesn't know the new, and the cicada doesn't know the spring and autumn. In the secular world, cicadas only appear in summer, and can't see the scenery of spring and autumn. If the golden cicada's Tao is like this, then it's the defect of his life." Xianxia suddenly understood. "Exactly." Lin Sun said, "This is also the reason why the cultivation of the senior golden cicada fluctuated in the past. Although people in various eras have seen the senior golden cicada, very few people know that he is an extremely extraordinary existence. If I were the golden cicada, I would cut off the Tao of the absolute beginning and the supreme being, and integrate my own Tao in order to seek perfection and verify nirvana again in order to solve the hidden dangers in my heart." Speaking of this, Xianxia couldn't help but shake his head. "No, how can a person like the golden cicada not know how to verify the Tao by this method? It can only be said that the root of the disaster lies in the original state of mind of his true body." Lin Sun sighed with emotion. "I comprehended senior golden cicada's past when I was deducing the aura of the tree of life just now, and only now did I understand why he would join forces with the absolute beginning and the supreme being to seize the energy of rebirth. In the end, it's an obsession in the heart of his true body. Xianxia nodded, and then he suddenly asked, where did the calamity that targets the tree of life come from? Lin Sun pondered deeply and said, I can only vaguely deduce that this calamity comes from outside this chaos era, and it targets the path of life. If I want to confirm it a step further, then perhaps I can only obtain some clues after I reconstruct the path of life to a complete state. Xianxia said, so in this way, only after I reconstruct the quintessence of the tree of life with the energy of rebirth will the tree of life be able to manifest in this chaos era? Exactly. However, if I want to accomplish this, then I don't know how many years I'll have to spend to reconstruct the quintessence of the tree of life with this little bit of strength I possess. So, I need Senior's help in this matter. As he spoke, Lin Sun pointed out with the tip of his finger, and then a ball of light that was fused with the profundities of rebirth floated up into appearance and flew towards Xianxia from afar. Xianxia was stunned, and then he laughed with ridicule. You're worried that I wouldn't be able to accept the profundities of rebirth, so you came up with such a reason that I can't refuse? Lin Sun started laughing as well. Wrong. I just want to find someone to share the burden of reconstructing the Tao of life. After all, I don't have the time to stay in the ruins of life forever. Xianxia rubbed his nose and said, so you're trying to make me do hard labor. However, I really can't refuse this. He roared with laughter and asked. Where do you intend to go? Lin Sun let out a long sigh of relief and said with a smile, home. Hidden world. Only now do I understand why Golden Cicada was so sure that the great silence lifeless tribulation came from the ruins of Tao. Chen Linkong sighed lightly. Many years ago, when he tried to find the mastermind behind the calamity of the era, it was Golden Cicada who told him that the calamity was related to the ruins of Tao. However, after understanding it now, Chen Linkong's emotions were very complicated and gloomy. Fellow Taoist, Golden Cicada didn't harm us. There's no need to talk about him anymore. Subhuti smiled as he spoke, but a trace of complicated emotions appeared in his eyes. Golden Cicada, he was destined to be a fellow Taoist that neither he nor Chen Linkong could forget. As the two of them conversed, Lin Sun arrived with Xianxia and told them about his decision to leave and return to his hometown. Both Subhuti and Chen Linkong were not surprised. The matter in the ruins of Tao had been resolved. With Lin Sun's temperament, he would naturally return to his hometown and meet his friends and family. At the very least, he had to make arrangements for them before he could concentrate on rebuilding the Tao of life in the ruins of Tao. Chen Linkong chuckled and said, young friend Lin, don't forget to inform me when you and Miss Xianxia get married. Lin Sun smiled and said, of course. Xianxia smiled faintly as well. Lin Sun looked at Subhuti and said, Master, I'll have to trouble you to take care of my old friends in the ruins of Tao. He was talking about Du So, the old priest, Xingjian Gorge, Fu Nanli, Ren Futian, and the others. Subhuti agreed with a smile, when you return, don't forget to go to the Sea of Destiny and meet your senior brothers and sisters. Tell them not to worry about us anymore. All right. Lin Sun nodded in agreement. That day, Lin Sun left the ruins of Tao with Xianxia. Kunlun Ruins, Sea of Destiny. Linggu Realm. Ruosu sat in front of a stream and was chatting with Xianxia. I've been feeling uneasy for the past few days. I don't know why, Ruosu pondered deeply and said. I've thought about it over and over again. Those enemies in the Sea of Destiny had already been wiped out by youngest junior brother before he left all those years ago. It's destined that there won't be any calamity that can affect us. On the other hand, fourth junior brother has been cultivating in the ruins of End. With his intelligence and methods, even if he encounters danger, he can easily resolve it. Xianxia frowned. Are you worried about little junior brother and master? Ruosu nodded. Being uneasy doesn't necessarily mean that something bad will happen. Don't overthink it, Xianxia said softly. Ruosu nodded and said, I do hope that when little junior brother returns one day, he will be able to rescue all those junior brothers and sisters who perished in the past. Xianxia sighed instead and said, it's very difficult. Those junior brothers and junior sisters aren't like eldest senior brother. They perished too long ago, and the vitality they left behind is practically negligible. It's too difficult for little junior brother to bring them back to life. Right at this moment, a voice of laughter resounded. Second senior brother, this isn't a difficult matter to me. Little junior brother, Ruosu and Xianxia were stunned, and they stood up abruptly. They didn't know when Lin Sun's figure had appeared out of thin air, but they didn't notice him at all. Why did you come back? Ruosu was shocked and in disbelief. It had only been a little over 10 years since Lin Sun left the Ocean of Destiny and headed to the ruins of Tao. Everything has been resolved, so I came back to take a look. As he spoke, Lin Sun spoke of his experiences in the ruins of Tao in a simple and concise manner, yet it caused Ruosu and Xianxia to be horrified. In the end, besides feeling relaxed when they found out that Golden Cicada, Taichu, and Taisheng had perished, they couldn't help but sigh endlessly with emotion. Wait here, I'll go call the other junior brothers and sisters. Ruosu smiled. And left hastily. In next to no time, Lin Sun saw the other senior brothers and sisters like Li Xianwei, Jun Huan, Qi Jun, Bo Swansea, Shuiya, Qing Ting, Pu Zhen, Moon in the Well, Qing Yu, and so on and so forth. However, he didn't see eldest senior brother. This caused him to be unable to avoid feeling curious. Later on, he asked about it and found out that eldest senior brother had just left the Ocean of Destiny a few years ago, and he'd ridden the Grand Tao Lotus to head to the ruins of Tao. Lin Sun couldn't help but feel speechless. However, when he thought about how he still had to head to the ruins of Tao in the future, and he was bound to be able to meet eldest senior brother, he felt at ease in his heart. On that very day, a banquet was held, and all the disciples of Feng Xiyuan drank and chatted happily. After the banquet ended, Lin Sun decided to save those senior brothers and sisters who'd perished many years ago. Within a hall, Xianxia, Ruosu, and the others held their breaths in concentration as they waited silently. Lin Sun stood alone at the center of the hall while his sleeves fluttered, and strands of obscure and miraculous samsara surged into appearance. In his days, it seemed as if boundless time and space were circulating and changing within it. In Lin Sun's possession were the belongings of those senior brothers and sisters who'd perished. As he sensed the aura on these belongings, his divine sense had already surged into samsara, and he traced the past as he wandered through the magnificent and unfathomable samsara. In merely a short moment. With a command in his heart, the energy of the profundity of nirvana surged into appearance on the tip of Lin Sun's finger. Along with a rain of light, a figure gradually condensed into form, and it transformed into a handsome and high-spirited man in a Taoist robe. It's junior brother Xian Kong. Xianxia, Ruosu, and the others were excited as they'd recognized the man. He was exactly Xian Kong who was ranked 49th. But they didn't dare to make a sound, because Lin Sun was still going on. Before long, Lin Sun's fingertips moved again. As the rain of light flowed, a man with an honest appearance and a cloth robe gradually condensed. It's junior brother Guyupu. All of a sudden, Xianxia, Ruosu, and the others couldn't help but smile. They became more and more excited, and they were even shocked to the point of dizziness. Because the power of resurrection was more than just a miracle, it was simply a reversal of life and death, and a new life from death. In the following period of time, figures emerged one after another from the rain of light. There were both men and women. For example, Ji Xiu, the 14th successor, Wu Zong, the 26th successor, Wen Lu, the 37th successor, Gu Qingxiu, the 41st successor, Xian Yuanzi, and so on. When all the dead senior brothers and sisters were saved, Lin Sun waved his sleeve, and wisps of spiritual qi rushed into the minds of these senior brothers and sisters. Suddenly, Gu Yupu, Xian Kong, and the others opened their eyes as if they had just woken up from a dream. Xianxia, Ruosu, and the others could no longer restrain their excitement and rushed up. Junior brother Guyupu, do you still remember us? Haha, senior brother Ji Xiu, why are you so surprised? Can't you believe that you're alive? Senior brother Wu Zong, there's something I haven't told you. Now, I finally have the chance to say it. That is, I can't just let go of the money you owe me. The hall was drowned in the voices of excitement and joy. Lin Sun was also very happy to see this scene. I'll find a chance to save all my dead friends and relatives, he thought to himself. They stayed in the Sea of Destiny for a few more days. Lin Sun and Xia Ji left the Sea of Destiny under the escort of the senior brothers and sisters of Mind and Heart Mountain. The ruins of fate. The divine city of fate. When Lin Sun saw the outline of the city from afar, he couldn't help but feel a ripple in his heart. When he went to the Sea of Destiny, he had settled all his friends and relatives in the divine city of fate so that they wouldn't be destroyed by the changing of the era. Now, with his cultivation, he could naturally stop the era of calamity from happening. However, no matter how high his cultivation was, he wasn't a plant after all. He had his own emotions. When he returned after a long time, how could he not be excited? After a long while, he took a deep breath and suppressed his cultivation. Sometimes, things that could be sensed with a thought would lose some of the fun and beauty of life. For example, the surprise of seeing something again after a long time. Moss. Master. Therefore, when Lin Sun and Xianxia approached the divine city of fate, they were immediately sensed by the spirit of order, Wushuang. Whoosh, a ray of white light appeared and turned into a pure and beautiful girl in white. Her big eyes were filled with surprise. Don't disturb the others. I want to see them personally. Lin Sun smiled. Wushuang nodded firmly and beamed, Master, the divine city of fate has not encountered any disturbances in the past few years. Everyone is doing well. Her expression seemed to be saying, Master, please praise me. Lin Sun smiled and stretched out his hand to touch Wushuang's pure white forehead. From now on, focus on cultivation. There will be a day when you will prove your Tao and transform. Boom, Wushuang felt an unparalleled wave of life rushing into her body. She could clearly feel that her body that was formed from the power of order had the rhythm of life. She glowed with true essence, qi, and spirit. Because of this, she also possessed spirituality, talent, and wisdom. After a long time, when all the transformations were over, she was in a trance and stammered, Master, I have my own life? Lin Sun nodded with a smile, how do you feel? With his current comprehension and control of the Tao of life, it wasn't difficult for him to give a stone life. Moreover, it was even easier to give a divine-level order like Wushuang a real life. Wushuang immediately beamed with joy and cheered, wonderful. It was also at this moment that she experienced emotions such as excitement, joy, and excitement that she had never experienced before. This was undoubtedly too wonderful for a spirit of order like her. Don't get excited. Lead the way, let's go home. Lin Sun said with a smile. Okay. Wushuang led the way. Along the way, her pure little face was brimming with smiles. Her eyes were bright and sparkling. Until they arrived in front of the divine city of creation. Lin Sun took a deep breath and looked at Xianxia with a smile. He said, let's get married when we return this time. I must hold a grand wedding for us. Xianxia responded with an unconcealable joy in her clear eyes. This was what Lin Sun had promised her a long time ago. Now, it was finally going to be realized. Let's go. Lin Sun held Xianxia's slender, snow-white hand and walked into the divine city of creation. P.S. After the final showdown at the Ruins of Wonders, the main plot of the prodigy has been written. What will be written tomorrow will be the end of the complete plot, which is also the epilogue. Those who are not interested in the epilogue can be ignored in the end. Goldfish's current emotions were mixed. There were disappointment, frustration, relief, excitement. There were all sorts of emotions. In the end, she would also write a speech to share with everyone about the feelings of the creator of the prodigy. The scale of the divine city of fortune was comparable to that of a macro world. Moreover, Lin Sun had once carried out a thorough transformation of the city, including the secret realm of heart, the primordial realm, the witchcraft realm, the Zen realm, and the spiritual realm, making the scale of the city completely different. When Lin Sun and Xianxia walked into the city, they saw the streets were bustling with people and carriages. The hustle and bustle made Lin Sun's eyes flicker. A few hundred years had passed since he left Divine Fortune City and headed to the Sea of Destiny all those years ago until he returned. The divine city of fortune was obviously different from what he had seen in the past. It was peaceful, lively, and prosperous everywhere. The cultivators who walked in the city came from various eras and civilizations in the ruins of fortune. No matter how high or low their cultivation was, they all lived in harmony. Even the street peddlers dared to argue with the immortals for selling a spiritual medicine. When the waiters in the tea houses faced the nobles, they also advanced and retreated, neither humble nor overbearing. Even the peddlers and servants did their own things and did their own duties. All of these scenes formed a peaceful and bustling scene of a flourishing age. Master, there have been quite a few troublemakers who have caused trouble in the city over the years. However, I've always acted according to what you said all those years ago. I've dealt with those who are reasonable and those who are unreasonable with my fists. Now, no one in the entire ruins of creation dares to cause trouble in the city anymore. Wu Shuang said with a smile. She was dressed in white, pure and beautiful, like a little fairy, and attracted a lot of attention along the way. But in contrast, when people noticed Xia's solstice beside Lin Sun, they were all in a trance and lost their wits. Seeing this, Lin Sun hurriedly reminded Xiaji to cover up. Xiaji responded with an "oh," and her aura changed quietly. Her beautiful face, which was enough to turn all living things upside down in the world, became ordinary. Along the way, Lin Sun deliberately suppressed his divine sense, and only experienced the things in the city with the vision and mind of an ordinary person. He couldn't help but feel gratified. He didn't forget the great aspirations of Tai Xian, Wu Yang, and other sages in the past, to establish a heart for heaven and earth, to establish a life for all living beings, to pass on the unique skills of the sages, and to establish peace for all ages. Just the Fortune Divine City alone was enough to maintain the appearance of peace. In the future, as long as he was here, the world would naturally be the same. Just as he was walking, a wave of enthusiastic clamor suddenly came from afar, soaring straight to the sky. Lin Sun looked up and found that the sound came from a huge Taoist field in the city. Master, this is a Tao ground established by Senior Xian Failing, and it's prepared for sparring and discussing the Tao. Of course, if there's any conflict between the cultivators in the city, it can be resolved here as well. In fact, some people with deep grudges will even fight to the death here to settle their grudges. Wu Shuang said softly. Lin Sun nodded. Living in harmony didn't necessarily mean that there wouldn't be any conflicts. The so-called tribulations were born from this, and slaughter and battle were bound to be impossible to vanish from the world. This was the law of life. Because one's disposition and path towards the Tao were different, sin, calamity, and hatred were bound to be unavoidable. Come, let's go take a look. Lin Sun was also interested and went straight forward. The Taoist field was so large that it could accommodate tens of thousands of people. At this time, a battle had just come to an end. The spectators nearby were cheering for a young man in a black robe who won the battle. He deserves to be the 9th young master of Lin family. The blood of Lin family flows in his body. Someone sighed with emotion. Lin Hengdu, you'd better be 18 soon. I'm waiting to marry you. A beautiful girl even screamed with excitement and infatuation in her eyes. This caused a lot of uproar. In the Taoist field, the young man in a black robe called Lin Hengdu was extremely calm, but after hearing the love of those girls, his handsome cheeks flushed a lot. He was quite embarrassed and shy. He hurriedly cupped his hands to the surrounding people, and then turned to leave in a hurry. I'm going to die. Little brother Lin Hengdu is so cute. A group of crazy girls screamed in the field. Master, Lin Hengdu is the 9th son of child Lin Fan. He is only 14 years old this year, but he has already reached the true sage realm. He is very famous in the Divine Fortune City. Wu Shuang said with a smile, I also watched him grow up. He has a very good temper, but he is easily shy when girls stare at him. Shy? Lin Sun was speechless, and then he seemed to understand and said in surprise, wait, you mean this is the 9th child of Lin Fan? Wu Shuang nodded. Right, there are 3 older sisters and 5 older brothers above young Master Hengdu. The oldest is young Master Lin Hingyun, and he's already 239 years old this year. Presently, he already possesses the cultivation of someone at the same longevity realm as the eternal Tao. Lin Sun was both surprised and delighted. His eyes drifted and he said, Lin Fan is so fertile. This piece of good news was something he had not expected at all. Let's go and meet this boy. Lin Sun couldn't calm down. He had only left for hundreds of years, but he actually had grandchildren. And there were as many as 9. His status suddenly became a grandfather, which made Lin Sun's mood change subtly. Outside the Taoist field, a girl in Xi'an came out with Lin Hengdu. Many girls they met along the way wanted to get close to Lin Hengdu, but when they were glanced at by the girl in Xi'an's cold eyes, they were scared to stop and only dared to look at them from a distance. Sister, why did you scare them? You are so fierce. No boy dares to approach you in the future. Lin Hengde said with a smile. The girl in Xian snorted, I am devoted to cultivation and have no time to care about the affairs between men and women. As for you, you are only 14 years old. Don't be fascinated by those girls. Mother has said that you are not allowed to contact any girl before you are 18 years old. Aren't you a girl? Lin Hengde said helplessly. I'm your sister. The girl in Xian raised her finger and knocked on Lin Hengde's forehead. Her fierce look made Lin Hengde shrink his neck in fear. The two of them chatted as they moved forward. Behind them, Wu Shuang said in a clear voice, Master, this is Miss Henglin, ranked 8th in this generation. She is 19 years old this year. She and Master Hengdu almost grew up together and are closest to each other. Lin Sun nodded. Looking at the back of the brother and sister in the distance, his heart was full of a subtle joy. Master, I suddenly remembered a happy event. Wu Shuang said suddenly. Before Lin Sun asked, Wu Shuang had told him one by one. It turned out that Tang Jiang, Lin Fan's Taoist companion, had been pregnant for 10 months and was about to give birth. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Lin Sun was stunned for a moment and then became excited. Let's go and have a look. In the past years, he was not present when 9 grandchildren were born. Now another grandson was born. As a grandfather, how could he miss it? At this moment, Lin Sun didn't have the mood to wander around. He just wanted to return to Lin family as soon as possible. You two little fellows, come with me. On the way, Lin Sun waved his sleeves. Lin Henglin and Lin Hengdu, who were walking side by side in the distance, suddenly felt light and were brought to Lin Sun. Both of them were shocked and wanted to scream. But when they saw Lin Sun's appearance, they widened their eyes in disbelief. You are my grandfather? Lin Hengdu cried out involuntarily. Do you know me? Lin Sun said with a smile. Of course I know you. I have seen your portrait when I was a child. Lin Hengdu said excitedly. Lin Henglin took a deep breath and said, Brother, be careful not to be fooled by him. Who knows if he is a bad guy who pretends to be our grandfather? Lin Sun smiled, little girl is alert. Good. Lin Hengde looked at his sister, and then at Lin Sun, Xia Ji, and Wu Shuang. He couldn't help saying, Sister, who dares to pretend to be our grandfather in this world? If he did so, he would have been killed by Wu Shuang. Good analysis, little girl. Lin Sun smiled more warmly. Lin Henglin also calmed down and realized this. She couldn't help but stare at Lin Sun blankly and said, You are really, grandfather? Let's have a good talk when we arrive at Lin family. Lin Sun didn't explain any more. With a thought, he disappeared with the others. The secret realm of heart. In a hall of Lin family. Lin Wenjing, Luo Qingxuan, Lin Fan and Luo Qingxuan gathered together and waited there. They were all nervous and expectant. Outside the hall, Lin Hingyun, the eldest son of Lin Fan, and other younger brothers and sisters gathered together. They were also waiting and discussing in a low voice. Suddenly, there was a fluctuation in the void, and a group of figures appeared, which attracted the attention of Lin Hingyun and others. Henglin, Hengdu, you are here. Hey, they are. Lin Hingyun and others were stunned at first, and then they all looked at Lin Sun. Their eyes widened little by little. They were all too familiar with that look, but, brothers and sisters, he said he is our grandfather. Lin Hengdu couldn't help whispering. Grandfather. Lin Hingyun and others were a little flustered. They had heard all kinds of legendary stories about their grandfather since they were young, and they had seen his portrait countless times. But they had never seen him in person. When such a living person suddenly appeared, they were at a loss for what to do. The scene was a little quiet. Lin Sun glanced at these young boys and girls one by one, and the smile on his face grew wider. Father. At this moment, a figure rushed out of the hall. It was Lin Fan. He obviously sensed the movement outside, and when he saw Lin Sun clearly, he couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Clatter Zhao Jingxian, Lin Wenjing, Luo Qingxuan and others also rushed out. When they saw Lin Sun, they couldn't hide their surprise. At this moment, Lin Hingyun and the other siblings finally dared to believe that the person in front of them was their grandfather. Lin Sun, a person who had been regarded as a supreme legend by all living beings in the world as early as when they were young, and, at this moment, a baby's cry sounded from the depths of the hall. Tang Jiang, who had been pregnant for 10 months, had successfully given birth to a daughter. Double happiness. In the hall, Lin Sun held a newborn baby girl in his arms, with a gentle smile on his face. Father, Tang Jiang said that you should decide on the little girl's name. Lin Fan said with a smile. Lin Wenjing and his wife also looked at him with a smile. Lin Hingyun, Lin Henglin and other brothers and sisters were also looking at Lin Sun with curiosity and excitement. Xia Ji and Wu Shuang stood on the other side of Lin Sun. Lin Sun thought for a moment and said, "Let's call her Hingyuan." In the swaddling clothes, although the baby girl had just been born, she already looked beautiful and her eyes were dark and shiny. When Lin Sun read the word Hingyuan, she actually cried in a childish voice, seeming to be extremely happy. This was normal. After all, this little girl was not the descendant of ordinary people. She had the blood of Lin Fan and Tang Jiang in her body, so she could be said to be a natural talent. And with Lin Sun's cultivation, when she was named, an invisible force of fate poured into the little girl's body. "Heng Yuan, good name!" Lin Fan shouted. "No matter how bad the name your father gave you is, do you dare to say it's not good?" Zhao Jingxian laughed. Everyone couldn't help laughing. On this day, Lin Sun's return caused a sensation in the Lin family. Then the news spread and was known by Yuan School, Ji Clan, Yuanshu Taoist sect and other cultivators living in the divine city of fortune. For a time it caused a great sensation, and in the following time, the divine city of fortune and even all the epics in the whole ruins of fortune also knew the news of Lin Sun's return, which set off a great wave in the whole world. Lin Sun, in today's world, in the entire universe, who would dare to forget the power behind this name? However, no one knew about Lin Sun's deeds in the ruins of wonderful Tao. Otherwise, the commotion it would cause would be no small matter. 3 months later. Lin family in the divine city of fortune. In a large hall, Lin Fan frowned slightly. I don't know who leaked the news, but now, in the ruins of creation, the god race forces of the various eras and civilizations already know that father will be marrying Aunt Xia Ji in a month. Recently, the divine city of fortune had become unprecedentedly lively. No one knew how many big shots had come to Fortune City to look forward to the day of Lin Sun's wedding. It was even to the extent that some of the seniors who had been in secluded meditation for countless years had come. Tang Jiang said in a warm voice from the side, "Husband, what sort of figure is father? Every single move he makes will definitely receive the attention of the world. Not to mention it's impossible to conceal something as important as getting married." Lin Fan smiled bitterly. Father originally said that we should keep a low profile and only invite friends and family to the wedding banquet. But now, I'm afraid that won't be possible. Naturally, this matter cannot be handled too easily. Suddenly, Zhao Jingxian walked in. When you were young, your Aunt Xia Ji was by your father's side. Now that the two of them have finally come to fruition, I'm very happy. Since the news has been leaked, we might as well make this wedding a better one. Lin Fan was surprised. Mother, aren't you jealous at all? Zhao Jingxian snorted coldly. What do you know? Don't talk nonsense. This matter will be handled by you personally. If it's not done well, I won't spare you. After saying that, she turned around and left. Tang Jiang pursed her lips and smiled. Husband, in the next few days, it depends on your ability. Lin Fan stood up and said, I'm going to find help now. On the same day, Lin Fan visited Xian Feiling, Du Guyong, Fang Daoping, and other old guys of Yuan sect, Ji Wangtu, Ji Shi, Ji Shanhai of Ji Clan, and his father's good friends such as Ah Hu, Old Toad, Ah Lu, Big Black Bird, and so on. After learning the purpose of Lin Fan's visit, everyone happily agreed. As time passed, the divine city of fortune was simply overcrowded. The divine city of fortune was simply packed with people. Terrifying figures could be seen everywhere, and all of them were great figures from the various eras in the ruins of fortune. Moreover, everyone had arrived in advance and carefully prepared wedding gifts. However, the embarrassing thing was that not everyone could get the wedding invitation of the Lin family. Even the patriarch of a god clan couldn't get it even if he used all his means. But no one gave up. they had been waiting. Even if they couldn't attend the wedding banquet, at least they had the opportunity to see how many supreme figures would participate in the wedding banquet. It should be known that with Lin Sun's current status, he could be regarded as the first person in all the heavens, a supreme existence that was unparalleled throughout the ages. How could those who could participate in his wedding banquet be ordinary? In the eyes of those big shots, this was not so much Lin Sun's wedding banquet, but a grand event that attracted the attention of the whole world. The wedding day finally came. On this day, the sky above the divine city of fortune was filled with auspicious clouds, and magnificent divine light fell. Like a waterfall. Bursts of Tao sounds like the sound of nature, like the clear cry of a phoenix, like the ringing of a morning bell, drifted between heaven and earth, revealing a joyful atmosphere of freedom. The whole divine city of fortune was bathed in such a festive and peaceful atmosphere. The practitioners gathered in the city were all alarmed. All kinds of unparalleled visions gathered together, outlining a magnificent scene, which made them involuntarily have the impulse to worship. At this time, the secret realm of heart had also taken on a new look. A hall located in the central area was decorated with lanterns and colored banners, and the floor was covered with red carpets. In front of the hall, there was a huge arch. The arch was completely derived from the auspicious clouds of the Great Way, overflowing with Tao Rhyme. Walking in it, one could clearly feel an unparalleled breath of the Great Way. If one cultivated in it, it was no different from obtaining a great opportunity. Now, the function of this arch was actually very simple. It was used to welcome guests. Many figures had been waiting there for a long time. There were clansmen of the Lin family headed by Lin Wenjing and his wife, such as Lin Zhong, Lin Huayuan, Lin Xiafeng, and so on. Next to them were Xianjiawin, Jing Tian Xianyue, Subai, Gushi, Ahu, Big Blackbird, Alu, Xiaotian, Qiuqiu, Old Toad, Little Five, Sword Spirit, and other old friends of Lin Sun. Yu Beidu and Chu Feng of the commune of spiritual tattooists of Ziyao Empire, the instructors of Green Deer School, Gu Yanping and Gu Liang of Golden Hall, Shi Yu and Shi Lin Lang of Keystone Business and so on were also among them. On the other side were Xian Feiling, Du Guyong, Fang Daoping, and Yuan Wutian of Yuan School. The figures of Battle Emperor Wuyang, Xingjia Holy Buddha, Dark Blood Emperor, Ming Child, and other powerful figures of the ancient Desolation territory were also present. These relatives and friends had been living in the divine city of fortune for many years. During this period, they had been busy with Lin Sun's wedding. Today, they were going to witness a wedding that would attract the attention of the entire world. As time went by, the whole venue had been decorated from the inside to the outside. It was magnificent and glorious. Lin Fan and Tang Jiang stood outside the hall with their children, ready to welcome the guests. Lin Fan's 9 children were, the eldest son, Lin Hingyun, the second son, Lin Hingxiao, the third daughter, Lin Hingjue, the fourth daughter, Lin Hingshan, the fifth son, Lin Hingqiu, the sixth son, Lin Hingxue, the seventh son, Lin Hengfeng, the eighth daughter, Lin Henglin, and the ninth son, Lin Hengdu. Of course, the youngest Lin Hingyuan was still in his infancy. It could be said that the relatives and friends of the Lin family who had been traveling all year round had already come back a few days in advance for today's wedding. No one dared to neglect it. Auspicious clouds covered the sky, and auspicious rays of light descended from the sky. The dazzling light of the Tao competed with the brilliance of the sun and moon, and waves of the sound of the Tao and nature drifted through the heavens and the earth, bathing the secret world of Core in a divine atmosphere. As the time approached, the lively atmosphere in the venue gradually disappeared and was replaced by a solemn atmosphere. The auspicious time has come. Suddenly, Xian Feiling spoke in a deep voice, which could be heard all over the world. Clang! 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 Bell chimes rang out one after another, shaking the heavens and earth for a total of 9 times. All of a sudden, the expressions of everyone inside and outside the venue became solemn. Welcome the guests, Xian Feiling announced. 2 words, but they passed through the secret world and resounded in the sky above the entire divine city of fortune. At this moment, the entire divine city of fortune fell silent. Countless cultivators in the city held their breaths, knowing that the wedding that attracted the attention of the world was about to begin, in the secret world of fortune. As Xian Feiling announced the welcoming of the guests, the heavens and earth rippled. A majestic figure appeared. He had a lean appearance, like a ruler sitting high above the heavens. It was the master of the heart Subhuti. Behind him were the Do Zhandi, Xianxia, Ruosu, Ling Xuanzi, and the other 49 successors of the heart world. When they appeared, a commotion broke out in the venue. Countless influential figures were shocked. The heart world, everyone knew that this was where Lin Sun's sect was located. And now, even a supreme existence like the master of the heart world had come in person. How could they not be shocked? Subhuti looked around and said with a smile, "How lively." Behind him, the successors of the heart world also laughed. On the way here, they had already witnessed the commotion caused by their little junior brother's wedding. Soon, the void rippled again. Yuan Sec's ancestral master Yuan Chu, Ling Sec's ancestral master Suyin, Do So, and the old priest appeared together with Xing Jiangu, Fu Nanli, Ren Futian, and the other old monsters. Another commotion broke out in the venue. Xian Feiling, Du Guyong, and the others were shocked. Because even they did not expect Yuan Chu and Suyin to arrive with a group of seniors. This was too much of a surprise for them. They quickly went forward to welcome them. The venue was already in an uproar. Many people were dumbfounded. Even many members of the Lin clan had been kept in the dark. They had no idea that at this moment, those almighty figures who only existed in legends would arrive one after another. Only Lin Fan chuckled. He was the one who handled these matters. Naturally, he knew that the seniors of the heart world, Yuan sect, and Ling sect were not the only ones who came. Not long after, a ripple appeared in the void. More people arrived. This time, there were only 2 people. But when they arrived, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone's attention was drawn to them. The newcomers were Chen Shi and Chen Lin Kong. Subhuti, Yuan Chu, Suyin, and the others went forward to welcome them. Those who did not know Chen Shi and Chen Lin Kong's identity could not help but be shocked when they saw this scene. They realized that the newcomers were extraordinary. Today was Lin Sun's wedding. Therefore, when they arrived, Chen Shi, Chen Lin Kong, Subhuti, Yuan Chu, Suyin, and the other big shots all concealed their auras at the same time. They did not show any terrifying power. But even so, when they appeared, they still made people tremble from the depths of their souls. As for Lin Hingyun and the other siblings, they stood there in shock, their hearts pounding. Only now did they realize how powerful their grandfather was. Everything they had seen in the past few days was far less shocking than the scene before them. Especially when they learned about the background of those big shots from their father, Lin Fan, they all felt as if they were dreaming. And everyone else present felt the same way. The reason was that Lin Sun had not mentioned anything about the Sea of Fate and the ruins of Tao since he returned to Fortune City. It was not until this moment that they suddenly realized that Lin Sun was much more powerful than when he left that year. After Chen Shi, Subhuti, and the others arrived, they also brought their own gifts. The divine treasures that they had never heard of before shocked the wedding ceremony again and again. The value of the gifts completely exceeded the imagination of many people present. Any one of them was enough to make any eternal god dare not have extravagant hopes of owning it. Now, let the wedding ceremony begin. When all the guests were seated, Xian Feiling spoke in a clear voice. Immediately, the bell and drum rang together, the sound of nature drifted in the air, and the world was filled with auspicious signs. Under everyone's gaze, a pair of figures walked out of the central hall, attracting everyone's attention. Today, Lin Sun was dressed in a red groom's outfit. Beside him stood the graceful figure of Xia Ji, wearing a phoenix crown and a red cape. A newlywed couple stood on the steps of the main hall. The sky was overflowing with divine light, and the sound of Tao drifted in the air. In the distance, the guests were seated, and the bell and drum rang together. This scene was destined to become an unerasable imprint in the memories of all the people present. It was worth a lifetime of reminiscence. The wedding ceremony was presided over by Subhuti, the master of the square inch, and carried out under the witness of all the relatives and friends. Then, the wedding ceremony began. The lively atmosphere lasted for a whole day. Lin Sun didn't know how many glasses of wine he drank and how many friends he talked with. He only felt that there was nothing unhappy about this day. On this day, he was not like a supreme ruler who had embarked on the path of life. Instead, he was like the most common groom in the world, enjoying the unique joy of this day to his heart's content. Tao was Tao. Love was love. That night. In the bridal room, the atmosphere was quiet with red candles. Xianxia, who was dressed in a fiery red phoenix coronet, was sitting in front of the bed. Her beautiful snow-white face was extremely beautiful under the light, and even her eyes, which were as clear as stars, were suffused with intoxicating splendor. In the quiet room, only she and Lin Sun were left. The sound of the outside world seemed to disappear all at once. Lin Sun stepped forward and sat beside Xianxia. The latter's eyelashes trembled slightly, as if she finally realized what was going to happen next. She couldn't help but whisper, "Lin Sun," before she could finish her sentence. Her rosy lips were sealed. What happened next was so fascinating and mysterious that there was no need to tell others. The same night. The lights were bright everywhere, and the sound of talking and drinking could be heard constantly. The guests who came to participate in the wedding banquet were still chatting happily with each other. In a palace built on the hillside, the atmosphere was quiet and tranquil. Holding Lin Hingyuan, who had fallen asleep, in her arms, Zhao Jingxian said softly, "Xianxia, I have told you that if you want, I will tell my husband. So many years have passed, and I believe he should know your feelings." Beside her, Jing Tian Xianxia, who was dressed in white and had picturesque features, trembled slightly in her heart, and then she shook her head. "Sister, there is no need. I am satisfied as long as I can stay by young master's side." Zhao Jingxian sighed in her heart, perhaps the most unfathomable thing in this world is love. For cultivators like us, who can completely cut off the 7 emotions and 6 desires in our hearts. She was full of pity for Jing Tian Xianxia. "Sister, cultivation is also cultivation of the heart. I was a Taoist attendant by young master's side, and I have already thought it through. I will never marry in this life." Jing Tian Xianxia said with a smile, and there was no trace of sadness on her beautiful face. Zhao Jingxian nodded, and then she said with a smile, "Like father, like son. Fanner is not enlightened. In these years, countless women have fallen in love with him, but he only loves Tang Jiang." Jing Tian Xianxia couldn't help but smile. The second day after the wedding ceremony. Chen Shi, Chen Lin Kong, Subhuti, and the other almighties left one after another. The other guests also bid their farewells and left. At that moment, what happened at the wedding ceremony spread to the outside world, and for a time, it caused a great commotion. Senior Lin Sun's power is probably at the top of the world right now, right? That must be the case, or else how could there be so many supreme figures coming to the wedding ceremony to personally congratulate him? The Lin family is so lucky. The divine city of fortune, the ruins of fortune, and the other Ians were all discussing the wedding ceremony. Later on, the news even spread to the 9 great celestial regions of eternal true world, the great 1,000 worlds, the ancient path of galaxy, and other places, and it caused a great commotion. Time passed, and the years went by. Lin Sun stayed in the Lin family, enjoying the happiness of a family. Beyond the ruins of fortune was the spirit martial era, which included the eternal true world, the great 1,000 worlds, and countless other worlds. The presence of a disaster was quietly spreading out in space. The disaster of an aeon is about to arrive. In all the worlds in the world, there were countless people with remarkable abilities who immediately noticed the clues, and they could not help but feel panic and uneasiness. What should we do? Many cultivators were at a loss. Once such a disaster came, there was no place to hide, because all the living beings in the world were in the spirit martial era. And when the disaster of an aeon arrived, no one could escape, be it cultivators or ordinary people. This is fate, the cycle of the way of heaven. No one can escape from the great calamity. Some people were disheartened. Can't you see that a supreme existence like Lin Sun is also hibernating in the ruins of fortune, and there are billions of nobodies like us in this world? We are destined to be destroyed along with the end of this era, someone sighed. But on this day, a thought rang out in all the worlds of the spirit martial era. Today, I, Lin Sun, will resolve the disaster and determine the way. The voice was indistinct, but it went straight to the 9th heaven and spread to all the worlds in the world in an instant. At this moment, all the living beings in the world felt something in their hearts. They stopped what they were doing and looked at the sky. Their expressions were solemn and pious, as if they were being cleansed by an invisible force. On the other hand, those extraordinary figures suddenly noticed that this era calamity that was accumulating had suddenly vanished without a trace, and they couldn't sense it any longer. But what was different from the past was that there was a mysterious power of rules in the universal Tao of the Lin Gu era that made even the gods tremble. It was Lin Sun's own aura of the Great Way. It was to establish a heart for the world, establish a life for the people, and establish peace for all ages. Senior Lin Sun, he actually resolved the disaster of an aeon and reconstructed the order of the universe, so that all the living beings in the world could escape from the coming catastrophe. My God! Senior Lin Sun is too powerful, isn't he? Countless uproars and voices of shock rang out in the eternal true world, the boundless worlds, and countless planes of the universe. No one had expected that the heir of minuscule mountain would be able to thwart the disaster of an aeon, establish his Tao in the world, and save all living beings from the disaster. No one had expected that even the universal Tao of the Lin Gu era had been surpassed by Lin Sun, and it could only bow before him. But soon, the memories of Lin Sun in the minds of the people with remarkable abilities in the world seemed to have been silently wiped away and vanished. This aroused an unknown number of doubtful voices, but no matter how they racked their brains, they could not remember anything. As for the billions of living beings in the world, they had no idea what had happened from the beginning until the end. The Tao is formless and nameless, so it exists everywhere. If there are traces of me, Lin Sun, around, then it will be inferior. In the secret world of minuscule mountain, Lin Sun, who was lying on a rocking chair, smiled and drank a cup of wine. Not far away, a baby was learning how to walk, and he would fall from time to time. Xianxia watched from behind, and her eyes were filled with gentleness. This was her and Lin Sun's child. From the moment he was born, he became another ray of light in her world besides Lin Sun. The book was finished. At night, he would write another speech after finishing the book. He would talk about the feelings in his heart, and he would also talk about the things that everyone was most concerned about and the new book. I'm done. When she typed these 3 words, Goldfish felt relaxed. At the same time, she felt a great sense of loss and disappointment. She stared at the computer for a long time. Her thoughts were also wandering. February 24, 2016, Heavenly Sun opened. December 25, 2019, Heavenly Sun finished. Heavenly Sun had been serialized for 3 years and 10 months. Behind the simple numbers, there were days and nights of writing updates. She had been depressed, disappointed, happy, and excited. In the end, when it was finally done, she was reluctant. She believed that the children had developed the habit of waiting for updates at 6 o'clock every night for the past 3 years. And she was also used to writing updates every day. When a habit came to an end, the sudden pause inevitably caused one to be at a loss and bewildered. That was how Goldfish felt at the moment. After thinking for a long time, she decided to take this opportunity to talk about her feelings when she was writing Heavenly Sun. Heavenly Sun had 3 main lines from the beginning. 1. The secret of one's life, the main plot. 2. The heaven accessing place, the main plot. 3. The 4 ruins of Tao, the main plot of the world. The 3 lines intersected with each other and formed the framework of Heavenly Sun. Lin Sun's path of cultivation was the flesh, blood, and spirit attached to the skeleton. Heavenly Sun had written 10 million words. Because the contract with the website was 10 million words, Goldfish had consciously set and controlled the plot when she was writing this book. Currently, Heavenly Sun had finished, and the holes in the 3 main plots had been filled. There were causes and effects, so Goldfish was quite satisfied. But there were also many flaws. For example, there were many small holes and foreshadowing in the serialization, but they couldn't be filled in because of the problems in the plot. For example, there were some bugs and contradictions in the settings in the previous plots, and so on. These were the parts that I was not satisfied with. But I had to admit that these mistakes were unavoidable. After all, the book was updated every day, and it required a large amount of updates. No matter how rigorous it was destined to be impossible to be free of mistakes. He believed that the children's shoes had read a lot of Xuanhuan and Xianxia novels, and they must be clear that no serialized novel was truly flawless. As for Heavenly Sun, Goldfish had tried her best to fill in the holes in the core plot. For me, it wasn't perfect, but it was a satisfactory ending. Let's talk about Heavenly Son's achievements. Compared to the Talisman Emperor, the results of the geniuses were undoubtedly more outstanding. Since the serialization, he had far surpassed the Rune Emperor in terms of various statistics and popularity. This made the goldfish feel at ease. Yes, it was steady. In the online literature industry, writing a popular book did not mean that the second book would be popular. There were even many godly authors who performed mediocre in their second and third books. Goldfish also had such worries when she was creating the proud son of heaven. Fortunately, Xianxia's achievement was better than Rune Emperor's, and he received the recognition of more readers. Although it wasn't a huge hit, such an achievement was very reliable for me. Goldfish had never thought of herself as a talented author, but she believed that she was diligent and serious when it came to writing books. He believed that the children who followed him along the way would know that Goldfish rarely took leave or missed updates. Even if she missed updates, she would definitely make up for it. This was perhaps the only thing that Goldfish could be proud of. Fortunately, Goldfish had sold the game copyright, overseas translation copyright, and audio copyright for the creation of Rune Emperor. Manga copyright. At present, Rune Emperor's performance abroad was extremely good, which was totally beyond my expectation. Heavenly Son of Heaven had also sold the manga, traditional Chinese, and audio copyright. What was even more fortunate was that Goldfish could take care of her family with her creation. But in the end, all of this was inseparable from everyone's support. From Rune Emperor to the proud son of heaven, many readers had gone from junior high school students to university students or postgraduate students. Many readers had already become parents. It had been a tough journey. Every time Goldfish thought of it, she would feel emotional and grateful. Let's talk about the new book. The new book was a story about a swordsman. It had been revealed many times on Goldfish's public account. Recently, many children had asked her what she would write about in the next book. Goldfish had said that she would write about a sword, traveling against the flow of heaven and earth, carrying a sword on her back. Swallowing all the great spirit and exhaling a lifetime of fast wind. Of these two sentences, one was traveling against the flow of heaven and earth, I am also a traveler. The other was a little great spirit and 1,000 miles of fast wind. There was another meaning. Living in the world, one had to breathe in and out, fight for and vent one's anger. There were many books about swordsmen on the internet, and many of them were very interesting. But Goldfish wanted to write about the story of a swordsman in her heart, a pure swordsman and a sword Tao that could suppress the heavens. It could be a great demon of sword Tao, unbridled and unrestrained. It could be a sage of sword Tao, everlasting and full of vigor. It could be a sword immortal, free and unfettered, holding the bright moon and lying drunk in the clouds of the ninth heaven. It could be a sword demon, able to open the gate of heaven in anger and laugh at the sword Tao of the world. But in the end, at the very beginning, they were all youths. Goldfish didn't mind revealing that the main character was very likely to be the swordsman of the heavenly sons, the supreme legend who had a heart as pure as jade and sharpened as a sword. It was the swordsman who had suppressed Tai Chu for countless years with the sword lock and made Tai Chu gasp in admiration and respect. It was the swordsman who had gotten drunk with Qin Shi. It was the swordsman whom Lin Sun respected the most. It was also the swordsman whom the 3-inch wooden sword and spiritual affinity were looking for. It was estimated that she would start writing the new book after the new year. If the creation of Rune Emperor and the Heavenly Sons was a process of sharpening the sword, then after accumulating a lot of creation experience, the next book would be the time to draw the sword. So far, Goldfish had collected a lot of materials and organized a lot of inspiration. She believed that this story related to Sword Tao would definitely surprise everyone. Finally, there was a side story. The side story would be serialized on Goldfish's public account. So far, there were 2 parts that were confirmed to be written. They were the mystery of the origin of the broken blade in the ancient spirit world and the second side story of Wu Shuachan. There were other side stories, but she hadn't thought about them yet. She would write them according to the situation. Note that the side story would only be updated on the public account. If you didn't follow Goldfish's public account, you could open it and add me as your follower. When the side story was updated, you would see it immediately. Finally, I'm really grateful to all of you for your company and support all these years. I love you. The mountains are high and the rivers are far. See you in the new book. Everyone can search for the title of the book on the Zongheng novel app and read it immediately. Heaven's Chosen Battle Chronicles, Chapter 3242, New Book, First Immortal of the Way of the Sword, currently typing. Please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. End of Chapter 3252. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.